In a previous life, she was cruelly tormented to death by a scoundrel and a shameless woman. Upon reincarnation, on the day of her grand wedding, the esteemed heir of the Zhan family, Zhan Yi, demanded that she share her marriage with concubines. She turned away and wed the notorious Yan Wang, Zhan Yan, thus becoming the nominal mother of a dogged young master. The despicable husband of her past transformed into a commendable son in this life. She plotted to sow discord among the scoundrel and the shameless woman, showcasing her cunning. Utilizing her ancestral medical skills, she healed her flawed husband's hidden ailments, bore him children, and became the envy of all as the lady of the esteemed marquise. She was revered by the masses, yet she alone understood the arduous journey it took to reach this point, a path paved with the blood of her trials. Chapter 1. A Tragic Death. The howling northern winds surged, sweeping through the dilapidated window and filling the foul-smelling prison cell, nearly lifting the frail figure from the stone bed. Lin Yuan struggled to sit up, forcing her swollen and bruised eyelids open. She tugged at her cracked lips, her dulled senses rendering her unable to recall the sensation of pain. The flesh, marred and bloodied, split open, and blood gushed forth. In a trembling whisper, she implored, "Yulong, I beg you to release me. I did not place abortifacients in Aunt Lan's tea bowl. Why won't you believe me?" The memory resurfaced her angered accusations against Aunt Lan for treachery. Zhan Yu had personally forced a dose of 5 poisons powder down her throat, allowing the venom to insidiously invade her veins, subjecting her to relentless agony. To the outside world, it merely appeared as a grotesque skin affliction. Under this pretext, he confined her, forbidding any visitors. With great effort, she rolled off the stone bed and began to crawl towards the prison door, leaving a long trail of blood in her wake, completely unaware of the mark she was leaving. Behind, outside, a cacophony of footsteps echoed, and soon after, a woman clad in resplendent garments appeared before her. With one hand, she held a medicinal bowl, while the other supported her voluptuous figure, her smile radiant and beguiling. Lin Yuan extended her blood-stained fingers to grasp the woman's exquisite attire, intricately embroidered with golden silk camellias, and hoarsely implored, "You were fine, just a moment ago. Why do you not explain to Yulang that I am innocent?" After a pause, she abruptly continued, "By the way, you might not yet know that when your grandfather handed over the life-extending elixir, it coincided with your uncle's poisoning. His entire bloodline was severed, and he thus perished without remedy." At this moment, Lin Yuan finally grasped the truth. Zhan Yu had always viewed her as a mere stepping stone. It was she who had brought ruin upon her grandfather, she who had betrayed the Lin family. With a voice filled with venom, she cursed, "You wretched man and woman will meet a fitting end." The woman, with an enchanting demeanor, replied, "Ah, dear sister, you have at last come to your senses. I have procured for you the rare and miraculous medicinal snow lotus ointment. Do take a sip." Lin Yuan, unable to resist, could only yield as the woman poured the blood-tinged concoction down her throat. Once swallowed, the woman leaned in to whisper, "Dear sister, do you know how this snow lotus ointment was made? It was crafted from your grandfather's very lifeblood. Upon hearing of your grave affliction, believed to be beyond healing, he sacrificed himself to create it for your salvation." Lin Yuan's eyes widened in horror, and she suddenly raised her hand, forcefully pushing against the woman. "Ah!" The woman cried out in alarm, yet instead of stumbling, she fell into a warm embrace. It was none other than the hurriedly arriving heir of the Ho residence, Zhan Yu, who was also her husband, Lin Yuan. The woman, in a state of anxiety, spoke up, "Yulang, please do not blame my sister. She did not intend to push me. She has long suffered from a grave illness, and we should all understand her troubled spirit." Zhan Yu glared at Lin Yuan with a fierce intensity, his anger palpable as he seized her hair and demanded, "You wretched woman, do you not realize that Laner knelt at the Lin Fommel? Why gate for 2 full hours to procure this life-saving medicine for you? Her constitution is already frail, yet not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you also push her aside. How can you be so malicious?" Chapter 2. Concealment. From the corner of Lin Yuan's lips flowed a stream of dark crimson blood. She had merely pushed Qin Zhilan, and Zhan Yu's heart ached. Had he truly forgotten that she had tirelessly devoted 3 days and nights to concoct a remedy for the epidemic, solely to ensure his success? A wave of blood surged at her throat, rendering Lin Yuan's complexion pale and ghastly. With a sardonic gaze fixed upon Zhan Yi, she hoarsely declared, "If there is a next life, I shall personally send you wretched scoundrels to hell, where you shall suffer in searing flames and boiling waters, with no grave to mark your demise." Zhan Yi's eyes glinted with a vicious rage as he grasped her chin, forcefully slamming her head against the wall. Thud! Lin Yuan collapsed onto the stone bed like a rag doll. Qin Zhilan, her face ashen with fear, reached out to check for Lin Yuan's breath, then suddenly recoiled into Zhan Yi's embrace, exclaiming, "Yu Lang, she has no breath." Zhan Yi, with a countenance full of disdain, replied, "Good riddance. Let it be said that she could not endure the torment of her affliction and sought death. Have someone wrap her in a straw mat and discard her in the mass grave." A spark ignited in Zhan Yi's eyes as he seized Qin Zhilan's wrist, urging, "Quickly, let us go fetch my father. Upon hearing of your pregnancy, he shall be overjoyed. Our family finally has an heir." As the two hastily departed the cell, the lifeless body on the ground stirred unexpectedly. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Each time he heard her call, his heart twisted in anguish. Though he was merely 8 years her senior, the devastation of his body on the battlefield had rendered him incapable of intimacy, compelling him to witness the adopted son marrying her as his consort. He pondered that as long as he could catch a glimpse of her and remain by her side, the specifics of their identities mattered little. Her well-being was all that truly counted. To avoid any potential awkwardness during their meetings, he willingly volunteered to serve at the border for a full 3 years. He hurried along the way, and at last, he stepped through the gates of the Marquis's residence. As he entered, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he fancied he saw a young girl, spirited and lively, rushing towards him. "Oh dear, how have you gotten hurt? Don't move. Allow me to tend to your wound. It won't hurt a bit." Her gentle fingers brushed against his bleeding calf, momentarily causing him to forget the pain. That was their first encounter. As time passed, their statuses underwent a profound transformation. He became the father-in-law, while she became the daughter-in-law. Suddenly, he found himself kneeling in the rain. In a flurry, Zhan Yi assisted him into the study, her voice incessantly chattering, "Father, the Lin family's demise is but a past sorrow, yet there is good news as well. Zhilan is pregnant. You are soon to be a grandfather. You should find joy in this." Seated in the chair, Zhan Yi, pale as jade, exuded a chilling aura that was truly formidable. He fixed his gaze upon the two kneeling figures, Zhan Yi and Qin Zhilan, and declared, "The death of the Lin family cannot absolve the entire Zhan clan of responsibility." Chapter 3. Rebirth. Qin Zhilan, cradling her abdomen, wept softly, "It is my fault. I should have been there to care for my sister. It was merely a moment of sudden illness, with relentless vomiting that caused me to step away briefly, and yet, to my horror, it resulted in her tragic end." Zhan Yi embraced her tightly, offering solace. "Zhilan, you are not at fault. You have already done enough for her. Now that you carry the sole heir of the first house, you must not let sorrow jeopardize your pregnancy." Zhan Yan's gaze was as frigid as a sharpened blade. He gripped the armrest of his chair with fierce determination and declared, "The death of the Lin family at the Marquis's residence is the responsibility of the Zhan family. You shall accompany me to the Lin household to atone for our sins." Zhan Yi, feeling uneasy, interjected, "Father, you are still injured." He rose in anger, and with every step, blood surged forth from his brocade robe. After kneeling for a brief moment, Zhan Yan succumbed to unconsciousness. The following day, Marquis Zhan Yi passed away. Lin Yuan was enveloped by a cacophony of desperate cries. "Miss, awaken. How could you seek death? How am I to survive without you?" The violent shaking stirred her insides, and she suddenly opened her eyes. The little maid, Ling Er, with her fuzzy head, leaned in, tears of joy streaming down her face. "Miss, you truly terrified me. I thought I would have to accompany you to the afterlife." A profound shock coursed through Lin Yuan's heart as she surveyed her surroundings, adorned in jubilant red. Was this the day of her wedding? Without a moment to comfort Ling Er, she leapt barefoot from the bed. She pushed open the window, revealing the very room she inhabited in her past life. The hiding residence. Heaven has granted me an opportunity for vengeance, she realized. Finding herself once again in the moment she had heard of Zhan Yi's impending marriage to his beloved by Yue Guang. A time when despair had driven her to leap into the lotus pond to end her life. Little did she anticipate that after rescuing him, she would be swayed by Zhan Yu's eloquence, ultimately assisting him in bestowing grand gifts to welcome Qin Zhilan into his home. She earned a reputation for her magnanimity, unaware that this was merely the inception of a nightmare. In her previous life, she had been so foolish, scheming for a scoundrel, which not only led to her own tragic demise, but also brought ruin upon the Lin family. Lin Yuan raised her hand and fiercely struck her own face, startling Linger. The young maid urgently consoled her. "Miss, if you wish to vent your anger, please do not harm yourself. I am tough and can withstand it." Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at her devoted little maid, who, in her past life, could not bear to see her wronged, and stood up to Zhan Yi. Even enduring a beating that left her bloodied, before struggling to reach the Lin family to deliver the news. It is truly delightful to see her alive again. Without hesitation, she declared, "How could I possibly harm you? Now that I have awakened, let us settle grievances and avenge wrongs. Go summon the matriarch of the Zhan family." Linger hurried off to deliver the message, and soon, the Zhan family arrived in haste. Leading the way was Zhan Yi, whose face bore a hint of concern. After all, the Lin family's life-saving elixir had yet to arrive, and Lin Yuan had passed away at an inopportune moment. With tears brimming in his eyes, he sorrowfully spoke, "My lady, you have finally awakened. It is all my fault. I should not have revealed the matter regarding Zhan on such a joyous day. If you are angry, feel free to strike me." He grasped her hand, feigning a gesture to slap his own face. His intention was merely to feign guilt, knowing well that Lin Yuan was timid and cautious and would never genuinely strike him. However, a loud voice suddenly reverberated throughout the entire room. Chapter 4, The Grand Wedding. Zhan Yi was utterly taken aback. He instinctively raised his gaze and inquired, "My lady, did you truly strike me?" Lin Yuan's heart surged with resentment. She not only desired to strike him, but even yearned to flay him alive. This scoundrel, with a heart as vile as a beast, deserved to be punished. She took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. Adopting an expression of innocent bewilderment, with tears welling in her eyes, she murmured, "You Lang. Did you not ask me to strike you? Now you claim that I have hurt you?" Zhan Yi's body stiffened, his face a mixture of pallor and green. For reasons unknown, he felt a strange sensation, as if Lin Yuan had truly intended to kill him. Yet, upon glancing at her pale, exquisite visage, adorned with tears and an appearance of pitiful grievance, he was reminded of her true nature. He quickly concealed the disdain in his eyes and hastily replied, "My lady, do not overthink it. I bear you no ill will. I merely find it surprising that your strength has suddenly increased so much." Lin Yuan thought to herself, "Indeed, it is great. This is the accumulation of a lifetime's worth of resentment." She sniffed and continued, "You Lang, I have come to a realization. Since you have already engaged in intimacy with the eldest daughter of the Qin family, I shall no longer be an obstacle for you and should relinquish my position as the young lady of the heir." Upon hearing this, Zhan Yi's heart tightened. How could this be permissible? The reason he had schemed to marry Lin Yuan was not only to obtain the life-saving elixir in her possession, but also to leverage the connections of the Lin family to pave a path for his own ascendance. Her grandfather, the esteemed chief of the Imperial Medical Institution, commanded great respect even from the emperor himself. By allying with the Lin family, he could effortlessly ascend to the position of the heir of the marquisate without any struggle. Standing behind him, the elderly matriarch of the Zhan family spoke without hesitation. "Foolish child, you have already arrived at the marquisate in a grand bridal procession, a fact well known to all. How can you claim that you will not marry?" Lin Yuan bit her lip and replied, "Matriarch, I may have entered the marquisate in a bridal sedan, but I have yet to wed the heir. This marriage can still be annulled." The matriarch furrowed her brows, fixing her gaze upon her. "What of your reputation? Even if you have not yet wed, the moment you step out of the Zhan family's door, you will be regarded as a twice-married woman." Zhan Yi interjected at the opportune moment. "Yuan, do not worry. I shall ensure you are not wronged. If you agree to let Qin Zhilan be my concubine, I will see to it that she serves you well." Lin Yuan hastily shook her head. "That cannot be. My grandfather has taught me to be kind to others since childhood. I cannot obstruct another's path. Yulong, I wish to support you and Miss Zhilan. Since it is known that I have already married into the marquisate, surely it is acceptable for me to have a new groom?" A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd at her words. The second wife of the family spoke first. "Miss Lin, your status is esteemed. Which young man in our household do you believe is worthy of you?" He responded without hesitation. "If Yuan cannot accept Zhilan, we can postpone our matters for now. Let us hasten to the wedding ceremony, for we must not squander the auspicious hour." As he spoke, he attempted to pull Lin Yuan outside. Old Madame Zhan chimed in. "Indeed, your is right. The wedding ceremony is of utmost importance." Lin Yuan deftly pried apart Zhan Yi's fingers, her delicate face adorned with a mocking expression. She replied nonchalantly, "Yulong, I cannot allow myself to be labeled as jealous before even entering the door. Moreover, can you bear to cause Miss Zhan any sorrow? She has already shared intimate relations with you. Should a child arise from this union, would it not invite scorn as a bastardy? Chapter 5. Remarriage. Zhan Yi nearly spewed blood and rage at her words, his fists clenched tightly, nearly striking her in the face. How dare she insult his child as a bastard? Had she a death wish? Old Madame Zhan's expression darkened ominously. She had not anticipated such turmoil on the day of the wedding. Lin Yuan's lack of decorum was astonishing, relentlessly tugging at Zhan Yi's weak points. Impatiently, she said, Yuan, this young man is full of youthful vigor. Who among us has not acted out of line? Why can you not show forgiveness? Once you step inside, if you guide him with care, he will surely heed your words, and you shall live in harmony as husband and wife. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, pondering the notion of marital harmony, of the lethal kind, perhaps. In her 2 lifetimes, she would no longer fall for such flowery rhetoric. She intended to make the scoundrels suffer under her watchful gaze, ensuring they would remain forever unfulfilled in their desires, and that would bring her true satisfaction. With feigned gentleness, she remarked, Old Madam, Yuan does not wish to coerce the young master. Surely you have heard that a forcibly twisted fruit is not sweet. Possessing his body without capturing his heart holds no meaning. Zhan Yi hastily assured her, My heart belongs entirely to you. Could you please cease this nonsense? Let us hurry to the altar. Lin Yuan shook her head, replying, You do not truly mean that. I know you married me out of necessity. At the banquet, you rescued me from drowning. To protect my reputation, you had no choice but to propose to the Lin family. How could I impose upon you? Zhan Yi was on the verge of tears. He was not wronged at all. This was precisely his scheme. He instinctively questioned, What exactly do you desire? Without hesitation, Lin Yuan stated, Since the bridal chamber is already prepared, and I have entered the Zhan family, why not marry Lord Zhan Yi? The old matriarch of the Zhan family felt a sudden constriction in her throat and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Trembling, she asked, Whom do you wish to marry? Lin Yuan smiled sweetly, Lord Zhan Yi, the father of the heir. The prospect of a daughter-in-law marrying her father-in-law would undoubtedly become the foremost topic of gossip in the court. In public and private, they would find it impossible to hold their heads high. The old matriarch rebuked, Preposterous. The lord was injured during the Battle of Jingyuan. It is a well-known fact in the capital that he cannot fulfill his marital duties. That is precisely why he adopted you as his son. How can you marry him? I refuse to allow it. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes, having lived a second life. She understood better than anyone that although Zhan Yi was not Lord Zhan Yi's biological son, he was indeed the old matriarch's true grandson, born from her youthful liaison with a cousin from the clan. She coveted the title of the Marquis and sought to ensure that her bloodline could inherit it with legitimacy. Poor Marquis Zhan remained oblivious, believing that his mother was merely concerned for his health and, unable to bear children of his own, had adopted Zhan Yi into the family. She inhaled deeply. In her previous life, the old lady of the Zhan family had shown favoritism towards Zhan Yi. Even when she was fully aware that he and Chen Zhilian were conspiring against her, she acted as an accomplice, incessantly whispering in her ear, "You has rescued you from the water, and this signifies a bond of flesh and blood. You have no choice but to marry him." She relentlessly shattered her resolve, forcing her into a position of submission. Yet, in the end, she lost her life. Not only did the old woman feel no remorse, but she even sent all the medicinal items from her dowry meant for recuperation to Chen Zhilian, ensuring her peace during pregnancy. Such a venomous matron could not go unpunished. Chapter 6. Incompleteness. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present changed dramatically. "No, this cannot be agreed to," Zhan Yi hastily urged. "Ihan, do not act impulsively. My father has a hidden ailment that is well known. Marrying him would mean leading a life of mourning." Lin Ihan tilted her head with charming defiance. "He bears an ailment, and my reputation suffers. Doesn't that make us a perfect match? I care not for a life of mourning. Why should the heir be so anxious?" Anger flushed Zhan Yi's exquisite features, yet he found himself at a loss for words. His pleading gaze sought out the old lady of the Zhan family, who, with furrowed brows, finally spoke. "Ihan, are you truly willing to marry my son Zhan Yan, undeterred by his physical shortcomings?" Lin Yuan nodded emphatically, declaring, "Indeed." Zhan Yi fights valiantly on the battlefield and suffers for the emperor, earning the title of the war god of our dynasty. To marry him is a choice I willingly embrace. Her resounding declaration left Zhan Yi's complexion paling. as he realized that this heir of the Marquis was deemed inferior to a physically impaired eunuch. Lin Yuan's intention was not to wed his father, but rather to humiliate him deliberately. Old Madame Zhan swiftly reached a conclusion. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to retain Lin Yuan within the Marquis. If she could not become a granddaughter-in-law, then she would settle for a daughter-in-law, ensuring that the fine treasure in her possession would ultimately benefit herself. With this realization, her expression finally softened. She never had the chance to witness it until her untimely demise. Now, with the opportunity to become his wife, she would firmly secure him as her ally. Shortly thereafter, a rapid series of footsteps echoed from outside. Lin Yuan's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. As she clutched the silk handkerchief tightly, her clear, watery eyes daringly gazing towards the entrance. A tall figure strode into the room, exuding an innate aura of lethal authority that sent a shiver through those present. He was strikingly handsome, his cold gaze oppressive, leaving no room for evasion. Zhan Yi was the first to bow in respect, stating, "Son pays his respects to father." He stammered, "Miss Lin, she wishes to remarry." Zhan Yan furrowed his brow, casting an irritable glance at Lin Yuan, his face etched with frost. Despite the turmoil within, Lin Yuan maintained her composure, exuding an air of tranquility. She calmly remarked, "Why does the Marquis not inquire about my reasons for remarrying? Your esteemed son has entangled himself with another woman, coercing me to consent to her entry into our home. If you were in my position, would you still choose to marry him?" Chapter 7. Marrying the father. Zhan Yi anxiously interjected, "Father, please allow me to explain. Miss Jilan has shown kindness to me, and having received your guidance since childhood, I must repay her kindness. Surely, you would not wish for your son to be ungrateful?" Zhan Yan sat rigidly in his chair, his expression grave and displeased. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Since Miss Lin desires to remarry, the Marquis shall prepare a compensation as a gesture of goodwill for you." Lin Yuan lowered her gaze and replied, "I do not seek compensation. My intended is none other than you, Marquis." Zhan Yan was taken aback, his previously tranquil heart suddenly stirred by tumultuous waves. To conceal his emotional upheaval, he clenched his fist tightly within his robe. Struggling to suppress the surge of intense feelings, he furrowed his brow and questioned her. "Have you truly considered this? I am flawed. Marrying me means you must endure the solitude of an empty house." With unwavering determination, Lin Yuan nodded. "I shall have no regrets." Zhan Yan then rose. "Very well. Let the household prepare for the wedding ceremony." Following the nuptial rites, Lin Yuan officially became the lady of the Marquis. Zhan Yan led her into the ink hall and thereafter retreated to the front courtyard to attend to official matters. His demeanor as cold and distant as if he had never been present at all. Yet, Lin Yuan remained unfazed. As long as she could exact her revenge, she would not mind living as a widow or even serving as a maid by Zhan Yan's side. She hastily summoned Linger, saying, "Come with me to the old lady's courtyard. Is it not true that the eldest son wishes for Qin Zhilan to marry into the Marquis' residence on the same day as me? As his mother, it is only natural that I should advocate for him." Linger, in disbelief, gazed at Lin Yuan, reaching out to touch her forehead, anxiously inquiring, "Miss, are you feverish?" Lin Yuan removed her hand, chiding, "Is that so? You still call me miss. I am now the lady of the Marquis' residence." Linger clapped her mouth, acknowledging, "Indeed, it is my fault. I should refer to you as madam. However, madam, Qin Zhilan is your rival in love. How can you assist the heir in proposing to her?" She led Linger to the old lady's courtyard, where they overheard Zhan Yu pleading, "Grandmother, what shall we do about Zhilan? It was promised that she would be welcomed into the residence today. If I do not go, she will be heartbroken. And should she suffer from her illness because of it, the blame would fall upon me." Both old lady Zhan and Zhan Yu stared at her in astonishment, questioning what her true intentions were. She ought to despise Qin Zhilan the most. Otherwise, how could she possibly endure marrying the flawed Zhan Yi, the Marquis? Zhan Yu retorted coldly, "I cannot believe you would be so benevolent as to actively assist me in courting Zhilan." Lin Yuan frowned and reprimanded. "How dare you speak like that, Zhan Yu? Is this how you address your mother? Is this the upbringing instilled by the Zhan Yi household?" Zhan Yu's face flushed red. He had always been acutely aware that he was not the biological son of the Marquis, which made him particularly sensitive to reputation and decorum. Thus, in public, he presented himself with poise and courtesy, never daring to err. Unexpectedly, as Lin Yuan entered, she immediately delivered a sharp rebuke, accusing him of lacking decorum, igniting a fiery wrath within him. That wretched woman sought to take revenge upon him under the guise of his mother. Overcome with a mix of shame and fury, he lashed out vehemently. Lin Yuan, what claim do you have to be my mother? Do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions in marrying my father solely to torment me, you envious harpy. Chapter 8. The rebellious son Lin Yuan smirked mockingly, then suddenly grasped a delicate handkerchief to her eyes, wailing dramatically, "Oh heavens, a disobedient son. I, your mother, have only just entered this household, and already I am being bullied. My lord, I beseech you, divorce me. I cannot endure life in the Marquis residence any longer." Her voice rang out, high and piercing, carrying far beyond the confines of the room. The elderly matriarch, realizing the potential repercussions, suddenly became aware that the Zhan family resided on the prestigious Jinli Street, surrounded by the affluent and powerful. Notably, their neighbor was none other than the beloved elder sister of the current emperor, Princess Shand. It was imperative she did not overhear. Otherwise, Zhan Yu's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. She swiftly commanded, "You quickly silence her. Do not allow her to continue her lamentations." Zhan Yu, harboring resentment towards her, immediately sprang forward with a stern countenance. Lin Yuan dodged left and right, seizing an object from the table and hurling it forcefully at him. As she threw it, she cried out, "The disobedient son seeks to harm his stepmother. Is there no law to uphold justice?" With the sound of shattered porcelain echoing through the air, she then seized a large celadon vase, prepared to continue her raucous protest. The elderly matriarch was utterly infuriated, her anxiety palpable as she urgently implored, "Put it down, quickly. That is a precious item from the Qingde kiln, a gift from the noble Yao Fei in the palace. It must not be broken." A glint of cold disdain flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. Yao Fei. She was the only daughter of the current matriarch, and in a prior life, to coerce her grandfather into treating her infertility, she had cruelly maimed her younger uncle's legs. Her uncle, a celebrated champion of the martial arts, had once been destined for a glorious future. Ever since the injury, he had been relegated to a life of despair within the confines of the family estate. A fierce hatred illuminated her visage, and her assaults grew increasingly ruthless, shattering items until the room was strewn with debris. Suddenly, she caught sight of a fleeting figure clad in blue at the entrance. A mocking smile curled her lips as she feigned instability, propelling herself forward. An expression of delight blossomed on Zhan Yu's face as he realized he had finally cornered this wretched woman. He intended to strike her until she begged for mercy. With this thought, he instinctively tightened his grip around her neck, threatening menacingly, "Wretched woman, I shall sever your tongue." Without hesitation, Lin Yuan cried out, "Husband, save me. Please rescue your pitiful wife." He abruptly released her, instinctively kneeling and bowing his head. The shards of porcelain pierced his knees, causing pain so sharp that cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He disregarded the discomfort, urgently explaining, "Father, please quell your anger. Allow me to explain." However, Lin Yuan had already rushed forward, embracing Zhan Yan's arm, her eyes blinking rapidly as tears cascaded down her cheeks. She choked back her grievances, saying, "My lord, why have you only just arrived? I was on the verge of being suffocated by our beloved son. I intended to find him a wife out of goodwill. Yet he has turned against me." Zhan Yi retorted, his eyes ablaze. "She berates me for lacking upbringing. A son is a reflection of his father. She is not merely scolding him, but striking at the very honor of his father." He assumed that such words would incite Zhan Yan's ire towards Lin Yuan, considering the matter at stake was the reputation of the Marquis. To his astonishment, Zhan Yan coldly commanded without hesitation, "Bow and apologize to your mother." Zhan Yi was instantly taken aback, instinctively asking, "Why?" The old matriarch quickly interjected, "Indeed, my lord, it is clearly you who was wronged. Why should he be made to kneel in apology?" Chapter 9. Submitting. Zhan Yan spoke in a grave tone, "Without rules, there can be no order. Yuan has spoken no falsehood. It is the father's fault if the son is not educated. In my absence during the border battles, had I enforced strict discipline, he would not dare to engage in such disgraceful conduct, entangled with another woman whilst having a fiancée." His words left the old matriarch feeling utterly humiliated. How could she not perceive that Zhan Yan was casting blame upon her? Zhan Yu's present state was entirely the result of her indulgence. Yet, this was still her own. She refrained from delving further into her thoughts, merely concealing the annoyance in her eyes as she said, "Yuer is not entangled in scandal. His affections are deep and sincere. Zhilan has devoted herself to his side, sacrificing her own well-being to care for him day and night. Can he truly be held accountable?" Zhan Yi spoke softly, Since you wish to take responsibility for Chen Zhilan, why not clarify the situation and annul the engagement with Lin Yuan? Zhan's old lady was momentarily rendered speechless, while Zhan Yi's face turned a deep shade of anger and embarrassment. They were undoubtedly enamored with the prestigious background of Lin Yuan, desiring to have both fish and bear's paw. Zhan Yan seemed to grow impatient. His voice turned cold, since the heir fails to recognize his mistakes. Let us resort to family discipline and administer the punishment of flogging. Zhan Yi trembled in fear. He knew his father all too well. After returning from the battlefield, perhaps due to physical ailments, his father's temperament had grown increasingly eccentric and violent. To endure his family's punishment was akin to losing half a life. Without further hesitation, he hurriedly bowed and confessed, "Mother, please do not hold this against your son. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I implore you to forgive me." The shards of porcelain pierced deeply into Zhan Yi's palm, igniting a tempest of rage within him. He silently vowed that in the future, he would ensure Lin Yuan would kneel before him like a dog, begging for mercy. That wretched woman, just wait and see. Lin Yuan grasped Zhan Yan's sleeve and shook it gently. "My lord, considering our dear son's sincere repentance, why not forgive him?" She was so close that the fragrance of youth enveloped him, leaving him momentarily dazed. He narrowed his elongated phoenix eyes, the depths shimmering like a fleeting galaxy. Zhan Yan looked down at her delicate fingers, a flicker of complexity crossing his face. He nodded. "Very well, I shall heed my wife's wishes." Lin Yuan beamed at him with a radiant smile and turned to lift her skirt to assist Zhan Yu. "Son, please get up. Your father has said he forgives you." Zhan Yu felt an overwhelming urge to push her away, wishing to make her experience the pain of falling amidst shattered fragments. Yet, under the piercing gaze of Zhan Yan, he dared not. All he could muster was a begrudging, "Thank you, mother." The words nearly rendered Zhan Yu faint, and he suddenly lifted his head, questioning in fury. "What did you say?" "Zhilan is a noble lady of the capital. How could she be made a concubine?" Despite the seething anger within, he refrained from pushing Lin Yuan away, especially with his father watching closely. However, Lin Yuan abruptly leaned back and cried out instinctively, "Ah!" Without hesitation, Zhan Yan reached out to catch her, the fury in his eyes nearly igniting a hole through Zhan Yu. He reprimanded sharply, "Do you not know the meaning of remorse?" Lin Yuan quickly clarified, "My lord, do not blame my son. He did not push me. It was I who lost my balance." Chapter 10. A plea for justice. Zhan Yu was infuriated, wishing he could tear apart the pretentious vixen before him. She was far too adept at acting. Previously, Lin Yuan had seemed so foolish, heedlessly accepting whatever he said. Why had she suddenly undergone such a transformation? Doubts surged within Zhan Yu, yet he dared not reveal them. He anxiously protested, "Father, I am wronged. I truly did not push her." With tear-filled eyes, Lin Yuan interjected, "Indeed, my lord, he truly did not push me. Please do not be angry." Though she spoke otherwise, her delicate visage unmistakably bore the marks of profound grievance. Without hesitation, Zhan Yan declared, "Let us heed your mother's counsel. Allow her to decide that Chen Zhilan shall be brought into the Ho residence as your concubine. You claim she is a noblewoman of the capital, yet has engaged in clandestine dealings with her betrothed. Such behavior is unbecoming of a woman of her stature. A woman of such moral depravity cannot be the wife of the heir to the Zhan Yi household." Zhan Yu felt a jolt of fear as she beheld his countenance, stark with fury, and found herself too intimidated to argue further. The matriarch, Zhan Laofu, interjected at an opportune moment, saying, "Let us proceed as the Lord has commanded. It would be prudent for Yi to deliver the betrothal gifts to the Chen residence." With that, she naturally grasped Zhan Yan's wrist and began to lead him away. His expression flickered momentarily, yet he ultimately did not resist her pull. Once their figures had vanished from the matriarch's courtyard, Zhan Yu could no longer contain her rage and demanded, "Grandmother, how could you possibly agree to such a ludicrous decision? Zhilan is the cherished woman of my heart. How can I subject her to the indignity of being a concubine?" Zhan Laofu shot her a stern glance. "Did you not observe how your father protects her? Do you truly wish to endure corporal punishment?" Zhan Yu gritted her teeth in frustration, muttering, "How can father possibly defend her? What enchantment has that wretched woman cast upon him?" Zhan Laofu waved her hand dismissively. "She is merely a flawed individual, not worthy of your concern. If you aspire to establish yourself within the court, you will need his support to pave your way. Do not provoke him any further." The elderly matriarch of the Zhan family squinted her eyes in satisfaction, saying, "My dear grandson, remember to urge him to finalize your apprenticeship with Master Fong. With the imperial examinations approaching, he is indeed the chief examiner. If you can catch his eye, you are sure to achieve remarkable results and gain the favor of the emperor." Zhan Yi promptly inquired, "What about the betrothal gifts for Zhilan?" The matriarch pointed at his head and replied, "You are always thinking of her. Rest assured, we shall take her into the manor as a concubine. Only we in the Marquisate shall know that you have offered such an abundance of betrothal gifts, which might lead others to believe you are marrying her as a wife. She shall not suffer any indignities." Zhan Yi bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, grandmother." Just after lunch, Lin Yuan heard a commotion outside the courtyard. Soon after, dozens of boxes filled with betrothal gifts were brought in, and a cheerful old maid hastily approached her, saying, "Greetings, madam. I am the maidservant, Yumama, who attends to the young master. I am here to accompany you to propose to the Qin family." Lin Yuan wore a gentle and dignified smile as she walked around the numerous boxes, curiously inquiring, "Surely, there are many fine items within?" A look of pride flashed across Yumama's face. After all, the Qin family is the maternal home of the young master's biological mother. As the saying goes, good water does not flow to outsiders' fields. Naturally, everything is of the utmost quality. In her heart, Lin Yuan couldn't help but scoff. When Zhan Yi sent betrothal gifts to the Lin family, he was far less generous. He is a master of lamenting his poverty, approaching her to express his grievances. Although his father holds the esteemed title of a valiant marquis, he is a paragon of integrity, refusing to replace their dilapidated carriage, let alone prepare a lavish betrothal gift. Surely, with her benevolent nature, Yuan would not be so concerned with such superficial formalities. Naively, she is contentedly devising plans for him, believing herself to be the only bride in the realm who can enter his household without a dowry. In her previous life, she foolishly bestowed her dowry upon Zhan Yi, allowing him to squander it on extravagant gifts, rather than being a victim of treachery. It was her own folly that led to her demise. Others climbed the social ladder upon her blood and flesh, yet she failed to discern their true natures. In this lifetime, she is determined to hold the scoundrel and the vixen firmly in her grasp, making them experience the suffering she once endured. With a sly smile, she remarked, "Might the matron have forgotten? Our young master is taking a concubine, not a wife. Such a substantial dowry. Could it be that we wish to challenge our ancestral customs and become the target of public scorn?" The matron's expression shifted dramatically. She had overlooked the fact that, to avoid favoritism towards concubines over wives, the court had established a rule since the previous dynasty. Any concubine must be received through the side entrance in a small sedan chair, with no betrothal gifts and no celebratory feasts. If one is truly valued, one must simply offer additional silver to save face. But Qin Zhilan is different. She is destined to be the legitimate wife of the young master, and this betrothal gift was originally intended for her. Without allowing her to speak, Lin Yuan declared loudly, "For the sake of our Ho residence's reputation, let these betrothal gifts be considered as coming from the Zhan family for me. After all, I am the legitimate wife of the Marquis, and when I entered the residence, there were no betrothal gifts bestowed upon me. As for Miss Chun, a sum of 30 taels of silver along with a set of garments and jewelry will suffice." Old madam, in a flurry of concern, interjected, "No, madam. How can you usurp the betrothal gifts intended for Miss Chun by the young master?" Lin Yuan's eyes widened in shock. "When I first married into the Ho residence, Zhan Yu informed me that the household was financially strained and could not afford any betrothal gifts for me, which is why I did not ask for any. Yet, he prepares lavish gifts for a concubine. Is that not a slap in the face to the Marquis? Does his wife not measure up to a mere concubine of the young master?" Old madam was nearly overcome with indignation, and as she saw the gifts being brought in, she quickly urged, "Madam, you cannot proceed this way. You must consult the old matriarch before touching those gifts." Lin Yuan resolutely replied, "There is no need to consult the old matriarch. Go directly to the Marquis and let him decide. If he is unconcerned about the reputation of the Ho residence, then let all these gifts be sent to the Qin residence." With that, she signaled to the nearby maid, Ling. Clever Linger promptly rushed to the front courtyard to seek the young master's instruction. She returned, brimming with pride, and reported, "Madam, the Marquis has decreed that the reputation of the Ho residence is paramount. You shall oversee the internal matters, and should anyone disrespect your commands, Miss Zier will handle it." Lin Yuan, taken aback, inquired, "How will Zier handle it?" With an icy demeanor, Zier replied succinctly, "Eliminate." As Grandma was startled to her core, she knew better than anyone that those surrounding Zhan Yan had emerged from a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, possessing formidable martial prowess. Particularly, this seer was a paragon among the assassins. usually as cold as ice. Yet when it came to taking lives, she displayed no hesitation whatsoever. Chapter 12. Taking a concubine, she dared not provoke her. With Zhan Yan's support, Lin Yuan commanded that dozens of dowry items be collected into her storeroom, and then instructed Ling to procure a pink dress, accompanied by 30 taels of silver. With a crescent smile, she cheerfully declared, "Let us go, for our young master seeks to take a concubine." Terrified and trembling, she pleaded, "Miss Zir, please set me down. I can walk on my own." Zir, with her brows furrowed in annoyance, retorted, "How tiresome." A chilling aura of lethal intent radiated from her, silencing Grandma instantly. With her legs already trembling to the point of instability, she resigned herself to being dragged along. The Chun family was the maternal home of the young master, with old Master Chun having secured a minor official position in the court, guarding several granaries on the outskirts of the capital. Thanks to his connections to the Duke of War, Chun Jilan, the cherished daughter of the household, had been raised in luxury since childhood, all to prepare her to become the legitimate wife of the Duke's heir. Well-versed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she gained fame for her poetry at the tender age of 7, earning the title of the only female talent of the age, aside from the princess. Her artistic skills were equally remarkable. She once created a magnificent landscape painting that remains displayed in the esteemed Wangyue Tower, which welcomes envoys from various nations. It can be said that, in the eyes of outsiders, Chun Jilan is an exceptionally remarkable woman. By sheer coincidence, she encounters a princess from a bygone dynasty, whom she confines within the dim confines of the Chun family's dungeon, exploiting her talents to enhance her own reputation. She is acutely aware of the glory that comes from achieving great military feats and the sacrifices made to rescue the emperor, leaving her with lifelong scars of valor. Gaining entry into the esteemed estate of the Marquis of Zhan Yi is no easy task. She must amass sufficient renown to secure her position as the Lady of Zhan Yu. Thus, she meticulously schemes, employing her abilities to render the former Lin Yuan utterly powerless. Reflecting on the cruel treatment she endured in her past life, Lin Yuan, seated within an opulent carriage, smirks derisively. With her gaze cast down upon the pink garments beside her, she muses, "Chun Jilan, entering as a concubine, surely this outcome is quite unexpected for you." Before long, the voice of Lingo resonates from outside, "Madam, we have arrived at the Chun residence." Lin Yuan lazily squints her eyes. "The heir takes a concubine. Let the proper fanfare commence. Bring forth the drums and gongs at once." Linger promptly calls out, "Drums and gongs, rise." In an instant, the entrance of the Chun residence is alive with the thunderous sound of drums, creating a vibrant spectacle. Those familiar with the insignia of the carriage quickly explain, "Isn't that a distinguished guest of the Marquis of Zhan Yi? Surely, the dashing young heir intends to take Miss Chun as his wife." The crowd, astonished, stares wide-eyed in disbelief, questioning, did he not just marry the eldest daughter of the Lin family yesterday? How can he be marrying again? The man impatiently remarked, "Surely you do not understand? Wealthy families can indeed afford to take concubines. Moreover, this young lady from the Chun family is highly esteemed and has long been entangled with that young lord. Their relationship is as sweet as honey, and she must surely be the favorite choice for the position of the Marquis's wife." The crowd instinctively chimed in, "Indeed. It is said that this young lady from the Chun family possesses a beauty akin to that of a celestial being, and the young lord can hardly bear to be apart from her." The man then proclaimed, "This is a match made in heaven, a perfect pairing." Chapter 13. A perfect pairing. Lin Yuan, nestled within the carriage, listened intently and scoffed. A perfect pairing? Perhaps it is more fitting to say a harlot paired with a dog. Observing the throngs gathered at the Chun residence, she gracefully rose and descended from the carriage. At the sight of her, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Heavens! Is this the esteemed lady from the Marquis of Zhan Yi's household? She is astonishingly beautiful, adorned in a luxurious crimson brocade gown, complemented by a ruby headdress. She was truly breathtaking. Her formidable presence further captivated those around her, silencing the previously boisterous crowd. Linger exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yuan and, clearing her throat, announced in a melodious voice, the talented young lady from the Chun family. "We welcome our esteemed Lady Lin Yuan of the Marquis of Zhan Yi's household, here to receive her as a concubine." The crowd gasped in astonishment, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. What? A concubine? Yet, those quick to react soon sensed the incongruity. Wasn't the young lord supposed to have wed yesterday? How had the situation suddenly transformed into one of the Marquis's wife? It should indeed be referred to as the heir's lady of the. Upon hearing the discussions among the crowd, Linger pressed her hand down and stated, "You may not be aware, but due to an unexpected event yesterday, my young lady has just been married to the father of the heir, who is now known as the Marquis of Zhan Yi, thus becoming the lady of the." After saying this, she assisted Lin Yuan and hurried towards the Chun residence. Meanwhile, in the back courtyard, unaware of the truth, Chun Zhilan was busy showcasing her embroidered handkerchief when Madame Chun rushed over to share the news. "Zhilan has gone to great lengths to welcome you into their household." Chun Zhilan was so excited that she nearly pricked her finger while stitching, and as blood droplets began to surface, Madame Chun was filled with concern. She took a silk handkerchief to wipe her finger and said, "Once you enter you need not concern yourself with such needlework. The is abundant in wealth and luxury, so you may simply await a life of ease." Chun Zhilan, feeling shy, lowered her gaze and inquired, "Mother, has brother you come personally to escort me to the?" Madame Chun was momentarily taken aback and shook her head. "I do not inquire into such details. I heard that the had come to fetch you, so I hurried to inform you. Quickly change into your wedding attire and have them wait outside for a moment." Chun Zhilan promptly commanded her maid to bring forth the splendid red wedding gown that had been prepared in advance and hastily applied her makeup. Her ethereal beauty was further accentuated by the vibrant red dress, making her truly captivating. Madame Chun looked on with great satisfaction and adjusted the coral hairpin in her hair, remarking, "The heir has come in quite a rush, without even the chance to summon the lady I had arranged to be present." Chun Zhilan comforted softly, "Even without Lady Quan, my brother you and I will fare splendidly. He cherishes me dearly, ensuring that I endure not a hint of grievance. Did you not see?" The foolish Lin matron rushed in eagerly to greet the groom. Lady Chun nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, my daughter's marriage shall undoubtedly proceed smoothly and harmoniously." As her words faded, an elderly maid stumbled into the room, exclaiming, "Madam, miss, it is bad news." Lady Chin's expression darkened instantly, and she admonished sharply, "How dare you utter such inauspicious words on this joyous day?" The maid, frightened, turned pale and stammered, "The wife of the Marquis has entered the rear courtyard." Lady Chun was momentarily taken aback, incredulity etched on her features. Is there not only one matron in the Marquis household? Since when has there been a Marquis wife? Before she could fully comprehend, Lin Yuan stepped in, supported by Linger, and with a narrowed gaze declared, "Madame Chun, I have come to escort the bride on behalf of my family as heir." Chapter 14. Meng Lang. Just as Chun Zhilan was draping her crimson veil, she was jolted into disbelief and demanded sharply, "How can it be you who comes to receive the bride? Where is my brother you?" Lin Yuan smiled with a glimmer in her eye. "Miss Chun, as a renowned talent of the capital, could you not exercise a modicum of decorum? To refer to an unrelated man as brother while being sheltered in seclusion is rather reckless. Such words might provoke laughter from others." Chun Zhilan's complexion shifted between hues of green and white, her fingers gripping the veil, tightening suddenly. Lady Chun furrowed her brow, instinctively glancing behind her. Not only did she not see the bridegroom, but there was also a complete absence of the betrothal gifts. She stared in astonishment, her eyes wide. "Are you truly here as a representative of the young master to propose marriage?" Lin Yuan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Madame Chun then inquired sharply, "Why did you not bring the betrothal gifts? The young master had promised as many as 50. Lin Yuan lowered her gaze and chuckled softly. "Oh dear, I completely forgot. I shall have someone fetch them at once." Only then did Madame Chun's expression soften slightly. It turned out the gifts had simply not yet been brought in. Instinctively, she cast a glance at her daughter, signaling her to remain calm. Even in the absence of the gifts, the grandeur of the betrothal would suffice. Aunt Zhang, trembling with trepidation, reluctantly stepped forward, feeling cold sweat trickle down her back. Madame Chun recognized her immediately and rushed to support her arm with a smile, inquiring, "Why, it is Aunt Zhang herself who has come. Is the young master unwell?" Aunt Zhang could not respond. She had been suspended in midair by Zier and had just now managed to regain her footing, her legs feeling weak. She quickly retrieved a banknote from her sleeve, stating, "This is the betrothal gift for Miss Chun." Afterward, she presented a bundle from her back. "Miss Chun may wear this garment on her wedding day." Madame Chun instinctively reached out to take it, her face filled with suspicion. She had never anticipated that the promised 50 gifts would be reduced to merely a banknote. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Chun Zhilan's heart, once filled with joy, now plummeted into disappointment. Seeing Madame Chun about to unfold the banknote, she hurriedly lunged forward to intervene. Do not touch it. Lin Yuan raised her brow in confusion. Miss Chun, do you not wish to marry our heir? Suddenly, Lin Yuan broke into laughter. Miss Chun, when has it ever been the heir's prerogative to make decisions for the... Chen Jilan's expression turned pale in an instant. Indeed, it was the Duke of Zhan Yi who held authority over the... Yet, it was not for her, Lin Yuan, to dictate matters. She had merely entered a day earlier than herself. What audacity! She gritted her teeth and retorted, that privilege does not belong to you either. Lin Yuan shook her head. Dear Mama, I suspect that both Miss Chun and Madam Chun remain unaware of the situation. Do inform them of my standing, to prevent any misunderstandings. Mama Lu wore a look of grievance, lamenting why she had to bear the burden of offending others. She truly regretted taking on this duty. She must have been cursed with misfortune for 8 lifetimes. Chen Jilan nearly stumbled in shock. How had she become a concubine? No, that was impossible. She needed to confront Zhan Yi for clarification. With a swift motion, she tore off her bright red veil and stumbled towards the exit. Lin Yuan spoke coolly. Miss Chun, you must consider carefully. Once you step beyond the Chun family's threshold, you shall never again cross the gates of the... I am now the mother of the heir, and I shall decide his marriage. Chapter 15. Humiliation. Chen Jilan's entire body stiffened. She realized that this vile woman was seeking revenge against her. She quickly approached Lin Yuan and said, Miss Lin, I understand that you do not wish for me to vie for the heir's affection, and you harbor resentment towards me. However, you must recognize that it is the heir who has persistently pursued me, leaving me no choice but to reluctantly agree to marry him. She was inherently delicate, and in her current state, with tears streaming down her face, she appeared even more pitiable. She believed that by presenting such a woeful visage, she would soften Lin Yuan's heart. However, she was oblivious to the fact that Lin Yuan, having endured torment at her hands in a past life, had now transcended her previous sufferings and discerned the venomous intentions behind her facade. Feigning reluctance, Lin Yuan spoke. Miss Chen, I wish to elevate your status. But the Marquis is aware of your entanglement with the heir, despite knowing that he is already betrothed. Such behavior reflects poorly on your character. Her words pierced through Chen Jilan like a dagger, leaving her utterly humiliated, instantly shedding her submissive demeanor. Chen Jilan retorted with palpable anger. You must be doing this out of spite, to humiliate me, for otherwise, how could the Marquis consent to allow the heir to take me as a concubine? How could a distinguished talent of the capital endure such indignity? Lin Yuan slammed a banknote onto the table with force. 30 taels for your status as a concubine, severing all ties with the Chen family, along with a set of pink ceremonial attire to enter the Marquis's residence as a concubine. If you refuse, I shall not compel you. Henceforth, you may as well forget about entering the Zhan family door again. Chen Jilan staggered back in shock, her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves. She had never anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. It was supposed to be a simultaneous entry into the Marquis's residence as co-wives, yet suddenly, Lin Yuan had become the Marquis's lady. If she were to enter the residence, would she not become her own mother-in-law? The transformation from rival to mother-in-law was utterly ludicrous. Madam Chen could not help but exclaim, Miss Lin, why would you forsake the esteemed position of a noble lady to marry a man of such imperfections? Is this not akin to living as a widow? Standing behind Lin Yuan, Zier's face suddenly darkened with an aura of menace, her grip tightening instinctively around the hilt of her sword. Yet, Lin Yuan raised her voice sharply. What are you insinuating, Madam Chen? My lord has achieved remarkable military feats, and it is due to his efforts that we enjoy such stability and peace in our realm. Even if he bears an affliction, he should not be subjected to scorn. Speak of his flaws again, and I shall ensure you experience a similar fate. Her tone was laced with an edge that sent a chill down Madam Chen's spine, rendering her drenched in cold sweat. Stammering, she retorted, I was merely stating the facts. Lin Yuan stepped forward, her presence commanding as she approached Madam Chen. My lord shares a bond of life and death with the emperor. To insult him is to insult the emperor himself. His wounds are the result of saving the emperor. Madam Chen trembled, realizing the gravity of her words. Such accusations could lead to severe consequences. The courtyard was crowded with onlookers, and it was entirely possible that word would reach the palace. Should the emperor take offense, the Chen family could not withstand the repercussions. She raised her hand and struck her own mouth, exclaiming, I was wrong. My words were reckless. I beg you, Miss Lin, to forgive my folly. Lin Yuan's voice was firm as she reminded her, do not address me as Miss Lin. I am Madam Yan. She deliberately placed the Yan title before her name, signifying her respect for the Yan family. Madam Chen nodded fervently. Yes, Madam Yan, I implore you to forgive my indiscretion. Upon witnessing her mother's constrained and wretched demeanor, Zhan Yi's heart surged with an overwhelming sense of resentment, for it was she who ought to bask in the splendor of authority. Chapter 16. Distress. With the formidable support of the elderly matriarch above her and the adoration of Zhan Yi below, as long as she could gain entry into the Duke's residence, she would ascend to the esteemed status of the esteemed consort of the heir. Only by securing a place on the battlefield could she vanquish her foes. With a gaze that concealed her murderous intent, Zhan Yi choked out, "Very well, I agree to marry into the Duke's residence as the heir's concubine." She believed this would grant her a chance for redemption, enduring the humiliation to comply. Lin Yuan smirked, knowing that Zhan Yi was blissfully unaware that the path she tread was not one of grandeur, but rather a descent into hellish tribulation. Slowly she spoke. "Since Miss Qin has given her consent, let Lingo prepare her." Yet Linger, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards Zhan Yi, had no knowledge of how to assist with her adornment. Seizing the rare opportunity, she resolved to torment her thoroughly. Without hesitation, she reached up and yanked the red coral hairpin from Zhan Yi's hair. The sudden pain elicited a piercing scream from Zhan Yi. Witnessing her daughter's humiliation at the hands of a mere servant, Madame Qin rushed forward to confront her. "How could a clumsy servant like you possibly assist with hairdressing?" Lingo pouted in grievance. "Madam, Miss Qin finds me distasteful." Zhan Yi instinctively defended herself. "I do not." "Your actions are too rough. You have torn my hair." Linger replied earnestly, "But it is my lady's hair that I style, and just look how splendid it is." In order to showcase the grace and poise befitting the lady of the house, Lin Yuan meticulously styled her hair into a sophisticated updo before stepping out. Exuding an air of elegance and charm, Zhan Yi, rendered speechless, cast a desperate glance toward her mother for help. Linger, visibly displeased, muttered, "My lady has never looked down on me. Why should the delicate daughter of the Chun family be treated with such disdain?" Despite harboring a deep-seated resentment, she knew she must swallow her pride for now. Once they arrived at the Ho residence, she would seek justice from the venerable Lady Zhan. With this thought in mind, she wiped away her tears and said, "I appreciate your help, Miss Linger." Linger narrowed her eyes and smiled. "That's the spirit." She then proceeded to discard the ornate hairpins adorning Zhan Yi's head, and as she inserted a simple silver pin, Madame Qin could no longer contain her concern, anxiously inquiring, "On such a joyous occasion, might this attire be deemed too plain?" Linger raised an eyebrow dismissively. "She is merely a concubine. How could she possibly overshadow Our Lady?" Madame Qin stiffened, but refrained from further protest. As Linger transformed Zhan Yi's delicate visage into that of a grotesque clown, painting her lips into a gaping maw and applying rouge so thickly on her cheeks that it resembled fortress walls, accompanied by excessively bold and long brows, she appeared nothing short of a frightful specter. Whose bride could possibly look like this? Upon witnessing the transformation, Madame Qin nearly rolled her eyes back in disbelief. Trembling, she exclaimed, "Madame Yan, will you truly allow your maid to torment my daughter in such a manner? She is to marry into the Ho family as a concubine, not to become a ghoul." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "She need not marry. It is not too late for Madame Qin to refuse now." Chapter 17. Entering the mansion, Madame Qin was about to speak when she was interrupted by Zhan Yi. "Mother, there is no need to argue further. I am resolute in my decision to marry the crown prince." Madame Qin's eyes reddened with sorrow as she quickly stepped forward, gripping her daughter's wrist tightly. Lin Yuan observed their deep maternal bond with a cold gaze, reflecting that while Madame Qin's daughter is cherished, others could be easily trampled upon. As the saying goes, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Neither of them were virtuous individuals. In her previous life, to hasten Zhan Yi's conception, they even resorted to procuring seductive potions from the brothels. That predatory concoction truly manipulated Zhan Yi, ensnaring him in her chamber for 5 days and nights, neglecting his duties. Consequently, he missed the crucial imperial examinations, and the responsibility was unjustly placed upon her by the elder Madame Zhan, who blamed her for hindering Zhan Yi's future. Ultimately, she had to beseech her grandfather, resulting in Zhan Yi receiving the position of Assistant Minister of Revenue without undergoing the rigorous selection process. Reflecting on this, she recalled her steadfast grandfather, who, in her past life, humbly implored the emperor for her sake, something he never did for others. Yet, these leeches before her continued to enjoy the benefits she had once bestowed upon them. How could they deserve such fortune? Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan felt a surge of resentment bubbling within her. She calmly stated, "Since Miss Chun is already prepared, let us depart the mansion." Madame Chun commanded without hesitation. "Bring forth the dowry of the eldest young lady, and ensure that every item is accounted for. Not a single piece must be overlooked." Lin Yuan suddenly laughed. "Madame Chun, do you truly comprehend the rules? As a concubine, I possess neither a bride price nor a dowry. Furthermore, you have already received 30 taels as a buyout, severing any ties with her. Surely, there is no need for this lady to remind you." Madame Chen's face turned a ghastly hue as she clutched the silk handkerchief tightly, exclaiming, "But the Chen family is still her maternal home." Lin Yuan's gaze turned icy, and she chose to ignore her, striding confidently towards the exit. Chen Zhilan was taken aback and disregarded Madame Chen's attempts to stop her, pursuing Lin Yuan instead. "Madam, please do not be angry. I no longer require a dowry. I shall accompany you to the Ho residence." Lin Yuan halted, stating, "This is your choice. In the eyes of the public, do not turn around and cast blame upon me." Chen Zhilan clenched her jaw in frustration. In order to gain entry to the Ho residence, she had no choice but to abandon the Chen family. Nodding firmly, she declared, "Zhilan shall no longer have any dealings with the Chun household." Lin Yuan's expression softened slightly as she replied, "Since you wish to become the heir's concubine, you must serve him wholeheartedly and must not allow your maternal family to burden him." Chen Zhilan tightened her grip, a surge of resentment choking her throat. How could she not understand that Lin Yuan's actions aimed to ensure the Chen family could no longer seek favors from the Ho residence? She truly was calculating. However, these humiliations would be but temporary. No one could stand in her way. At that moment, the gates of the estate swung open, and outside, the sound of gongs resonated with a rhythmic clang. Amidst the cacophony, voices erupted, proclaiming, "The heir of the Zhan family, Zhan Yi, has taken Chen Zhilan as his concubine." With a pallid visage, Chen Zhilan shuffled backward, her once gentle eyes now transforming into a fierce and menacing glare. She dared not raise her head, fearing that others might witness her grotesque and exaggerated appearance. The pink silk gown clung to her like a branding iron, searing her skin with its torment. She longed to shed this garment, yet fear held her captive. To gain entry into the Marquis's residence, she must endure this humiliation. Chapter 18. Treading on dust after an arduous journey to the opulent carriage, she believed her hellish ordeal was nearing its conclusion. As she lifted her foot to board, she was abruptly halted by Zir, who stood brandishing a sword. With tear-filled eyes, Chen Zhilan implored, "Why may I not ascend?" Zir's countenance remained icy as she commanded, "Step back." Sensing the chilling aura of menace emanating from Zir, Chen Zhilan instinctively retreated a half-step. At that moment, Linger arrived, assisting Lin Yuan onto the carriage. Chen Zhilan thought to herself, "Surely, it is now my turn?" Yet Zir's terse command echoed, "Run." Before Chen Zhilan could comprehend the meaning, the carriage jolted to life. Caught off guard, she was enveloped in a cloud of dust as the wheels churned the earth beneath them. She stifled her tears, terrified that any display of emotion would mar her makeup, rendering her unfit to face the world. At that juncture, Mama Ru approached her and remarked, "Miss Chun, you ought to pursue the carriage. All matters shall be addressed once you meet the heir." The venerable matriarch could not bear to witness the disgrace brought upon the Chen family by Lin Yuan, her daughter-in-law's maternal family. With a clenched fist, she hastened to follow the old matron towards the Marquis's residence. Chen Zhilan never imagined that she would one day find herself in the company of servants. Though the two families were not far apart, each step felt like a trial, her legs heavy and her knees trembling. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Chen family, unaccustomed to such toil. Yet, this was not the most excruciating aspect. The whispers surrounding her only served to deepen her humiliation. People remarked, "Behold, this is the fate of one who disregards the virtues of a wife." Once a paragon of refinement in the capital, now reduced to a mere concubine due to her moral failings. Soon, another voice echoed the sentiment, "Indeed, shameless. Despite her usual haughty demeanor, she is nothing but a despicable woman who lures men." Upon hearing such taunts, Chen Zhilan felt a wave of shame wash over her, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Her lifelong reputation lay in ruins that very day, all due to that wretched Lin Yuan. Once she entered the residence, she vowed to exact her vengeance upon her. As she approached the threshold of the Marquis's mansion, her heart swelled with hope. Quickening her pace, she thought that seeing the heir would bring an end to her grievances. Suddenly, she felt a darkness envelop her, accompanied by a foul stench wafting towards her. Instinctively, she reached up to her head, only to discover a large, unsightly mass of filth. She immediately bent over in disgust, retching violently, her furious gaze piercing through the crowd of onlookers. Who is responsible for this? The crowd, filled with disdain, replied, "You, a woman so hypocritical and filthy, deserve nothing less than to be doused in excrement." Zhan Yi trembled in fear. She dared not hesitate and hastily rushed towards the estate. However, upon reaching the entrance, she was halted by the doorkeeper wielding a stick. With faces twisted in contempt, they remarked, "Miss Zhan is tainted with filth. We cannot allow such bad luck to enter the estate. Perhaps a dip in the nearby water bucket would suffice." Zhan Yi was taken aback. To be submerged in a water bucket in public? Was this not akin to being stripped bare on the street? Lin Yuan's cruelty knew no bounds. Without further hesitation, she cried out hoarsely, "Young master, I implore you to come to my rescue. Can you bear to witness such humiliation inflicted upon me?" Her tears flowed like rain on a pear blossom, sorrowfully poignant. In times past, a beauty shedding tears would surely evoke sympathy. Yet now, her smeared makeup rendered her visage akin to a ghastly specter emerging from the depths of hell. The crowd scattered in terror, muttering amongst themselves, "What sort of taste does the heir of this marquis possess? How could he forsake the ethereal Lin for such an eyesore?" Zhan Yi's weeping stifled. She was not ugly. She truly was not. She hurried to the large water vat and beheld a terrifying reflection. Without a moment's delay, she plunged her head into the water. After scrubbing herself vigorously, she finally felt a semblance of relief. However, when she lifted her head once more, she encountered a dilemma. Her garments had become thoroughly soaked. It was simply unthinkable to enter the Duke's residence in such a disheveled state. Furrowing her brow, she directed her gaze toward the doorman standing nearby and commanded in a low voice, "Quickly fetch me a change of clothes from within the estate. I shall commend you to the heir, and you shall receive your due reward." The doorman, however, dared not act on his own accord, though he feared the heir. He was well aware that this estate belonged to the formidable Duke of War. Furthermore, he had received explicit instructions from Lin Yuan that should Zhan Yi fall into the water bucket, she must enter the estate in her drenched attire. Without hesitation, he declined. Madame instructed that Miss Zhan need not enter the estate. Zhan Yi was nearly overwhelmed with indignation. The grand entrance of the Duke's residence loomed before her, and she was on the cusp of soaring to new heights. Why should she be barred? The more Lin Yuan, that wretched woman, sought to obstruct her, the more resolute she became. Without a moment's hesitation, she scrambled out of the bucket and rushed toward the courtyard. Just then, Zhan Yi was assisting the elderly matriarch of the Zhan family as she emerged, and upon seeing an unknown figure rushing toward them, instinctively shouted, "Quick! Stop that filthy beggar who has intruded upon us." Bam! Zhan dashed forward, delivering a kick that sent Zhan Yi tumbling several times before she finally came to a halt. A sharp taste of blood filled her throat, and she coughed it out weakly, crying, "Heir, it is I, Zhan. Old madam, how could you treat me this way?" Zhan Yi stood in stunned disbelief. He could not reconcile the sight of the filthy woman before him with his pure and virtuous sister, Zhan. Particularly upon seeing her drenched and with dark brown substances smeared in her hair, he was utterly astonished. "You, how have you come to look this way?" However, it was the elderly Lady Zhan who responded first. "You heir, why are you still dawdling? Quickly, cover her with your cloak." Zhan Yi, realizing the situation belatedly, couldn't help but feel dizzy at the sight of her soiled attire. Had she truly entered the residence in such a state, exposed for all to see? Was she not laying herself bare before everyone? As he hesitated, the elderly Lady Zhan gave him a firm shove. Only then did Zhan Yi loosen his great cloak, intending to drape it over her, but was nearly overwhelmed by the foul stench emanating from her. Disgusted, he took a step back and angrily exclaimed, "What a stench! Did you crawl out of a dung heap?" Zhan Yi, witnessing his reaction, felt an immense sense of grievance. Once, he had cherished her delicate foot, proclaiming it the most fragrant in the world. Yet now, he exhibited such disdain. Tearfully, she complained, "My lord, someone seeks to harm me. They threw dog feces at me, and I am utterly wronged." Upon hearing her cries, Zhan Yi finally regained his composure. Chapter 20. Support. Zhan Yi hurriedly reported, "I implore you, my lord, to stand up for me. It was Lin Yuan who deliberately humiliated me. She even forced me to jump into a wooden tub placed at the entrance, leading to this miserable state." Zhan Yi turned sharply to glare fiercely at Lin Yuan, standing nearby. "You wicked woman, You possess an audacity most vile. The old matriarch of the Zhan family was seething with anger, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Absurd. You have brought such disgrace upon my Zhan family's noble house. You, a poisonous woman, have tarnished our reputation. Seize her and administer 50 strikes with the rod, then make her kneel for an hour in the ancestral hall. Upon hearing this, Chen Jilan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Lin Yuan was about to suffer greatly. She raised her brows in triumph, the malice in her eyes unabashed. Yet Lin Yuan showed no sign of fear. Instead, she frowned and declared, not only should the old matriarch refrain from punishing me, but she ought to reward me. The old matriarch could hardly believe that, even at this juncture, Lin Yuan would still argue so defiantly. She could not suppress a series of cold laughs. Pray tell, how could I reward you when you have trampled upon the dignity of the marquisate before the common people? Lin Yuan spoke with calm composure. Dear matriarch, consider this. The citizens of this city are well aware that the heir has been clandestinely involved with Miss Chun, despite already being betrothed. Her words rendered Zhan Yi's face pale and ghastly, while the old matriarch's eyes brimmed with icy fury. She sternly retorted, even if everyone knows. You should not humiliate Jilan. She is a renowned female scholar in the capital. How can she hold her head high again after this? Lin Yuan countered with astonishment. So, the old matriarch intends to elevate this woman, who defies the virtues of a wife, thereby ruining the honorable reputation that Zhan Yi, the marquis, has painstakingly built? With that single remark, she rendered the old matriarch speechless. Deep down, she understood better than anyone that the entire marquisate relied on Zhan Yan's support. Since Lin Yuan had used him as a shield, she could not overtly favor Chen Jilan. Chen Jilan was momentarily taken aback. She had been awaiting Lin Yuan's punishment. Yet to her astonishment, a mere exchange of words led the venerable Lady Zhan to alter her decision. Her eloquence was indeed formidable. At that moment, Chen Jilan felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, tears cascading down her cheeks, presenting a poignant image of a wronged beauty. Zhan Yi, witnessing her plight, felt a pang of sympathy. Despite his disdain for her disheveled appearance, she remained the woman he held dear in his heart. He expressed his discontent, saying, Grandmother, Jilan has rendered kindness to your grandson. Must we treat her in such a manner that I bear the ignominy of ingratitude? Lady Zhan promptly responded, how could a grandmother allow her grandson's benefactor to suffer indignities? Let Mama Ru accompany her, and I shall assist in selecting 4 attentive maidservants to serve her dutifully. Furthermore, let her reside in your Tao Yi residence. Does this satisfy you? Zhan Yi's expression softened. He believed this was the treatment Chen Jilan rightfully deserved. Without further hesitation, he commanded others to assist Chen Jilan away. As for why he did not approach her personally, it was simply due to his aversion to her unpleasant odor. It was utterly exasperating. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, did not voice any objections, having just entered this den of fire. She was prepared to stoke the flames at will. Chapter 21. Filial piety. Lin Yuan was almost amused by the notion of filial piety. Was it to personally administer a bowl of barren medicine to her? Or to physically push her into a pond, then feign innocence with a pitiful demeanor? Perhaps confining her to a cold woodshed, allowing rodents to scurry about, watching them gnaw at her toes and burrow beneath her? She suddenly glared with fierce intensity. Yet her delicate face bore a trace of a cold, detached smile. With narrowed eyes, she declared, rest assured, old madam, now that I have become the marquis's wife, I shall certainly guide him in raising a worthy son and daughter-in-law. After a brief pause, she hastily added, but Chen Jilan is a concubine, so she shouldn't really count as a daughter-in-law. The old madam, enraged to the point of nearly spitting blood, let out a cold snort and swiftly turned to leave. Curiously, she inquired, where is Zier? Why have I not seen her? Linger scratched her head in confusion. She was just here fetching water. How is it that she has vanished now? Lin Yuan, recalling that she was sent by the Marquis Zhan, presumed she must have gone to report to him and did not press further. She nestled into the bath, relishing the rare moment of tranquility. Meanwhile, in the study of the front courtyard, Zier stood respectfully before the stern and austere Zhan Yan. Although his piercing gaze was fixed on the documents before him, his ears were clearly attentive. Zier cautiously spoke. When Madame Chen scolded you, she was quite furious, stating that you are loyal to the nation and dedicated to the emperor. Anyone who looks down upon you is insulting the emperor himself, which is a grave crime leading to the destruction of one's family. Zhan Yan inquired, maintaining his composure. And then, though he remained silent, the corners of his lips subtly curved upwards. Zier continued, Madame also mentioned that she wishes everyone to refer to her as Lady Yan, asserting her position as your wife. Zhan Yan's wrist trembled slightly, causing the brush in his palm to smear a substantial blot of black ink across the document. Zir raised her eyes in astonishment. My lord, are you not going to reside in the inner courtyard? Zhan Yan hesitated for a moment before slowly replying, to remarry me. A man with a broken body is merely a fleeting whim of hers. I cannot ruin her reputation through my own lack of self-awareness. Once she has completed her affairs, she should depart from the marquisate with her honor intact. A pang of sorrow flashed through Zia's heart, yet she understood her place and dared not speak further. After respectfully bowing, she swiftly turned and left. Zhan Yan picked up the brush to dip it in ink once more, only to find that his sleeve had also become stained. Unconsciously, a vision of her, grasping his sleeve with a mischievous and lively demeanor, surfaced in his mind, causing his brow to soften involuntarily. Even the corners of his lips curved into a smile. Perched in the tree outside, the shadow guard, Yi, nearly lost his balance in shock. What was happening? The lord was actually smiling after Zir had departed? Such a phenomenon was nearly unheard of. The entire court recognized that the Marquis of War was a fierce and unyielding warrior, rarely seen smiling, his countenance perpetually cold. Even in the presence of the emperor, he maintained a distant demeanor. Why, then, had he suddenly smiled upon hearing news of that so-called benefactor? It was perplexing. Unbeknownst to Zhan Yan, Yi was utterly bewildered outside. He continued to focus his mind on handling official documents. Meanwhile, in her quarters, Lin Yuan was so fatigued that her eyelids felt as though they were about to adhere together. Leaning against the soft couch, her small head bobbed gently. Chapter 22. Restlinger felt a twinge of sympathy and approached to brighten the candlelight, saying, Madam, perhaps you should retire for the night? You have exerted yourself throughout the day and must be quite weary. Lin Yuan stared blankly with her glistening eyes, gently patting the pillow beside her and murmuring, Wait. Just a little longer, my husband. She was already exceedingly drowsy, and her voice now lacked any trace of harshness, sounding soft and delicate. Seeing her stubbornness, Linger refrained from further persuasion. As she turned to step outside, she spotted Zir standing beneath the eaves, clutching a long sword. She hurried over to inquire, Have you seen the Marquis? Now that he is married, why does he not share a chamber with her? There are countless eyes in this courtyard observing. Is he not aware that it leads others to believe Our Lady is unvalued by the Marquis? Zir frowned at her, a flicker of confusion crossing her gaze. She abruptly grasped Linger's collar and soared into the air. Linger watched her retreating figure, faintly hearing her say, I will fetch the Marquis. I know where he is. Linger suddenly broke into a smile. So, you can articulate complete sentences. It turns out you are not merely a wooden post. When Zir relayed Linger's words to Marquis Zhan Yi, he instantly rose to his feet. His movement was so vigorous that he knocked the official documents off the table. Ignoring them, he strode purposefully toward the inner courtyard. Zir quickly bent down to retrieve the papers, and when she looked up, she met Yi's sparkling eyes. Unable to contain herself, she scolded, Who are you trying to scare? Yi leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Zir, you may not know, but after you left, our master was actually laughing at the soiled cuffs. Zir was momentarily taken aback. He laughed. Yi nodded vigorously, remarking, Isn't it peculiar? When I first saw it, I nearly tumbled from the tree. Ever since we arrived to protect him, I have yet to witness him smile. Zir recalled her previous report to Zhan Yan regarding Lin Yuan. Though he appeared indifferent, the tension in his wrist betrayed his unease. Otherwise, he would not have allowed ink to spill onto the official document. It was evident that he held this newlywed wife in high regard. After all, who in this world would willingly marry a man with imperfections? No matter how illustrious his military achievements or how devoted he was to the nation, he was ultimately a broken man who would want to live as a widow in life. She took a deep breath and declared, Yi, regardless of the circumstances, we must ensure the well-being of the sole mistress of the Marquis's residence. We cannot allow her to suffer even the slightest injustice. Yi, filled with doubt, inquired, Do you believe our Marquis has affection for her? Yi raised his thumb in admiration, unable to restrain his praise. No one understands the master better than Zir. Zir playfully smacked his hand and then rose to chase after him. At that moment, Zhan Yan had arrived at the entrance of the inner courtyard. Staring at the flickering candlelight within, he found himself unable to take another step. Chapter 23. Hesitation. The young girl waiting inside was supposed to be his daughter-in-law. Due to the ungracious demands made on his son's wedding day, she had, in a fit of anger, married him instead. To spare her embarrassment, he could only temporarily acquiesce. Yet, she insisted on waiting for him to share a bed. What on earth was she thinking? As he observed the bluestone slabs beneath his feet nearly worn smooth, Zir, trailing behind, grew increasingly anxious. At this rate, when would they manage to navigate until dawn? By then, the soles of her master's shoes would surely be worn through. Before Zhan Yan could respond, a commotion erupted from within the room. With a loud crash, Lin Yuan emerged, her hair disheveled, dressed in a pink nightgown, and barefoot. Lin Yuan was naturally beautiful, her skin as fair as snow, her gaze radiant, especially when she smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon in the night sky. At that moment, Zhan Yan felt his breath quicken as he beheld her. His gaze fell upon her delicate, pale feet resting on the ground, prompting him to stride toward her. She instinctively reached out to untie his robe, but he startled and took a quick step back, meeting her bewildered gaze. He hastily turned his face away and declared, "I can manage on my own," understanding that he might be feeling uncomfortable. Lin Yuan did not press the matter further, but instead instructed Linger, "Is the hot water in the study ready? Let the Marquis bathe." Without hesitation, Zhan Yan interjected, "No need, I have already bathed. Otherwise, how could he have claimed to be clean?" Realizing her sudden silence, he belatedly grasped the implications of his words. At that moment, he wished he could bite his own tongue. What did he mean by having already bathed? Was it so difficult to take another? Why must he provoke her displeasure? The atmosphere in the room thickened, and even their breaths grew faint. Ultimately, it was Zhan Yan who first shattered the silence. In a calm tone, he addressed her, "Miss Lin, I have something to discuss with you." Lin Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with Linger, who promptly turned and exited, closing the door tightly behind her. She then spoke slowly, "Please, my lord, go ahead. I am listening." Zhan Yan finally mustered the words that had lingered on his tongue. "Miss Lin, knowing full well of my ailment, why do you still contemplate remarrying? Even if you insist on breaking off the engagement, I am not one to lack understanding. After all, Zhan Yu is at fault." Lin Yuan's previously tense expression suddenly transformed, revealing a glimmer of cold determination. She could not possibly break off the engagement. If she were to leave the Marquis, how could she exact her revenge upon those heartless scoundrels? In her past life, she had suffered to the point of death. In this life, she would ensure that both Zhan Yu and Chun Zhilan experienced the same agonizing torment. There were also the old matriarch and the current imperial concubine of the Zhan family to reckon with. Only Zhan Yan before her had never harmed her. She needed a sanctuary, and he was her best option. Suppressing her tumultuous thoughts, she feigned a tone of grievance. "My lord, do you think so little of me? Since I have crossed the threshold of the Marquis, there is no turning back. Otherwise, I would become the subject of ridicule among the citizens of the capital." Chapter 24. Old acquaintances. Zhan Yan suddenly comprehended that this young lady was concerned about her reputation. He quickly replied, "No one will mock you. I will take responsibility for this matter. Zhan Yu has committed wrongs and must bear the consequences. You are the most innocent party in this affair." Lin Yuan felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that he was actually aiding her? Did he not care for the reputation of Zhan Yu? If he were branded as one who betrayed his engagement, his life would be irrevocably ruined. One must ponder, if this man could so easily forsake his own vows, what else could he be trusted with? Such a mark would haunt him with lifelong disgrace. For this reason, even though Zhan Laofuran was acutely aware of Chun Zhilan's humiliation, she dared not openly defend her. She valued her dignity, and the Zhan Yiho residents valued theirs even more. As for Zhan Yu, his future was paramount. Yet, she never anticipated that Zhan Yan would be indifferent to such matters. Observing the fluctuating expressions on her face, Zhan Yan could not help but inquire, "Miss Lin, what troubles you?" He was taken aback by her stubbornness and clenched his fists tightly, stating, "However, I cannot treat you as a husband would in usual circumstances, Miss Lin. Shouldn't you consult your grandfather once more?" Lin Yuan smiled gently. "There's no need for consultation. He will undoubtedly welcome this outcome, for in his eyes, you are the guardian deity of the nation." Upon hearing the term guardian deity, a warmth stirred within Zhan Yan's heart. Realizing his momentary lapse, he swiftly turned away and proposed, "Then I shall draft a divorce decree for you." Lin Yuan was taken aback, her smile vanishing in an instant. She instinctively asked, "You wish to divorce me?" He shook his head emphatically. "No, I shall write it for you. When you decide to leave the Ho residence, you can dismiss me, thus minimizing the damage to your reputation. Such a noble-hearted man would surely advocate for her." Without hesitation, she stepped forward and grasped his wrist. "Lord, I do not require your assistance in drafting a letter of divorce. The decision I have made is not one I shall easily alter. Meeting her resolute gaze, Zhan Yan could only sigh. Very well, let us retire for the night. Lin Yuan nodded. Rest assured, my lord, I am a peaceful sleeper. She obediently settled on the inner side, her lustrous black hair cascading over the brocade pillow. Zhan Yan swiftly extinguished the candle, yet inexplicably, his heart raced with fervor. Sharing a bed, he had never envisioned that in this lifetime he would find himself lying on the same couch as this young lady. He recalled their first encounter, which had occurred in the hunting grounds. He had sustained grave injuries while attempting to capture a bear. Collapsing to the ground, he found himself unable to move. Suddenly, the young girl, armed with a small bow, charged in on a diminutive chestnut horse, her stature barely surpassing that of the animal. Upon seeing him wounded, she immediately dismounted. Her face was a mask of concern as she inquired, "What has happened to you? Where are you hurt?" Zhan Yan pointed to his ankle, and she quickly directed her attention to it. With urgency, she exclaimed, "It is a dislocated bone. I will set it right. Just bear with the pain." For reasons unknown, the typically fearless Zhan Yan found himself tensing up in anxiety. She, with a playful smile, asked, "Uncle, have you been to battle? How many enemies have you slain?" Zhan Yan thought to himself, "Am I truly that old?" Yet, upon reflection, he pondered how many lives he had taken. Surely it must number in the thousands. Chapter 25. Nightmare. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a crisp crack resounded, followed by her jubilant voice. "All right, uncle, your bones are set. Stand up and take a few steps." Zhan Yan harbored a flicker of doubt about her sincerity. Could it truly be so swift? Observing him still lying motionless, she extended her delicate hand to assist his arm. He hesitated to rely on the petite girl for support, fearing he might inadvertently harm her. With great effort, he managed to rise, only to discover that he could indeed walk. She leaned in mischievously, cautioning him, "Uncle, you must keep this a secret. Do not reveal that I set your bones." With that, she skipped away in delight. Later, when he encountered her again, she was already betrothed to Zhan Yi. He mused, what a coincidence. As long as he could protect her, even if she were to be his daughter-in-law, it would be quite agreeable. Yet, fate played a cruel trick. On the day of her grand wedding to Zhan Yi, she became his little wife. Would she resent his age? After all, she had called him uncle during her childhood. Instinctively, he turned to glance at her and, illuminated by the moonlight, he noticed her brow furrowed tightly and beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Alarmed, he immediately inquired, "Miss Lin, what troubles you?" Lin Yuan had curled up, her voice a constant whisper of fear. "It's cold. Do not push me into the water. Save me, I am scared." Zhan Yan swiftly wrapped her in a silk quilt, yet to his dismay, her lips remained pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively embraced her and dashed outside. As he reached the threshold, hesitation gripped him. The household was rife with gossip, and seeking a physician in the dead of night could undoubtedly incite their chatter. He called sharply toward the window, "Yi, fetch the physician." "Yes." Yi, not daring to delay, turned and departed. Seeing Lin Yuan still in a state of confusion, Zhan Yan could no longer concern himself with decorum and instinctively gathered her into his embrace. She buried her delicate face into his warm chest, her tears soaking his nightclothes, causing a sharp pang in his heart. A sense of guilt washed over him. He had believed the young lady would be composed in the face of the wedding's upheaval. Yet he had not anticipated that she would harbor her grievances in silence. It was all his fault for failing to guide her properly, leading her to tears. He softly reassured her, "Do not cry. As long as you are my Zhan Yan's wife, I shall protect you for as long as you dwell in this residence. I will repay what Zhan Yu owes you." Lin Yuan remained ensnared in her nightmares, her lovely face gradually suffused with hatred, an overwhelming resentment that could not dissipate. Instinctively, she opened her mouth and bit down fiercely. Suddenly, her throat filled with blood, startling her awake. She opened her eyes to meet Zhan Yan's concerned gaze. At that moment, a noise came from the window. "My lord, I have brought the physician. Shall I let him in now?" Lin Yuan felt her mind explode in realization. Had she truly bitten Zhan Yan in her nightmare? Hadn't she promised to behave while asleep? Oh, how she wished to vanish into thin air. Closing her eyes tightly, she feigned unconsciousness. At this juncture, Zhan Yan finally spoke. "Let him in." Inside the room, the flickering candlelight illuminated the figure of the medicine king, who begrudgingly slipped through the window. With a disgruntled tone, he remarked, "My lord, I am but an old man with feeble limbs. I implore you, grant me a few more days of life." Zhan Yan, deftly adjusting his loose garment, replied, "Very well. Next time, I shall allow you to enter through the door instead of the window." The Medicine King could not suppress a roll of his eyes. Was there to be a next time? Without hesitation, he advanced swiftly to take her pulse. Chapter 26. Hidden concerns. After a brief moment, his expression turned grave as he spoke. "Your young wife is beset by deep-seated worries. She has been plagued by nightmares, which, if prolonged, will severely harm her health." Zhan Yan felt an overwhelming wave of guilt wash over him, blaming the insufferable Zhan Yi for inflicting such harm and leaving her with lasting repercussions. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "What can be done to remedy this?" The Medicine King waved his hand dismissively. "There is no cure. In this world, there are remedies for physical ailments, but maladies of the heart are akin to terminal illnesses. They can only be patiently alleviated, waiting for her to release those burdensome thoughts." A deep concern flickered in Zhan Yan's eyes as he lamented softly. "Is there truly no remedy?" The Medicine King, glancing up, noticed the vivid crimson stains seeping through Zhan Yan's nightclothes. Frowning, he said, "While she may be beyond cure, you are not. Take this bottle of external medicine and apply it promptly." Zhan Yan watched as the Medicine King tossed him the vial, then turned and stormed toward the window, barking his displeasure. "Yi, swiftly escort this old man outside." At his call, Yi appeared, grasped the Medicine King's collar, and vanished through the window. Zhan Yan gazed at Lin Yuan, who lay with her eyes tightly shut, his expression a tapestry of complexity. "Miss Lin, are you awake?" She hastily opened her eyes, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features as she replied, "I apologize. I hadn't anticipated having a nightmare, and I bit you. May I tend to your wound?" He promptly declined, saying, "No need. Such a minor injury is inconsequential. However, what shall we do about your troubled heart?" I, too, was kept in the dark by the old lady regarding Zhan Yu's impending marriage. Lin Yuan exhaled deeply, realizing he believed her distress stemmed from Zhan Yu's betrothal. Fortunately, he had not uncovered her secret. It seemed she must remain vigilant in the future, ensuring her slumber was not too deep to avoid falling into the nightmares of past grievances, revealing her true self. She swiftly masked her genuine emotions, stating, "You needn't blame yourself, and please refrain from calling me Miss Lin in the future. Should outsiders hear you, they might think I lack your recognition." Zhan Yan nodded fervently. "Very well, I shall address you as my lady." Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled as she responded, "My lord, allow me to tend to your wound now to prevent scarring." Her voice was both delicate and sweet, and the term "my lord" uttered from her lips instantly flushed Zhan Yan's face crimson. He cleared his throat awkwardly, embarrassedly insisting, "There is no need to trouble yourself, my lady." Yet, Lin Yuan, undeterred, grasped his garment, lifting her glistening, beast-like eyes to meet his gaze. How could he withstand such an earnest plea? A wave of warmth surged through his back, and, almost involuntarily, he nodded in acquiescence. The young girl finally broke into a smile, reaching for the external wound ointment without hesitation and deftly unfastening his garment. It was only at that moment that she comprehended the severity of the bite she had inflicted on Zhan Yan. The flesh on his abdomen was contorted, with several distinct teeth marks glaringly evident. Feeling a twinge of unease, she stammered, "Yes, I apologize. I did not intend to bite you." At that moment, she genuinely felt remorse, for her animosity was directed towards Zhan Yu, while Zhan Yan had done her no wrong. She was a person of clear affections and aversions, and her actions had inadvertently harmed the innocent, leaving her feeling rather guilty. Zhan Yan, unfazed, replied, "It's nothing. Throughout my time on the battlefield, I have endured countless injuries, both great and small. Your bite was rather feeble." Lin Yuan furrowed her brow. Was this truly considered mild? Blood had flowed abundantly, staining his pristine nightgown. However, as she lifted his garment further, she was confronted with numerous scars of varying depths, a sight both shocking and gruesome. Noticing her momentary daze, Zhan Yan could not help but inquire cautiously, "Are you afraid?" Chapter 27. Admiration. Lin Yuan quickly shook her head. "I am not afraid. Rather, I admire you." Without further hesitation, she took a clean silk handkerchief to assist Zhan Yan in wiping the congealed blood from his wound. As she felt her delicate fingertips brush against his skin, Zhan Yan involuntarily shivered, an inexplicable warmth permeating through his entire being. The sensation around his waist intensified, leaving his ears burning with an overwhelming heat. After a long wait, She finally finished applying the ointment for her wounds. He quickly rose, adjusted his attire, and with a face full of complexity, said, "My lady, please rest. I just remembered there are official matters I have yet to attend to, so I shall head to the study." Lin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. She found his gait rather peculiar. Was he walking in sync with both feet? Was he feeling shy? Turning her gaze to the outer robe draped over the couch, she urgently exclaimed, "Husband, put on your clothing. It's chilly outside. You mustn't catch a cold." At the threshold, Zhan Yan froze, nearly tripping over the doorway. He forcefully closed his eyes, striving to regain his composure. He was the formidable Zhan Yi, feared by all, known for his calm and decisive nature. Even in perilous situations, he had never furrowed his brow. Yet, unexpectedly, he faltered before the young lady, losing the poise he had always maintained. Approaching Lin Yuan, he accepted the garment and said, "My lady, you should retire early as well. The Duke's residence is not bound by such strict customs. There is no need for rigid morning and evening rituals." Lin Yuan smirked, thinking it impossible that there were no rules. In her previous life, the old Madame Zhan had often used such regulations to torment her. If she were even a moment late, she would be punished to kneel while serving tea, leaving her knees sore and reddened after half an hour. Chen Jilan had been even more malicious, deliberately shattering teacups. When Lin Yuan attempted to clean up the mess, the old Madame Zhan forbade her, chastising her for being unfilial and disrespectful to the Duke's household customs. Thus, she was left to kneel on the shards of porcelain, trembling from the pain. A surge of deep-seated hatred erupted within her, causing her heart to ache with resentment. Resolutely, she spoke softly, "After all, I am the newlywed daughter-in-law. Even in the absence of established customs, I cannot deliberately shirk my duty to pay respects to the matriarch. Rest assured, my husband, I can manage this." Zhan Yan couldn't help but furrow his brow. The young lady was new to the marquisate, and he feared his mother might intentionally make things difficult for her. Very well, he thought. Tomorrow morning, he would offer her support. He nodded in agreement. "All right, after I attend to my official duties in the morning, I shall come by." This time, she did not suffer from nightmares, sleeping soundly until dawn. In the early morning, Linger entered to assist her with washing up. Lin Yuan was quite curious. Given the ruckus from the previous night, why had she not appeared? She inquired, "Linger, were you on guard outside last night?" As soon as she finished speaking, she nervously asked, "Did the Marquis bully you in my absence?" Lin Yuan felt embarrassed. It was she who had been teasing Zhan Yan, wasn't it? In her hazy state, she had bitten him quite hard. Indeed, Linger quickly affirmed. At that moment, a sudden commotion outside was followed by an elderly matron briskly entering. "I am Granny and from the old lady's courtyard. I have come to relay a message to you. You are to pay your respects in half an hour." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow in disdain. As expected, the old matriarch was starting her antics again. In her previous life, she had done just this. To establish her authority, she had deliberately instructed that Lin Yuan be informed to come half an hour late. At that time, she had naively believed it and adhered to the prescribed timing for her visit. Unbeknownst to her, the elders of the clan had long been awaiting her to present tea. The moment she stepped through the threshold, she was met with reprimand. "You, the newlywed, how can you be so indolent? So many elders are waiting for you to serve tea, yet you have arrived a whole half-hour late." In her anxiety, she attempted to defend herself. It was Nursen, by the old matriarch's side, who informed me I did not intend to arrive late. The old matriarch, her anger palpable, interrupted, "Do not dare to make excuses. Nursen clearly came to summon you, yet you responded amiably, only to remain absent. Look at Jilan, so obedient, serving tea and pouring water for the elders. You, as the beloved granddaughter of the esteemed court physician, should at least understand the customs." Under this pretext, several aged matrons were summoned to instruct her in propriety. Should she express any dissatisfaction, they would jab long silver needles into her thighs, inflicting excruciating pain. Lin Yuan suppressed the hatred simmering within her eyes, donned a resplendent crimson fox-fur cloak, and strode toward the old matriarch's courtyard. She then frowned and remarked, "What kind of behavior is this? For a newly married woman to be so lazy and disrespectful?" A lady in splendid attire seated beside her inquired with confusion, "What is amiss? Why such a temper?" The old matriarch gritted her teeth and replied, "Dear sister, since you are here today, I beseech you to take charge. I just sent nurse into the Marquis's courtyard to ascertain the situation, and it appears that Lin Yuan is still indulging in slumber. She clearly holds no regard for me. her mother-in-law, nor for the numerous elders of our clan. The lady in brocade immediately darkened her expression. As the elder sister-in-law of the venerable matriarch and the aunt of the Duke of War, her status was elevated, especially since her husband and son had perished on the battlefield, leaving her to be honored in the war manner. She maintained a close relationship with the matriarch and often spoke in her favor. In a fury, she declared, "This cannot be allowed. We must not indulge her so. I have several capable maids. I shall send them to fetch her at once." The venerable matriarch pondered deeply. This may not be wise. After all, she is Yinner's wife and newly entered into the family. Should word get out, it would suggest that we, the Duke's household, are mistreating a new bride. Madame Lu slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "Why is it that all other new brides, like Jeline, can come early to serve their elders? Without rules, there can be no order. If you do not discipline her now, she will surely rise above you in the future." Jeline quickly stepped forward, concern etched on her face. "Aunt, please do not be upset. Previously, I heard you were suffering from a throat ailment, so I specially made you some mint candies. Please have a piece to soothe your throat." Chapter 29. Paying respect with tea. Madame Lu took a piece and popped it into her mouth, instantly satisfied as she squinted her eyes in delight. "Ah, our Jeline is so considerate, honoring her elders. This is the true conduct of a matron. What right does that ill-mannered girl from the Lin family have to be your concubine?" Jeline's eyes reddened, and she said with a pale face, "Aunt, please do not say that. Now that I have become Brother Yu's concubine, I shall serve him wholeheartedly." Seeing her on the verge of tears, the venerable matriarch felt a pang of sympathy. She gently comforted, "Lanner, do not weep. Today, grandmother will justifiably avenge you. As the appointed time approaches, I have found the perfect reason to punish her," leaving even Yinner with no words to say. At that moment, a young girl hurried to her side, taking out a handkerchief to wipe away her tears, saying, "Sister-in-law, that wretched woman has wronged you. My elder brother cherishes you, and regardless of your status, I shall call you sister-in-law." Jilan then narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Thank you, Duoer. I had initially prepared a double-sided begonia cloak for you, but I rushed into the manor yesterday and forgot to bring it. When the opportunity arises, I will present it to you." Zhan Duoer inquired with delight, "Oh, a double-sided begonia cloak? Sister-in-law, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Such skill is rare in our capital." Jilan reached out to caress her face. "Our Duoer is the most outstanding young lady, hence she must wear the finest garments." Zhan Duoer embraced her, saying, "Rest assured, I will support you in the manner. If that wretched woman dares to bully you again, I shall scratch her face to pieces." The dignified lady sitting nearby, who had remained silent, admonished sternly, "Do not speak recklessly. She is ultimately the legitimate wife of the Marquis. Do not provoke her." Zhan Duoer disdainfully raised her chin. "Uncle is a martial madman, spending most of his days training soldiers in the barracks. How could he care for such trifles in the inner quarters? That wretched woman is inherently unscrupulous. She should have married my elder brother, yet she chose to marry my uncle, thus elevating her status. How shameless she is to expect me to call her aunt." The dignified lady remained silent, for she was the biological mother of Zhan Yi, and her position as a second wife should not have entitled her to sit here. Yet, her husband was the beloved son of the old matriarch. She refrained from contemplating the sordid affairs of the previous generation and furrowed her brow to speak. "Old matriarch, the auspicious time for serving tea is past. How shall we proceed?" In swift response, the old matriarch declared, "Auntie Yin, take a few robust maids and bring that ill-mannered woman here." No sooner had the words left her mouth than a clear voice rang from outside. "Old matriarch, what grand occasion calls for such a commotion? Who is to be seized?" Lin Yuan stepped gracefully into the room, her striking bridal attire instantly captivating the entire assembly. Jilan seethed with jealousy. Why could this new bride adorn herself so splendidly while she had nothing? Just look at the ruby headdress and the red agate bracelet. Once donned, she would undoubtedly outshine that wretched woman 100-fold. Zhan Duo gaped in astonishment. Goodness, that red cloak was indeed exquisite. She wondered which talented embroideress had crafted it, for the collar was embellished with pristine white fox fur, accentuating Lin Yuan's fair complexion, which rivaled the snow, rendering her astonishingly beautiful. She was nearly drooling with desire. She longed for it. Lin Yuan discreetly observed the expressions of those present and leisurely inquired, "What? Are you all surprised by my arrival?" The elderly matron of the Lu family was the first to regain her composure. With a tone laced with irritation, she reprimanded, "How dare you inquire? Jilan, like you, is also a newlywed, and she has been here for nearly half an hour. You, on the other hand, have dawdled until now. Truly, you lack decorum. Chapter 30. The outcry. Lin Yuan furrowed her brow, recalling her past life, where she was well acquainted with the elderly matron of the Liu family. Together with the old matron of the Zhan family, they conspired shamelessly, brazenly misappropriating her dowry. They feigned loyalty and virtue while clandestinely maintaining paramours. They even went so far as to hand off the paramours she had discarded to the old matron of the Zhan family. The two of them transformed the inner quarters of the Marquis's residence into a den of iniquity, and when a misstep resulted in a fatality, they conspired to frame her for the crime. Upon learning of this, Zhan Yi was filled with uncontrollable rage. He commanded that her voice be silenced and mercilessly beat her with a cane, leaving her near death. From that moment on, she could no longer rise from her bed. Swallowing the surging tide of resentment, Lin Yuan spoke with an air of indifference. You? Which one are you? The elderly matron's expression shifted dramatically, and she retorted sharply. I am the Marquis's maternal aunt. My husband and son perished alongside him on the battlefield. How could you question my identity? Following her declaration, she theatrically covered her face and lamented, Oh, the misery I endure. In the bloom of my youth, I was left to live as a widow. And now I am subjected to such humiliation. What face do I have left to continue living in this household? It would be better for me to perish. Lady Zhan hastily advised, Elder sister, do not stoop to her level. What is she to dare insult you? With me and Yin are here, we shall ensure she offers you the first cup of tea and sincerely apologizes. Upon concluding her words, she turned to command Lin Yuan. Why do you remain idly standing? Quickly serve tea to your aunt and apologize. Chen Zhilan promptly interjected. Allow me to pour tea for the lady first. She hurried to the table, deftly pouring a bowl of steaming tea. However, as she extended it to Lin Yuan, her wrists suddenly trembled, just as the tea bowl threatened to crash to the ground. Lin Yuan discreetly produced a small, dark pill and deftly struck it against her leg. With a sharp crack, the pain caused Chen Zhilan to lose her balance, sending her sprawling towards the elderly Lady Liu, tea in hand. Immediately, a piercing scream echoed through the room. Ah, it's scalding me. Enraged, Lady Liu cared not for the identity of the culprit. She seized Chen Zhilan's hair and delivered 2 resounding slaps across her face. Dazed, Chen Zhilan's eyes sparkled with stars as she begged, Aunt, please let go. I did not mean to. Zhan Duoer rushed forward to intervene. Aunt, my sister-in-law holds you in great respect. How could she possibly intend to scald you? Please, release her. Only then did Lady Liu relent, rolling up her sleeve to reveal her arm, which had been burned, the skin peeling away. Lady Zhan, equally alarmed, urgently called out, Someone, quickly fetch the physician from the manor and bring ointment for the burn. Before long, the physician hurriedly arrived, meticulously administering medication to the elderly Lady Liu. It was at this moment that Lady Zhan cast a cold glare at Lin Yuan, reproaching her. Were you not instructed to serve tea to Lady Liu? Why did you allow Jeline to pour instead? You have caused one to be injured and the other to be frightened. Do not hesitate to kneel and seek forgiveness. At that instant, her eyes were filled with a fierce and malevolent glint, regardless of the circumstances. She was determined to see this wretched woman kneel upon the shards of porcelain, establishing her authority. Lin Yuan, with an expression of innocence, interjected, Esteemed lady, I am most unjustly accused. When Chun Jeline rushed forward with the tea, I was perplexed, as it was you who instructed me to serve first. How is it she has bypassed me? Is this the custom of your noble household? That a concubine must always defer to the lady of the house. Chen Jeline, startled, disregarded the pain in her cheek and stumbled to her feet, exclaiming, No, I would never dare to bypass the lady. I merely intended to present the tea, but unexpectedly, my ankle gave way, and I could not maintain my balance. Chapter 31. Zhan Duo could not restrain herself from interjecting. Indeed, my sister-in-law was clearly attempting to assist you, yet you slander her instead. What foul thoughts occupy your mind? No wonder my elder brother finds you unworthy. Lin Yuan's expression darkened instantly, and she sharply retorted, Presumptuous. In our esteemed household, does it fall upon an outsider to brazenly accuse Lady Yin? Zir, silence her at once. Of course. Zir, already aflame with righteous indignation, rolled up her sleeves and swung her hand toward Zhan Duoer. The second wife, who had been observing coldly, could no longer remain passive. She swiftly leaped up to intervene, exclaiming, How dare you, lowly servant? Duoer is a precious young lady of the Marquis's household. Have you the audacity to lay a hand on her? Zier fears no one. She is a shadow guard personally trained by Zhan Yan. Moreover, she heeds only Zhan Yan and Lin Yuan. Any words from others are but mere nonsense to her. With disdain for further discourse, she effortlessly cast the second wife aside and, raising her hand, unleashed a flurry of blows upon Zhan Duoer, leaving her disoriented. The girl shrieked, "Mother, save me! Grandmother, help!" The matriarch of the Zhan family felt a pang of frustration. Her original intention had been to discipline Lin Yuan and establish authority, yet unexpectedly, it was her cherished granddaughter who bore the brunt of the punishment first. In a fit of anxiety, she scolded, "Stop this insolence at once. Cease your actions." However, Zier remained deaf to her pleas, continuing her assault. Only then did the old matriarch comprehend the gravity of the situation. She cast a fierce glare at Lin Yuan and demanded, "You must command her to halt. If she ruins Duo's face, will you compensate for it?" Lin Yuan spoke gently, "Matriarch, without rules, there can be no order. Did you not hear her address Zhan Yu as elder brother? You are well aware that my husband has but one true son, Zhan Yu. Should he fail to delineate boundaries with his kin, those in the know might regard that family as your own children." Her words struck deep, causing the old matriarch to break into a cold sweat. Her lips quivered, yet she ultimately refrained from uttering the words to command a ceasefire. Until Zhan Duoer was beaten to the point of collapse, the second madam also knelt down in supplication. Only then did Lin Yuan leisurely speak. "Zier, cease your actions. After all, I have just entered the household, and it would not be prudent to overstep." Upon hearing this, the old Madame Zhan nearly spat blood. Was this not excessive? In just the span of a tea break, 3 individuals had already been injured. She was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Although Zhan Duoer's lip was split and her speech unclear, she instinctively retorted, "But he is my elder brother." The old Madame Zhan reprimanded, "You must refer to him as cousin, cousin." The second madam hastily nodded in agreement. "Yes, heed your grandmother. From now on, call him cousin to avoid any misunderstandings that might tarnish his future." Zhan Duoer bit her lip in frustration, casting a resentful glance at Lin Yuan. At this moment, the old Madame Zhan felt utterly weary. After such a commotion, her desire to vex Lin Yuan had waned, and she needed to regain her composure. However, the old Madame Lu was unrelenting. Her face darkened as she declared, "Since we have all been wounded, I have heard that the dowry of the niece-in-law contains numerous restorative pills. Pray, hasten to present them to us so that we may expedite our recovery." The old Madame Zhan recalled that her daughter-in-law was indeed the cherished granddaughter of the esteemed imperial physician Lin. He possessed an abundance of fine medicines, particularly the renowned beauty elixir, which was rare and highly sought after in the capital. It was said that while it did not grant the gift of eternal youth, it could render the skin supple and transform gray hair into black. Chapter 32. Filial piety. Her initial willingness to allow Zhan Yu to scheme against Lin Yuan was rooted in her desire to obtain those valuable medicinal herbs. Is it not commonly said that Lin Tai's remedies are difficult to procure? With his granddaughter marrying into the Marquis's household, surely his possessions would ultimately belong to the Zhan family. Even if she did not become a granddaughter-in-law, as a daughter-in-law, those treasures would rightfully be hers to utilize. Contemplating this, she spoke without hesitation. "Your aunt is correct. Yuan, as a newcomer, it is only proper for you to prepare some gifts for your elders. I have perused your dowry list, and there are indeed numerous medicinal supplements. You should hand over all the rejuvenating pills and heart-protecting pills at once." Lin Yuan could not help but admire the shamelessness of the old lady Zhan. How audacious to covet her dowry in such a manner. What a fanciful idea. Without a moment's pause, she replied, "I truly wish to honor my elders, but alas, all the pills in my possession have already been reserved. Had you expressed your desire earlier, I would have saved some for you." The old lady Zhan trembled with anxiety, her voice quivering as she questioned, "Reserved? For whom have you reserved them? Who in the capital possesses such a voracious appetite for so many valuable remedies?" The old lady gritted her teeth in frustration. Was she inviting her own demise? Who was not aware of the peculiar temperament of the eldest princess, whose wrath could even instill fear in the emperor himself? Should she dare approach and demand those remedies, her own life would be forfeit. The old lady Zhan awkwardly continued, "Do you not think to leave some for the elders of your family?" Zhan Duoer chimed in ambiguously, "Indeed, we are all your kin. After all, the eldest princess is merely a stranger. How can you not discern the difference between kin and outsider?" Lin Yuan slightly lowered her gaze, her delicate face betraying no hint of concealment in her sarcasm. She mocked softly, The kin you speak of wielded their blades against me with utmost ferocity, leaving me almost utterly bereft of dignity. Yet, the so-called outsider is the one who cherishes me deeply, even going so far as to kneel before the emperor to beseech a decree allowing my separation from Zhan Yi. Alas, I was drugged and in a haze. I unwittingly rejected her kindness. Her voice was barely audible, and none present caught her words. Only Zir, standing at the door, widened her eyes in astonishment, her face a mask of disbelief as she regarded Lin Yuan. At that moment, Lin Yuan had gathered her emotions and spoke coolly. The eldest princess is of noble standing. Since she has spoken, I shall leave not a single one of those pills. You. The old matriarch of the Zhan family was infuriated by her obstinacy, clutching her chest in pain. Yet, the old matriarch of the Liu family persisted, commanding, others may forfeit theirs, but I must obtain them. My husband and child perished alongside the Marquis on the battlefield, and as his daughter-in-law, you are obliged to show filial piety to me. If you dare refuse, I shall report you to the Marquis. Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment rang out from outside. What do you intend to report to this Marquis? As the words fell, the imposing figure of Zhan Yan strode in, with Zhan Yu trailing behind, his head bowed, appearing utterly feeble. Lin Yuan lamented anew her past blindness in choosing Zhan Yu, who, aside from his handsome visage, was utterly devoid of merit. Especially in comparison to Zhan Yan, he appeared even more fragile. In her rebirth, she learned a profoundly simple truth. The child who cries receives nourishment. By employing the tactics of her adversaries, she could leave them speechless and powerless. High-mindedness and disdain proved futile. Only through feigned innocence and poignant pleas could she unveil the truth. Without a moment's hesitation, she approached Zhan Yan, entwining her arm with his, her voice tremulous with grievance. My lord, you have arrived just in time. Please, help me devise a solution. I am being suffocated by the elder ladies with their demands for filial piety. Chapter 33. A lesson. Zhan Yan furrowed his brow as he regarded her, observing her eyes blinking rapidly, tears genuinely forming. His heart ached at the sight. Old Madame Lu's face turned ashen with rage, yet she maintained her composure, exuding an air of authority as she declared, Yenner, do not listen to her fabrications. It is she who exhibits ingratitude towards her elders, yet dares to accuse them of bullying her. I have never encountered a young lady so sharp-tongued, utterly lacking in decorum. Lin Yuan unflinchingly countered, My lord, I am not speaking falsely. If you do not believe me, ask Zir. They came demanding the beauty elixirs and heart-protecting pills from my dowry. You are well aware of their immense value in the capital. It is not that I am unwilling to part with them entirely, but there must be a sense of order regarding who receives them first. The eldest princess has already made arrangements. What am I to do? Zhan Yan's expression darkened immediately. Within the aristocratic families of the court, it was unheard of to utilize a woman's dowry in such a manner. He was astonished that his mother would audaciously make such a demand. If word of this spread, where would the dignity of the Marquis household reside? The severity of his gaze sent a jolt of fear through old Madame Zhan's heart. She suppressed her discomfort and explained, Yenner, it is not as she said. Did you not see that your aunt was burned? I thought she had many good medicines on hand, and it would be wrong to take them out to alleviate your aunt's suffering? Zhan Yan reprimanded. Your aunt's injury will be treated by the family doctor. As for the pills in Yiwan's possession, even if they were not decreed by the princess, you are not permitted to covet them. Let this be the last warning. Zhan Yu observed the pale and pained expression on the old matriarch's face and felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. He also noticed that Chun Jilin and Zhan Duoer had swollen cheeks, evidently having suffered at the hands of Lin Yiwan as well. Instinctively, he interjected, Father, if she possesses good medicine, why can she not present it to honor our great aunt? Have you not always taught me to respect her? You said she is lonely and pitiful, with her son and husband perishing on the battlefield. All members of the Zhan family should show her respect. Zhan Yan's piercing gaze suddenly fixed upon him. Zhan Yu, who is the she you refer to? Zhan Yu trembled, his resentful eyes glaring at Lin Yiwan. She murmured softly, Husband. I do not care what he calls me. I truly do not mind. Though she spoke those words, tears streamed down her cheeks, painting a pitiable picture. Zhan Yan felt a sudden warmth in his chest. Instinctively, he reached out with his rough fingers to wipe away her tears, saying, Do not cry. I shall stand up for you. He then barked sharply, Unruly son, kneel. Zhan Yu dared not hesitate, and immediately knelt upon the shattered pieces of cups strewn across the floor. The excruciating pain caused him to instinctively furrow his brow, his body trembling in response. The second lady, unable to bear the sight, urgently advised, "My lord, Yuer is also concerned for his mother. How can you allow him to kneel amidst the shards? It could injure her legs." The old matriarch of the Zhan family, upon hearing these words, nearly toppled from her couch. Fortunately, the old lady of the Liu family caught her just in time, preventing her fall. She scolded anxiously, "Second daughter-in-law, it is not your place to interject while the Lord disciplines his son. Hurry and take your leave." The second lady, realizing she had nearly caused a calamity, understood that if Zhan Yan truly disowned Zhan Yi, the title of heir would undoubtedly be at stake. Chapter 34. Threat. She had narrowly escaped a grave mistake. Hastily, she bowed and said, "Please do not hold my ignorance against me, my lord. I have matters to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave." With that, she grasped Zhan Duoer's hand and swiftly departed. The atmosphere in the room immediately became tense, leaving Zhan Yi in a state of shock. Throughout his life, although his father had not showered him with affection, he had never been subjected to such harsh punishment. Whenever his grandmother intervened, matters would be resolved, trivial issues diffused. This was why, during his wedding to Lin Yuan, he had boldly proposed to bring Chun Zhilan into the family, because he had leverage. Yet now, his father was punishing him for Lin Yuan's sake. It was clear he was the son raised by his father, while Lin Yuan was merely an outsider. He clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with grievance and defiance. Zhan Yan questioned sternly, "Zhan Yi, are you still unaware of your transgressions?" As he bowed to Lin Yuan. The moment his forehead touched the ground, an overwhelming tide of hatred surged within him. This woman, who should have been his wife, destined to remain in his courtyard, subjected to his trials and torment. All her admirable qualities ought to be devoted to him, even if he despised her and refused to show her kindness. She should have clung to him like an unyielding gum, impossible to shake off. Yet, she had unexpectedly become his father's spouse, his nominal mother. She persistently suppressed him, forcing him to endure humiliation time and again. She deserved condemnation. He clenched his fists tightly, his lowered face contorted in a terrifying grimace. Yet, Lin Yuan would not allow him to rise. She pitifully remarked, "Lord, our son harbors great resentment towards me. His apology is insincere, and I cannot accept it." The old matriarch of the Zhan family immediately rebuked, "Lin Yuan, do not go too far. Do you not see that Yu's legs are bleeding? How much more sincerity do you demand from him?" Zhan Yan gently patted her, his eyes brimming with tenderness. He looked up at Zhan Yi and ordered, "Kneel in the ancestral hall for reflection. After 1 hour, come to my study. I wish to review your recent studies." After speaking, he took Lin Yuan's wrist and swiftly departed. The old matriarch's face turned pale with concern as she murmured, "What a calamity. I initially thought that wretched girl would be easy to manage, yet unexpectedly, she is a disruptor, stirring chaos to the extent that my precious grandson must face punishment in the ancestral hall." The old lady of the Zhan family furrowed her brow and remarked, "Indeed, before she even stepped through the door, did you not send someone to inquire? She is infatuated with our Yuer, as if she were a stubborn piece of gum, eager to cling to him at every moment." The old lady of the Zhan ground her teeth in frustration, attributing it to the troubles stirred by marrying a concubine, never expecting her to harbor such a grudge. Unbeknownst to the speaker, the listener was intrigued. Zhan Yi could not help but ponder, previously, Lin Yuan was exceedingly considerate towards him, showering him with gifts. There was a moment when he merely remarked on the beauty of the lotus flowers in the pond, and she recklessly jumped in to pluck them, only to stumble and fall into the water, emerging in a disheveled state. Yet, despite that, she did not abandon her pursuit of the flowers and still brought them to him. She cared for him so deeply. Should she not also accept Chun Zhilan, whom he cherished? Chapter 35. Punishment. Why did her marriage to a concubine provoke such a tempestuous reaction, as if she had transformed into a different person, opposing him at every turn? His mind was a whirlwind of confusion when he suddenly saw Zhan Yi appear before him. "Young master, the Marquis has ordered me to ensure you receive your punishment. Come, let us hasten to the ancestral hall." The old lady of the Zhan immediately retorted, "Do you not see that the young master's leg is still bleeding? He ought to have medicine applied before facing punishment." Without hesitation, Zhan Yi interjected, "The old lady must understand that no one is permitted to defy the Marquis's orders." Despite her concern for Zhan Yi, the old lady felt powerless. She was acutely aware that the prestige of the Marquisate was earned through Zhan Yan's accomplishments. Presently, the emperor held him in high regard, thereby elevating the Zhan family's status among the nobility. She still hoped that he would assist her in securing the title of a first-class noble consort. Thus she had no choice but to comply with his wishes. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Very well, you should hasten to take the heir away." Zhan Yi also wished to pursue them, but was stopped by Zhan Yi. The Lord only commanded the heir to kneel, not his concubine. Stand down. The term concubine stung her, causing her eyes to redden. Initially, old Madame Zhan held a fondness for Zhan Yi, for she was knowledgeable and capable of engaging in activities that pleased the elders, particularly as she hailed from the same family, which naturally fostered a closer bond. However, everything changed when her actions led Lin Yuan to harbor resentment against Zhan Yi, resulting in her remarriage to the Lord and disrupting the entire scheme. With impatience, she rubbed her temples and exclaimed, "Why are you crying? If it weren't for your insistence on having you marry you as his principal wife, how could Lin Yuan have made things so difficult for him?" Zhan Yi stiffened. How could she be blamed for this? It was old Madame who had suggested she accompany Lin Yuan into the residence. Yet now, she dared not argue. In a hushed tone, she murmured, "Grandmother, is it not of utmost importance to intercept the excellent medicine in Lin Yuan's possession? The heir has been injured and cannot afford to leave a lasting ailment." Old Madame Zhan nodded fervently. "Indeed, we must intercept it. Follow my instructions. Has not the eldest princess been on a vegetarian diet? You are adept with your hands. Prepare some delicate pastries in Lin Yuan's name to send to the princess's residence, but simply replace the oil inside." Zhan Yi instantly grasped her meaning, her shock evident as she inquired, "Grandmother, would this not constitute a grave offense against the emperor?" Madame Zhan let out a cold snort. "It is precisely to make her commit a grave offense against the emperor that we can ensure the princess of the Long family loses faith in her remedies. Once the two of them are at odds, it will ultimately serve our interests." She paused, her teeth clenched as she continued. "The princess will undoubtedly be furious when she discovers that her dietary restrictions were broken because of her snacks. At that moment, she may well punish her severely, allowing us to vent our grievances." Next to her, Madame Lu expressed her delight upon hearing this. She clapped her hands in approval. "What a splendid idea. Let that wretched girl use the princess to oppress us further, and when she is rebuked, we shall stand by and relish her embarrassment." Madame Zhan then pushed Zhan Yi lightly, urging, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." "Yes." Zhan Yi promptly retreated. Chapter 36. Climbing the wall, she furrowed her brows in contemplation. When circumstances seem unusual, there must be something amiss. I must see what she is up to. Linger volunteered eagerly. "Madam, allow me to go. I can scale walls or squeeze through any crevice." At that moment, Zhan, who was pouring tea for Lin Yuan, nearly spilled the entire pot when she was startled. Linger rushed forward to wipe the table, unable to suppress her frown as she inquired, "What? Do you look down upon me? In the past, I used to sneak out through dog holes with the madam." Lin Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. There was no need for such an admission. She quickly interjected, "Linger, Zhan Yi's courtyard certainly does not have any dog holes. Please calm down and let Zhan check over there." Linger's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. "Madam, you think I am of no use, don't you?" Lin Yuan hurriedly reassured. "You two together." "All right." Linger responded joyfully, pulling Zhan's wrist as they swiftly made their way outside. Zhan initially intended to shake her off, but Lingo possessed an unexpected strength that made it impossible for her to break free. She pondered how a mere maid, devoid of martial skills, could exhibit such remarkable power. Upon reaching the exterior of Zhan Yi's courtyard and noticing the absence of onlookers, Linger, with a cautious expression, urged, "Zhan, quickly, crouch down." Furrowing her brow, she added, "Oh dear, dealing with you is like conversing with a mute gourd. I meant for you to squat, allowing me to climb on your back. Otherwise, with the wall being so high, how can we catch a glimpse of the ball?" Zhan pouted and, with a swift motion, grasped the collar of Linger's neck, propelling herself into the air to land directly atop the wall. "Oh!" Linger instinctively gasped. Zhan immediately covered her mouth, shooting her a warning glance. Linger, her eyes gleaming with delight, carefully moved Zhan's hand aside and remarked, "Your lightness skill is impressive. When will you teach me?" Ignoring her, Zhan remained sprawled atop the wall. Linger nestled beside her, continuing her chatter. "If you teach me, I could become a hero leaping across rooftops too. We could undertake missions together, and I wouldn't hold you back any longer." Zhan couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. "So, you are aware that you hold me back?" Moments later, her eyes widened in surprise. You're not just capable of uttering one word?" Zhan mocked. "Look at you, as if you've never seen the world before. I merely lack the desire to speak, not the ability. Linger, feeling deeply hurt, bit her lip in distress. The two leaned against the wall, straining to listen as Chun Jilan's voice echoed from within, instructing, "Be careful. The pastries are to be delivered to the princess's residence. There must be no mistakes." Zir was taken aback. Why on earth were they suddenly delivering pastries to the princess? Just then, someone from the old lady's courtyard came to summon Chun Jilan away. Zir quickly patted Linger's shoulder and urged, "Hurry, practice your meowing." Linger blinked in confusion. Why? Zir instinctively furrowed her brow. This foolish maid seemed rather inept. She urged in a low tone, "Just do as I say, and be obedient." Linga nodded, "All right." Cautiously concealing herself, she instinctively let out a soft meow. Seizing the opportunity, Zir swiftly hurled a pebble at the small kitchen window. With a loud crash, the busy little maids inside were startled into action. They shouted frantically, "Where did that wild cat come from? Hurry and catch it. We can't let it ruin the food." With the room now vacant, Zir darted inside in a flash. Linger, astonished, gaped in admiration at Zir's agility. How wonderful it would be if she too possessed such skills, enabling her to protect her mistress from any harm or injustice. She felt utterly inadequate. As they made their way into the room, Linger was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Zir had yet to emerge. Was she not cornered? What should she do? She contemplated descending to rescue Zir, only to realize the wall was indeed dauntingly high. If she were to leap down, she would undoubtedly break her legs. Gritting her teeth, she murmured to herself, "Regardless, for the sake of saving Zir, even if I end up crippled, I must jump." Gathering her courage, she closed her eyes, steeled her heart, swung her arms, and crouched, preparing to leap off the wall. Unexpectedly, her entire body was suddenly lifted into the air, followed by Zir's teasing voice ringing in her ears. "Are you planning to commit suicide?" Linger stared in astonishment at Zir's sparkling eyes. "Oh, Zir, you weren't discovered by them? You scared me half to death. I thought you would be trapped inside." Without hesitation, Linger wrapped her arms around Zir's waist. Zir nearly lost her balance and threatened to drop her, exclaiming in disdain, "What are you doing? Let go of me at once." Yet Linger refused to release her grip, her voice tinged with desperation. "I have acrophobia. My head is spinning dreadfully." Noticing Linger's pale complexion, Lin Yuan expressed her surprise and concern. "Are you injured?" Linger shook her head. "No, I'm just a bit dizzy. Zir flew too swiftly, and I couldn't quite adapt." Zir, mindful of Lin Yuan's presence, refrained from being reckless and promptly handed over the items she had acquired, stating, "Madam, these are the pastries made by the young master's concubine, intended for the princess." In her second life, Lin Yuan was acutely aware that Chun Jilan possessed certain skills, such as making pastries and attending to men. However, she also understood that Chun Jilan would never offer her servitude to the grand princess without ulterior motives. She was certainly concocting some scheme. Indeed, upon receiving the pastries, Lin Yuan discerned the truth. Chun Jilan had used lard in the dough. Did she not realize that the grand princess had been a vegetarian for years? Was she so reckless as to court the princess's displeasure? After a moment of contemplation, it dawned on her. Chun Jilan was plotting to frame her. After all, she was the only one in the entire marquisate with a connection to the grand princess. This was an attempt to deliver the pastries in her name, inciting the grand princess's wrath against her. Consequently, not only would she face severe punishment, but the precious medicines she possessed would also remain in the marquisate. They were indeed executing a cunning plan to achieve two objectives with one stroke. At that moment, Lingo had come to her senses and quickly remarked, "Madam, if she seeks her own demise, let us not obstruct her. After all, the grand princess will hold her accountable." Zir could not help but roll her eyes, bluntly retorting, "Fool." Chapter 38. A Reckoning. Lingo, feeling wronged, stammered, "How am I foolish?" "Zir, how could you say that about me?" Zir responded respectfully, "If I am not mistaken, Chun Jilan intends to use Madam's name to present the pastries to the grand princess. After committing such a faux pas, the grand princess will surely seek retribution from Madam. At that point, not only will you face severe consequences, but the valuable medicines in your possession will also be discarded." Lin Yuan smiled with narrowed eyes. Indeed, Zir is perceptive. She is truly a product of the Marquis's teachings. Linger, belatedly realizing, remarked that venomous Chun Jilan still has her eyes on the mistress's dowry. Lin Yuan, with a complex expression, replied, "It's not necessarily her obsession. She is merely an executor." Without further hesitation, She turned and hurried to the small kitchen to craft some exquisite pastries. Considering the health of the Grand Princess, she thoughtfully included some goji berries and red dates for nourishment. Once finished, she solemnly placed the food box in Zir's hands, instructing her, "You must wait outside the residence. When Chun Jilan departs, find a way to substitute the pastries in her possession. She has her cunning schemes, and I have my own means to counteract them. And she shall weep in the end." Zir quickly responded and left, soon vanishing from sight. Linger, filled with envy, hesitantly said, "Mistress, am I truly of no significant use? Aside from eating and sleeping, I feel I am of no help to you." Lin Yuan gently patted her head, saying, "You possess loyalty. You have cared for me since childhood. Whenever I faced danger, were you not always the first to rush forward? The bond we share is unparalleled." She recalled vividly how, in her past life, when Zhan Yi lashed her with a whip, it was this foolish girl who shielded her, even biting his wrist, causing him to wail in pain. Eventually, it was Chun Jilan's treacherous scheme that lured her away, allowing her to escape the courtyard. As she lay on the brink of death, Zhan Yi revealed to her the fate of Linger, who had been mutilated and sold into a gambling den, where she was mercilessly torn to shreds by ravenous wolves. Rage consumed her. In this lifetime, she vowed to protect the little maid with utmost care, ensuring that no one would harm her even the slightest bit. Linger, perplexed, inquired, "Why must it be so easily breached?" Lin Yuan scornfully retorted with 4 words, "Close the door and beat the dog." At that moment, Zir had already arrived at the gates of the princess's residence, following the carriage from the heir's estate. She witnessed Chun Jilan emerge, a box of pastries in hand. She instructed her servant to deliver a message and informed the gatekeeper matron, "I am here on the orders of the lady of the marquis to present pastries to the Grand Princess, hoping she finds them to her liking." News of Lin Yuan's remarriage to Marquis Zhan Yi had swept through the capital, and thus the gatekeeper matron understood precisely who the lady of the marquis was. It was quite delightful to ponder. After all, she had entered the residence without a dowry. So why not seize this opportunity to indulge in a shopping spree? She would keep a tab on the marquis's estate and settle accounts after receiving Lin Yuan's dowry. Resolute, Chun Jilan commanded the coachman to divert their path to the treasure pavilion. Chapter 39. Seeking reward. Meanwhile, the old matron was on her way to report to the Grand Princess, carrying the box of pastries given by Chun Jilan, when unexpectedly, she collided with a small maid who was hurrying along with her head down. The food box clattered to the ground, startling her to the core. Enraged, she scolded, "Who is this reckless fool that has toppled the pastries intended for the Grand Princess? Do you wish to lose your life?" The young maid hurriedly apologized. "I beg your pardon, dear matron. I did not mean to offend. I am but a newcomer and lack proper decorum. I implore you, do not take offense." Just as the old matron was about to reprimand her further, she heard someone nearby urging, "Matron, it is said that the snacks were sent by the wife of the Duke of Zhan Yi. The Grand Princess has commanded that they be delivered promptly, as she wishes the Duke to partake as well." Seizing the opportunity, Zir discreetly swapped the food boxes without drawing attention. The old matron, realizing there was no significant harm done, hastily departed without further punishment. Zir exhaled in relief, instinctively grasping the food box to make her exit. Frowning, she glared at him. "What could I do? It is that vile woman Chun Jilan who seeks to harm the mistress. I had no choice but to take a risk." Pausing, she lowered her voice to inquire, "Since you have discovered my whereabouts, then surely the Duke is also well aware?" Ing nodded slightly. "Otherwise, how could you have successfully exchanged the snack boxes? Did you think your skills were so superior as to elude all the hidden guards of the princess's residence?" A cold sweat broke out on Zir. She had indeed been somewhat careless. She wondered why there were no shadows of guards around, believing it to be divine intervention. With a stiff expression, she replied, "Then I thank you." Ing, without hesitation, countered, "Is that all? Shouldn't you express your gratitude more? Do you realize that I nearly exhausted myself to divert them?" He shook his head. "No, I do not desire roasted sweet potatoes. Rather, how about you embroider me a purse instead?" Zir raised her hand and lightly tapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How naive. I wield a sword, and you wish for me to handle a needle for embroidery? Is that not a torment? Do you desire my hands to be riddled with holes? How cruel of you." Ing Yi winced in pain, and just as he intended to speak further, he watched her shoot away like a dart. He murmured in grievance, "Even if you cannot embroider, you could still procure one for me. Regardless, it would be a gift from you, and I would cherish it." As he gazed at her retreating figure, a profound melancholy enveloped him. Within the pavilion of Feishuang residence, the graceful princess, adorned in a flowing white brocade dress, was engaged in a game of chess with the composed and focused Zhan Yi. She narrowed her elongated phoenix eyes, stating, "I have captured another of your pieces, Zhan Yan. You seem rather distracted today." Zhan Yi replied nonchalantly, "It is not that my mind wanders, but rather that the princess's chess skills have indeed progressed remarkably." The princess cast him a sidelong glance. "Am I not aware of my own capabilities? In times past, I could hardly advance 5 steps under your skillful hand." Perceiving the situation, she tossed aside a piece, declaring, "Enough of this. I find myself somewhat peckish. Shall we indulge in the delicacies your esteemed wife has sent?" She commanded her maid to unveil the food box, revealing exquisitely crafted pastries. The princess elegantly selected one, bringing it to her lips for a delicate bite. Her noble status required her to refrain from the gluttonous manner of common folk. However, it was precisely due to her leisurely pace that she discerned these delicacies were unlike ordinary treats, as they contained medicinal ingredients to replenish vitality and blood. She praised, truly, as the granddaughter of the esteemed physician Lin, "Even her pastries are uniquely exquisite. Recently, I have been quite restless. The palace physician diagnosed me with a deficiency in both qi and blood, prescribing a bitter herbal concoction that nearly made me retch. Yet, she, with her cleverness, ingeniously incorporated goji berries and red dates into the pastries, making them sweet and delectable, truly delightful." Zhan Yan casually took a piece, savoring it thoughtfully, envisioning her bustling figure in the small kitchen, which inexplicably tugged at his heartstrings. The grand princess, having finished one piece, craved another. However, noticing Zhan Yi's cold demeanor, she couldn't help but inquire, "What is the matter? Do you find it unappetizing?" The grand princess was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, nearly shedding tears. With a playful hand on her hip, she teased, "Zhan Yan, are you worried I might tire out your young wife? You've only been married a few days, and yet your thoughts are entirely consumed by her. How amusing." Zhan Yan, maintaining a serious demeanor, explained, "Your Highness, she is the most cherished granddaughter of physician Lin. With my concealed ailments, marrying me has already imposed great hardship upon her. How could I not cherish her?" The grand princess instinctively asked, "Do you intend to dote on her as a wife or as a younger relative?" Zhan Yan was suddenly taken aback, unintentionally crushing the pastry in his palm. The grand princess chuckled softly, her words laden with meaning. "I hope that when the time comes, you can bear to let her go. It is rare for her to present me with such delightful pastries, and I certainly ought to reward her generously." She summoned her trusted maid and instructed solemnly, "Convey to the noble Lord Zhan Yi that the virtuous Lady Lin Yuan possesses both grace and skill, and as a reward, she shall receive a golden headdress and an array of exquisite jewelry." Lord Zhan Yi interjected, "Golden ornaments are rather commonplace. I believe the young lady would not appreciate wearing them frequently." The princess shot him a resentful glare. "I did not expect you to remain this way, Lord Zhan Yi. It is one thing to bestow rewards upon your own young lady, but to disdain the gifts offered by the princess is unacceptable. I possess a set of invaluable ruby adornments. Perhaps I should bestow those upon her instead." He promptly rose and performed a deep bow. "Thank you, Your Highness." The princess, in a moment of vexation, hurled a chess piece at him. "If the emperor were to see you in this state, he would surely be taken aback. How many distinguished ladies I have introduced to you, only for you to dismiss them outright. Yet now you have taken an interest in a girl who stumbled into the marquisate." The princess remained unconvinced by his excuses. There are myriad ways to express gratitude, and marrying his granddaughter is not the only means. Resolved not to be drawn into his trivialities, she thought, "What does it matter? It is merely a set of ruby adornments. I shall give them away. They would only gather dust in storage, whereas bestowing them upon the young lady will surely bring them to life." Chapter 41. Generous rewards without hesitation. She instructed, "In the coming days, my estate will host a polo match. Ensure that the young lady wears the ruby headdress, for I wish to see how splendid she looks. Moreover, bestow upon her the complete set of accessories." Lord Zhan Yi bowed once more. "I shall obey your command." After receiving the reward, Lady Chung led 4 maidservants to the residence of the Marquis of Zhan. The elderly matriarch of the Zhan family could not help but furrow her brows and inquire, "Are you certain it is the residence of the Grand Princess?" Chun Jilan, biting her lip in a display of feigned innocence, replied, "Grandmother, although I have never visited the Grand Princess's residence, I am aware of which way the gates open. Moreover, on Hankei Street, Only her estate is surrounded by imperial guards. The matriarch nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. Let us wait a moment longer. Perhaps she has been rendered unconscious by those pastries. After all, she has been a vegetarian for many years, and should she break her vow, her wrath would surely be formidable. A malicious glint flickered in Chen Jilan's eyes. This was precisely the outcome she desired. It would be splendid if the Grand Princess were to harshly reprimand Lin Yuan, humiliating her in front of the entire city. Consequently, the Marquis of Zhan would have every justification to divorce her. That wretched woman would no longer be able to reign over her. With this thought, she felt that the moment of vindication was imminent. The matriarch smiled warmly and assured her, "Rest assured, your dignity shall not be diminished. You had originally prepared a lavish bridal dowry of 10 miles of red silk for you, but that wretched girl has withheld it. Once she departs, it shall all be yours." Chen Jilan's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude as she unhesitatingly threw herself into the matriarch's embrace, murmuring, "You are the best, grandmother." The matriarch gently ruffled her hair. "Of course I cherish you. You are a precious daughter of the Chen family. How could I allow you to suffer?" Just then, an anxious voice from outside interrupted, "Old madam, the Grand Princess's residence has sent someone with an edict, instructing all the ladies of our marquisate to gather at the entrance and listen." The elderly matriarch was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't the imperial edict be delivered within the estate? Why were they still at the entrance, creating such a commotion, as if to attract the attention of countless onlookers? Chen Jilan hastily reminded her, "Grandmother, is this not precisely what we desire?" After this incident, Lin Yuan's reputation will undoubtedly be tarnished. Her treachery against the Grand Princess will render her vulnerable. Even the physician Lin will be unable to protect her, and she might even face corporal punishment. The old matriarch's eyes brightened, filled with joy. Ever since Lin Yuan entered the estate, she had felt stifled and uneasy. At last, the moment to witness her downfall had arrived, filling her with immense delight. She urged, "Quickly, assist me to the entrance to hear the Grand Princess's decree." The entourage made their way out of the courtyard and encountered Lin Yuan, who appeared composed and unruffled on the arched bridge. Chen Jilan, rarely showing a smile, remarked, "Madam, you two are here to hear the Grand Princess's decree. I wonder what news will be delivered. It truly piques one's curiosity." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow in derision, reflecting on how she had been deceived by this capricious young woman in her past life. Observing her animated demeanor, one might think that Lin Yuan would be the one facing punishment. Let her revel in her moment of triumph. There would surely come a time for her tears. With a calm demeanor, Lin Yuan replied, "Aunt Chen should be mindful of decorum. After all, you are merely the consort of the heir. Such reckless behavior may invite misfortune." Chapter 42. Consort you. Chen Jilan was instantly incensed, her face turning a shade of stormy gray. After previous lessons, the second house's Zhan Duoer and the second madam dared not speak out casually. They merely trailed behind the elderly matriarch, observing the spectacle. Linger hastily stepped forward, glaring discontentedly at Chen Jilan. "What do you think you are? Just a mere concubine, and yet you dare to flaunt your bravado before the madam. Have you learned your manners only to have them digested by a dog? Should there be a next time, do not blame me for slapping your face." Chen Jilan, intimidated by Lin Yuan, could hardly contend with Linger, whom she regarded as nothing more than a lowly maid. Realizing this, she instinctively swung her palm towards Linger. However, Zier was quicker, seizing Chen Jilan's wrist and fixing her with a piercing gaze. "Do you think you are worthy?" Chen Jilan was struck with a shiver. Indeed, she was not worthy. A concubine was lesser than a servant. Moreover, Linger was a first-class maid beside Lin Yuan. To strike her was an act of rebellion. She could only endure her humiliation and apologize. "It is I who am unworthy. I was wrong. I beseech the madam not to hold it against me." Lin Yuan spoke in a calm tone. "Zier, release her. After we have heard the decree of the princess, I will certainly ensure that several matrons instruct her in proper conduct." Chen Jilan nearly laughed in exasperation. Her hopes were fanciful. What would there be afterward? Once they reached the door, Lin Yuan's good days would come to an end. She had maliciously plotted against the princess, causing her to err, and a mere beating would be lenient. She vowed in secret that once Lin Yuan was found guilty, she would command that Zier and Linger be beaten to death. How dare these lowly maids bully her? It was utterly intolerable. As the crowd approached the entrance, they were met with the stern and grave expression of the leading matron Cheng. Old Madame Zhan immediately inquired, "Has one of the women from my household offended the crown princess? Please, matron Cheng, clarify this matter." I shall not tolerate such insolence, and will ensure she is appropriately punished. Matron Chung suddenly broke into laughter. Old madam, you have misunderstood. I have not come to administer punishment, but rather to deliver rewards to the lady of the marquis. Old Madame Zhan was momentarily taken aback. Rewards? Ignoring her confusion, Matron Chung cleared her throat and proclaimed loudly, the esteemed Lady Lin Yihuan of the Marquis household is virtuous and possesses exceptional skill, having prepared exquisite and delightful pastries for the Crown Princess. The Crown Princess was exceedingly pleased and has bestowed upon her 2 sets of golden hair ornaments, along with various accessories, in addition to a ruby hairpiece and a set of accessories, 5 bolts of moonlit gauze, and 3,000 taels of silver. I invite the lady of the Marquis to step forward and receive these honors. Chun Jilan was so astonished that she nearly collapsed to the ground. After all, those pastries had been tampered with. Had the Crown Princess truly not discerned this? Furthermore, even if she hadn't, those pastries were not crafted by Lin Yihuan, but by her own hands. Such generous rewards rightfully belonged to her. With this thought, she disregarded propriety and called out, "Wait." Her voice rang out sharply, startling the onlookers and prompting them to murmur among themselves, "Who is this? How dare she interrupt the Crown Princess's decree?" Chun Jilan felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Yet she pressed on with determination. "Matron, do you still recognize me?" Madame Chung scrutinized her from head to toe and remarked, "I recognize you. You are the one who delivered the pastries from the Duke's residence to the Princess's palace, are you not?" In Chapter 43, Claiming Credit, Chun Jilan took a deep breath and replied, "Yes, it was I who delivered them, but those pastries were crafted by my own hands, not the lady's. Hence, the generous reward should not be bestowed upon her." Old Lady Zhan, unable to contain herself any longer, stepped forward to clarify. "I can attest that those pastries indeed originated from her skillful hands. Since the princess so admires them, it is only fitting that the subsequent reward be granted to Jilan." Madame Chung furrowed her brows in confusion. "You have left me bewildered." She clearly stated that she was sent on the orders of the Duchess to deliver the pastries. What exactly is amiss here? Old Lady Zhan hastily shook her head. "There is nothing amiss. Madam, simply grant the reward to her, as it rightfully belongs to our household." Madame Chung, dissatisfied, admonished, "How absurd. The princess's decree cannot be so ambiguous. Do you not know what status this young lady holds in the Duke's residence?" Chun Jilan, her face frozen in embarrassment, murmured, I am the heir's concubine." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. How humiliating it was for a renowned female talent of the court to have to identify herself as a concubine. Yet, Madame Chung raised her voice to question, "Speak up. What are you exactly? Speak louder. This old woman has poor hearing. Are you trying to whisper to the land god?" Standing nearby, Lin Yuan struggled to suppress her laughter, finding the old matron from the princess's palace to be quite the character. She ruthlessly tore off Chun Jilan's facade and trampled upon it. Indeed, Chun Jilan's head drooped even lower. Her hands concealed within her sleeves were nearly tearing apart the silk handkerchief she clutched. Old Madame Chung unhesitatingly rebuked. "How dare a concubine act so insolently in the presence of the Grand Princess's decree? Is this the decorum of your Ho residence?" The elderly Lady Zhan, trembling with fear, quickly apologized. "Madam, please do not hold this against her." In her moment of desperation, she lost her composure, but the pastries truly originated from her hands. They were indeed made by her. With a stern countenance, old Madame Chung inquired, "If they were made by her, then I shall presume to ask on behalf of the Grand Princess, what filling did you use in those pastries?" Upon hearing this, Chun Jilan's face lit up with pride. Naturally, she remembered the filling of the pastries she had crafted herself. This time, the accolades would surely be hers. Without hesitation, she declared, "I made osmanthus cakes. And considering the Grand Princess's palate, I added extra almonds and crushed chestnut flour." Old Madame Chung could not suppress a frown of disbelief and queried, "Is that all?" Chun Jilan blinked innocently. "That's it. Should I mention the lard and flour as well?" Just as she hesitated, old Madame Cheng's voice boomed with reprimand. "Nonsense. You failed to mention the most essential filling and yet dare to claim credit? What audacity you possess." Chun Jilan trembled in fright, her voice quivering as she asked, "What other filling is there?" With a displeased countenance, old Madame Chung interjected, "Do not concern yourself with the fillings. You are merely taking credit for someone else's work. Madame Zhan, this is a concubine from your household. How do you intend to address this matter to the Crown Princess?" Old Madame Zhan was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. It was clearly Chun Jilan who had crafted the pastries, How had they arrived in the hands of the crown princess transformed? What had transpired in between? While she pondered this, Lin Yuan spoke up. I apologize for the embarrassment caused to old Madame Chung. As you can see, the old lady is advanced in years. And with so many individuals in this household, she cannot possibly oversee everything. I humbly request the crown princess to consider sending a few seasoned matrons to instruct her in the proper decorum to prevent any future public humiliation. Chapter 44. No-face. Old Madame Cheng's expression softened as she responded. It is commendable that you consider the greater good, knowing full well that this concubine harbors ill intentions and seeks to claim your accomplishments. You still advocate for her by requesting the crown princess to send matrons to teach her the proper etiquette. I can only hope she remembers your kindness and does not repay your generosity with malice. Chen Jilan felt a wave of humiliation wash over her, biting her lip until blood filled her mouth. Instinctively, she questioned, if the pastries were made by the madam, could she not identify the primary filling? Lin Yuan replied leisurely. Of course, it is crushed juju paste and goji berries, both of which are remarkably beneficial for the crown princess's health. Juju paste nourishes the blood, while goji berries promote vitality. Would you not agree, old Madame Chung? Lin Yuan bowed respectfully. Thank you, Crown Princess, for your generosity, and my gratitude to old Madame Chung for making this effort. She cast a glance at Linger, who promptly stepped outside and declared, These gifts are prepared by Our Lady for the matron and esteemed sisters. Please accept them. Upon seeing the medicated plaster in her hands, Matron Chung momentarily froze, bewildered. She inquired, What is this? Lin Yuan lowered her gaze with a gentle smile, explaining, as the personal matron of the eldest princess, you have tirelessly traversed the estate. Haven't your feet suffered from cracking and pain during the winter? Matron Chung suddenly recalled her affliction. Indeed, it had been a persistent issue. And the eldest princess had shown her compassion by requesting physician Lin to provide her with medicine. Lin Yuan did not deny it and earnestly elucidated, whenever the pain arises, simply apply the plaster to the affected area, and it shall alleviate your discomfort. After applying it consistently for 3, 7, or even 21 days, you will be completely cured. Matron Chung could not express her gratitude enough. Could she truly be healed? Was this perhaps a new remedy developed by physician Lin? How generous this lady of the Marquis's estate is. She hastily bowed in gratitude, saying, Thank you, my lady. I shall certainly make good use of these plasters, and I will personally express my thanks to both you and physician Lin. As for the remaining maidservants, they were equally delighted to receive beauty creams, their excitement palpable. Witnessing the dazzling adornments, the expressions of old Madame Zhan and Chen Jilan twisted into a grotesque display of jealousy. Chen Jilan, having been struck, tilted her head to one side, a faint trace of blood appearing at the corner of her lips. She looked at old Madame Zhan in astonishment, never having anticipated that on her second day within the Zhan household, she would receive such a slap. The elderly matriarch scolded fiercely, What are you staring at? You have brought disgrace upon my face. Not only did I fail to receive a generous reward, but I was also reprimanded by Lady Chung. Do you comprehend the unpleasant whispers of the common folk? Chen Jilan, feeling wronged, bit her lip in distress. Grandmother, it was not my intention. It must be that wretched Lin Yuan who deliberately replaced the pastries to embarrass you. The elderly matriarch's anger caused her heart to flutter violently, prompting the elderly maid beside her to quickly support her. Chapter 45. The elderly matriarch instinctively looked at her. What scheme do you propose? The old lady leaned in and whispered, Did you not place someone in the Marquis's courtyard? Have them forge a key for the storeroom. While she is unprepared, we shall stealthily seize her valuable possessions without a trace. The elderly matriarch expressed her concerns. What if she discovers it? The old lady snorted dismissively. With all her treasures, how could she possibly notice? Do not hesitate any longer. By the time you resolve to act, she will have already sent those precious medicines out of the residence. The elderly matriarch, no longer daring to delay, swiftly commanded Chen Jilan, Go and discuss with Yuer. Tonight, the two of you shall infiltrate that wretched woman's courtyard and retrieve the items. Chen Jilan nodded eagerly and hastily left. Zhan Yi, who had been reading in the study, followed the sound of suppressed sobs to her room. He inquired with concern, Loner, what troubles you? Who has wronged you? Chen Jilan hurriedly wiped away her tears. Her voice choked as she spoke. Brother Yu, what brings you here? Your leg is still injured. You should sit down and rest. The mention of his leg injury ignited a flicker of resentment in Zhan Yu's eyes. It was all Lin Yuan's fault, had it not been for her. His father would not have punished him by making him kneel at the ancestral hall. His knee, already pierced by shards of porcelain, had suffered further agony from kneeling for so long, nearly rendering him incapacitated. He forced himself to suppress the surging hatred within and asked, "I just heard that someone from the princess's residence delivered rewards. Were they meant for you? She has taken a liking to the pastries you make by mere coincidence?" The word struck deeply, causing Chen Zhilan's tears to cascade once more. Zhan Yi clenched his teeth in fury. How dare she? Chen Zhilan lamented, "Brother Yu, please help me plead with the madam. Let her not hold a grudge against me. I should not have contended with her for you. If she finds me bothersome, she can simply send me away, but please do not torment me like this." A hint of disdain crossed Zhan Yu's gaze. Lin Yuan was indeed harboring resentment born of love, just because he had chosen to marry a concubine on their wedding day out of spite. She had wed his father and was now using her position to deliberately make things difficult for Chen Zhilan, subjecting her to endless grievances. He unhesitatingly reassured her, "Lanner, do not cry. I will speak to her. My father lacks compassion. She surely cannot endure this loneliness. Once I soothe her, she will return to me wholeheartedly, and then we shall deal with her together." Chen Zhilan, her tear-filled eyes brimming with hope, asked, "Brother Yu, is what you say truly the case?" Zhan Yu gently wiped away her tears and remarked, "She is quite despicable. Initially, I merely assisted her with a cunning plan, and she clung to me like a stubborn leech. When I directed her to the east, she dared not venture west. When I commanded her to kneel and massage my legs, she obediently complied, which clearly illustrates how much she values me." Chapter 46. The poisonous scheme. Chen Zhilan expressed her concern, "But she seems different from before, Brother Yu. I am truly afraid." Zhan Yi replied with certainty, "She is merely in a fit of anger. I must find an opportunity to soothe her temper." Suddenly, Chen Zhilan recalled the instructions from the old matriarch and quickly said, "Brother Yu, grandmother instructed us to go at midnight to retrieve the keys to Lin Yuan's storeroom and steal away all her valuable possessions." Zhan Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, wisdom comes with age. What a splendid idea from grandmother. As the lady of the marquisate, Lin Yuan would never dare to report the theft openly, lest it tarnish her family's reputation. Even if the matter came to light, she would be forced to swallow her grievances in silence. With this in mind, he swiftly inquired, "Where are the keys?" Zhan Yu promptly invited her in, asking, "Does grandmother have any further instructions?" Old madam and lowered her voice to impart her advice. "The old matriarch has tampered with the evening meal. The residents of the main courtyard will be in a deep slumber. You may proceed to take those items without hesitation, ensuring that it appears as though nothing is amiss." Madam nodded, placed the keys down, and then departed. Zhan Yu extended his hand to embrace Chen Zhilan, exclaiming, "Now we are destined for fortune. If we can acquire those life-saving elixirs from her, they would fetch a handsome price in the market. It is said that a single revitalizing pill is worth 1,000 taels of silver." Chen Zhilan gasped in astonishment. "Is it truly that expensive?" Zhan Yu arched an eyebrow. "Indeed, such a pill is rare beyond measure. As Lin Taiji grows older and his vitality wanes, the emperor, in his benevolence, spares him from excessive toil. Hence, only the empress and favored concubines are privileged enough to possess one or two." A flicker of jealousy passed through Chen Zhilan's eyes. Why did she not have such a formidable grandfather? She yearned for a dowry of that caliber. With those revitalizing pills in her possession, would not the noble ladies of the realm surround her eagerly? She craved that sensation. In a soft murmur, she implored, "Brother Yu, we must ensure that we seize all of those revitalizing pills. I promise to safeguard them, if you would allow me." Her enchanting smile gradually captivated Zhan Yu's very soul. As the curtain fell, the courtyard of the air was filled with blush-inducing sounds during the broad daylight. That night, just as Lin Yuan intended to send Ling to the small kitchen to prepare dinner, Nurse An had already arrived in person, accompanied by several attendants bearing food boxes. With a beaming smile, she announced, "Today, in celebration of the esteemed lady receiving the princess's generous reward, the old matron specifically instructed the main kitchen to prepare additional dishes. All favorites of the marquis and the lady. Allow me to deliver them first." Lin Yuan subtly curled her lips, feigning delight as she replied, "I am most grateful to the old matron. Please, do have the dishes arranged." Old Madam An responded promptly, instructing her maidservants to set a lavish spread of dishes. Ling stared in wide-eyed amazement. What an extravagant feast this was. Ever since they entered the Zhan household, she had never encountered such an array of exquisite cuisine. She had assumed that life in the Marquis's residence was rather humble, especially after observing the commonplace fare in the large kitchen. Instinctively, she inquired, "Old Madam, have you ever heard the saying, offering kindness without reason is either deceitful or thieving?" Chapter 47. The Truth Buffed. Standing at the door with an indifferent expression, Zhan couldn't help but burst into laughter at Linger's candid remark. She thought to herself, this girl is quite audacious in her honesty. Old Madam felt a twinge of embarrassment. She wanted to scold Linger for her lack of decorum, yet, considering Linger was Lin Yuan's personal maid, she suppressed her ire. With a stiff expression, she replied, "Linger, do not hastily speculate on the old lady's intentions. The Marquis is the pillar of this household, and she holds him in the highest regard. Now that there is a madam, her concern has only deepened. The reason she did not send meals in the past few days was due to her ill health." At that moment, Lin Yuan interjected, "Linger, do not assume the worst of everyone. The old lady merely sent over some food. Could there be any ulterior motive?" Upon hearing this, Old Madam couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Lin Yuan glanced at her and remarked, "Madam, are you feeling unwell?" Old Madam quickly took out a silk handkerchief to wipe her perspiration, explaining, "Not at all. I merely hurried a bit on my way here." Lin Yuan spoke without hesitation. "My grandfather once said that if one sweats due to body heat, it signifies an excess of internal fire. You have arrived at an opportune moment, as I happen to possess pills to dispel this internal heat. Consider it a reward for your visit." And Mama's legs trembled at the thought. These pills were notorious for causing diarrhea. What she experienced was not internal heat, but rather a guilty conscience. While others rewarded their servants with gold leaves, or at the very least, silver coins, Lin Yuan had the audacity to present a remedy for loose bowels. She could hardly endure it. Instinctively, she began to make her escape, her feet slipping away. However, just as she reached the doorway, she was blocked by Zhan, whose gaze was sharp as a blade, except, she pronounced coldly, her expression as fierce as steel, and Mama nearly knelt in fear. She understood all too well that those surrounding the Marquis were seasoned warriors, forged in the crucible of battle. It was best to avoid provoking them. She hurriedly nodded. "Very well, I shall accept the reward." Before she could express her gratitude, Linger snatched the pill and promptly tossed it into her mouth. The old master's medicine is remarkably effective. Once you consume it, the internal fire will swiftly dissipate, restoring your health. Now be sure to thank me. And Mama could already feel the immediate effects as her stomach rumbled thunderously, compelling her to tense her legs. In a stammering voice, she managed to say, "I will come again to express my gratitude, madam. I must take my leave now." With that, she turned and fled. At this moment, the servants of the Marquis's residence were utterly astonished, having witnessed a figure with flowing white hair rush past them, vanishing in the blink of an eye. One individual instinctively rubbed their eyes, exclaiming, "Am I seeing things? Did I just glimpse the composed and dignified Granyan? Or perhaps I did not." Nearby, another person picked up a shoe that had fallen to the ground, remarking, "It must have been her. I wonder why she fled so swiftly." As if pursued by a ghost, leaving her shoe behind. Unbeknownst to Granyan, who had entered the lavatory, she found herself unable to emerge. Lin Yuan could hear Linger teasing her in a whisper, "Madam, you should have seen how fast Granyan was running. That fellow could outpace a dog." Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. "You are quite the mischievous one. Her ability to take the medicine owes much to your efforts." Linger retorted, "I was saving her." It was clearly not hot, yet she was sweating profusely. How severe must her internal heat be? Chapter 48. Heartache. Lin Yuan nodded eagerly. "Indeed. Our Linger is a kind-hearted girl." As her words fell, her complex gaze landed on the spread of dishes before her. Swiftly, she rose and moved to his side, instinctively taking the heavy cloak from his hands. Their fingertips brushed, sending a fleeting moment of disorientation through Zhan Yan. He rubbed his fingers together, striving to suppress the unusual thoughts that arose. After washing his hands, Zhan Yan took a seat and inquired, "Is there anything special today?" Lin Yuan gestured towards the bountiful feast laid out on the table, saying, "It was sent by the old matriarch. It is quite lavish." Zhan Yan lifted his eyes to scan the table, and a sense of guilt washed over him. The young girl had been in the house for 2 days, and in a moment of adjustment, he had inadvertently neglected her needs for food and shelter. Lin Yuan suspected he had misunderstood her intentions. However, it was quite fortunate, as she truly required a cook. After all, it was unreasonable to burden Linger with everything. She would surely wear herself out. With a playful smile illuminating her delicate features, She said, "Thank you, my husband, but today's meal was specially prepared for us by the old lady." Zhan Yan's gaze was complex. The young girl had been in the household for 2 days, and logically, she ought to address the old lady as mother. After all, she was her nominal mother-in-law. Yet, she had refrained from doing so, indicating that she harbored some reservations about the Marquisate. Perhaps she had remained out of an unresolved emotional turmoil, and it was likely she would depart one day. Contemplating this, he inadvertently tightened his grip on the chopsticks. Lin Yuan personally served him vegetables, quickly piling his plate high. Afterward, she offered him fish, meticulously removing the sharp bones with care. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by his actions. His fingers were not as smooth and elongated as Zhan Yi's, and they bore a subtle roughness. The thick calluses were quite conspicuous, and his attempt to extract the fish bones was somewhat clumsy. Nevertheless, he remained attentive, carefully extracting the bones while keeping his gaze lowered. She swiftly grasped his wrist and declared, "I can do it myself." Zhan Yan looked up at her, feeling a sense of defeat. With a wry smile, he remarked, "I can't even manage to remove the fish bones properly. I hope my lady does not find me lacking." With just a single utterance, Zhan Yan's heart raced, prompting him to hastily shove a piece of food into his mouth to mask the complexity of his emotions. He thought to himself, his hands are not merely capable of wielding a sword, they can also be employed to assist her in various tasks. However, upon observing her engrossed in her meal, he chose to remain silent. Ultimately, with an abundance of dishes, they were unable to finish the meal and shared some of it with the nearby serving maidens. After Lin Yuan bathed, she changed into her nightclothes and nestled into her bed. After a brief hesitation outside, Zhan Yan stepped into the room. She poked her little head out from beneath the covers and sweetly reminded him, "Husband, please drink the bowl of clear water on the small table." Chapter 49. A gift. Zhan Yan was puzzled as to why he should drink water, feeling no thirst. Yet, upon turning to see her slightly unbuttoned nightclothes and the sight of her delicate, fair skin, he was suddenly overwhelmed with a parched sensation. Without hesitation, he lifted the bowl of clear water and drank it all in one go. A cool sensation washed over him, alleviating some of the heat that clung to his body. When Lin Yuan unexpectedly saw him produce a piece of Xian paper from his sleeve, she was momentarily taken aback. It had been half a year since she last saw her grandfather. The next time they crossed paths was when she went to assist Zhan Yi in procuring the life-extending pills. At that time, she had lamented that her grandfather had not sent anyone to visit her for such an extended period, only to later discover that Zhan Yu had forbidden the Lin family from visiting. All the nourishing gifts sent by her family had been divided among the old lady Zhan and Qin Zhilan. They were truly shameless. As she contemplated this, her delicate face flushed with indignation and resentment. He wished to express more, yet was halted by Lin Yuan's firm grip on his wrist. "Husband, there is no need for further words." Zhan Yan lowered his gaze to her delicate fingers and spoke with difficulty. "I understand that marrying me, with my flawed existence, has caused you distress. I wish to provide you with dignity and grace within my capacity." Observing his self-reproachful demeanor, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of sympathy. She had never intended to use Zhan Yan for revenge. Her genuine desire was to build a life with him. Marriage did not necessarily require the consummation of intimacy to bring joy. In her previous life, she had been deeply wounded by Zhan Yu, and had since come to regard romantic entanglements with indifference. In this life, her sole aspiration was to live freely and unencumbered, to shield her family from harm and deceit. This was sufficient. Without hesitation, she interjected, "Husband, you need not feel such inferiority. Since I became Mrs. Yan, I have never felt wronged. On the contrary, I take great pride in marrying the most formidable warrior of the realm." Upon hearing her words, warmth flooded Zhan Yan's heart. Lin Yuan glanced out the window and noticed a furtive figure lurking outside. She yawned lazily and said, "Husband, it is time for you to rest. I am so tired that I can barely keep my eyes open." Zhan Yan quickly responded, "Very well, let us sleep." He gently draped a silk quilt over her before extinguishing the candlelight. At that moment, sleep eluded him. Her self-identification as Mrs. Yan, with such unabashed confidence, was indelibly etched in his mind. He was acutely aware that in the court, he enjoyed the highest favor from the emperor. Not only did the princes hold him in great respect, but even the emperor treated him with utmost courtesy. Not to mention the courtiers, who, upon seeing him, would bow deeply and address him as lord. Yet, behind his back, they regarded him with disdain, solely because he was a man of incomplete stature. Were it not for his command over the most clandestine forces of the underworld, they would have long since disregarded him. They all awaited his demise. so they could usurp the military power he held. They adorned themselves with masks of flattery, but only the young girl spoke sincerely, proud to declare herself Lady Yan. Chapter 50. Heartbeat. Yet he could not grant her the rights that belonged exclusively to a woman. Was he truly selfish? Contemplating this, he instinctively turned to glance at the little girl beside him. To his astonishment, when their eyes met, one black, one white, his heart raced involuntarily, and he asked, "Why are you still awake?" "Shoo." She suddenly leaned closer, placing her hand over his mouth. She was so near that their breaths mingled, and most importantly, her heart pressed tightly against his. He felt an overwhelming weight, as if 1,000 pounds bore down upon him, causing his breathing to quicken. Fortunately, she soon whispered in explanation, "We are about to witness a splendid performance. I will go on first, and you will follow shortly, all right?" In an instant, Zhan Yan regained his composure and lowered his voice in astonishment, asking, "What kind of performance?" Lin Yuan shook her head and replied, "I cannot reveal anything to you just yet. You will understand shortly." Zhan Yan, with his inscrutable gaze, seemed uncertain where to direct his attention, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Not shifting her position. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from outside. "There's a thief." In an instant, Lin Yuan leaped from the bed and dashed outside. Zhan Yan was taken aback and quickly grasped her wrist, cautioning, "How can you go out dressed like this? You must change into proper attire." Lin Yuan blinked innocently and replied, "This is precisely how I must dress to leave. A performance requires full commitment." Zhan Yan could not help but furrow his brow. The cost of her charade seemed excessively high. What kind of mistress would rush out in her nightgown? Moreover, her nightgown was exceedingly thin, rendering it nearly equivalent to wearing nothing at all. In a fleeting moment, Zhan Yan retrieved his cloak, enveloping her entire form within its folds. Ensuring that nothing would be exposed before meticulously tying the sash, Lin Yuan contemplated insisting on dressing herself, but upon witnessing his gentle and affectionate demeanor, she found herself at a loss for words. Strangely, she harbored a vague sensation that this man before her might be treating her as a daughter rather than as a wife. Had she not married a husband, but instead acquired an elderly guardian? This feeling was profoundly intricate. Before she could unravel her thoughts, chaos erupted outside, accompanied by anguished cries. Indicating a fierce altercation, Lin Yuan anxiously interjected, "Husband, I shall go see the commotion first. You can follow me out shortly." Zhan Yan nodded, watching her agile figure vanish in an instant. He sighed helplessly, fearing that Zhan Yu had once again fallen into her trap and stirred up trouble. His gaze shifted to the water bowl on the small table, his expression complex. Meanwhile, within the storeroom, two masked figures clad in black were already howling in agony, their cries echoing as the stick seemed to target them relentlessly, regardless of their attempts to evade it. Initially accompanied by others, those companions had miraculously escaped the onslaught. Linger possessed extraordinary strength and struck with remarkable ferocity. Despite her lack of formal martial arts training, she wielded the stick with a vigor that was truly formidable. After enduring several blows, one of the black-clad men abruptly made a dash for the storeroom's exit. Before he could utter a word, he fell victim to Linger's relentless assault once more. Chapter 51. The beating. "Spare me. Please, do not strike any longer." The desperate cries dwindled. As it seemed he was on the verge of being beaten to death, Linger, just in time, ceased her assault and, panting with indignation, exclaimed, "Miss, these thieves attempted to steal your dowry. Thankfully, Zier discovered their plot and roused me, allowing us to rush out and confront them." Lin Yuan stared in shock, her eyes widening. "What? Thieves dare to steal from the residence of the Marquis of Zhan? Do they not comprehend what our lord is capable of? Such audacity!" Upon finishing her words, she stepped forward slowly toward the black-clad figures. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke with a grave tone. "Such a grave matter calls for immediate reporting to the authorities. These brigands are so brazen that only the court of judicature can bring them to justice." Linger nodded vigorously. "All right, I shall go at once." The cloaked man, startled, widened his eyes in alarm and urgently interjected, "Do not report to the authorities." Without hesitation, Linger swiftly kicked him to the ground and stepped on his face, demanding, "You, a mere thief, dare to prevent me from reporting? What gives you the audacity?" Fuming, the cloaked man clenched his fists and shouted hoarsely, "Vile servant, how dare you?" Linger's expression shifted abruptly. "Oh, you still dare to insult me? If you seek death, I shall oblige, and ensure you are left searching for your teeth." Without further delay, she seized a stick and relentlessly struck him. Thud! Blood spewed from the cloaked man as he was brutally assaulted. Unable to bear the sight any longer, another cloaked figure rushed forward in desperation, exclaiming, "Stop! Please! Do not harm him any further." Linger retorted sharply, "If you think I will cease, you are gravely mistaken. I intend to strike both of you." Chen Zhilan, feeling a pang of concern, thought to herself, "This is bad. If I continue to conceal myself, I might perish at the hands of this vile servant today." No. She had to swiftly remove her mask. Just as she instinctively reached to unveil herself, at that critical moment, Madame Zhan, supported by Madame Lu, hurried onto the scene. She cried out anxiously, "Halt! Cease at once. A mere servant thinks to overturn our noble house." Linger, feeling unjustly treated, gritted her teeth and replied, "Madam, your words are utterly unreasonable. Am I at fault for punishing a thief? Why must you shield them? Are you not in league with them?" The old matron of the Zhan family froze, nearly toppling over. The matron of the Lu family was the first to speak, reprimanding, "How could that be? The old matron would never collude with thieves. You little girl, why are you so reckless with your words?" Linga rolled her eyes in response. The way the old matron is defending herself easily gives rise to misunderstandings. One might think she is in league with them. Lin Yuan smiled gently, appreciating Linger's boldness. It was quite amusing to see the old matron of the Zhan family so incensed that she was nearly beside herself with rage. Slowly, she stated, "Since the old matron has arrived, we can speak plainly. These audacious thieves dare to intrude even upon the Zhan Yi Marquis's residence. They must be sent to the Dali Temple without leniency." The old matron of the Zhan family clasped her hands in prayer, exclaiming, "Amit Ba, at such a tender age, how can you harbor such murderous intent? One should spare when there is an opportunity to do so. They have not stolen anything from you. So why must you pursue their annihilation?" The matron of the Lu family echoed her sentiment, "Indeed, we are a family of benevolence and propriety. We cannot engage in such heinous acts. Release them at once and cease this uproar. We do not wish to become a laughingstock." Lin Yuan regarded the two wicked old hags before her with a cold gaze, their mouths full of benevolence and propriety, yet each more duplicitous than the last. Just look at the matron of the Lu family. Although she was clad in an inconspicuous dark green brocade gown, the red marks on her neck betrayed her recent escapades. Had she just crawled out from the embrace of her young paramour? And then there was the matron of the Zhan family, appearing dignified and poised. She mocked, her lips curling. "Then, according to the old lady's perspective, how do you intend to deal with these thieves?" The old lady Zhan instinctively wanted to say, "Let them go." After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan furrowed her brows and said, "Before the old lady takes them away, I would like to ask a question. How did they manage to unlock the storeroom without damaging the lock?" This question immediately made the old lady Zhan feel uneasy. She composed herself and retorted, "Cats have their own ways, and mice have theirs. They are thieves. Lacking even this basic skill, how could they survive?" After her words, she frowned again and continued, "It's not that I'm criticizing you, but you must reflect on why thieves are drawn to your possessions. One must be generous. Some valuable items should not be hoarded, or else they will attract thieves." Lin Yuan couldn't help but admire the old lady Zhan's theory of robbery. If you are robbed, it is your fault for possessing too many fine things. No wonder Zhan Yi was ruthless and heartless. It seems the old roots were already rotten. After having pricked Lin Yuan, the old lady Zhan quickly signaled to the men in black. Just as she was about to lead them away, a sharp command suddenly rang out from a distance. "Stop." Lin Yuan, feeling wronged, argued, "But I can't protect them. It's terrifying to think that thieves can easily enter my courtyard." Zhan Yi's pupils constricted sharply. Even knowing she was acting, he was still filled with rage. How had this courtyard become a sieve, allowing anyone to intrude at will? What if he were not present? The young girl would be left in danger. Upon contemplating this, his expression became increasingly dark and grim. He spoke in a low voice, "Shadow One, remove all the masks from those thieves. I wish to see who dares to extend their filthy hands into the lady's courtyard." Chapter 52. The brain thief Zhan Yan interrupted sternly, "Mother, are you aware of the severe consequences that will arise if news of today's brain thief incident spreads? They will think that the gates of the Zhan Yi Marquis are too lax." The old matriarch's complexion turned an unhealthy shade of pale as she instinctively pinched Lady Lu's arm, urging her to devise a solution quickly. At that moment, Lady Lu was already drenched in sweat from anxiety. If Zhan Yan ordered a search of the estate, her disgraceful secrets would be laid bare. No, she had to send those people away swiftly. Ignoring the old matriarch's reproachful gaze, she hastily slipped away. Zhan Yan furrowed his brows and shot her a glare, sending chills down her spine. Nonetheless, she was determined to protect Zhan Yi, her own grandson. It was an indisputable command, accompanied by a sense of grievance towards Lin Yuan for her inaction. Lin Yuan blinked in astonishment. Husband? Am I lacking in comprehension? How is it that I fail to grasp the meaning behind the old matriarch's words? What does our Zhan Yi Marquiate's reputation and your official standing have to do with apprehending thieves? You are not a thief, are you? Uffed. Linger could not contain herself and burst into laughter. Even Zhan Yi could not help but curve the corners of his lips. This little girl, when it came to the art of speaking without regard for consequences, could claim the title of unparalleled. Just look at the old matriarch's face. It was comparable to the bottom of a pot. He swiftly restrained his emotions and said, Mother, you worry too much. It is merely a matter of apprehending a thief. How could it possibly tarnish our reputation? Yet, your reluctance raises suspicions. Do you harbor some hidden agenda? His words immediately sent a chill down the spine of the old matriarch, who hastily shook her head in denial, exclaiming, No, this has nothing to do with me. Zhan Yan spoke coldly. If it is indeed unrelated, then allow me to handle this matter and punish both the domestic and external miscreants. Zhan Yi, who had been masked, could hardly maintain his footing, leaning against Qinlanji, his face etched with anxiety. What should he do? His father would undoubtedly be furious upon discovering his involvement. As he fretted, Yi approached him. Thump, thump, thump. Zhan Yi could almost hear the pounding of his own heart. No, he could not remain idle any longer. Without hesitation, he seized Qin Jilin beside him and hurled her towards Yi with all his might. Ah! Qin Jilin let out a piercing scream, instinctively spreading her arms in an attempt to embrace Yi. Yet Yi would not grant her that wish. He kicked her to the ground. The force of the blow was considerable, leaving her dazed and bleeding. Seizing the opportunity, Zhan Yi fled towards his courtyard. Zhan Yan commanded without hesitation, Zir, let go of me, you wretched maid. Release me. A furious Zhan Yi struggled in midair, his voice a raw roar. Lin Yuan tugged at Zhan Yan's sleeve, saying, My husband, why does this thief's voice sound so familiar to me? Zhan Yan's expression changed abruptly as he swiftly approached Zhan Yi and forcefully removed his mask. Zhan Yi, battered and bruised, his face swollen and lips torn, could barely speak without leaking air. A surge of fury welled up within Zhan Yan. This ungrateful son dared to intrude into the main courtyard at midnight to steal Yuan's dowry. Had he lost his mind? The menacing aura radiating from Zhan Yan instilled fear in Zhan Yi, causing him to kneel in terror. With tears and snot streaming down his face, he pleaded, Father, I came to find medicine for my great-aunt. You know her husband and all her sons perished on the battlefield. I cannot bear to see her suffer. Lin Yuan smirked derisively, amused by Zhan Yi's eloquence. How adept he was with words. In her previous life, she had been completely swayed by his silver tongue. Despite his vile actions, he dared to cloak himself in the guise of filial piety. He was indeed a master of disguise. Lin Yuan turned her gaze toward Zhan Yan, eager to see how he would handle the situation. Zhan Yan, his face impassive, commanded, Tear off everyone's masks and have them kneel before me. Yi obeyed without hesitation, dragging Qin Jilin and several servants before Zhan Yan. At this point, Qin Jilin was in a pitiful state, trembling uncontrollably. The old matriarch, filled with concern, spoke up, Yinner, considering this as Yuer's first offense, and that he acted out of filial duty, why not just admonish him a bit? Zhan Yan's fierce gaze locked on Zhan Yi, his resolute features revealing nothing of his true emotions. He inquired in a low voice, Zhan Yi, when you were adopted under my care, what rules did we establish? Please recount them for me. Zhan Yi was taken aback. He could hardly remember such matters from so long ago. His pleading gaze turned towards the matriarch, who promptly interjected, Yinner, when you was entrusted to your side, he was merely 3 years old, such a tender age, hardly capable of retaining memories. Without hesitation, Zhan Yan retorted, Surely, he must remember the teachings of the air. At that time, his faculties should have been fully developed. Zhan Yi quickly nodded. Father, please do not be angry. I assure you, my mind was indeed clear. The teachings of the air are to embody the qualities of a gentleman, honest in dealings, frugal in household matters, respectful to elders, affectionate towards the young, refraining from theft, robbery, or any disgraceful acts that would tarnish the family name. As he recited, his voice grew fainter, and his face flushed deeper shades of crimson. Zhan Yan sternly interrupted, If you have transgressed the teachings of the air, what punishment do you believe you deserve? Zhan Yi, horrified, knelt before Zhan Yan, bowing his head repeatedly. "Father, please quell your anger. I recognize my mistakes and vow never to repeat them. I only intended to fetch medicine for my great-aunt, with no ill intentions whatsoever." Raising an eyebrow, Zhan Yan questioned, "Is that so? Then I shall see what you have procured." Zhan Yi finally exhaled in relief, for he had indeed brought nothing but a box filled with fine medicinal remedies. At that moment, Zhan Yi was left utterly speechless. Chapter 53. The Outbreak. Chen Zhilan, feeling anxious, lowered her head, her fingers digging fiercely into her palm within her sleeve. Zhan Yi hurriedly denied the accusations, imploring her father for clarity. As for Chen Zhilan, she was to bear the blame. Without further hesitation, she quickly declared, "Where's Granny Yan? Hurry and restrain Chen Zhilan and give her a severe beating. It must be her vile intentions that have entangled the heir. Such a troublemaker deserves punishment." Granny Yan strode forward, launching a flurry of slaps across Chen Zhilan's face. The sound of the blows echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. Yet she felt it insufficient. The torment she had endured in her past life was far more severe. However, planting the seeds of hatred in Chen Zhilan's heart towards the matriarch of the Zhan family was quite advantageous. She looked forward to the spectacle of a dog-eat-dog scenario. Time passed, and suddenly, Chen Zhilan wailed in pain, claiming her stomach hurt. Granny Yan immediately halted, anxiously exclaiming, "Old madam, I did not touch her belly." A realization struck the matriarch, and she swiftly turned to the young maidservant attending Chen Zhilan. "Has her monthly cycle begun?" The maid instinctively shook her head. "Not yet." The matriarch cried out in distress, "Quick! Fetch the house physician now." It seemed she intended to exploit a pretense of pregnancy to evade punishment. Yet, that was of little concern. The chase was far more thrilling than a swift kill. Only through prolonged torment could true enjoyment be derived. Lin Yuan feigned shock and remarked, "This is not right. The heir has only taken a concubine for 2 days. How could she possibly be pregnant? Could it be that our heir is an unexpected father? This matter must be thoroughly investigated." With a single utterance, the joy that had surged within Chen Zhilan's heart swiftly transformed into dread and unease, tears brimming in her eyes. She argued, "No, the child I carry is indeed the heir's. That night, when the heir came to visit my father, he stayed over due to intoxication. I went to attend to him, and he forcefully took advantage of me." Zhan Yi recalled the events and quickly added, "Yes, do not tarnish Lanera's reputation. When she was with me, she was untouched. I still possess her token of purity." Lin Yuan nodded in understanding. "So the heir has long been entangled with this Chen concubine. How dare you still approach the Lin residence to propose marriage? You wish to enjoy both wife and concubine. But your calculations are rather audacious." Zhan Yu's face flushed crimson, and he instinctively retorted, "Do not feign jealousy. If I have wronged you, direct your ire at me alone. And do not involve Lanner. She is innocent." Lin Yuan could hardly contain her amusement, raising her bright eyes to Zhan Yan. "My husband, do listen to what this ungrateful son is saying. It is he who is of low character, knowingly pursuing another while already betrothed. If this were to spread, wouldn't the esteemed reputation of our Zhan family be sullied?" Zhan Yu, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily interjected, "Father, it is not as you perceive. My relationship with Lanner was merely a twist of fate. I did not intend to bring disgrace to the honorable name of the Marquis." "Enough," Zhan Yan coldly interrupted, his piercing gaze fixated on Zhan Yu. "Before you lie only 2 paths. Endure 80 strikes of the military staff or relinquish your title as heir. My son need not be you. I can select from other outstanding youths within our clan." The words struck Zhan Yu like a bolt from the blue, leaving him so stunned that he could not even utter a plea for mercy. Lady Zhan, the matriarch, was the first to express her fury and intervene. "Zhan Yan, have you lost your senses? The title of heir cannot be so easily discarded. And to strike you 80 times with a military staff, do you think he is your soldier? Such a grave punishment could very well lead to his demise." Zhan Yan furrowed his brow and replied, "Mother, have you forgotten how the illustrious name of the Zhan Yi Duke's residence was forged?" Lady Zhan trembled violently, nearly overwhelmed with rage. How could she provoke this living embodiment of wrath? The accomplishments of the entire Zhan clan had been won through his relentless efforts on the battlefield. He currently enjoyed the emperor's favor, and she needed him to secure even greater glory and benefits. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Yinner, I merely believe this punishment is excessive. Yuer has indeed erred, but he should not be subjected to 80 strikes. He is a scholar, and such treatment would surely break him." Zhan Yan nodded. "You are right, mother. Then let us strip him of the title of heir. I shall draft the decree of expulsion immediately and submit it to the palace for the emperor's approval by morning. Lady Zhan was nearly toppled over in shock. Was he deliberately trying to drive her to madness? In that moment, a plan formed in her mind. She could feign unconsciousness, and if she could disrupt Zhan Yan's intentions, then all punishment would inevitably be postponed. Acting on impulse, she rolled her eyes, spread her hands, and incessantly murmured, "No, I absolutely disagree." As her words fell, she collapsed into Granny Yan's embrace. Granny Yan quickly reacted, her expression fraught with worry as she shouted, "Oh no, the old lady has fainted." Zhan Yi crawled over in response, crying out in distress, "Grandmother, please awaken. It is my unfilial actions that have caused you such anxiety and anger. It is all my fault." Zhan Yan furrowed his brow and promptly commanded the house physician, "Quickly attend to the old lady." The physician hastened to the old lady's side. But just as he was about to examine her pulse, Granny Yan seized his wrist and vigorously shook her head in disapproval. Without hesitation, Zhan Yi bent down and lifted the old lady onto his back. Just as Zhan Yan was about to say something, he heard Lin Yuan leisurely interject. "Since this is a case of anger-induced fainting, we cannot afford to delay. My grandfather has mentioned that if such a condition is not treated promptly, it could lead to dire consequences, such as facial distortions, which are rather frightening." Zhan Yan instinctively inquired, "Do you know how to treat it?" Lin Yuan nodded emphatically. "Trust me, my husband. My grandfather has taught me that the first step is to awaken the fainted individual as swiftly as possible. He has instructed me on the method, and I can attempt it on the old lady." Chapter 54. Acupuncture. The physician's expression stiffened. He could feel the old lady clutching his garment with great effort. Steeling himself, he spoke, "Madam, your statement is rather rash. You are not a physician. How can you treat the old lady so casually?" Lin Yuan furrowed her brows and remarked, "Have you never seen a pig run, let alone eaten one? Furthermore, is your medical skill truly superior to that of my grandfather?" The court physician's complexion turned pale and ghastly as he resolutely turned to Zhan Yan, saying, "My lord, I believe the lady lacks medical expertise and should not be entrusted with the care of the old matriarch, lest it lead to dire consequences that would tarnish your reputation and that of the noble house." Zhan Yu followed suit, asserting, "Father, what does she understand? She is hardly proficient in the arts. How can she be allowed to treat our grandmother?" Zhan Yan's gaze was laden with complexity. He was aware that the young lady indeed possessed medical knowledge. It was she who had assisted him with a broken bone during a hunting expedition. She even affectionately referred to him as uncle. He would never forget that. He interrupted sharply, "I consent to her treating the old matriarch. Should there be any repercussions, I shall bear the responsibility." Lin Yuan blinked. "Thank you for your trust, my lord. I assure you, I will not let you down." She swiftly retrieved a sharp silver needle from her pouch and approached the unconscious old matriarch step by step. The old matriarch clutched Aunt Anne's arm tightly, causing her to wince in pain, tears streaming down her face. With a sudden thud, she knelt before Lin Yuan, pleading, "Madam, I implore you, do not torment the old matriarch any further. You clearly lack the skills. Why must you insist on treating her, even if you harbor disdain towards her? This is not an appropriate form of retribution, for she is your own grandmother." She continued to bow her head insistently, soon causing a large lump to form on her forehead. Lin Yuan bit her lip in distress, turning to Zhan Yan, "My lord, I assure you I can awaken the old lady immediately. I genuinely wish for her well-being. Even if you do not trust me, you must have faith in my grandfather. He has imparted to me some simple methods of rescue." Zhan Yan nodded, his gaze sharp as he addressed Granny Yan. "Will you rise on your own, or shall I have someone assist you?" Granny Yan bowed her head resolutely. "I shall not retreat." Zhan Yan signaled to Zir, who swiftly approached and grasped Granny Yan by the collar at the nape of her neck. Though she kicked and struggled fiercely, relief washed over her. At last, she was spared from further torment, as her arm had nearly been crushed by the old lady's grip. Lin Yuan hurried to the side of the old matriarch, softly reassuring the house physician, "Do not be afraid. It is merely a matter of administering a few needles. I trust you are familiar with this technique. This is a unique and esoteric method passed down from my grandfather, capable of swiftly reviving someone. You might consider learning it." The physician's eyes sparkled. The opportunity to learn the secrets of Lin Tai was exceedingly rare. He paid no heed to whether the old lady was truly in a coma or merely feigning one, and quickly ingratiated himself. "Thank you, madam. I shall hold the old lady steady to prevent any erratic movements that may disrupt your needling." The old matriarch was seething with fury, wishing fervently to open her eyes and deliver a thorough scolding to these wretches. Yet her mind remained acutely aware, feeling the chilling touch of the silver needles against her skin. Instinctively, she was covered in goosebumps, her heart racing with anxiety. She longed to open her mouth and unleash a torrent of invective. Wretched girl, get lost. I do not require your assistance for the needle. What are you even worth? Yet, no matter how infuriated she felt, her lips remained sealed. A wave of terror washed over her, as the silver needle suddenly pierced her fingertip. Her entire body tensed with pain, her heart pounding as if it might explode, leaving her mind echoing with the cacophony of her anguish. At that moment, a singular thought consumed her. The pain was excruciating, unbearably so. She had never endured such torment in her life. The wretched girl was doing this on purpose. Whoever heard of needing to pierce 10 fingers in order to save someone? This was a calculated act of revenge. Had she known, she would not have pretended to faint. Now, she found herself in a pitiful state, akin to a fish on a chopping block, ready for slaughter. When would this torment end? Lin Yuan was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the mind of the old matriarch. As she lifted her gaze to the physician and stated, "My grandfather once mentioned that if the stroke symptoms are relatively mild, 1 needle would suffice to awaken the patient." The physician interjected, "The reason the old matriarch has not awakened is due to the severity of her condition." Lin Yuan promptly nodded. "Indeed. Let us proceed with the second injection." As the bloodied silver needle was withdrawn from the old matriarch's fingertip, Zhan Yi was struck with terror, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He had realized that the old matriarch was feigning unconsciousness. However, he dared not speak up, for his father was already furious with him for his earlier missteps. If he were to further provoke Lin Yuan, he would undoubtedly incite even greater wrath. The prospect of being expelled from the marquisate was a loss he could not afford. He clenched his fists tightly, forcefully lowering his head to feign ignorance of the torturous ordeal endured by the old matriarch of the Zhan family. She gritted her teeth, concealing the torrent of resentment that surged within her. As the second blood-stained silver needle was extracted, the old matriarch remained utterly unperturbed. Zhan Yan could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "Is mother gravely ill?" Lin Yuan discreetly pinched her neck, and she instantly felt her mouth regain movement. Anxiously, she exclaimed, "No, no, please do not insert it again." Yet the sound that escaped her lips was merely, "Ah, ah, ah." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhan Yan nodded emphatically, "Yes. Please proceed swiftly. It truly hurts." After enduring 5 successive needles, the old matriarch felt a profound desire to succumb to death. It is said that the fingers are connected to the heart. Such torture is beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. She sensed a loosening in her abdomen, as if something was flowing out from beneath her. The sound of a rush startled the physician, whose complexion shifted dramatically. He instinctively took a step back, exclaiming, "Madam, we cannot proceed any further. The old matriarch has shown a response." Chapter 55. Hatred. Lin Yuan suppressed the fleeting disdain that flickered at the corner of her lips and spoke coolly. "The physician is correct. The old matriarch has indeed reacted, and she shall soon awaken. Should she fail to regain consciousness, I shall have no choice but to continue until all 10 fingers have bled completely." The old matriarch, who had initially intended to keep her eyes shut, upon hearing this, immediately sat up with a thud. She glared with blood-red, resentful eyes and cursed, "Wretched girl. Are you deliberately trying to kill me and humiliate me?" As she scolded, tears streamed down her face. For she had indeed suffered a great injustice and was in excruciating pain. Lin Yuan, however, feigned terror, instinctively retreating behind Zhan Yan, exclaiming, "Husband, please bear witness that I genuinely intended to revive the old lady. Anyone who has suffered a stroke, upon regaining consciousness, would exhibit a crooked mouth and slanted eyes. Just look at her. She appears perfectly fine and is still vehemently cursing." Zhan Yan could not suppress a chuckle and instinctively shielded her, saying, "Mother, do not blame her. It was I who consented to let her administer acupuncture. Otherwise, you would not have awakened so swiftly." The old lady Zhan was seething with rage, nearly at her breaking point, having almost been driven to death by that wretched girl's needles. How could he possibly defend her? Truly, a heartless ingrate, once married. He had forgotten all about his mother. She inhaled sharply and declared, "Zhan Yan, step aside. I refuse to believe that one can revive another without gentle methods. Look at what she has done to me, and you still speak in her favor?" Lin Yuan instinctively retorted, "A stroke victim does not exhibit the vigor to strike another as you do. Were you merely feigning your condition? Did you instruct the physician to lie?" so that your ungrateful son and his concubine could escape punishment? With that single statement, she struck at the very heart of the old lady Zhan, rendering her unable to make a scene any longer. The house physician, terrified, hastily knelt and bowed his head repeatedly. "My lord, please quell your anger. I would never dare to lie." The old lady indeed displayed signs of a stroke during her unconsciousness. The elderly matriarch of the Zhan family reluctantly spoke. "How can this be construed as insincere? Do not slander me." Lin Yuan, bewildered, replied, "If I have saved you, shouldn't you express your gratitude? Is it not said that the Zhan Yiho residence is a family of propriety? Must the matriarch treat her benefactor with scorn and reproach?" The matriarch's blood boiled with indignation, nearly causing her unbearable anguish. How dare she demand gratitude for being saved? Did she not understand the meaning of shamelessness? "You wretched girl, just wait. Once you enter this noble residence, I will not rest until I have ground you into dust." She clenched her jaw tightly and declared, "I am your own grandmother. Is it not expected that you would save me? What is there to discuss between family?" She was not foolish. Upon regaining her composure, she resolved to sow discord between the impudent girl and Zhan Yan. Lin Yuan earnestly explained, "Indeed, I have not considered myself your daughter-in-law." The elderly matriarch seized upon her words, unable to contain herself as she turned to Zhan Yan. Look, she does not regard you at all. The only reason she remains in the residence is to seek revenge on you. Do not allow her to deceive you." Zhan Yan instinctively glanced at Lin Yuan, who appeared aggrieved as she spoke. "My lord, I had not finished my statement when the matriarch began to accuse me. Which daughter-in-law enters a household only to find her dowry coveted by others? If I truly considered myself her daughter-in-law, would not the reputation of the Ho residence be in jeopardy?" The matriarch stiffened, her face flushing with embarrassment. Zhan Yan spoke coldly. "Mother, E1 is correct. Zhan Yu's transgressions cannot be easily forgiven. Since you are unwell, it is best that you refrain from intervening in this matter and allow me to handle it." The old lady Zhan, pained for her eldest grandson, could not bear the thought of witnessing him suffer without offering help, for he was her own flesh and blood. With great difficulty, she implored, "Yinner, the military staff's 80 strikes could truly be fatal. He calls you father. How can you bear to do this?" Zhan Yin impatiently interrupted. "Spoiling a child is akin to killing them. Is this not a principle you have often imparted to me, mother? When I was a child and erred, was I not met with the rod every time? Why should I, as a father, endure punishment while he, as a son, cannot?" The old lady Zhan felt an urge to roll her eyes, thinking to herself, "How can this be the same? You are not his biological father. Zhan Yu is my own grandson." Yet, she dared not voice this thought. As the commotion continued into the dawn, and the young girl beside him appeared utterly fatigued, Zhan Yan commanded, "Bring the heir down for punishment. Ing Yi will personally supervise the beating. No leniency shall be permitted." Several guards swiftly approached, dragging Zhan Yu away hastily. Zhan Yu cried out desperately, "Grandmother, save me. Grandmother, please help you." The old lady's heart twisted in agony, but confronted with Zhan Yan's icy demeanor, she could find no words of plea. She resolved to hold Lin Yuan accountable for this grievance, vowing that one day she would ensure that the debt would be repaid, rendering her unable to escape her fate. At this moment, Zhan Yan spoke again. Although the Chen family had diagnosed her pregnancy, their moral character was exceedingly corrupt. Knowing that Yuer was already betrothed, they still entangled themselves with her. She was to be confined to the Sida courtyard, where she would be required to transcribe the admonitions for women 100 times each day. Without the express permission of the esteemed lord, she was forbidden from stepping outside even a single pace. Chen Zhilan stared in shock, her eyes wide open. How could she be punished when she was clearly with child? Instinctively, she sought assistance from the matriarch of the Zhan family, only to find that the latter would not even cast a glance in her direction, choosing instead to remain silent. A chill coursed through her as she realized there was no escaping this punishment. Before long, 2 instructive matrons arrived to drag Chen Zhilan away. Zhan Yin interrupted without hesitation, "Mother, wait. It is impossible for Zhan Yu to access the storeroom unscathed. Where did he acquire the key?" The matriarch's gaze flickered evasively, and she instinctively attempted to deny. "What key? I do not comprehend what you are speaking of." The matriarch's expression changed abruptly. This could not be allowed. Those few young maidservants were her carefully chosen aides, capable of acting as her eyes and ears, ensuring she received all news from Zhan Yan promptly. They could even serve additional purposes in the future. She absolutely could not allow them to be taken away. Without hesitation, she refused. "Yinner, These maidservants are devoted to you. They are loyal and considerate. You cannot replace the old with the new. They have served you faithfully. If they leave your quarters, how will they find their place in the world afterward? Chapter 56. Coercion. It must be said, this statement already bore implications of ambiguity. She subtly implied that these young ladies were sent to serve Zhan Yi, and regardless of his actions, the outside world had already deemed them as his. Indeed, those beautiful maidens knelt on the ground, tears streaming down their faces, pleading, "My lord, please allow us to stay. If you cast us away, we will be left with no choice but death." Lady Zhan furrowed her brow and interjected, "Your pleas to the lord are futile. With the arrival of the mistress in the residence, whether you may remain depends on her wishes." Lin Yuan could not help but scoff. This old woman was quite adept at inciting resentment. If she did not permit these maids to stay, she would be burdened with an unflattering reputation. And who would genuinely wish to remain by her side in service thereafter? She stepped forward briskly, assisting each of them to their feet, saying, "It is not that I do not wish for you to stay, but you have heard it is the Lord's decision. Moreover, it is crucial to note that each of you is exceptionally beautiful, and the atmosphere here is far from tranquil." This time, the air pretended to be an intruder. But should a genuine thief enter the courtyard next time, would not your reputations be tarnished? With that single remark, the maidens exchanged glances, left speechless and unable to retort. Until one maid with almond-shaped eyes, receiving a cue from Lady Zhan, quickly chimed in with a delicate tone, "Ultimately, the mistress finds us lacking. However, you must understand that we have been in the Lord's household since childhood. If we are sent away now, our only option would be to cut our hair and become nuns." Lin Yuan fixed her gaze upon her and inquired, "What is your name?" The almond-eyed maid instinctively cast a glance at Zhan Yan, her shimmering gaze undeniably entrancing. Lin Yuan nodded in understanding. "You make a valid point. Thus, if you wish to remain, it is not impossible. You must all testify as to how the key to my storeroom ended up in Zhan Yu's possession." This seemingly innocuous statement struck the four like a thunderbolt, leaving them momentarily stunned. Old Madame Zhan reprimanded sharply, "Lin Yuan, what do you mean by this? Why do you demand their testimony? Are you not openly inciting discord?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did they not claim unwavering loyalty to the Marquis? Since they wish to stay, they must demonstrate their allegiance. If we can expel this traitor from our midst, the Marquis will surely not banish them all. Zhan Yan nodded resolutely. Indeed, it is either they all leave, or they must identify who has stolen the key to the storeroom. Lu Yuan stood frozen, a sense of foreboding washing over her. As anticipated, the remaining three maids exchanged glances and pointed accusatorily at Lu Yuan. It was she. She stole the key to the storeroom and had it remade. Lu Yuan's delicate face turned ashen as she knelt before Zhan Yan, pleading, "My lord, I was compelled against my will. I implore you to spare me this one time, considering my service to you." Her natural beauty, coupled with her sorrowful weeping, rendered her even more pitiful. She leaned forward deliberately, revealing her neckline that carelessly fell open, presenting a mesmerizing display of pale pink that left one feeling dizzy. It must be said, this woman is remarkably bold. Even Lin Yuan felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. She was curious whether Zhan Yan would remain indifferent. If he exhibited no reaction whatsoever, then his condition was indeed quite severe. While her thoughts wandered aimlessly, Zhan Yan had already spoken sharply. "Green Smoke has committed a grave betrayal. She shall be sent to the authorities under the charge of stealing the family's property." Green Smoke was horrified. Given her status, any imprisonment would lead to her exile to a desolate land. She had always been cherished and nurtured by the elder Lady Zhan. How could she endure such humiliation? Tearfully, she implored, "My lord, you cannot be so heartless. Once incarcerated, my body will be lost. And I am but a servant who has emerged from your chambers." Zhan Yan let out a cold laugh. "And so what? The people of the capital all know I, Zhan Yan, am afflicted with a hidden ailment. You are merely one of my ordinary maids. Having committed such a grave error, you cannot expect leniency." Green Smoke turned her pleading gaze towards the elder Lady Zhan. Though she was reluctant, she dared not speak up any further, for her conscience was heavy with guilt. Although Green Smoke did not explicitly mention who had instigated her actions, Zhan Yan, with his keen intellect, surely deduced the truth. As Green Smoke witnessed her hopes shatter, a sudden resolve crossed her face. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Since my lord chooses to treat me without discernment, I shall be your maid in life and in death, remaining within your courtyard." Without further hesitation, she charged fiercely at the wall. Thud! It was not the sound of her head colliding with the wall. but rather the sharp impact of a kick to her abdomen. Zhan gazed down upon her with disdain, exclaiming, "Filthy! Green smoke!" In a fit of rage, retorted, "You shall pay for this." No sooner had the words escaped her lips than she rolled her eyes and fainted. Zhan Yan commanded Zhan, "Make haste to the government office and ensure the governor imposes a sentence of exile upon her." "Yes." Zhan swiftly lifted the unconscious green smoke and departed. The remaining 3 maidservants knelt upon the ground, trembling with fear. Zhan Yan looked down at them and said, "You 3 are nurtured with great care by my mother. Attend to the young master's needs diligently, as his injuries require extensive recovery." The 3 maidservants dared not refuse and quickly responded affirmatively. Once all matters were settled, Zhan Yin turned his attention to the matriarch, Zhan Leofuren. "The oversight in the inner quarters is my mother's fault. If you are truly unwell, perhaps it is time to relinquish your stewardship." Zhan Leofuren's breath caught in her throat, and after a moment, she reacted with indignation, demanding, "Yinner, what do you mean? Are you blaming your mother?" Zhan Yin frowned and retorted, "Is it not your fault? Zhan Yu, as the heir of the marquisate, has committed the disgraceful act of stealing his mother's dowry, facilitated by keys given to him by the maidservants you raised." Zhan Leofuren, pale-faced, denied the accusation. "I never anticipated they would dare such a thing. Even so, you cannot strip me of my stewardship. Was everything not well before?" Her implication was clear. Lin Yuan was the source of discord. Lin Yuan, however, would not feign ignorance. Should she feel displeased, she would ensure that others shared in her discomfort. Without hesitation, she spoke, "Husband, heed my words. It is evident from the old matriarch's demeanor that she blames me for the unrest in the household since my arrival. Am I to be condemned for my dowry being coveted?" Zhan Yan cast a disappointed glance at the old matriarch. At this juncture, "Do you still fail to recognize your missteps?" Cold sweat beaded on the old matriarch's forehead. How dare Zhan Yan compel her to apologize to that lowly maid? What gave her the right? Chapter 57. Resentment, she hesitantly uttered. "Yinner, there shall be no next time. You must trust your mother." Zhan Yan unflinchingly interrupted, "Mother, it is imperative that you follow through on your promises." With that, he turned on his heel and departed hastily. Lin Yuan quickly lifted her skirts to pursue him. "Husband, wait for me." Observing their retreating figures, the old matriarch felt a sharp pang in her heart. Anton hurried forward to support her, offering solace. "Old matriarch, you must not allow your anger to resurface." Slap. The old matriarch raised her hand and struck Anton across the face, cursing fiercely, "It is all your fault. You fool, dragging me into this calamity. I nearly suffered to the point of death." Anton dared not retort and could only swallow her grievances in silence. Propping her chin on her hand, she curiously gazed at Zhan Yan, who had shed his outer garments and reclined. "Husband, did you truly feel nothing upon witnessing that green smoke?" Zhan Yan was momentarily taken aback. In his fury, he had paid no heed to her state. Instinctively, he inquired, "What was she like?" Lin Yuan furrowed her brow and swiftly sat up, letting her nightgown fall open. It was precisely like this. A breathtaking panorama suddenly unfolded before Zhan Yan, igniting a spark of astonishment in his mind. Hastily, he draped a brocade quilt over her, murmuring incessantly, cover up, lest you catch a chill." Lin Yuan, ensconced within the quilt, exclaimed, "Oh dear, my husband, you're smothering me." Startled, Zhan Yan clumsily lifted the quilt, only to inadvertently tumble with her beneath the bed, their bodies entwined in an exceedingly peculiar position, gazing into each other's eyes. Just as Lin Yuan intended to comment on the rapidity of his heartbeat, "My dear, your heart is racing," she noticed the sudden flush of his ears and couldn't help but giggle mischievously. "Husband, are you shy?" Zhan Yan thought to himself. How could he not feel bashful? He had never been in such close proximity to a woman since his very birth. Her body felt soft, and, indeed, she seemed to rest lightly upon him. Lin Yuan, sensing his discomfort, refrained from teasing further, swiftly rising with the quilt and pulling him up alongside her. She continued to mutter, "With such intense stimulation, you remain unresponsive. Perhaps we should first try acupuncture." Zhan Yan furrowed his brow and interjected, "Do not trouble yourself. The apothecary and Dr. Lin have employed countless methods on me, all of which have proven ineffective." He dared not confront the disappointment lurking in her eyes. Quickly lying back on the bed, he tightly closed his eyes, feigning slumber, and ceased the conversation. Yet Lin Yuan persisted in her murmurs, "Perhaps a miracle may yet occur. As long as you remain intact, you shall surely be healed." Zhan Yan found himself utterly immobilized, his eyes widening in shock as he exclaimed, "How do you know my condition is intact?" She smiled mischievously. "Oh, I merely brushed against it by accident." Zhan Yan nearly fled in panic. A lady skilled in the healing arts was indeed a formidable presence. While he had been preoccupied, she had discreetly assessed his physical state. He had intended to treat her as a daughter. How could she behave in such a manner? Or perhaps, in the eyes of a healer, there exists no boundary between the genders? His mind was a tumult of confusion. That night, the Zhan Yi Marquis was nearly devoid of sleep. The courtyard of Zhan Yi was a flurry of activity, with individuals coming and going incessantly, blood being carried away in basin after basin. The second madam arrived with Zhan Duoer, and upon seeing her son lying pallid on the bed, tears streamed down her face in anguish. She trembled as she questioned, "Mother, Yue is your own grandson. How can you bear to watch him receive 80 blows from a military staff?" The old matriarch felt wronged and instinctively defended herself. "What would you choose if you were in my position? To forfeit the title of heir, or to endure 80 strikes?" The second madam was immediately incensed. How can the Marquis say such a thing? Ever since Yue was adopted as his son, he has been exceedingly filial, holding him in the highest regard in all matters. Is that not sufficient? We raised this child only to have him suffer such punishment? Zhan Duoer chimed in. "Indeed, grandmother, my elder brother is diligent and studious. Why is uncle still dissatisfied? Such severe punishment, might it not render him like the eldest son of the Lin family, reduced to a cripple?" The old matriarch, in a fit of anger, retorted sharply, "Be silent. Would you not wish for your brother's well-being? He will surely be fine. I have already instructed someone to deliver a message to your aunt, requesting her to send a physician to treat his injuries." The second lady's eyes brightened with hope, and she hurriedly suggested, "Then let it be Physician Lin, for his medical skills are unparalleled. With his treatment, Yue will undoubtedly recover swiftly." The old matriarch shot her a disdainful glance, exclaiming, "You truly have a short memory. Who is Physician Lin?" "He is the maternal grandfather of that wretched girl. Do you believe he will sincerely treat you? It would be a miracle if he does not bring about his demise." Realization dawned on the second lady, and she fell silent, her face flushing with embarrassment. Zhan Duoer gritted her teeth in frustration. "It is all that Lin Yuan's fault. Ever since she entered our marquis, my uncle has completely transformed, always siding with her and providing her support. It is infuriating." The old matriarch raised an eyebrow in contempt, stating, "No matter how much he supports her, she remains a worthless creature, merely taking advantage of her position. Sooner or later, Lin Yuan will succumb to her desires and stray from the path." Zhan Duoer, perplexed, inquired, "But wasn't she quite infatuated with my elder brother before?" To win his favor, she would send him all manner of splendid gifts. What need would she have to steal? The old matriarch sighed in resignation. "It is precisely because she has offended your elder brother. His impatience led him to insist on marrying both a wife and a concubine to spare Qin Zhilan from suffering. Now, look where we are. The wife has become a mother, and she has effectively subdued him with the weight of filial piety. As long as she remains in this household, your elder brother will find it impossible to regain his footing." Zhan Duoer clenched her teeth, contemplating the situation. She realized that if her elder brother was suffering, she too would gain nothing from it. Previously, she could effortlessly retrieve items from the main courtyard, as if it were her own home. However, that was no longer the case. The matron in charge of the main courtyard had ceased to hold authority, insisting that permission from Lady Yan was required. As a young lady of the Marquis's household, how could she be subjected to the whims of an outsider? Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Grandmother, we must devise a plan to tarnish her reputation. Only then will my uncle abandon her for the sake of his dignity, and we shall have just cause to dismiss her." The matriarch had not anticipated her granddaughter's sharp wit. She had been preoccupied with the fear of losing control over the household. Caught off guard by Zhan Duoer's suggestion, she instinctively inquired, "What do you propose?" Zhan Duoer leaned closer to the old lady and whispered a few words, causing her face to light up with joy. "That is indeed a splendid idea. But where shall we procure the intimate garment? The maids I sent have all been dismissed, and green smoke has been sent to the officials." Chapter 58. The Return. Zhan Duoer frowned. "Grandmother, you are brilliant yet occasionally short-sighted. Surely it is not difficult to create a counterfeit? Those 3 maids have spent considerable time in my uncle's quarters. They must have seen something. Let us instruct the embroiderer to work through the night to produce it." The matriarch promptly summoned Aunt An into the room, urgently reminding her to attend to the matter without delay. Madame Eyre wiped her tears and said, "I hope the heavens will bless us and allow Duoer's plan to succeed." When the time comes, we shall give her a good thrashing to avenge you. Old Madame Zhan could not bear to see her weeping and scolded. What good does crying do? If you could only keep that wretched Chen Jilan in check, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. Madame Eyre felt a twinge of grievance. Mother, did you not suggest they should interact? You even said that since L'Honneur is now the wife of the heir, the entire marquisate would eventually belong to us. This is a case of keeping the good fortune within the family. Old Madame Zhan interrupted with a stiff expression. I allowed them to interact, but I did not intend for them to produce a child. Now, with this scandal of premarital pregnancy, what should have been a respectable position is reduced to that of an illegitimate child. Madame Eyre clenched her teeth, her complexion pale and unsightly. Jean Duour quickly played the peacemaker. As long as we expel that vile girl from our marquisate and elevate my elder sister-in-law to the main wife, who would dare to label that child as illegitimate? Madame Eyre's expression softened slightly, and she nodded. My grandson must not suffer any indignity. A fierce glint suddenly flashed in old Madame Zhan's eyes. This time, we must not only drive her out of the marquisate, but also ensure she leaves empty-handed. A wretched woman of such low character should compensate us for all her dowry. Jean Duour wore a greedy expression. Grandmother speaks truly. All the fine things belonging to that vile woman should rightfully be ours. At this moment, Chen Jilan remained oblivious to the old lady's sinister plot. She knelt upon the mat, diligently transcribing the teachings for women as per the Lord's orders. Previously, she had believed that merely entering the Marquis's residence, even in the capacity of a concubine, would afford her a chance for redemption, thanks to the favor of Zhan Yi. Yet, merely on the second day, she had already endured multiple slaps and was now consigned to kneel in this secluded courtyard, incessantly copying the teachings. Again and again, her hands became swollen and red from the task. With tears brimming in her eyes, she turned to the elderly matron standing nearby, pleading, Might I be granted a moment's respite? The night is so cold that my hands are nearly too stiff to hold the brush. The matron, dispatched by Zhan Yan, adhered strictly to her duties. With a stern countenance, she replied, Do not reproach me for disregarding your well-being, madam. If you fail to complete today's task, I too shall face punishment. I implore you to show some compassion for my plight, and not to let your misfortune befall me. Chen Jilan instinctively felt the urge to retort, but then recalled that this was Zhan Yan's confidant, someone she could not afford to offend. She maintained a facade of grievance, stating, You are aware that I am with child. If I overexert myself and endanger the Zhan family's heir, the responsibility would be too great for either of us to bear. The matron silently rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, Do you truly believe that bearing an illegitimate child holds any value within the Marquis's residence? The Lord cares not a whit. Otherwise, why would he have instructed her to ensure that Chen Jilan completed her daily task, regardless of her protests, or face familial punishment? Noticing the matron's silence, Chen Jilan assumed her words had struck a chord. She could not help but proudly caress her abdomen and commanded, Please fetch me a soft cushion. My waist is rather sore. The old matron smiled slyly, Of course. Chen Jilan looked at her in astonishment. Where is the cushion? The old matron remained silent, directly shoving a silk handkerchief into her mouth, forcefully restraining her limbs, and, disregarding her struggles, mercilessly drove a silver needle into her thigh. Chen Jilan's eyes widened in shock as her body trembled violently. The old matron coldly demanded, Will you write or not? Will you write or not? Chen Jilan hurriedly nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks. Only then did the old matron withdraw the needle, cheerfully placing paper and pen before her. Regaining her freedom, Chen Jilan immediately furiously questioned, You dare to employ such barbaric methods against me? Are you not afraid I will report you to the Marquis? The old matron feigned innocence, widening her eyes. Oh dear. Chen concubine, do not unjustly accuse me. Do you have any evidence that I have mistreated you? Chen Jilan gritted her teeth. Of course, she had evidence. The pain from the needle just moments ago was nearly unbearable. She couldn't believe there would be no mark left. Without hesitation, she quickly loosened her clothing. Coldly, she asserted, Regardless, I am the son's aunt. I will not tolerate such humiliation. The old matron cheerfully urged, Show me the wound first. Chen Jilan looked down carefully and was astonished to discover there was indeed no wound. She searched her skin meticulously, and it was perfectly intact, without even a scratch. Yet, she had just been in such pain that her entire body was drenched in cold sweat. The old matron feigned sorrow as she spoke. I am truly wronged. Here I am, keeping vigil by Lady Chen's side in the dead of night, urging you to write the precepts for women. Not only do you show no gratitude, But you also slander me by claiming I resort to corporal punishment. I shall go and inform the Lord that you, Lady Chun, refuse to be disciplined." Qin Jilan was utterly terrified. In the eyes of Zhan Yin, her reputation was already in tatters. She could not afford to provoke him further. Without hesitation, she quickly knelt before the old matron, pleading, "Please do not go. I beg you do not. It was my fault. I should not have been lazy. I implore you, show mercy and forgive me." A glimmer of coldness flashed in the old matron's eyes, yet her expression remained one of feigned humility. She shook her head vigorously, saying, "Lady Qin, you must not belittle me. You have done no wrong. It is I who am at fault. I should not have pressured you to complete your tasks daily. I have overstepped my bounds, and I deserve punishment." As she spoke, she lifted her foot to leave. In desperation, Qin Jilan clutched at her ankle, weeping mournfully, "Matron, dear matron, do you wish to drive me to my death? I have admitted my mistake. Will you not forgive me?" After weeping, she struck her own cheek with great force. The old matron hurriedly intervened. "Do not do that. If you leave marks, I shall not take responsibility." Observing her delicate face already swollen, the old matron decided to relent. She halted her departure and said, "Stop hitting yourself. Regardless, since you are in this place of reflection, you must obey the Lord's commands and cannot afford to be lazy any longer." Qin Jilan bitterly nodded. "Very well, I shall begin transcribing now." Seeing her obediently return to her writing desk, the old matron finally nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Qin Jilan was filled with resentment. She had initially hoped that the old lady would send someone to rescue her from her predicament. However, after all the commotion, not a single soul had appeared. Did the heir and his grandmother truly disregard her life? Chapter 59. An unexpected turn. Her wrists ached painfully, and she felt so wrong that she nearly bit her lips until they bled. As dawn approached, she dared not delay any longer and hastily focused on her transcription. He had just bathed, and his loose sleeping robe could not conceal his tall and robust figure. Lin Yuan gazed at him with a sense of admiration. With such looks, such stature, and such status, he should undoubtedly be the object of affection for many young ladies, even if he harbored some hidden ailment. Yet, why had she never heard of him being involved with any woman in either this life or her past? Zhan Yin was wiping his hair with a silk cloth when he sensed the stillness from the bed and instinctively glanced over at the young girl who was scrutinizing him with intent. "What are you pondering?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan replied, "I was contemplating how unfortunate it is for my husband to possess such a fine physique. You truly are quite strong." Upon entering, Zhan Yin was nearly thrown off balance by her bold words. He found her remarks rather excessive. He furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Madam, do you intend to tease me so early in the morning?" Lin Yuan blinked innocently. "I am not teasing you. Is it forbidden to speak the truth in your household? Shall I declare you an ugly beast instead? Would you prefer that?" Zhan Yin instinctively pressed his lips together. He did not wish to hear such things. Lin Yuan exclaimed and swiftly emerged from her bed. She slapped her forehead and said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? We cannot keep grandfather and uncle waiting." Zhan Yan, noticing her loose attire, could not help but avert his gaze and remarked, "I'm ready. I will wait for you in the carriage." Behind him, Lin Yuan called out, "Husband, please have Linger hurry in and help me with my grooming." Hearing her affectionately address him, he felt a sweet warmth in his heart. After he settled into the carriage, he turned to Ing Yi, who stood with his sword in hand, and inquired, "What kind of gifts do young ladies typically favor?" Ing Yi was taken aback. How could the Lord summon the courage to pose such a question? The Lord had been single for a long time, and so had he. Now that the Lord had a wife, he remained unwed. How could he possibly know what gifts would please a young lady? It was quite the predicament. Zhan Yan noticed Ing Yi's flustered demeanor, with sweat beading on his forehead. He chuckled, "I truly am being foolish. What would a young lad from the assassin's camp understand about such matters?" Ing Yi, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, wiped his forehead and replied, "Although I may not know what young ladies like, perhaps you could consult the left chancellor, Liu. He is renowned as the charming jade figure of our court, and is said to have many beautiful confidantes." Zhan Yan nodded yes. "I shall inquire when I encounter Liu in the palace." Just as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan appeared, supported by Linger as she stepped outside. She donned a scarlet brocade garment, her hair elegantly styled in a dignified updo, adorned with exquisite pearls that exuded opulence while retaining a playful charm. He could not help but squint and smile, for in his recollection, she was still a sprightly young girl. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she had blossomed into such a captivating beauty. Lin Yuan, sitting beside him, awkwardly spoke up, I said I do not wish to wear this pearl headdress. But Linger insisted on placing it upon my head. It is so heavy that it strains my neck. My dear husband, please help me remove it, Lin Yuan urged. I do not care for appearances. I only seek comfort. We can put it back on when we arrive at the Lin residence. Zhan Yan, no longer resistant, leaned closer to her to take off the headdress. Unexpectedly, the carriage jolted forward, causing him to lose his balance and instinctively lunge forward, pressing her against the carriage wall. The sweet and soft sensation overwhelmed Zhan Yan, leaving him momentarily dazed. What is this? So delightful? I wish to savor it again. Driven by instinct. He not only did not pull away, but even leaned in closer. Lin Yuan's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she stared at the man before her. Wasn't he supposed to be afflicted with a condition? How could he be kissing her? Moreover, it seemed he was becoming increasingly audacious. Could it be that he was responding? Almost instinctively, her hand reached downward. Immediately, he sternly reprimanded. What manner of driving is this? If you are so reckless again, I shall replace you. The subordinate outside responded with a humble acknowledgement. My apologies. Lin Yuan struggled to sit up and said, it was merely an accident. Do not take it to heart, my husband. The visage of Zhan Yin seemed to ignite with embarrassment, yet he found himself unable to escape Lin Yuan's gaze. It was only when he noticed that half of her lip color was missing that his feelings of guilt intensified. Surely, he must have inadvertently caused it to smudge. What a predicament this would create upon their arrival at the Lin residence. He hastily inquired, do you have any lip color with you? It seems I may have accidentally rubbed it off. We ought to reapply it. Lin Yuan, slowly coming to her senses, instinctively glanced at his delicate lips, and indeed, she found them adorned with a vivid hue. She could not help but laugh heartily. My dear husband, could you return what is on your lips to me? Lin Yuan. Zhan Yan exclaimed, his stern countenance now tinged with embarrassment, calling her by both name and surname in his moment of distress. She quickly reassured him, I am merely jesting. I have no lip color on hand. Why not use a silk handkerchief to wipe it off completely? Then it won't be noticeable. Zhan Yan promptly handed her a silk handkerchief, and she took it, dabbing her lips a few times before ensuring they were clear. She then offered it back to him, saying, you should wipe yours as well. He accepted it without hesitation, but only after wiping his lips did he realize it was the very handkerchief she had just used. A delicate fragrance enveloped him, soft and alluring. The thought ignited an uncontrollable heat that surged through his back, leaving him feeling restless and causing his complexion to flush. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Lin Yuan quickly asked, my husband, are you feeling unwell? She swiftly poured him a cup of cold tea and handed it to him, which he drank down in one go. After a brief moment, his complexion returned to its usual state. As the Lin residence came into view, the coachman, having learned his lesson, promptly announced, my lord, we are about to stop the carriage. Zhan Yan gently adjusted Lin Yuan's slightly askew pearl headdress, ensuring that everything was in order before assisting her out of the carriage. Lin Tai awaited them outside, and upon seeing his head adorned with silvery hair, Lin Yuan felt a sudden pang of sorrow in her heart. Chapter 60. A reunion. She broke free from Zhan Yan's grasp and hurried toward the elderly man she had not seen since her past life. With urgency, she called out, Grandfather, Warner knows her mistake. Tears streamed down her cheeks, eliciting profound empathy from Lin Tai. He trembled as he comforted her. Good child, you have endured much. Your grandfather is here. I will support you. Witnessing the heartbreaking embrace of the grandfather and granddaughter, Zhan Yan's heart tightened with anxiety. The calamity caused by his wayward child was a burden he, as a father, must bear, and even 80 lashes with a military staff would be too lenient. He felt they deserved a far graver punishment. With a complex expression, he hastily approached, kneeling before the old man and proclaiming loudly, Your granddaughter's husband, Zhan Yan, pays his respects to you, grandfather. With that, he bowed his head deeply in reverence. At this moment, a throng of curious onlookers had gathered at the entrance of the Lin residence, as news of Lin Yuan's remarriage to the Duke of Zhan had spread like wildfire. This was indeed the most astonishing tale of the age. A fiancée marrying her father-in-law, and regardless of the underlying circumstances, it was bound to provoke endless gossip. At this moment, Zhan Yan knelt before the entrance, signifying that the Zhan Yi residence had erred initially. As the head of the family, he ought to proffer a grand apology to the Lin family. Furthermore, by referring to himself as a son-in-law, he acknowledged her status as the lady of the Zhan Yi residence. Witnessing Zhan Yan bow in reverence, Dr. Lin felt an intricate swirl of emotions. From a standpoint of righteousness, he held a profound admiration for this warrior. His relentless dedication to safeguarding the nation and its people had left him battered and bruised. His spirit was indeed venerable and deserving of respect. However, on a personal level, he harbored reservations about Yi marrying him, for he had sustained injuries that precluded any future progeny. Moreover, Zhan Yi had wronged Lin Yi, and should Zhan Yan falter in any way, her future would be left in jeopardy. Initially, he had intended for the couple to part ways, even if Yi were to remain unmarried thereafter. Her position within the Lin family would shield her from harm. Yet, Zhan Yan did not afford him the opportunity to propose a separation. Instead, he knelt and declared before all that Lin Yi had become the lady of the Zhan Yi residence. Dr. Lin felt a twinge of anger and, with a stern countenance, addressed him, "Zhan Yi, rise." Zhan Yan understood that since Dr. Lin had employed such a formal address, he did not recognize his status. He stubbornly replied, "Grandfather, I shall not rise. I wish to seize this moment to pledge an oath before you, now that Yi is my wife. I shall ensure she endures no grievances, honoring her above all and cherishing her fiercely." Dr. Lin let out a cold snort, remarking, "Who cannot utter sweet words? Was it not your son, Zhan Yi, who once wooed Yi into agreeing to the marriage with your esteemed house with such flattery? And what has come of it? He betrayed her, demanding to take a secondary wife on the very day of their wedding. Does he believe our Lin family to be an easy target?" As his words echoed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated that the renowned heir of the Zhan Yi marquis would stoop to such disgraceful behavior, insisting on marrying both a wife and a concubine on his wedding day, effectively trampling the honor of the Lin family underfoot. Fortunately, the Lin daughter was not one to endure humiliation. She boldly declared her intention to marry the heir's father instead. Otherwise, would she not have been subjected to the humiliation by that secondary wife? After all, the Zhan Yi marquis' household had indeed wronged the young lady. Divorce? A husband divorced? The onlookers were left in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. Even Dr. Lin was taken aback. While divorce among wives was not uncommon in the present day, a husband being divorced was unheard of. The party being divorced not only faced a tarnished reputation but was often sent to a temple to atone for their life. This meant that anyone who faced divorce, regardless of gender, would essentially ruin their life. Zhan Yan's willingness to sacrifice his own position to grant Lin Yi her freedom was indeed a gesture of immense sincerity. Dr. Lin instinctively glanced at Lin Yi, who nodded in affirmation. "The blank divorce decree is in my possession. Would you like to review it, grandfather?" Dr. Lin, having calmed down, waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it for now. You all should enter the house. Do not linger at the entrance, lest people think our Lin family is neglecting our guests." Zhan Yan corrected him earnestly. "No, Zhan Yan is not merely a guest. He is your granddaughter's husband." Dr. Lin felt a pang in his heart. He simply did not wish to acknowledge the situation. He wanted to inquire further about Yi's intentions, as he bore a hidden ailment and frequently ventured into battle, unable to provide her with a stable and carefree existence. "What?" Dr. Lin's expression changed abruptly as he instinctively reached for the box, only to toss it back to them without hesitation, declaring, "You shall not bribe me with such trifles. The Zhan family has wronged Wan, and I shall not forgive it easily." Despite uttering such harsh words, his bright eyes remained glued to the box. Lin Yi lowered her gaze and smiled gently. "Grandfather, this is a painstaking gift from my husband, said to be a miraculous needle used by a renowned physician of the previous dynasty who saved countless lives. Are you certain you do not want it?" A fierce struggle flickered in Dr. Lin's eyes. He truly desired it. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialization, and he had long wished for such a set of 9 curved resurrection needles, a boon for the ailing. Zhan Yan quickly nodded. "Rest assured, grandfather. Zhan Yan will not disappoint you." As his words fell, he commanded his men to bring forth a meticulously crafted wooden wheelchair. Upon seeing it, Dr. Lin's gaze turned complex. It must be said that Zhan Yan possessed remarkable attention to detail. Each gift he presented filled Dr. Lin with immense satisfaction, especially the wooden wheelchair, which surprised him greatly. He asked in astonishment, "Is this a gift for Wan's uncle?" Zhan Yan nodded. "Indeed, crafted by a master of mechanisms. This is called the Heavenly Mechanism Chair. With it, her uncle will no longer have to lie in bed every day." Dr. Lin's eyes brimmed with tears. His son had always been a source of deep concern for him. Despite being a renowned physician in the court, he had been unable to cure his son's back ailment, which left him feeling quite ashamed. Now that his son had the opportunity to rise from his sickbed, He was overwhelmed with joy. He urged eagerly, "Come. Let us hasten to present this celestial chair to your uncle. I am certain he will be most delighted with this gift." Chapter 61. Disdain. Lin Yuan wheeled the celestial chair into her uncle's courtyard, only to hear a sharp reprimand emanating from within. "I have warned you before. You are not to enter my chamber. Why do you not heed my words?" Following this, a voice thick with tears cried out, "Ran Gidge, I wish to take care of you. Do you not adore osmanthus cake? I stood in line at the pastry shop for ages to procure it. How can you be so cruel as to send me away?" Lin Yuan's heart raced suddenly. Was that not the voice of Su Zining? If Chen Jilan, who had tormented her in her past life, was the mastermind, then Su Zining was undoubtedly the accomplice, harboring malicious intent. In her previous life, she had plundered the entire Lin family, leveraging their influence to elevate her brother to the position of Minister of War, all the while using the Lin family's wealth to maintain several paramours, parading them before her uncle, who lay helplessly bedridden, devoid of the strength even to seek an end to his suffering. He nearly bit through his own tongue in rage, his throat flooding with his own blood. Meanwhile, their grandfather remained blissfully unaware, believing that the cunning and deceitful Su Zining was genuinely caring for his son. It is particularly significant that she is a close friend of Chen Jilan, fully aware of the affair between her and Zhan Yi. Yet she deliberately conceals this truth from her, even urging her to leap into the abyss. Upon this realization, Lin Yuan instinctively clenched her fists. Without further hesitation, she forcefully kicked open the door. Dr. Lin sighed helplessly. "I apologize for putting you through this, my child." Su Zining shook her head vigorously. "No. Zining does not feel wronged at all. As long as brother Lin Ran is happy, I am willing to do anything." Lin Yuan felt a mixture of anger and amusement. In her previous life, she had also donned such a facade, seemingly gentle and kind, yet secretly ruthless and cunning. She spoke without hesitation. "Miss Su, as the esteemed daughter of the Minister of War, is it truly appropriate for you to visit my uncle in such a manner?" Su Zining was instantly taken aback, her voice quavering as she asked, "Wanwans, how can you say such a thing? My brother and your uncle are friends, and I have been by your uncle's side since childhood. Is it not natural for me to care for him without regard for the opinions of outsiders?" Lin Yuan interrupted decisively. "Of course, you must be mindful. As an unmarried woman, it is rather improper for you to frequently visit a man's quarters. I advise you not to come again, lest it tarnish your reputation." With a sardonic smile, Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "How could you remain so oblivious? My dear elder brother has informed me that your involvement facilitated the liaison between him and Chen Jilan, and that the idea of sharing a wife was also yours." Su Zining was left astounded. That scoundrel Zhan Yi had sold her out? What a fool. It is evident that he deliberately seeks to humiliate Lin Yuan. Why must all the blame be cast upon her? With tears streaming down her face, she shook her head fervently, exclaiming, "No, Wanwan, you are truly mistaken about me. How could I possibly commit such an act? The heir apparent is merely attempting to evade responsibility by implicating me. I swear it." Lin Yuan, agitated, waved her hand dismissively. "Regardless of your guilt or innocence, the fact remains that you are indeed close friends with Chen Jilan, from the moment you chose to conceal their illicit affair. My disdain for you has taken root. You shall not set foot in the Lin household again." Su Zining, exasperated, stamped her foot and turned to the cold-faced Lin Ran, pleading, "Brother Ran, could you not say a word on my behalf? I have cared for you, though I may not have achieved great deeds. I have endured my share of hardships. Everyone knows I frequently visit the Lin residence. Can you truly bear to watch as she forces me out?" Lin Ran furrowed his brow and replied, "Wanwan is correct. Since you have chosen to aid outsiders, you shall never again enter the Lin household. Moreover, your presence here has been at your own volition. Neither I nor my father invited you." He paused for a moment before continuing. "There has never been any romantic entanglement between us. I am but a paralyzed man of ill repute, incapable of any actions towards you. Even if you were to publicly slander my character, I doubt anyone would believe your words." His brother was defeated by Lin Ran by a mere stroke of fate, unexpectedly rising to become the champion of martial arts and even being appointed as the chief judge of the Supreme Court. In contrast, his brother could only attain the position of an official in the Ministry of War, unable to advance any further. Upon hearing the recent news of the Vice Minister of War's impending transfer, she contemplated enlisting Lin Ran's assistance to facilitate some connections. However, much to her dismay, before she could voice her request, she found herself on the verge of expulsion. Turning to Physician Lin for aid, she implored, esteemed uncle. I hold genuine feelings for Brother Ran. Throughout his prolonged illness, I have been the one to provide him companionship and alleviate his solitude. To the outside world, I am already regarded as his fiancée. I care not for his inability to stand. I beseech you to assist me. Physician Lin, well versed in the dynamics of his son and granddaughter, recognized that such callous words would never be uttered unless Su Zining had indeed committed a grievous error. The fervor in his gaze dimmed, replaced by a veneer of politeness. He replied coolly, the Lin and Su families have no formal engagement. The notion of a fiancé is utterly unfounded. Moreover, it is common knowledge that my son is a paralytic. How could I permit him to inadvertently jeopardize Miss Su's promising future? Wanjun is correct. I ask that you henceforth sever all ties with our Lin family and refrain from any further interaction. Su Zining bit her lip with intensity, a flicker of resentment igniting in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she declared, you shall wait and see. I will have my brother demand an explanation from you. The Lin family's bullying will not go unchallenged. With that, she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Lin Ran spoke with a bitter tone. I apologize for allowing the Marquis to witness our family's disgrace. Zhan Yan remained silent, swiftly approaching Lin Ran's bedside, extending his arms to lift him. Lin Ran's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly protested. What are you doing? Zhan Yan, with an air of innocence, remarked, of course. You must try the celestial machine chair. It has been tailor-made for you, ensuring that once you sit in it, you shall never wish to rise again. Lin Ran's complexion turned a mix of pallor and embarrassment, wishing fervently to disappear into the ground. Yet, upon settling into the remarkably comfortable chair, his eyes widened in astonishment. This celestial machine chair appeared to be unlike any ordinary seat. Zhan Yan patiently elucidated, Dear uncle, simply pull this lever, and the chair will glide forward. You can even adjust its speed and change direction. Following his instruction, Lin Ran eagerly pulled the lever, and indeed, the celestial machine chair began to move slowly towards the doorway. Chapter 62. Shamelessness feeling a surge of urgency, he yanked the lever with greater force, causing the chair to accelerate suddenly. Excitedly, he turned to Zhan Yan, exclaiming, This is fantastic. With this celestial machine chair, I can attend to duties at the Dali Temple without being confined to my bed every day. Lin Yuan quickly nodded in agreement. Exactly. Uncle, you can also visit the Marquis's residence and lend me your support. Lin Ran, brimming with pride, warned Zhan Yan, You better not think of bullying my dear Wan Wan, or I shall not spare you. Zhan Yan barely had time to caution. Uncle, you need to slow down and pull to the right. In a moment of confusion, Lin Ran was at a loss as to which way was right. In his desperation, he hastily tugged the lever once more, only to be propelled straight into the threshold with a loud crash. Thud! Lin Ran was launched forward, but fortunately, Yi was stationed outside and swiftly caught him in his arms, preventing him from face-planting onto the ground. Lin Ran, disregarding any gratitude towards Ying, anxiously shouted, Wan Wan, please check if the Tianji chair has been damaged. Good heavens, it is my leg at stake. It must not sustain any harm. Zhan Yin could not help but chuckle. Fear not, dear uncle. The Tianji chair is remarkably sturdy, crafted from the finest wood. Lin Ran gazed in astonishment, never having imagined that such a miraculous artifact could exist in this world. Thank you, Zhan Yan, he expressed gratefully. I feared I would be bettered for life. Without hesitation, Zhan Yan replied, It is only right to assist my dear uncle. Do not speak as if we are strangers. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran's expression shifted. He spoke with a somber glint in his eyes. I am aware of the promises you made to my father at the entrance. I implore you to remember that Wan Wan is the cherished jewel of the Lin family. Should she suffer even the slightest harm, the Zhan family and I shall be at odds for eternity. Lin Yiwan felt a lump in her throat. Her dear uncle cared for her deeply. Yet she recalled how in her previous life he had perished due to the burdens she had placed upon him. She knelt before him, whispering, Uncle, I shall not be foolish as I once was. I will not only protect myself, but also safeguard you and grandfather, ensuring that neither of you endure any further oppression. Lin Ran affectionately ruffled her hair. My dear girl, who could possibly bully us? Lin Yiwan thought to herself that there indeed were those who could. In her previous life, Chen Zhilan and Su Zining had conspired to strip the Lin family bare, leading to your tragic demise and the untimely death of grandfather. On the surface, she gritted her teeth and declared, Even if there are, I will ensure that those who conspire against the Lin family will find no means to survive or die. Dr. Lin then interjected, All right, we have examined the gifts, and it's nearly time for lunch. Let us proceed to the Linglong Hall. Lin Ran couldn't help but furrow his brow and ponder. How could Su Zixing permit Su Zining to act so recklessly? He is well aware of my condition. Why does he allow his sister to disregard her reputation and pursue me so relentlessly? Lin Yuan spoke with complexity. In this world, some marry solely for profit. Not everyone is like you and grandfather, who only care about my future happiness. Dr. Lin took the lead. Please invite Dr. Su in. It is opportune to clarify matters while we are gathered, thus avoiding future complications. Shortly thereafter, a furious Su Zixing entered the Linglong Hall, accompanied by the tearful Su Zining. Upon noticing Zhan Yan seated beside Dr. Lin, his eyes brightened momentarily. Then, he spotted the Tianshu chair occupied by Lin Ran, and his gaze flickered. He swiftly repressed his anger and respectfully bowed. I, Su Zixing, pay my respects to Uncle Lin. Su Zixing's body stiffened, and a fleeting disappointment crossed his features. He had hoped to engage in a cordial relationship with the esteemed Zhan Yi, for despite his physical limitations, he was a favored minister of the current emperor. If he could earn the latter's favor, why should he remain stagnant in the minor position of a junior official in the Ministry of War? However, Dr. Lin had already made his refusal clear, leaving him no choice but to refrain from further imposing himself. Moreover, he had come concerning the marriage of Su Zining. Once the two families established a bond, the Ho residence would indeed serve as a valuable ally. Understanding this, he respectfully remarked, "The reason I, as a junior, have come to pay my respects to the esteemed house is due to the union between Zining and Lin Ran. They have been together for quite some time, and it is high time for a formal engagement." With a resounding thud, Lin Ran slammed his chopsticks onto the table. In a grave tone, he challenged, "Su Zixing, what do you mean by that? When have I ever been with your sister? In the days when I was able to walk, every time we met, you were always by my side. Since my paralysis, I have been unable to leave my home, utterly immobile. How could I possibly have been with her?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Su Zixing's face, and he instinctively retorted, "Lin, my sister has spent more time in your Lin residence than in our Su family. She has attended to your needs, washing and feeding you medicine. Is that merely a casual relationship?" Lin Ran's expression darkened abruptly as he turned to Su Zining, who was hiding behind Su Zixing. "You attended to my needs? You fed me medicine?" A flicker of guilt crossed Su Zining's features. Suddenly, she grasped Su Zixing's arm and pleaded, "Elder brother, let us leave. I would rather spend the rest of my days as a spinster than endure the humiliation from the Lin family here." Su Zining froze, her pale lips biting down hard. Her eyes filled with panic. Su Zixing, perplexed, inquired, "How could that be? Zining did not attend to you. What purpose would she have in this residence?" At this moment, the young servant standing beside Lin Ran stepped forward and said, "Miss Su has been waiting outside the young master's courtyard. Our young master, out of consideration for propriety, has never allowed her to enter." Su Zixing furrowed his brow, silently cursing Su Zining for her ineptitude, despite having entered the Lin residence. She had failed to get close to Lin Ran. He turned to Lin Tai, adopting a tone of feigned sorrow. "Uncle, you have watched me grow up alongside Zining. You must be aware of her temperament, composed and gentle, and she is incredibly considerate of Lin Xiong, never minding his condition. How can you refuse to accept her as your daughter-in-law?" Chapter 63. The scholar Lin Tai had previously held a favorable opinion of Su Zining, contemplating that she would one day be capable of managing the affairs of the Lin family. However, upon realizing that Wan did not harbor feelings for her, his perspective shifted. He distanced himself, stating, "A fruit forcefully plucked is not sweet. My son Lin Ran is indifferent. Su Longzhong should refrain from pursuing this matter further. Moreover, are you truly unaware of what your sister has done?" Su Zixing's expression tightened as he faltered. "As for the matter between Shinjilan and the young master, even if Zining is indeed unaware, what difference would it make if she were? Both parties are friends. Do you truly wish for her to become a traitor?" Lin Tai was nearly driven to laughter by anger, exclaiming, "In your eyes, is it right for her to assist in concealing the young master's disgraceful conduct, allowing our Wan to unwittingly leap into his pit of flames?" Lin Ran suddenly bellowed, "Get out! Since you conspired against Wan, you shall henceforth be our enemies." Su Zicheng anxiously retorted, "Lin Ran, how can you be so heartless? Lin Wang is ultimately a married woman. She is an outsider." Lin Ran's cold gaze fixated upon him. "You are mistaken. Wan is not an outsider. She is destined to be the heir of the Lin family. My father once promised that all the assets of the vast Lin estate would belong to her. All of it. Su Zining was taken aback, instinctively inquiring, all of it? Including the tens of thousands of acres of medicinal fields in the outskirts of the capital? And those rare medicinal herbs held by the Duke's estate? Lin Ran nodded emphatically. Indeed, all of these have already been registered in her name. Anyone who doubts this can verify it at the government office. On what grounds? How can she receive such valuable possessions? She is already married into the Zhan family. Why do you still register them in her name? Have you all lost your minds? Su Zining suddenly lost control, her expression twisted in rage. Lin Ran chuckled lightly. This is a matter for our Lin family. What concern is it of yours? Su Zining could hardly bear the blow, feeling as though she might collapse at any moment. Su Ziqing finally understood that even if they forced his sister into the Lin family today, they would gain nothing in return. It would be wiser to seek other means. Regaining her composure, Su Zining sneered. Indeed, Lin Wang, you condemn the heir for his vile deeds, yet you yourself sent tokens to others, inciting the common folk to gossip outside. You are no paragon of virtue either. The previously silent Zhan Yan raised his hand and hurled the chopsticks beside him forcefully towards her face. Crack! Su Zining was struck squarely, letting out a pained scream as she collapsed to the ground. When Su Ziqing helped her up, he noticed a long streak of blood marring her delicate visage. He furiously questioned, My lord, my sister speaks the truth. How can you still lay hands on her? Zhan Yan replied coldly, Those who slander my wife shall perish. Su Ziqing's heart raced in alarm. Although he too was a martial general, he had never set foot on the battlefield and could not compare to Zhan Yan, the living demon who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In an instant, he was drenched in cold sweat. After speaking, he hastily pulled Su Zining away. Physician Lin promptly stood up, declaring, Let us go. Since someone has come to our door, we cannot allow others to bully us. As Lin Yuan stepped outside, she noticed Zhan Yan's pace had slowed. Blinking in confusion, she saw her grandfather and uncle had already moved ahead, so she took a few steps back to inquire, My husband, what troubles you? Zhan Yan's expression was complex. He appeared calm, yet the fist hidden within his wide sleeves was clenched tightly. After a prolonged hesitation, he finally summoned the courage to say, If you truly have someone you admire, I can find a way to shield you from this matter. Shield? Lin Yuan could not help but laugh. Tears nearly sprang to her eyes from the amusement. After a moment, she regained her composure, her lovely face filled with reproach. Do you doubt me so much? Do you take me for Zhan Yu? Zhan Yi quickly denied. No, I merely wish to support you. Lin Yuan replied earnestly. I, Lin Yuan, have never engaged in private dealings with anyone. You can rest assured about my husband. Even though I had a prior engagement with Zhan Yu, I have never given him anything. Zhan Yi inexplicably sighed with relief and nodded emphatically. I believe you. Noticing the chill in his gaze, Lin Yuan felt that the person outside was likely to face severe misfortune. It was uncertain who had sent them, but they would undoubtedly suffer harsh retribution from Zhan Yan. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, the crowd encountered a pale-faced scholar kneeling on the ground. His countenance filled with sorrow as he feigned a state of despair. As Su Ziqing and Su Zining emerged first, the scholar's eyes brightened and he practically crawled before them. Suddenly, he reached out to grasp Su Zining's legs, exclaiming hoarsely, Wan, you clearly promised that we would walk hand in hand for a lifetime. How could you change your mind? Su Zining was utterly taken aback, bewildered by the audacity of this fool who had mistaken her identity. Su Ziqing, equally furious, kicked the scholar away with force, sternly rebuking, Open your eyes and see who this truly is. The scholar, feeling a sharp pain in his chest from the kick, experienced a wave of dizziness. Yet, he realized he must have misidentified the person, hence the blow he received. Hastily, he apologized, I am sorry. I was momentarily disoriented and mistook you. It is my longing for Wan that clouded my vision. Su Ziqing scoffed. What a sight filled with her. Is she not right here? The woman clad in purple was indeed the one he referred to. The scholar nodded and hurriedly approached Lin Yuan, lamenting, Wan, forgive me. I have traveled a day and a night in search of you. Upon finally arriving in the capital, my mind and heart were consumed by thoughts of you, leading me to mistake her for you. I implore your forgiveness. Lin Yuan squinted, bewildered, and inquired, Who are you? I do not recognize you. The scholar hastily clarified, Wan. I am your Jingij. Ugh. Lin Yuan felt her stomach turn at the utterance. This man was utterly shameless. Meanwhile, Dr. Lin's countenance darkened with fury as he sternly rebuked, Preposterous. Who is this scoundrel daring to defame a noble lady from a distinguished family? Do you not understand the gravity of your offense? Chapter 64. The Stigma. The scholar, in a flurry of desperation, prostrated himself. Grandfather, please pardon my impudence. I was left with no alternative. Do you recall when the young lady was sent to Lin's estate for recuperation at the age of 13 for about 6 months? It was during that time that I became acquainted with her and harbored secret affections. Lin Yuan indeed remembered her visit to the estate. Yet she had no recollection of this so-called Jinggij. One could surmise that the schemers behind this ruse understood that only a blend of falsehood and truth could render their deception most credible. As expected, Dr. Lin fell silent. The scholar, overwhelmed with emotion, recounted, in those days, the young lady, with her playful spirit, ventured into the stream in the back mountains to catch fish. In a moment of carelessness, she fell into a deep pit. I happened upon the scene and, concerned for her reputation, sought a rope to rescue her. To my astonishment, when she emerged, she flung herself into my arms, crying out that she was cold. The crowd was taken aback. Could Miss Lin truly exhibit such boldness? Some, incensed on behalf of the heir of the Ho residence, exclaimed, "Look at her. She practically remarries on the spot, yet accuses the heir of poor character. At 13, she already understands how to entice men. She is the one who deserves to be submerged in a pig's cage." This remark instantly provoked Lin Rant's wrath, and he retorted fiercely, "Silence. My Wan Yuan is certainly not that kind of person." Su Zixing interjected sarcastically, "Whether or not she is such a person hinges on what our scholar has to say. Lin, how could you possibly know her temperament and disposition? Having spent these 2 years confined to your bed?" Without hesitation, Lin Ran shot back. "At least our Wan Yuan has not rushed to force a marriage upon a cripple." "You." Su Zixing was left speechless with indignation. The scholar quickly intervened. "Please, both of you, refrain from quarreling. I have come to the capital seeking Wan Yuan, bearing a token. Years ago, moved by her plight in the cold waters, I promised to fulfill her request. She was immensely grateful and vowed to marry me in the future, gifting me a cherished garment." Upon seeing the pink garment in his hands, the crowd could not suppress their disdain. Boldly, one cried out, "Such a shameless woman brings nothing but disgrace. The private exchange of gifts is a grave offense and should rightfully be met with the harshest punishment." He persistently bowed to the crowd, even as his forehead became bruised, yet he did not cease. The onlookers were moved by his devotion and could not help but exclaim, "Lin Yuan, you are fortunate indeed to have such a magnanimous scholar willing to accept you. Should you not hasten to help him up and grant him a rightful status?" Su Zixing harshly interjected, "Lin Yuan, I never anticipated you would stoop to such despicable actions. What right do you have to criticize the heir in Qinjilan? It was you who first abandoned your wifely virtues and brazenly entangled with men." Lin Yuan remained unfazed, her composure unwavering despite the scorn and accusations directed at her. The scholar, having bowed for so long, was on the verge of collapse. He thought that, having escalated to such a scene, Lin Yuan would surely intervene to quell the tumult. Yet, she remained indifferent, her expression a curious blend of amusement and irony. With a clap of her hands, Lin Yuan remarked, "What a tragicomedy this is. I pondered long and hard and truly cannot recall committing such an egregious act. To entangle with a virtuous scholar? To bestow intimate garments? How audacious!" Su Zixing, incensed, retorted, "You deny your actions, truly believing others to be deaf and blind? This pink garment serves as evidence. I distinctly remember your preference for pink, adorned with embroidered evening primrose flowers. Pray tell, among the noble ladies of the capital, who would choose such an inconspicuous design?" Lin Yuan smirked, acknowledging that her adversary had indeed gone to great lengths for this performance, even managing to inquire about the evening primrose. Recalling the few maidservants she had expelled from her quarters, she laughed with unabashed delight. She spoke softly, "The evening primrose is indeed fitting. The color of the garment is certainly appropriate." Su Zixing, with a cold smile of triumph, retorted, "Then do you dare deny it? Under the watchful eyes of all. Lin Yuan, admit that you are nothing but a shameless harlot." Upon finishing her words, she turned to Zhan Yan. "My lord, you have witnessed her character. As the esteemed war god of our time, how could you possibly take a woman of such disgrace as your consort? You ought to divorce her and expel her from the estate. That would be the just punishment she deserves." Zhan Yan raised an eyebrow, unfazed. "What are you? To meddle in the affairs of my household? It seems the lesson you received earlier was insufficient. Perhaps I should have your tongue severed instead." Su Zixing was taken aback and hastily struck Su Zixing across the face, pleading, "My lord, Please do not hold her words against her. She is merely concerned for the reputation of the estate. Zhan Yan made his stance clear. Without clarity on the matter, I refuse to accept it. I wish to hear how my wife responds. Lin Yuan began to speak slowly. Logically, matters concerning a personal garment should not be discussed publicly. However, since I have been so slandered, I must present evidence. Yet, those involved in this affair will face dire consequences. Scholar, do you still insist that this intimate garment was a gift from me? The scholar's expression shifted to one of panic. He was terrified. He had initially believed that tarnishing Lin Yuan's reputation would secure her as his wife, allowing him to ascend through the ranks of the Lin family. Yet, he never anticipated the severe repercussions that would ensue. As he hesitated, Zhan Yin discerned the underlying tension and bellowed in a grave tone. To slander the honor of my lady wife deserves nothing less than a brutal punishment. Have you considered this thoroughly? The scholar froze in fear, instinctively glancing toward the crowd. Lin Yuan promptly captured his gaze and discovered Zhan Duoer among them. A knowing smile graced her lips. Indeed, the matriarch was the mastermind behind this scheme. She leisurely spoke. Linger, summoned the renowned embroideress of the court. All my garments are crafted by her skilled hands. Unable to restrain her admiration, Lin Yuan remarked, "What a thoughtful little girl." Linger chuckled innocently. "It is not solely my merit. Miss Sir is the one who brought the embroideress here." Before long, the esteemed embroideress of the court swiftly approached the assembly, first bowing to Zhan Yan and then to Dr. Lin. Clearing her throat, she declared, "It is well known that Dr. Lin is the most esteemed physician within the palace, highly respected by the noble ladies, which often results in him receiving exquisite materials. The fabric used for Miss Lin's garments is entirely made from imperial-grade mulberry silk." Upon hearing the words mulberry silk, the onlookers could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Such luxurious silk is reserved exclusively for royalty. It is said that Dr. Lin dotes on his granddaughter, who has endured a life of solitude since childhood, and this assertion appears to hold true, as even her intimate garments are fashioned from such precious material. It is not an exaggeration to say that every inch of fabric is worth its weight in gold, and one might suspect that even wealth could not procure it, for it is a tribute from Jiangnan. Amidst the crowd, Zhan Duoer felt a surge of jealousy, her eyes reddening. How could such a lowly fool dare to utilize such precious fabric? If only she could be cast out without a penny to her name. All the opulent dowry she had brought would rightfully belong to her, the sole heiress of the Zhan family. She clenched her fists tightly, her gaze filled with determination. At that moment, the embroiderer spoke again. "Aside from the fabric being counterfeit, there exists a glaring flaw. My stitching technique differs from others, as I embroider from the outside in, with the knots placed at the center of the floral design. If anyone doubts this, those who have purchased garments from the embroidery room may verify for themselves." Immediately, a lady gasped in astonishment. The embroiderer is correct. Her floral designs are knotted at the heart of the flower. Another voice echoed in agreement. "Mine too." The increasing chorus of affirmation caused the scholar to break into a cold sweat, pondering how a mere undergarment could harbor such intricacies. Just as panic gripped his heart, Zhan Yan's icy voice thundered in his ear. "Since the embroiderer has testified, your slander against the esteemed lady of the current marquis is now substantiated. What further defense do you possess?" The scholar, pale-faced, retorted, "This garment was personally gifted to me by Miss Lin 2 years ago. I have not lied." The embroiderer widened her eyes in astonishment. "What? You claim this is from 2 years past? That cannot be. This is clearly freshly embroidered, and the craftsmanship is rather crude, with the threads not even properly secured." She called out to the crowd, "Are there any skilled ladies or noblewomen present? Step forward, so that I may not be left to judge alone, which may lead to bias." As her words echoed, several enthusiastic noblewomen hastened to emerge. After carefully examining the garment in hand, they remarked, "The embroideress possesses a discerning eye. This indeed is freshly embroidered, untouched by water." The scholar trembled in fear, yearning to flee, only to tragically discover that his legs could no longer support him. He broke down, realizing that while he cherished wealth, it was imperative that he had a life to enjoy it. Being so young, he felt he had not yet lived enough. Zhan Yan, with a stern countenance, demanded, "Who is it that has instigated you to act in this manner?" The mention of a dragon-riding son-in-law sent a chilling glint through Zhan Yan's eyes. He commanded sharply, "Ing Yi, since he refuses to speak the truth, proceed to gouge out his eyes." The scholar, terrified, cried out, "I remember now. It was an old maid with a black mole by her lips. Beyond that, I truly know nothing. Zhan Yan furrowed his brow and inquired. If we take you to the Marquis's residence, will you be able to recognize her? The scholar eagerly nodded. I will. Without further hesitation, Zhan Yan ordered Yi to bind him and haul him onto the carriage. He then turned to address the gathered onlookers. I apologize. A treacherous scoundrel with ill intentions has deliberately slandered my newlywed wife. I implore you all to testify that she is a dignified and virtuous woman. It is a blessing from my past life that I am able to marry her, and in this life, I shall cherish her well, ensuring she suffers not a single grievance. Upon the utterance of these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This was none other than the notorious cold-faced king of hell, who, due to his physical condition, had always refrained from any interaction with women. Just as everyone presumed he would remain solitary for life, it was utterly unexpected that he had taken a wife. Initially, it was thought that he was compelled to provide an explanation to the Lin family, yet it turned out that he was willingly committed. Regaining their composure, the onlookers hurriedly extended their congratulations. Congratulations, Lord Ho, on your marriage. May you and your esteemed wife harmoniously enjoy a long and blissful life together. Zhan Yan's gaze dimmed momentarily. A long life together? That was a thought he dared not entertain. However, the pressing matter at hand was to unearth the true culprit behind the slander against Lin Yuan, for he could not allow her to suffer this injustice in vain. Once he boarded the carriage, Lin Yuan intended to follow suit. Yet, Lin Tai halted her, his expression laden with complexity as he said, Your grandfather has a few words to impart to you. Lin Yuan nodded. Please, go ahead. Lin Tai hesitated for a considerable time, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Ultimately, fearing Zhan Yan's impatience, he hastily remarked, As for Zhan Yan's ailment, I have exhausted all medicinal options with no sign of improvement. Perhaps you might consider employing an alternative method to stimulate him. It may yield results. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. An alternative method of stimulation? Was he suggesting that she should entice him? Well, she would certainly put that to the test tonight. Zhan Yan observed her with curiosity. What did your grandfather instruct you? A shiver ran down his spine as he couldn't shake the peculiar feeling of being stalked by a predatory wolf. Upon noticing the tension etched upon his countenance, Lin Yuan could not refrain from jesting. My grandfather merely mentioned that you have endured considerable hardships on the battlefield, urging me to take good care of you. Look how frightened you appear, as though I might devour you. Zhan Yan replied in a cryptic manner. Madam, while I may not be able to offer you much, I assure you that I will protect you diligently within the Marquis's residence. No matter who schemes against you, I shall show no mercy. A flicker of warmth surged within Lin Yuan's heart. Had he been present in her previous life, perhaps her fate would not have been so dismal. Indeed, marrying a scoundrel was a prudent choice. However, from the second household, only the second lady and her personal maid had arrived. She awkwardly explained, Duo went to the temple yesterday to pray for the old matriarch. You are aware of the temple's customs. One cannot leave the meditation hall without kneeling for 3 to 5 hours. All her maids have accompanied her. Chapter 66. Silencing witnesses. Zhan Yan coldly uttered, Does she not enjoy worshipping Buddha? Let her reside in the temple. The second lady stumbled slightly, feeling aggrieved as she argued. Duo is there to pray for the old matriarch. Do you not wish for her to be a dutiful child? Zhan Yan shook his head. I intend for her to fulfill her filial duties to the utmost. If she does not return within half an hour, I shall petition the emperor for her to be bestowed the title of a filial daughter, granting her a permanent residence in the royal temple. She understood that Zhan Yan was a man of his word. Before long, a pale-faced Zhan Duo hurriedly arrived with her personal maid. Approaching Zhan Yan, she nervously performed her greeting. Duo pays her respects to uncle. Zhan Yan let out a cold snort and chose to ignore her further. Zhan old madam, dissatisfied, spoke up. How can it be slander? Perhaps it is indeed true. Yinner, it would be best for you to investigate thoroughly and not be deceived. Zhan Yan, maintaining a stoic expression, retorted, Mother, this matter has already reached a conclusion. The scholar has acknowledged that he was intentionally manipulated. Please refrain from interfering. The icy tone left Zhan old madam feeling constricted, and she rolled her eyes in discontent, ultimately refraining from speaking further. The scholar hastily approached all the matrons but failed to identify the one who had orchestrated the situation. He was drenched in cold sweat, anxiety etched across his forehead. The second madam finally seized the opportunity, persistently declaring, I said it, didn't I? This scholar is surely speaking nonsense. Clearly, it was Lin Yuan who attracted this trouble from outside. Why then does the Marquis allow her to disturb the peace of the household? Zhan Yan interrupted sharply. Silence. Speak only when you have thought it through. The second madam, feeling stifled, bit her lip and fell silent. Zhan Yan turned to Yi, instructing, go find the steward of the household registry and have him verify each residence to see which courtyard is still missing a matron. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhan Duoer instinctively tightened her grip on the silk handkerchief in her hand. Soon, the limping steward's song arrived, clutching the registry. After a meticulous verification, he suddenly discovered that Zhan Duoer's courtyard was indeed missing an old matron who tended the fire. The scholar suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. That old matron had a strong scent of smoke. It nearly made my nose burn. Zhan Duoer appeared pale and haggard, utterly astonished that Zhan Yan possessed such a keen memory, recalling even the minutiae of affairs within the residence. Wasn't he merely a martial enthusiast, consumed by the art of combat? Zhan Yan, with an inscrutable demeanor, inquired, is there a hidden truth here? Did she not just receive her monthly allowance this month? If she is absent, did your second household take it upon themselves to appropriate it? Zhan Duoer turned ashen, hesitating to formulate an explanation. The second madam swiftly interjected. Perhaps the staff were careless and miscalculated. I shall simply erase her name next month. She believed this matter could be easily brushed aside, a case of no witnesses, and that Zhan Yan would certainly abandon the investigation. After all, with the individual absent, it would be unjust to indiscriminately cast blame upon the venerable Chen Mama. However, Zhan Yan remained relentless. He spoke in a grave tone. Is the matriarch aware of the second household's fraudulent claim to the monthly allowance? Grandmother Zhan blinked in confusion, realizing that the fire was now directed at her. Even if she were aware, she had to feign ignorance. Otherwise, the steward's authority would surely be jeopardized. Zhan Yan nodded. Since the matriarch is unaware, it must be the second household's clandestine machinations. Previously, when there was no matriarch in the residence, my salary and rewards were contributed to the public fund to support the various expenditures of the Marquis' household. That is no longer the case. Now that I have a wife, beyond the portion dedicated to honoring the matriarch, I shall no longer contribute. The second madam was taken aback. How could this be permissible? For all these years, the reason the second household had lived in luxury and comfort was solely due to Zhan Yan's support. Her husband is utterly useless, spending his days indulging in frivolous amusements. Depending on him to provide for her and their daughter is akin to grasping at the wind, especially for Duer, in her prime. It is the time to adorn herself with fine garments and exquisite jewelry, yet without funds, she cannot even step outside. She anxiously implores, Lord, you cannot treat us this way. It is unjust towards our side of the family. You have supported us for so many years. Why? Upon the entrance of your new wife, do you suddenly wish to abandon us? Is it that she cannot tolerate our presence? Zhan Yan is nearly driven to laughter by the audacity of such words. Previously, he had devoted himself to military affairs, turning a blind eye to domestic matters, considering wealth to be mere trifles. However, with the arrival of the young lady, he, as her husband, cannot allow her to be engulfed in distress. Zhan Duer, with tears streaming down her face, pleads, indeed, uncle, how can you be so cruel as to disregard us? If I have erred in any way, I am willing to kneel before my aunt in apology. As she speaks, she attempts to kneel before Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan quickly sidesteps, frowning as she responds. You are not offering me your silver. Why kneel before me? I cannot bear such a gesture. Zhan Duer, having humiliated herself in vain, glares at Lin Yuan before hastily crawling to Zhan Yan's feet, begging, Uncle, I promise to be obedient from now on. Please do not be angry. Chapter 67, Departed. Zhan Duer's eyes reflect a fierce struggle. It is not that she does not wish to submit, but rather that she is utterly incapable of doing so. Just as she hesitated, the elderly matriarch spoke first. Isn't she just a lowly maid? Since your uncle has requested her, you should comply without hesitation. Zhan Duo cast a nervous glance at the second madam nearby and cautiously replied, Grandmother, it's not that I am unwilling to hand her over, but she is not even in the capital at the moment, and I cannot locate her. The matriarch frowned. You must at least try your luck. Do not concern yourself with the details. She often frequents certain places. Inform me, and I shall send someone from my courtyard to seek her out. Zhan Duoer's eyes brightened. She instantly understood that her grandmother had a plan. She eagerly suggested, given the gravity of this matter, perhaps I should accompany Nurse in a search for her? Upon stepping outside, Nurse found a rather fierce-looking woman and immediately boarded the carriage. Zhan Duoer, curious, inquired, "Nurse, how did grandmother instruct you?" With a gleeful expression, Zhan Duoer raised her chin proudly, exclaiming, "Nursen, if I succeed in attending the esteemed young ladies' academy, I shall promote you to be my head stewardess and accompany me in marrying into a prominent family." Nursen beamed with joy, quickly nodding in agreement. "I am most grateful, miss." The carriage arrived at a secluded alley, where Zhan Duoer cautiously peeked out, ensuring no one was around before signaling for Nursen to knock on the door. She whispered, "You may proceed as you wish. I shall not enter, for she is hiding inside." Nursen promptly agreed and directed the sturdy woman to knock on the door. Upon hearing a disturbance, she immediately inquired, "Who is it?" The courtyard door swung open, revealing the wary visage of Chun Mama, who forced a rather unsightly smile and remarked, "Oh my. It is indeed Mama, and who has come personally. What delightful gift do you bring for this old woman?" Mama responded with a sinister grin, "Of course. I have come to escort you to the afterlife." With that, the robust matron seized her by the throat and charged into the courtyard. Chun Mama, taken aback, struggled fiercely while indignantly proclaiming, "What are you doing? I serve the young lady. I act on her behalf. If you dare to kill me, she will not let you go." Mama N's lips curled into a mocking smile as she retorted, "Fool. Do you truly believe that committing a few nefarious deeds for the young lady has endeared you to her? She is right outside in the carriage. Do you think she would spare us?" Chun Mama was rendered speechless, utterly unprepared for the young lady's ruthlessness. Although she was not her wet nurse, she had devotedly attended to her every need, ensuring she was never hungry or thirsty, caring for her with utmost diligence. This time, driven by compassion for the young lady's distress, she had volunteered to seek assistance outside. Little did she know that it would lead to her own demise. No, she could not accept this fate. In a moment of desperation, she bit down fiercely on Mama N's wrist, forcing her to release her grip. Chun Mama tumbled to the ground beside the carriage, crying out in a hoarse voice, "Young lady, you cannot treat me this way. I beg you, save me." Zhan Duo was infuriated, abruptly lifting the curtain of the carriage and shouting, "Anton, how could you manage this? Do you intend to let her scream for everyone to hear, inadvertently summoning the officials as well?" Without hesitation, Anton exchanged a quick glance with the robust woman beside her and promptly subdued Aunt Chun. Despite Aunt Chin's desperate struggles, she found herself unable to escape, glaring at Zhan Duoer with fury in her bloodshot eyes. "Why? Just because I assisted you in tarnishing the lady's reputation? Are you intending to silence me, to eliminate me?" she cried. "I committed this vile act solely for your sake." Zhan Duoer, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. "Aunt Chun, do not blame me. I can no longer keep you alive. Rest assured, once you are gone, I will ensure you are buried in a place of excellent feng shui. So our master-servant bond is not in vain." Aunt Chin's face turned ashen, her eyes filled with regret. She had merely aided an ungrateful wretch. At that moment, two figures descended from the sky. Aunt N and the sturdy woman were kicked away, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Zhan slightly nodded, grasped the unconscious Aunt Chun, and fled. Hearing the commotion, Zhan Duoer instinctively inquired, "Is it resolved so swiftly?" The sight of blood sent her into a state of terror. Anton struggled to utter a line, "Miss, we have fallen for the Marquis's trick." Zhan Duo froze, her previously joyful face turning pale with horror. It was over. The truth had been revealed. Outside, the shadows were hurrying by, and she found herself trapped with no means of escape. Her fists clenched tightly, her eyes filled with panic and unease. At that moment, the unconscious Chun Mama had already been delivered before Zhan and Zhan Yan. She appeared disheveled, resembling a corpse from a distance. The second madam was the first to feign sorrow, exclaiming, "Alas, when Chun Mama left the manor, she was perfectly well. How could she have suddenly perished? Such a pity." Zhan, furrowing her brow, remained silent and stepped aside. Zhan Yan raised an eyebrow. "Mother, do not be so hasty in your conclusions. What makes you so certain she is dead?" Zhan, douse her face with cold water. Without hesitation, Zhan took the cold water and poured it over Chun Mama's head. She shivered violently, her eyes snapping open. Upon seeing Zhan Yan, she immediately broke into tears. "My lord, save me. The young lady intends to silence me. Please, you must rescue me." The second madam felt her vision blur, nearly collapsing to the ground. Chapter 68. Expulsion. She grasped the arm of the maid beside her, her voice sharp as she reprimanded, "Chun Mama, what nonsense are you speaking? Did not Duer go to find you? How could she possibly intend to kill you? Do not slander her." Chun Mama glared fiercely at the second madam. Her face twisted in hatred. Having already faced death once, what was there left to fear? If she were to die, she might as well drag a few others down with her. Gritting her teeth, she spat. Humph, how could she possibly have the benevolence to come for me? She intended to strangle me alive. The marks upon my neck are the evidence. The second madam shook her head vigorously, declaring, No, it is not as you say. You are surely slandering Doer. She would never commit such an act. With a sudden thud, she knelt before Zhan Yan, weeping, My lord. You must not believe her web of lies. It is undoubtedly her own misdeeds that have led to this. Doer has merely punished her. And now she seeks revenge out of spite. Doer is a child you have watched grow. You know her temperament better than anyone. Zhan Yan's gaze was icy. Indeed. He found himself perplexed. Had he not taken the precaution of sending someone to investigate, he would never have fathomed that a seemingly gentle and obedient young lady could perpetrate such cruelty. He interrupted her without hesitation, stating, Doer is your child. No one understands her temperament better than you do. I am a fair man, and I shall uncover the truth in this matter. I will not allow anyone to suffer unjustly. The second madam trembled, overwhelmed by his imposing presence, rendering her incapable of shedding even a tear. Zhan Yan's piercing gaze shifted to Granny Chun. What have you done to warrant the young lady's desire to silence you? Zhan Yan's fist, hidden within his sleeve, clenched tightly. He spoke decisively. Is the scholar you sought the one kneeling beside you? Granny Chun, despite her disheveled state, recognized the man and nodded fervently. Yes, that is he. And I even gave him 20 taels of silver. The second madam instinctively retorted, You speak nonsense. You are maliciously tarnishing Duo's name, you wretched old hag. How can you be so cruel? The esteemed matriarch furrowed her brow and spoke. Yenner, Duo is a simple-minded girl. How could she conceive such a vile scheme? It must be that this old wretch has taken it upon herself to interpret the master's intentions, which led to that ruckus in the street. Zhan Yan cast a glance at Chen Mama, who immediately protested. This servant did not act on her own accord. It was indeed the young lady who instructed me to carry out this matter, and that intimate garment was acquired from the maid, Lavexi. Lin Yuan smiled slyly, realizing that Lavexi was one of the maids expelled from the courtyard. No wonder she remembered the pattern of her clothing. She feigned grievance, saying, Husband, it appears that someone is displeased with my status as the lady of the Marquise, attempting to drive me away with such malicious tactics, and even trying to usurp my dowry. Why must my fate be so cruel? She blinked her eyes, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Before Zhan Yan could feel sympathy, Linger could no longer contain herself. Always forthright, she detested seeing Lin Yuan suffer even the slightest grievance. She immediately exclaimed, The Marquise is truly a pit of flames. On the day of the heir's wedding, requiring both wife and concubines to marry together is already an intentional humiliation of our mistress. And now a young lady has gone so far as to hire someone to tarnish her reputation for the sake of greed over her dowry. We cannot endure such indignity. She supported Lin Yuan resolutely. Mistress, let us go. We shall seek the old master for justice, urging him to enter the palace and petition the emperor on your behalf to uphold righteousness. The matriarch was taken aback, urgently shouting, Quick, stop them. Hurry, stop them. She dared not truly allow Lin Yuan to petition against the court. Otherwise, the reputation of the Ho residence would be irreparably tarnished. Her own daughter was still within the palace, and she could not allow her to be implicated. Lingo instinctively shielded Lin Yuan behind her, casting an indignant glance at the elder Mrs. Zhan. Why do you continue to obstruct us? As a senior of the Ho family, can you merely stand by and watch as those vile individuals demean our mistress, and yet deny us the right to seek justice? Mrs. Zhan, her eyes wide with fury, retorted sharply, How dare you, a mere servant, overstep your bounds? What a trivial matter to seek a royal audience for. The emperor is burdened with state affairs. How could he be troubled with such sordid matters from the inner chambers? Linger scoffed, challenging. So according to your reasoning, our mistress should simply endure this humiliation? Mrs. Zhan's complexion flushed with anger. She found herself momentarily speechless. Zhan Duo was her own granddaughter. How could she possibly adjudicate the situation? After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. But Lin Yuan has not truly suffered any loss, has she? If she wishes for resolution, let her sell off these troublesome servants so that she may be free from their sight and the burden they bring. With that, she cast a guilty glance at Zhan Yan. What do you think? Zhan Yan replied coldly, Mother, your proposed solution is decidedly biased. Consider, if it were Duo who were wrong today, would you still trivialize it so? Mrs. Zhan thought to herself, how could that lowly maid be compared to Duo-er? Duo-er was her cherished darling. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was merely a contemptible figure in her eyes. The only reason she had urged Zhan Yi to forge a marriage alliance with the Lin family was for the valuable medicines and the secret remedies they possessed. Zhan Yan, filled with impatience, interrupted, declaring, we are no longer a family. If mother does not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall expel the entire family from the marquisate. What? The old lady Zhan nearly screamed, her voice cracking. She had never anticipated that such a trivial matter could provoke Zhan Yan to banish the second branch from the marquisate. This was utterly unacceptable. After all, he was her own son, destined to inherit the marquisate. The second lady chimed in, my lord, do you not value brotherly affection? Years ago, when the second master witnessed your injuries and feared you would bear no heirs, he painfully entrusted our only son to you, allowing him to call you father. How can you now cast us out for the sake of an outsider? Zhan Yan stepped forward, grasping Lin Yuan's hand, and proclaimed, she is not an outsider. She is my wife, the rightful mistress of this marquisate. She has been wronged, and I must stand up for her. Given the undeniable evidence of guilt, the second branch need not reside under the same roof as us any longer. You may either be expelled from the marquisate or face legal consequences. Decide amongst yourselves. At that moment, Zhan Duo-er, who had just been dragged down from the carriage, fainted, her eyes rolling back and her legs buckling beneath her. The second lady, in a state of panic, cried out, Duo-er, what is wrong with you? With great difficulty, Zhan Duo-er managed to speak. Mother, I will not go to the authorities. Nor will I leave the marquisate. Please, I beg you, do not allow him to expel us. Otherwise, our lives will be ruined. Tears streamed down the second lady's face as she grappled with the bewildering turn of events. How had it come to this? Surely, it was Lin Yuan, that wretched woman, who deserved to be cast out instead. However, it is the second house that finds itself in misfortune at present. At this moment, Zhan Yi, who had been grievously wounded and appeared remarkably pallid, was assisted over by someone. Clad in white garments, he resembled a frail young master. A sight that undoubtedly pleased Lin Yuan, who had always been captivated by such an appearance. Each time she beheld him in this attire, her eyes sparkled with adoration, as if she were longing to drown in his presence. Upon sensing her gaze upon him, Zhan Yi felt a slight tremor of spirit. Indeed, she remained as she had always been, infatuated. Witnessing his current state, her heart seemed to flutter uncontrollably. He swiftly concealed the disdain flickering in his eyes, donning an expression of grievance and guilt upon his handsome visage. Trembling, he uttered, son pays his respects to grandmother and father. As his words fell, he struggled to kneel in reverence. The matriarch, filled with compassion, interjected, given your injuries, why must you kneel? We are family. Such formalities hold no significance among us. Zhan Yi hesitated, his slightly reddened eyes instinctively drifting towards the somber countenance of Zhan Yan. Ever since his arrival, his father had maintained a stoic expression, betraying neither joy nor anger, which only served to heighten Zhan Yi's anxiety and unease. A trace of mockery flitted across Lin Yuan's delicate features. Indeed, the only asset Zhan Yi possessed was this striking visage. The sorrowful demeanor he displayed, in its own way, exuded a kind of tragic beauty. However, her heart was as hard as iron. She would not be deceived by that countenance again. Turning her gaze away, she instinctively moved beside Zhan Yan and lifted her brilliant, expressive eyes to him, saying, Husband, did you not promise to seek justice for me? Zhan Yan firmly grasped her hand, whether intentionally for Zhan Yi to witness or not. The grip was rather tight. He spoke with an icy demeanor. It seems that this 80 military staff has failed to instill any sense of propriety in the young master, who has forgotten to pay his respects to his mother. Zhan Yi felt a shiver run through him, as if the wounds on his body were ignited anew with searing pain. He was reluctant to address Lin Yuan as mother. She was, in truth, the woman who ought to be. Yet, faced with the pressure of his father's authority and the current plight of the second household, he found himself compelled to compromise. With a sheepish tone, he uttered, I acknowledge my mistake. I pay my respects to you, mother. I implore you not to hold a grudge against Duo-er. She was merely incited by those servants to act in error, and she will surely amend her ways in time. Lin Yuan, in a moment of realization, remarked, So, young master, you have come in your ailing state to plead for the second household. But have you considered that if her scheme were to succeed, I, whose reputation is already tarnished, would be left with no recourse but to end my own life? Zhan Yu's expression wavered with conflict as he anxiously retorted, "But you are well now, are you not? Moreover, Duoer also addresses you as aunt. Can you truly bear to see her punished?" Lin Yuan replied coolly, "The reason I am well is because my husband seeks the truth. He intends to grant me justice." Upon hearing her words, Zhan Yan immediately reprimanded, "Zhan Yu, you are being presumptuous. This matter does not concern you. If you cannot bear to see the second household depart in disgrace, you are free to accompany them." Zhan Yu was taken aback, his complexion shifting dramatically. How had his presence transformed the situation into one where the second household faced expulsion? He had merely come to mediate. The second lady was in distress, tears streaming down her face, yet she dared not provoke Zhan Yan further, fearing he might truly expel Zhan Yu from the marquisate. As she wept, she raised her palm and struck her own face with considerable force. After several blows, her once lovely visage became a sight most pitiful. The old matriarch of the Zhan family, her heart rising and falling in agitation, reproached, "Duo has already apologized in such a manner. Are you not yet appeased?" Without hesitation, Zhan Yan responded, "Since the second household refuses to vacate voluntarily, do not blame me for sending someone to do so." He then commanded Yi, "Take a few men to clear out the second household's courtyard. Nothing from the public accounts is to be taken, and as for their finances, they must be left behind. When they sought refuge here, they accrued considerable debts, which I graciously covered for them. Thus, they must depart with nothing." After Yi acknowledged the order, he hurriedly left. The old matriarch, overwhelmed by the distress, succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhan Yan paid her no heed, instructing others to carry her to the courtyard, not even summoning the house physician. The second lady continued to wail inconsolably, yet he remained unmoved. Zhan Yan then ordered the scholar and the errant nursemaid to be sent to the authorities for punishment, ensuring that no detail was overlooked before he took Lin Yuan's wrist and strode away briskly. He was reluctant for her to hear the cacophony of discord, and even less did he wish for her to lay eyes on Zhan Yu again. After accompanying her for lunch, he proceeded directly to the front courtyard study to attend to official matters, while Lin Yuan blissfully indulged in an afternoon nap. Upon her awakening, Linga chattered excitedly to her, delivering the latest news. The atmosphere at the second house was quite tumultuous. The second master and his wife were unceremoniously dragged away, desperately attempting to plead with the marquis, who coldly dismissed them, stating they could either leave on their own accord or take the air and depart. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, recognizing this as a potent weapon. The second house was counting on the heir to uphold the family name. How could they dare to endanger him? They could only silently endure their bitter plight. One could only imagine how much Zhan Yu must loathe her at this moment. This was merely the beginning. A storm was yet to come. The overwhelming retribution would leave them utterly defenseless. Lin Yuan chose not to dwell on such distressing matters any longer and instead perused the medical texts gifted to her by her grandfather. She needed to expedite the healing of Zhan Yan's ailment. Only by becoming a genuine couple could they hope to conceive their own child. Unbeknownst to her, night had already fallen. Linger shook her head. "No, just a moment ago." And he conveyed a message stating he had pressing official matters to attend to, and the lady need not wait for him. Lin Yuan blinked, recognizing this as a prime opportunity for seduction. She hastily tucked away the medicinal texts and instructed Linger, "Go fetch me some wine." Linger gasped in shock, her eyes wide. "Madam, at such a late hour, you wish to drink?" Lin Yuan urged, "Why question so much? Hurry and bring it." Lin Yuan then proceeded to bathe, deliberately selecting a delicate nightgown to adorn herself. With her already enviable figure accentuated by her careful preparation, she appeared even more alluring and captivating. Even though Linger was a woman, she couldn't help but gaze in awe. Chapter 70. Intoxicated. She swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Madam, you are truly enchanting." Lin Yuan twirled gracefully, instantly filling the air with a fragrant breeze. With an enchanting demeanor, she picked up the wine jug from the table, her eyes sparkling as she spoke, a beauty paired with fine wine. Which man in this world can resist such temptation? Seeing her step outside, Linger was startled and hurried to catch up, saying, "Madam, it's cold out there. At least wear a cloak." But Lin Yuan refused, for that would render her intentions futile. She climbed the ladder and languidly settled among the branches. She reclined amidst the blossoms, tilting her head back to pour the last drop of exquisite wine down her throat, exclaiming, "In the peach blossom dock lies the peach blossom temple. Within the temple dwells the peach blossom fairy, who cultivates peach trees and sells the blossoms for wine money." With a delicate hand, she swayed, murmuring in disappointment, "Oh, Is it gone so soon? No, I haven't had enough. I must fetch another jug. She lazily turned over, her skirt billowing, creating a picturesque scene of a beauty intoxicated among the flowers. However, her raven hair became entangled with the peach blossoms, momentarily preventing her departure. The round moon hung high, casting a tranquil scene of the beauty leaning against the peach branches. An inexplicable warmth surged from her lower abdomen, causing a dull ache throughout her limbs. Particularly at the sight of her injury, it felt as if ants were gnawing at her, which was quite distressing. Instinctively sensing something was amiss, he turned to leave. A sudden creaking sound pierced the air, causing him to halt abruptly in his tracks. In that fleeting moment, disregarding all else, he lunged forward. Linger had also noticed, urging the motionless Zir like a wooden post. You must go save the lady. Be careful not to fall and injure yourself. Zia sighed softly, uttering a single word. Fool. Just as she intended to rush forward to inquire about the situation, Zir seized her wrist, silencing her. The two retreated quietly, leaving only the two beneath the peach tree. Zhan Yan had never been touched in such a manner before. His face flushed with embarrassment. The young girl, a soft bundle in his embrace, filled his senses with an intoxicating blend of either wine or floral fragrance. She shook her head in innocence. No, I can still drink. Didn't Lingo tell you my secret? I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Give me 3 more bottles, and I'll walk steadily. She pushed him away, swaying as she attempted to move forward. Husband, look, I can take 2 steps, right? As her words fell, she unexpectedly leaned forward, ready to tumble. Zhan Yin swiftly caught her, his forehead beading with sweat. Utterly at a loss for how to care for a young, inebriated girl, she frowned and shook her head. Husband, I don't want to catch fish. I want a child. What? What do you want? Zhan Yin froze suddenly, a chilling sensation coursing through his entire being. She nestled her small head against his chest, saying, I want a child, our child. In the future, that scoundrel son will surely hold a grudge against me. When you go off to war, I'll be left all alone, and they'll harm me without you even knowing. At first, he thought her words were mere nonsense. But upon sensing the dampness between his heart and chest, he realized she had been weeping. He tightened his embrace around her, his eyes flickering with intense turmoil. After a considerable time, he lifted her gently and hastened towards the interior of the house. He instructed Linger to let her soak in warm water to avoid catching a chill, and later to offer her some sobering soup. Assuring that she would not suffer from a headache upon awakening the next day, Lingo cautiously inquired about his own well-being, and after receiving no reply, hurried away. His heart brimmed with both loathing and desire. He had never known that Lin Yuan could possess such beauty and allure. He had initially come with the intention of requesting her assistance in advocating for the second household, hoping also to sincerely apologize and seek her forgiveness. However, he was taken aback to witness the enchanting sight of her drunkenly nestled among the peach blossoms. In his memory, Lin Yuan had always appeared timid and frail, cowering in the corners, an inconspicuous presence wherever she went. Were it not for her maternal grandfather's esteemed status as the court's renowned physician, her character would have never allowed her to grace the gatherings of the highborn. Thus, he had always dismissed her, viewing her as an irritating nuisance, akin to an unyielding piece of toffee that one desperately wished to discard upon contact. Yet, in this moment, he realized the absurdity of his previous judgments. She resembled a sprite flitting among the flowers, effortlessly disturbing the tranquility of his heart. Watching her collapse into her father's embrace, jealousy surged within him, nearly overwhelming his senses. She was meant to be the future lady of his house. Yet, due to a moment of his own folly, it was her father, afflicted with hidden ailments, who benefited instead. How could he take away someone else's beloved? Even if he is a father, it is unacceptable. He clenched his fists tightly and turned away in indignation. Limping, he arrived at the temple and found Chen Zhilan with her fingers swollen and red. She joyfully threw herself into his embrace, exclaiming, My lord, you finally came to see me. Is your health improving? I nearly broke my fingers. Please, I implore you, save me. Zhan Yi looked down at her, his face gaunt, his lips chapped, devoid of any allure. She was a far cry from the beauty resting upon a peach blossom branch. A surge of heat ignited within him, and he suddenly yearned for revenge. As a normal man, when a woman came into his arms, he would cherish her and offer her what she desired. But his father was different. He could only hold her, powerless to do anything else. How exhilarating. Without further hesitation, he pressed Chen Zhilan against the altar. Startled, she urgently pushed him away, saying, My lord, no, not here. Besides, I am with child. Do you not care for my well-being? Chapter 71. Protecting the pregnancy. Qin Zhilan was momentarily stunned, her eyes instantly filled with jealousy. How could Yuga still be thinking about that shameless woman, Lin Huan? She was already his mother. Confused, she endured his entanglement, but after just a moment, she felt a sharp, chilling pain in her abdomen. With a sudden force, she pushed Zhan Yi away, gasping, Yuga, there's so much blood. The sight of overwhelming red caused Zhan Yi to shudder, draining him of all strength. Meanwhile, Zhan Yan had already arrived at the apothecary's courtyard, his face etched with gravitas. The apothecary, taken aback, inquired, My lord, your visit at this late hour, are you unwell? Zhan Yan extended his wrist to him, asking, Could you ascertain whether my hopes for offspring are utterly dashed? Despite the emperor's efforts to procure various remedies to restore his health, he had resolutely declined them all, even secretly administering medicine to himself. Yet this time, he took the initiative to seek a consultation. It must be related to his recently wed young lady. He quickly composed himself, focusing intently on the pulse. Time elapsed, long enough for Zhan Yan to grow somewhat impatient. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, Apothecary, I merely suffer from a hidden ailment, not a terminal illness. Is such an extensive examination truly necessary? Or has your medical skill diminished, leaving you incapable of discerning even this simple pulse? The memory of physician Lin's astonished expression upon encountering the set of silver needles eased his frustration considerably. The apothecary's eyes brightened. Really? That is a royal matter. And it lies in the hands of the formidable Duke of Loyalty and Valor. Even the Emperor dares not compel him. Do you possess a solution? Zhan Yan smirked, recalling the Duke's arrogance in the court, a flicker of coldness passing through his gaze. He swiftly urged, Cease diverting the subject. First, tell me about my pulse. Is there a remedy for this ailment? Zhan Yan interjected bluntly. Speak plainly. The apothecary immediately spoke. Progeny is temporarily unattainable. Lord Zhan's countenance suddenly grew dim. Even though he had anticipated such a conclusion, he could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. In the past, he had truly been indifferent to such matters. Yet upon hearing the intoxicated plea of the young maiden, Grant me a child, I desire our child, so that I may no longer be bullied. His heart felt as though it had been rent open, a dull ache consuming him. The apothecary, unable to bear witnessing his distress, could not refrain from offering solace. My lord, have you recently experienced any distress? I perceive signs of stagnation in your internal energy. If you were to continue your efforts, it is quite possible that a delightful surprise may await you. His heart suddenly began to race furiously. Did the moment when the young lady leaped into his arms from the carriage count? Her body was so fragrant and supple, igniting an uncontrollable warmth coursing through his back. Furthermore, this evening, when she drunkenly descended from the tree, all he wished for was to embrace her, holding her ever tighter. Noticing the change in his expression, the apothecary hastily resumed his pulse diagnosis. This examination proved astonishing. His eyes widened in shock. There is hope, my lord. That stagnant energy has stirred. Should you overcome this obstruction, there is a significant chance your body may return to normal. Lord Zhan was momentarily taken aback, abruptly rising and striding towards the exit. The apothecary called after him, My lord, wait. I have not finished speaking. Do not rush into action heedlessly, lest you provoke a contrary outcome. Zhan Yan did not hear his words at all. In the past, Yi would have reported to him, but this time, he had come alone. Zhan Yan's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly inquired, What has happened to the lady? Yi hurriedly shook his head, clarifying, It is not the lady. It is the heir's concubine. She has experienced a miscarriage and is bleeding. The physician says the fetus may not be saved. Only then did Zhan Yan breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it was not the young girl, it was acceptable. Furrowing his brow, he asked, Was she not instructed to transcribe the women's precepts? How could she have miscarried without stepping outside the doors? He then scolded vehemently, Such a clumsy excuse. Do you take me for a fool? He had always held reservations about Zhan Yi. Previously, he thought the young man was merely spoiled by the matriarch. But now he realized that his character was fundamentally flawed, showing indifference to whatever transpired in his courtyard. He strode into the study, intending to attend to his official duties. At that moment, Zhan Yi stumbled in, his face etched with urgency. Father, I implore you, please save Zhilan's child. It is your grandchild. Zhan Yan raised an eyebrow in disgust. I am not a physician. Why do you beseech me? Did I not warn you against entering her room while she was being punished? Now that trouble has arisen, you are suddenly anxious? Zhan Yi, filled with self-reproach, spoke up. It is my fault. I was concerned for her health and had no choice but to visit her. I never anticipated she would become so agitated and fall. The physician insists that she must protect this pregnancy, or it will be exceedingly difficult for her to conceive again in the future. Zhan Yan spoke without leaving a trace. Then you shall allow the court physician to exert every effort to preserve her life. After all, the esteemed medicinal herbs of the Marquisate are reserved for her. Ultimately, it is a matter of a fragile life. Zhan Yi suddenly knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, his voice filled with sorrow as he pleaded, "Father, the physician claims his skills are limited. Only by requesting the esteemed Dr. Lin, a paragon of medical expertise, can we hope to save Zhilan and her child." Zhan Yan cast a scornful glare at Zhan Yu, the contempt in his eyes rendering Zhan Yu speechless, his tears drying up in fear. Trembling all over, he was engulfed in trepidation. Zhan Yan approached him step by step, surveying him from a position of superiority. "Zhan Yu, do you even recognize your own identity? You are the son of the esteemed Marquis Zhan Yi. Who taught you such shamelessness? You have subjected the granddaughter of Dr. Lin to the humiliation of a concubine, and now, as your mistress faces a miscarriage, you dare to solicit her assistance?" Chapter 72. A great calamity. Zhan Yu's complexion was pale and ghastly. He did not wish for this predicament. Yet it was the sole recourse available. He forced himself to argue, "Father, how could a healer stand idly by in the face of death? Moreover, Lan heir carries the bloodline of our Marquisate." A fleeting glimmer of coldness crossed Zhan Yan's eyes. He regretted allowing his mother to take charge of Zhan Yu's adoption under his name. What manner of being was this, who failed to grasp even the most fundamental principles of propriety and honor? With a stern countenance, he declared, "You may summon any physician from across the capital, but Dr. Lin is off limits. He is the royal physician of the current emperor. Does a mere concubine merit his consultation?" Before Zhan Yu could respond, the matriarch of the Zhan family was assisted into the room. She spoke with a pale face. "Yenner, how can you be so heartless? If Yuer has angered you, I shall personally kneel before you, if that would suffice. I implore you to summon Physician Lin, so that he may assist Lan in preserving her pregnancy, not for any other reason, but for the sake of the bloodline of the Marquis household." As she seemed on the verge of kneeling, Zhan Yan seized her arm with a fierce gaze. "Are you trying to coerce me?" The old matriarch averted her eyes from his. "I am not coercing you. I merely believe that the child is innocent. Regardless of the adult's misdeeds, it is ultimately unjust to abandon a child in peril. Zhan Yan was her son, and thus could not overtly defy her, lest he bear the stigma of filial impiety. Even with his esteemed favor, he could still be impeached by the censors. To spare him from such difficulty, she swiftly declared, "Such a trivial matter does not require my grandfather's intervention. Is it not merely a matter of preserving the pregnancy and stopping the bleeding? I am capable of handling it myself." The few individuals in the courtyard looked on in astonishment, particularly Zhan Yan, who anxiously grasped her wrist, pulling her into the room and closing the door tightly. Zhan Yu attempted to follow, but was halted by the old matriarch's stern gaze. Inside, Zhan Yan quietly inquired, "Did your grandfather not instruct you to keep your medical skills concealed? Why do you disregard his words?" Lin Yuan gently explained, "I do not wish to burden you further. Moreover, the knowledge of my medical abilities cannot be hidden indefinitely. Should inquiries arise, I shall simply say that I possess only rudimentary skills. As I am from a family of physicians, after all." Zhan Yan remained unconvinced, but Lin Yuan placed her hand over his mouth, asserting, "There is nothing to discuss. Now that I have taken on this task, I am fully prepared to face it." The delicate fragrance of her presence lingered near his lips, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. Unfortunately, this sensation was fleeting, as she swiftly pushed the door open and exited. Upon arriving at Qinjilan's side, a pungent scent of blood assaulted her senses. She extended her hand to check her pulse, only to discover that the situation was far more dire than a mere fall. A spark of realization ignited within her. Could it be that she and Zhan Yu had engaged in something scandalous at the small Buddhist hall? How utterly reckless. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she blurted out instinctively, "This bleeding is clearly not from a fall. No wonder the court physician is unable to stem it. Speak the truth. How did this happen?" Qinjilan was on the brink of fainting from the pain, yet a sliver of rationality remained. She knew she must not reveal the truth, or the affair with Zhan Yu at the small Buddhist hall would be exposed. Lin Yuan, undeterred by such considerations, resolutely lifted the silk quilt beneath Qinjilan. "What are you doing?" Qinjilan shrieked in alarm. Lin Yuan retorted with a cold smile. This bleeding is a result of severe external force. How audacious of you, Qin Jilan, to entice a man while suffering punishment at the small Buddhist hall. Now, confess, who is the man involved? How can you be so unable to withstand loneliness, placing our dear son in such jeopardy? Qin Jilan felt an overwhelming urge to roll her eyes in frustration. There was no other man involved, only Zhan Yi. Desperately, she shouted, "Young master, help. Young master, please come in." Zhan Yi and the old lady Zhan rushed in, their faces contorted with anger as they glared at her. "Why aren't you attending to Zilan's bleeding? What are you dawdling for?" Lin Yuan retorted with an air of entitlement. "How can I treat her without understanding the situation? Did you know she was fooling around with a man in the small Buddha hall?" Zhan Yu's gaze faltered slightly, but he interrupted without hesitation. "What nonsense are you spouting? Zilan is the most decorous. How could she possibly be involved with a man?" Lin Yuan countered in a low voice. "The reason for her severe bleeding is due to external force. Surely, you wouldn't commit such an act, especially knowing she carries your child. It must be an uninformed outsider." Qin Jilan, filled with resentment, anxiously protested, "Brother Yu, I didn't. Do not believe her slander. She is merely trying to humiliate me, claiming to possess medical knowledge when she truly knows nothing." Lin Yuan scoffed. "The reason the house physician is unable to treat her is that he lacks the necessary context to prescribe the correct remedy. If you do not trust my words, summon a female physician from the palace to verify my claims." Zhan Yu genuinely considered making the request, but the old lady Zhan shot him a fierce glare. He suddenly realized that if a physician from the palace were to be summoned, it would undoubtedly bring shame to their household. It was out of the question. Zhan Yu's body tensed in discomfort as Qin Jilan's cries echoed in his ears. "Brother Yu, help me. I am in so much pain. Please save our child. If this continues, he will be lost." He finally came to his senses and quickly spoke. "Mother, I must confess, it was I who, in my carelessness during my visit to Zilan, inadvertently caused her harm." Lin Yuan's eyes widened in shock. "Ah, you were indeed at the small Buddha hall? Lord, please come and cover my ears. They have been tainted." She hastily ran outside, leaving Zhan Yi unable to stop her. Upon exiting, he was met with Zhan Yan's cold gaze, filled with murderous intent. Darkness enveloped him, and two words echoed in his mind. "It's over." Zhan Yi knelt on the ground, trembling as he said, "Father, this is all my fault. In a moment of weakness, I lost track of the situation." Zhan Yan coldly interrupted. "Do you understand that within lies the ancestral tablet of the Zhan family? Do you comprehend that it is a sacred ground for our clan's rituals?" Zhan Yi nodded fervently. He indeed understood. He had merely been provoked by Lin Yuan's intoxicating allure, igniting an uncontrollable flame within him. Alas, he found himself unable to act and resorted to seeking out Qin Jilan. Who would have thought that he would misjudge the situation and cause her to bleed? Zhan Yan took a deep breath and said, "Zhan Yi, I have granted you opportunities, yet you repeatedly plunge yourself into calamity." Zhan Yi stared at him in confusion. "Father, what do you intend to do?" Chapter 73. Facing consequences. Zhan Yan spoke icily. "You have created this mess. It is your responsibility to resolve it. From this moment forth, I hereby strip you of your title as heir. Should anyone dare to plead on your behalf, I shall publicly reveal your actions before our ancestors, making it impossible for you to stand in the capital again." As the elderly matriarch of the Zhan family stepped outside, she intended to invoke filial piety to further press Zhan Yan. However, she was abruptly silenced by his retort, causing her to roll her eyes and faint. The courtyard of Qin Jilan was soon engulfed in chaos, only settling down by noon. Zhan Yan acted swiftly. After deciding to depose the heir, the palace's decree was quickly dispatched. Although Zhan Yi remained his son, he was no longer the heir of the marquisate. Lin Yuan was thoroughly satisfied, relishing in the sight of her great rival's downfall. Filled with resentment, the latter found herself powerless to retaliate against Lin's smug demeanor. In due time, Zhan Yi would experience far more grievous suffering. Ultimately, Qin Jilan managed to preserve her pregnancy, yet the potent medicine she had taken had rendered her frail. This mirrored her past life, where she had seized Lin Yuan's sole life-saving remedy before childbirth, ensuring their safety. In this lifetime, fortune was not on her side. The life-saving elixirs in Lin Yuan's possession were well guarded, leaving no room for anyone to scheme against her. The following day, the marquisate received an invitation to a flower appreciation banquet hosted by the princess. The elderly matriarch, weary and burdened by the loss of her grandson's title, had no desire to attend the gathering. She had intended to decline, but Zhan Yi intervened. Since his demotion, his demeanor had grown increasingly sullen. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Grandmother, this banquet hosted by the princess presents a splendid opportunity for us to exact our revenge." The matriarch of the Zhan family looked at him with a puzzled expression. "What are your plans for revenge? You cannot possibly kill Lin Yuan, can you? Such an act would inevitably lead your father to suspect you, and you might find yourself cast out of the Marquis's residence, just like your father, mother, and sister." The thought of the second branch of the family being forced to leave with nothing intensified the hatred in Zhan Yu's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly and declared, "My revenge will be to make Lin Yuan my woman, to entangle her before the public eye, so that all the noble ladies in the capital can witness it." The matriarch's eyes lit up, followed by a warm smile. "Good grandson, that is the right approach. Let that wretched woman become the laughingstock of the entire city. Not only will this ruin her reputation, but it will also disrupt the princess's banquet. Truly a twofold victory." Without hesitation, Zhan Yu set about arranging his plan. With the banquet approaching, it was imperative that everything be executed flawlessly. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was in the midst of her makeup, with Linger chattering excitedly beside her. "Madam, this is your first banquet since joining the Marquis's household. Countless people in the capital are eager to witness your folly, so we must ensure your appearance stuns the crowd." Lin Yuan remained indifferent, believing that her life was her own to live and did not require the approval of outsiders. Marrying Zhan Yan had been quite satisfactory. Aside from the lack of intimacy, she received all the respect she deserved. In fact, he had even stripped Zhan Yu of his title to defend her honor. How delightful! With this thought, a faint smile graced her lips. Linger gently nudged her. "Madam, what are you pondering? I inquired about your satisfaction with this jade headpiece." Before Lin Yuan could respond, Zhan Yan entered, carrying a brocade box. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his eyes, though he quickly masked it. He turned to Linger, saying, "You may leave now. I shall assist the madam with her headpiece," recalling her inebriated state from the previous night. Lin Yuan felt a surge of apprehension at the thought of being alone with him. Although she had lost consciousness, she was certain she had not behaved properly. Otherwise, why would Zhan Yan have been absent from the room upon her awakening? Almost instinctively, she blurted out, "You cannot." The atmosphere instantly became tense, and the three of them could hear the rapid thumping of their hearts. Linger was the first to recover, nearly fleeing in panic. Good heavens, she was terrified. How could the madam speak such a blunt truth? Even if the Marquis were indeed incapable, she ought to have been more discreet. After all, he was her husband. This could spell trouble. She feared she might have provoked the Marquis's ire. Though she fled, her escape was not far. She concealed herself just outside the door, pressing her ear against the panel to listen to the commotion within. This scene was witnessed by Zir, who stepped forward to grasp her ear. Lingo quickly clasped her hands together. "Zir, do not jest. The madam just declared the Marquis incapable, and I worry they may quarrel inside." Zir was taken aback, her expression gradually turning serious. Lingo glanced at her and said, "Zir, you belong to the Marquis. If those two truly end up in a fight later, even if you do not assist the lady, do not aid the Marquis either, understand?" Seeing that tears were on the verge of spilling from her eyes, Zir resolutely shook her head. "No." Linger immediately spoke with a choked voice. "I knew it. You only pretend to obey the lady. When it truly matters, you will still side with the Marquis." Unable to restrain herself, Zir grasped her sleeve and forcefully wiped her eyes. "What I mean is, the Marquis would never harm the lady." At once, Linger ceased her tears, her eyes sparkling with inquiry. "Really?" Zir nodded firmly. "Yes." Once she spoke, she imitated Linger, peering inside, wondering why there was still no movement. Could it be that they were truly at odds? At that moment, Lin Yuan wished for nothing more than to disappear into a crack in the ground. What had possessed her to utter such a self-deprecating statement? Did men not care about that the most? Just as she felt utterly humiliated, Zhan Yan finally spoke. "I possess self-awareness. However, how can you know my capabilities in wearing a headpiece unless you give it a try?" Lin Yuan's face burned with embarrassment. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. She could only obediently sit still. "All right, my lord, please give it a try." Zhan Yan carefully retrieved the ruby headpiece from the brocade box and gently placed it among her hair. Perhaps due to the earlier misunderstanding, Lin Yuan felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. The moment his hand moved, she instinctively inhaled sharply. Zhan Yan paused abruptly. Concern etched upon his face as he inquired, "My lady, have I, in my clumsiness, caused you any pain?" Lin Yuan felt as though her mind had erupted in a cacophony. This statement was indeed ambiguous. Outside, Linger only caught the phrase caused pain and immediately grew anxious. Mustering her courage to rush into the room, Zhan, startled, swiftly covered her mouth and dragged her into the courtyard. Linger forcefully pushed her away, exclaiming, "Why are you holding me back? I cannot allow the Marquis to bully the lady. Did you not hear what he said? He has caused her pain. He has laid his hands upon her." Zhan was truly exasperated. Did she not understand her own master's temperament? Was she someone who could be easily wronged? It was quite enough that she did not bully the Marquis. With a hint of irritation, she retorted, "Did you not hear the full context? The Marquis merely stated that in his clumsiness, he accidentally caused the lady discomfort, not that he was being inappropriate." Chapter 74, The Banquet Finally. Linger's expression softened as she nervously explained, "I do not possess your keen hearing. I could only catch fragments." Zhan scoffed. "Then perhaps you should maintain your composure in such situations. As the lady's maid, it is your duty to wish for their harmonious union." Zhan furrowed her brow. "Must I truly exhaust myself explaining this to you due to your lack of understanding?" Linger smiled brightly as she linked her arm with Zhan's. "Then I thank you. I quite enjoy your loquacious nature. It imbues a youthful vigor." Zhan wished to convey that, given her status, being overly talkative could lead to dire consequences. Within the confines of the room, Zhan Yan had deftly adorned Lin Yuan with a ruby headpiece. Although the process had been somewhat arduous, the outcome was undeniably splendid. Lin Yuan instinctively lifted her brilliant, star-like eyes toward Zhan Yan and inquired, "Husband, do I look beautiful in this ruby headpiece?" Zhan Yan found himself momentarily entranced. The young lady's bright eyes and radiant smile conveyed a vivacious spirit that seemed almost to speak. In that moment, he grasped the truth behind the saying that beauty brings joy. Indeed, the mere sight of a lovely girl could elevate one's spirits. Curiosity piqued, he leaned closer to her, inhaling the delicate fragrance that lingered in her hair. Her upturned face resembled that of a child playfully seeking candy, and he could not resist lowering his gaze. His voice, husky and teasing, carried an alluring charm that made Lin Yuan acutely aware of the unusual atmosphere surrounding them. Confusion washed over her. Was he planning to retaliate for her earlier embarrassment? Suddenly, Zhan Yan leaned in even closer, whispering in her ear, "What did you just ask me, my lady?" A shiver ran down Lin Yuan's spine, her neck prickling as warmth flooded her cheeks. Observing her flustered demeanor, Zhan Yan's gaze deepened with complexity. A low chuckle escaped his chest as he recalled, "You asked me if you looked beautiful, didn't you?" She nodded fervently. "Yes, whatever you say." Flustered, Lin Yuan hurriedly lifted her skirt and dashed out the door. At this moment, her mind was consumed by a singular thought. A man should not be easily tempted, otherwise, should he take the initiative, no one could withstand his advances. Observing her retreating figure, a smile graced the handsome features of Zhan Yan. How endearing she was. It seemed that her composure had merely been a facade for others. The true essence of her being was now revealed. Yet, as another thought crossed his mind, his smile gradually faded. Just moments ago, he did not feel the same sensations as the previous night, indicating that his body had little hope of recovery. Was he to confine this young lady to the inner quarters for all eternity? He could not bear the thought. He dared not linger on such musings and hastily pursued her. The couple sat in the carriage, separated by Linger. Linger felt restless, yearning to leap out and join Zhan in a run. However, Lin Yuan's gaze deterred her. It was only when the carriage came to a halt that she exhaled a long breath of relief. Supporting Lin Yuan as they disembarked, she noticed Su Zining arriving with her maid. Lin Yuan disregarded her, proceeding directly into the courtyard. Su Zining watched her departing figure, a flash of malevolence crossing her eyes. The maid beside her could no longer contain her indignation. "Miss, how can you endure this humiliation? Lin Yuan is an outsider. How can she obstruct your entry into the Lin family? Moreover, it is a blessing for them that you would consider a paralyzed man. Why should she object?" Su Zining furrowed her brow and reprimanded, "Do not speak foolishly. Once we enter the princess's residence, mind your tongue. Do not bring trouble upon us. I have my own means to make her the target of scorn." The maid nodded vigorously. "I understand, Mississippi. You are right. She deserves some lessons." With a cold smirk, Su Zining swiftly made her way towards the lively garden. She recalled her brother's instructions, for this flower-viewing banquet hosted by the princess had attracted numerous talented young men, all of whom were promising newcomers to society. Perhaps her beauty could secure her a suitable match? It was certainly preferable to marrying that paralytic. Aside from having a father who was a physician, he had nothing else to offer. Even the title of the Minister of Justice was merely nominal. With graceful strides, she entered the garden, turning her head in search of familiar figures. At last, she spotted the new and elegant princess of Zhongyo. She hurried over, her face beaming with a charming eagerness as she curtsied. "I pay my respects to your highness, the princess of Xinya." Surrounding the princess were several young ladies, unable to suppress their curiosity. "Your highness, who is this?" Upon hearing the name of the esteemed Dr. Lin, the girls stood in respectful awe. After all, everyone faces ailments now and then, and it is wise to befriend the most skilled healer. Just as they intended to engage Su Zining in conversation, she suddenly reddened, her eyes brimming with tears as she lamented, "Your highness, please do not speak of it that way. I have no connection with Brother Ran, and there is no engagement between us." Seeing her pitiful demeanor, the princess of Xinya couldn't help but feel puzzled. She swiftly grasped Su Zining's hand and inquired, "What troubles you? Has the Lin family wronged you? You often care for Lord Lin, do you not? How can you say there is no connection?" Su Zining vigorously shook her head, declaring, "No, the Lin family is wonderful. It is I who am inadequate. I am unworthy of being their daughter-in-law. And no matter how much I do, I shall never be able to step through the doors of the Lin household." Princess Xinya, visibly agitated, interjected, "Nonsense. Lin Ran is a paralyzed man. How can you possibly be unworthy of him? You possess not only beauty but also a kind heart, tirelessly embroidering garments and delivering medicine for him daily. How dare he disdain you?" With her eyes wide in indignation, Princess Xinya continued, "That ungrateful wretch. She neglects Lord Lin and drives you away from his side. What is her true intent? This is intolerable. I shall not stand idly by. I will certainly seek justice for you. Just wait and see." A cruel smile curled upon Song Zining's lips, for she had awaited this very affirmation. With Princess Xinya's support, she could finally bring about the ruin of Lin Yuan. Chapter 75. The facial mask. The scenery was delightful, and the noble ladies flitted about like vibrant butterflies, adding splendid hues to the garden. Lin Yuan first expressed her gratitude for the ruby facial mask bestowed upon her by the Grand Princess, then presented the pre-prepared rejuvenating facial mask, Snowy, as a gift. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Wan, what is this you are giving?" Upon seeing the delicate sheet mask in her hand, Princess Xinya could not resist teasing, "Lin Yuan, even if you haven't prepared a gift for my aunt, you shouldn't attempt to appease her with such a trivial item, should you? It is a wonder she holds you in such high regard, presenting you with a valuable ruby mask, and this is how you choose to repay her?" Little did she expect it to fall into the hands of that foolish girl. It is utterly absurd that she is deemed worthy of wearing such a precious adornment. Upon hearing her words, the long princess's expression immediately darkened. In a stern voice, she reprimanded, "Xinya, do not act without decorum. Apologize to Madame Yan." Princess Xinya, with an air of righteous indignation, retorted, "Aunt, I have not spoken erroneously. You have invited numerous esteemed ladies to the flower-viewing banquet, and even Su Zining presented you with a valuable jade ruby, while Lin Yuan has the audacity to offer you this paltry face mask." Lin Yuan, however, remained unperturbed. Having lived a second life, she had long since mastered the art of concealing her emotions. Moreover, she understood that this Princess Xinya was a fiery character. She was the cherished jewel of the formidable General Zhang Yang, and Lin Yuan recalled that in her past life, a scholarly gentleman had unwittingly offended her, leading the general to flay him and display his skin at the city gate. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, she would not dare to confront her directly. Without hesitation, she clarified, "Your Highness, while this face mask may appear unremarkable, its efficacy surpasses that of any other gift." Princess Xinya scoffed, "You may continue to boast. Anyone can speak grandly. But do be cautious not to trip over your own words." Lin Yuan chose not to argue further and instead summoned Granny Cheng, who had previously benefited from the ointment she gifted her. After using it, Granny Cheng found her legs much more agile than before, particularly at night. When she would previously toss and turn in pain, she now slept soundly without discomfort, leaving her immensely grateful to Lin Yuan. At this moment, upon hearing her summons, her gaze was filled with affection. "Madame Yan, what can this servant do for you?" Lin Yuan first used warm water to cleanse her face, but was met with a hasty gesture of refusal. "That is unnecessary. How could I trouble Madame Yan to take action?" Lin Yuan spoke gently, "Nurse, you are more than capable. You attend to the crown princess daily, who serves as a paragon for the women of our court. She has provided the emperor with numerous sound strategies, benefiting the populace. Only with her health can our nation thrive. Do you not believe you have contributed? Flattery may abound, but it is often devoid of sincerity. It must be said that Lin Yuan's words genuinely pleased the crown princess, causing the smile in her eyes to deepen. She had never realized that the esteemed physician Lin's cherished granddaughter possessed such eloquence. Not only did she elevate Nurse Cheng, but she also inadvertently praised herself. What a delightful little charmer she was. It was no wonder that the stoic General Zhan Yan would break protocol to seek her favor. If this young girl were to remain by her side, she would be inclined to shower her with the finest treasures of this world. She then declared, "Nurse, please do not decline any further. It is rare for Madame Yan to express such kindness." With the master's consent, Nurse Cheng finally settled, leaning slightly upon the brocade stool before Lin Yuan. The new noble lady's eyes flashed with indignation, and she silently cursed, "Flatterer, do not presume that a few sweet words will earn my aunt's regard or win her favor. Should this worthless gift prove ineffective, I shall not hesitate to strip the skin from your face. Just wait and see." At this moment, Lin Yuan had carefully placed the facial mask upon the face of old Madame Cheng. She inquired softly, "Madam, how do you feel now?" Lin Yuan squinted her eyes, praising. "Indeed, madam, your extensive experience is evident, as you have managed to guess this. Do you have any other sensations?" Old Madame Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. "None, my dear. Apart from feeling utterly refreshed, I have no other sensations." Princess Xinya snorted disdainfully. "What a charade. Awakening the spirit and clearing the orifices? It's merely a bit of mint. As if no one else has it. My aunt's garden alone is abundant with it. Would you like me to fetch you some more to throw in your face?" "Ha ha." Instantly, the noble ladies erupted in laughter. The grand princess furrowed her brow and reprimanded, "Xinya, cease your unruly behavior. If you do not understand, refrain from making rash statements. Mint cannot be used carelessly. It must be administered in moderation." Princess Xinya, feigning a pout, stepped closer to her. "Aunt, I simply find your gift to you rather casual. She speaks sweetly, almost elevating you to the heavens with her praise, yet her actions are exceedingly neglectful." The grand princess shot her a fierce glare, causing Xinya to bite her lip tightly. With indignation, she flicked the silk handkerchief in her grasp, muttering, "Just wait and see. She will become the laughingstock of the capital for a mere facial mask." No sooner had she spoken than Lin Yuan interjected without hesitation, "Your Highness, since you so confidently assert that my mask will render me a target of ridicule, then allow me to offer you this opportunity. Please assist in removing it from old Madame Cheng." The noble lady Xinya strode forward without hesitation, her countenance dark and foreboding as she declared, "Lin Yuan, my aunt may be easily deceived, but I am not. You shall not succeed in using such worthless trinkets to extract anything of value from the princess's residence." With a swift motion, she tore away the veil, revealing the entirety of old Madame Cheng's face to the astonished onlookers. A profound silence enveloped the scene, so still that one could hear a pin drop. Lady Xinya, in particular, gaped in disbelief, her mouth agape as if an egg could fit within, though she held unwavering trust in Lin Yuan. The reactions of the crowd left her feeling bewildered and anxious. As the maidens flustered about in search of a copper mirror, old Madame Cheng had already regained her composure. She resolved that, regardless of the effectiveness of the facial treatment, she would find a way to support Lin Yuan. Just as she racked her brain for an excuse, she suddenly lifted her gaze and glimpsed her own reflection in the mirror. Good heavens, is that truly her? Chapter 76. Jealousy. Her skin had previously borne the marks of time, and despite the numerous cosmetics bestowed upon her by the princess, the emergence of fine lines could not be averted. Now, however, every trace had been smoothed away. Her complexion was now supple and radiant, and when she touched it, she could hardly believe the newfound elasticity. Could it be that she was not merely applying a facial treatment, but had stumbled upon some magical elixir that rendered her youthful once more? She appeared at least a decade younger. Even the dull spots had vanished, replaced by a porcelain-like hue, reminiscent of the translucent white of a freshly shelled egg. She was utterly astonished that she could look so exquisite. She exclaimed with great excitement, "Madame Yan, this facial mask is simply miraculous. I scarcely recognize myself." The young Princess Xinya was consumed with envy, wondering why the transformation had not befallen her instead. She longed to become beautiful and fair. The loyal and brave prince had not always resided in the capital. Upon reaching adulthood, he was dispatched to a desolate and frigid territory. It was in that harsh environment that Princess Xinya was born. and the unforgiving conditions had rendered her skin coarse from a young age. Even after arriving in the capital and spending a considerable fortune on skin treatments, little improvement was evident. To conceal this flaw, she resorted to using nearly half a box of rouge each time she ventured out, striving to achieve a more youthful and dewy appearance. However, excessive application of rouge resulted in a caked visage, leaving her face sticky and uncomfortable even while breathing. This was the very reason she could only endure attending banquets for a brief period. Now, witnessing the remarkable effects of the facial mask, she was genuinely intrigued and desired to possess it for herself. Without further hesitation, she swiftly declared, "Although the transformation of old Madame Cheng's skin is quite significant, who is to say this mask is suitable for everyone? Allow me, the young princess, to test it on my esteemed aunt first. Being young, any unforeseen circumstances could be rectified, but my aunt is precious and must not endure any mishaps." Lin Yuan was nearly amused to the point of laughter. Truly, the daughter of the most cunning, loyal, and brave prince spoke with such lofty and audacious eloquence, even when articulating the words of a shameless brigand. As the precious facial masks were on the verge of falling into the hands of the new Princess Zhan Yi, the Grand Princess spoke coldly. "Zhan Yi, how dare you covet what belongs to me?" Princess Zhan Yi, startled, hastily retorted, "Aunt, this is not theft. I act out of concern for your well-being, fearing that your skin may not tolerate these masks." The Grand Princess, unyielding, rebuked, "Were you not the one who looked down upon the gifts from Lin Yuan? Even if I have no use for them, there is still Mama Cheng. She seems quite suitable." Instantly, Princess Zhan Yi's face darkened, her hands gripping the silk handkerchief tightly, nearly tearing it apart. Such exquisite masks, to be given to a mere servant. How could she be worthy? Though these thoughts churned in her mind, she dared not voice them, for the authority of the Grand Princess loomed large. She could only swallow her indignation, forcing a smile. "You are right, Aunt. I have been overly concerned. I am feeling a bit unwell and shall retreat to the guest hall for a moment." With that, she turned and hurriedly departed, dragging along the pale-faced Su Zining. Once inside the guest hall, Princess Zhan Yi glared fiercely at her. "Why did you not inform me of the treasures Lin Yuan possesses?" Su Zining, with tear-filled eyes, replied, "Your Highness, it must be Dr. Lin who prepared those masks for her. By her own merit, she could never achieve such a feat." Su Zining shook her head in distress. "But I can no longer enter the Lin household. She seems to have transformed into a different person, and is not easily deceived anymore." As Princess Zhan Yi pondered, an abrupt reprimand echoed from outside. "Who is this outsider daring to disturb our esteemed princess?" The man hastily replied, "I am Zhan Yi from the Marquis's residence, seeking an audience with the princess. I implore you, madam, to grant me this favor." Princess Zhan Yi was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to herself in astonishment, "Isn't Zhan Yi the illegitimate son of that shameless woman? What could he possibly want from me?" Su Zining's eyes suddenly brightened as a realization dawned upon her. She whispered, "Your Highness, do you not recall? Lin Yuan was originally meant to wed him. However, he intended to marry Qin Jilan as a secondary wife on their wedding day, which led her to marry his father, Marquis Zhan Yi." Princess Zhan Yi quickly grasped the situation, a malicious smile creeping across her face. "It seems this young lord seeks to settle scores with his unworthy mother." Without further hesitation, she summoned Zhan Yi into the room. At that moment, Lin Yuan was instructing the Grand Princess on the application of a facial mask, detailing the various ingredients it contained. Just then, a young maid hurriedly approached with a tray of tea. Before she could draw near, Lin Yuan caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance. Before she could comprehend it fully, the maid collided with her, causing the tea to spill all over her. The maid turned pale with fright, instantly kneeling on the ground in apology. "Madam Yan, I did not mean to. Please forgive me." The Grand Princess scolded angrily. "How could you be so careless? Hurry and clean up Madam Yan." The young maid hastily took a handkerchief to wipe the stain from Lin Yuan's dress, the faint fragrance eagerly infiltrating her senses. Initially, she harbored no suspicions, but moments later, her expression suddenly turned stern and piercing. Grasping the maid's wrist firmly, she declared, "Cease your efforts. The silk gown stained with tea will only become dirtier with your attempts. It would be wiser for you to accompany me to change into another garment, for I have brought an extra outfit with me." The princess regarded her with suspicion. "1. If you wish to change your attire, allow old Madame Cheng to assist you. What use is this clumsy maid?" Lin Yuan smiled sweetly as she rose. "Old Madame Cheng still needs to attend to you. I find this maid rather clever. Let her seize this opportunity to redeem herself." At this, the princess cautioned the maid. Take good care of Madame Yan. Should any mishap occur, remember that your head rests upon your shoulders. The maid trembled in fear, quickly bowing her head in apology. This servant obeys. I shall certainly attend to Madame Yan. As the two made their way toward the guest hall, the princess's heart grew heavy with concern. She would never have allowed Lin Yuan to venture alone, for she was the wife of Zhan Yan, and any disturbance within the household could bear grave consequences. Yet, she had perceived a hint of intent from the young woman, as if she had her own plans and forbade anyone from following her. Even her own attendants were left behind, leaving the princess perplexed by her motives. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yuan followed the maid to a secluded guest hall. Chapter 77. A perilous situation. The hall was vast and desolate, save for a solitary incense burner that emitted a sweet, intoxicating fragrance, permeating the air with its delightful essence. A timid maid ventured to speak. I wonder where Madame Yan's garments are. I can fetch them for you. Lin Yuan surveyed her surroundings, her gaze lingering on the low-hanging warm quilt, lost in contemplation. The maid quickly nodded. Very well, I shall go at once. With that, she turned and hurried away. An insatiable yearning surged within Lin Yuan, igniting a cold smile upon her lips. How dare they administer such vile concoctions to her? Truly despicable. Without further hesitation, she swiftly took an antidote and placed it in her mouth. Yet, feigning dissatisfaction, she muttered, "Why is it so hot?" As she spoke, she casually unfastened her outer garment. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a pair of blue boots belonging to a man beneath the warm quilt. Gritting her teeth, a glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Come forth. I can summon the storm with even greater intensity. With a flick of her finger, a pill tumbled into the incense burner. The potent aroma wafted through the hall, stirring the blood of those within. Meanwhile, Su Zining, who had been anxiously lurking outside the window, queried in confusion, Your Highness, why has so much time passed without any commotion from within the hall? The displeased new elegant princess shot her a glare. What do you know? Even kindling needs time to ignite. We must wait a little longer. Moments later, a suppressed groan resonated from within the hall. Immediately, an alluring sound penetrated their ears, causing their cheeks to flush and hearts to race. Princess Xinya could not help but exclaim, I must say, this Zhan Yi is quite audacious. If Duke Zhan Yi were to witness the scene within the hall, he would surely be infuriated. Su Zining's face turned an alarming shade of red as she yearned to lean in closer to listen, yet felt a sense of embarrassment. Princess Xinya quickly interjected, That's enough. I shall summon someone. You remain here to guard, and shortly we shall catch the current lady of the Duke's residence in her illicit entanglement with her grown son. Su Zining was utterly delighted, envisioning the moment when Lin Yuan would be scorned by all. Just as Princess Xinya departed, a figure unexpectedly emerged from the hall, striking Su Zining and rendering her unconscious. At this moment, Princess Xinya was entirely unaware of the situation inside the hall. She hastened to the garden, calling out, Aunt, have you seen Duke Zhan Yi? As I exited the guest hall, I heard Lady Yan's anguished cries. I cannot discern if she has been injured or what has transpired. The long princess's expression changed drastically. It was dire. Lin Yuan was indeed in trouble. What could be done? Coincidentally, Zhan Yan had arrived with several young nobles and inquired, Your Highness, what troubles you? Zhan Yan's heart raced as he swiftly made his way toward the guest hall. The long princess hurriedly followed, whispering soothingly, Do not be alarmed. I fear this situation may have been orchestrated by Wanwan herself. When she went to the guest hall, she specifically instructed me not to send anyone along, and she did not even bring her own maid. Zhan Yan furrowed his brow, yet he did not slow his pace. A throng of onlookers trailed behind, their faces illuminated by curiosity. The newly favored Princess Xinya wore a triumphant smile, as Lin Yuan was soon to become the object of disdain throughout the capital. To dare to seduce her son in broad daylight was a crime deserving of death. Even should she escape with her life, Lin Yuan would forever be unable to hold her head high, with control over Zhan Yi firmly in her grasp. What concern did she have that exquisite treasures would not obediently present themselves to her, particularly that coveted snow-white facial mask? It would be an utter waste to apply it to the aged visage of old Madame Cheng. Only she, the most cherished Princess Xinya, deserved such a privilege. Yet, why had she not seen that foolish Su Zining? Was she not meant to wait here? As she scanned her surroundings, the furious voice of the long princess pierced the air. Who dares to engage in such disgraceful acts within the palace? In broad daylight. Who possesses the audacity to commit such an affront? Even Zhan Yan was seething with rage. having heard the scandalous sounds emanating from within the hall. No. All present had heard it. The noble ladies hastily lowered their heads in embarrassment, yet their ears perked up with intrigue. Good heavens, how outrageous! How could anyone dare to conduct themselves in such a manner within the princess's residence? Who could it possibly be? Instinctively, Princess Zhan Yi covered her mouth. Disbelief etched across her face. She trembled as she spoke. Aunt, I remember now. It was Madame Yin who came to this guest chamber to change her attire. Could it possibly be her? The words exploded like wildfire among the crowd, igniting a fervor. Many noble ladies whispered among themselves. This Madame Yin is truly shameless. Having just married into the Marquis's residence, she has already cast a shadow over the ailing Marquis. Another echoed. Indeed, she previously feigned such victimhood, as if the young master of the Marquis's house had wronged her, when in fact, she is the most despicable of them all. The unpleasant murmurs reached the ears of the princess, turning her face pale with indignation. Yet she understood that as long as Zhan Yan remained silent, she could not speak out. At that moment, the young nobles attending the banquet gathered around, including Su Zixing and the son of the current imperial censor, the capital's foremost talent, Du Wushuang. He inquired in confusion, Wasn't the Marquis's son, Zhan Yi, just here? Why is he suddenly absent? Su Zixing deliberately raised his voice to ask, Who has seen the Marquis's son, Zhan Yi? The venue fell into silence, every face filled with excitement and shock. How brazen could one be? To be immersed in a pig cage would be too lenient. He must be subjected to 1,000 cuts. Perhaps sensing he had misspoken, Su Zixing met Zhan Yan's cold, penetrating gaze and said, Marquis, please forgive my momentary impulsiveness. Perhaps your son had urgent business and did not inform us. Du Wushuang, evidently having heard the commotion from within the hall, frowned and remarked, The morals of society are declining. What kind of person dares to commit such vile acts in public? He must be dragged out and severely punished. Having spoken, he swiftly approached the Grand Princess and implored, May your Highness command the gates of the palace to be forcibly opened, lest this sordid affair tarnish your esteemed reputation. Chapter 78. Provocation. The Grand Princess cast a glance at Zhan Yan before responding, Everyone, please wait in the courtyard for news. This matter shall be dealt with by me, and I shall provide you all with an explanation. Su Zixing was unwilling to depart. He had surmised that within the palace were none other than Zhan Yi, who had vanished during the banquet, and Lin Yuan. He could not bear to miss such an enthralling spectacle. The mere thought of that insufferable girl being scorned brought him delight. Du Wushuang chimed in, Indeed, at this point, the Grand Princess ought not to allow those ill-mannered scoundrels inside to escape unscathed. His father was the most acerbic censor of the court, and thus he was emboldened by his lineage, never mincing words. The Grand Princess's eyes flickered with intense conflict as she furrowed her brow in the direction of Zhan Yan. My lord, what do you think? Zhan Yan's fist tightened within his sleeve, the commotion within the palace growing ever louder, the women's voices tinged with sobs. How tumultuous this must be. He appeared to grapple with a profoundly difficult decision, gritting his teeth as he stated, I must trouble the Grand Princess to command the doors be breached. Princess Zhan Yi shouted urgently, What are you all standing about for? Hurry and lift the logs. This guest hall is secured from within. It cannot be opened from the outside. Soon, numerous guards hefted a massive log and crashed it forcefully against the palace doors. With a resounding bang, after several attempts, the doors were finally flung to the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, the onlookers discerned two figures entwined upon the bed, their identities obscured. Without further hesitation, Su Zixing sprang forward, decisively drawing aside the curtain. The flushed visage of Zhan Yi abruptly revealed itself before him. Instinctively, he draped a silk quilt over the woman beneath him. Trembling, he inquired, Su, brother, what brings you here? A subtle smile graced Su Zixing's lips as he replied, It is not merely I who has come. Cast your gaze outside, and behold how many souls stand within this hall. Following his gaze, Zhan Yi's eyes met Zhan Yan's. Those orbs suffused with a murderous intent. He stiffened, realizing the gravity of the situation his father intended to end him. Yet, he reassured himself that he had secured Lin Yuan. The die was cast, and, mindful of physician Lin, his father would refrain from violence. At worst, he would endure another bout of physical punishment. In light of the gains he had secured, what did it matter? The crowd soon grasped the unfolding narrative. It was Lin Yuan who, unable to withstand solitude, had ensnared Zhan Yi in her schemes. How utterly shameless she was. Du Wushuang spoke with fierce indignation, since she has forsaken her marital duties. Why do you conceal her face? Quickly, descend and allow us to witness her disgrace." The assembly gasped in astonishment. Were they truly entwined? How many potions had Lin Yuan administered to the unfortunate Zhan Yi? Was she intent on exhausting him to death? Du Wushuang's furious reprimand echoed. Such an utterly vile woman, so contrary to the virtues of a wife, is simply intolerable by the heavens. She must be paraded with a placard for all to see, so that the subjects may know that Lin Yuan is a harlot. Zhan Yan interrupted without hesitation. "Silence. How can you be so certain it's her without having the full picture? Are you not aware of the saying that disaster comes from the mouth?" Du Wushuang, emboldened by his father's status, was particularly wary of Zhan Yan. After all, he was a formidable figure who had emerged from the battlefield, favored by the emperor, and not someone to be trifled with. He stammered in protest. "My lord, the ladies have yet to see her. If it is not her, then who could it be? I understand your concerns for the reputation of the, and your desire to keep her from public scrutiny, but do you truly believe this matter can remain concealed?" Just then, an astonished voice rang out from outside. "What has transpired? Why is everyone gathered here?" Lin Yuan, accompanied by a maid, swiftly entered, her charming face adorned with innocence and bewilderment. However, Zhan Yan would not let Du Wushuang escape unscathed for his earlier slanderous words. He promptly declared, "Du Wushuang, apologize." Du Wushuang's complexion turned a ghastly shade, his eyes betraying a flicker of unease and humiliation. Yet, he was acutely aware of his limitations, fully recognizing he could not provoke Zhan Yan. Reluctantly, he uttered, "My Lady Yan, I apologize. I mistakenly believed you were the one in the hall, and spoke harshly." Lin Yuan replied coolly, "Perhaps Du Gongzi has been misled. Why would I hold it against you?" Du Wushuang felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing he could find a crevice in the earth to hide away. Was this not a veiled accusation of his blindness, both in sight and in heart, that he could be so easily manipulated? Even though he was acutely aware of the mockery, he could only endure in silence. For in the presence of Zhan Yan, he dared not retort. At that moment, Zhan Yan spoke. "Yuan, your arrival is timely. Our son has been ensnared by treachery and now finds himself in a most awkward predicament." Zhan Yu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he beheld the two standing together. Was it not Lin Yuan? Then who was the person beneath him? In his previous haze, he had failed to notice. Could it be that he had indeed mistaken his partner? Without further hesitation, he lifted the brocade covering the woman's face. "Zining?" Su Zicheng recognized her instantly and shouted in a fury. Princess Xinya was equally taken aback, rushing forward while exclaiming, "Impossible! How could it be Su Zining? She was here earlier. She was here." Zhan Yan's piercing gaze suddenly fell upon her. "Your Highness, are you suggesting that she was here before?" Princess Xinya froze. The words that had rushed to her throat swiftly swallowed back. No, she could not speak. If she were to vindicate Su Zining, she would inadvertently expose her collusion with Zhan Yu against Lin Yuan. Given the circumstances, it seemed she had no choice but to allow Su Zining to bear the blame. Su Zicheng, fueled by anger, declared, "My sister has been well-educated and virtuous since childhood. She would never deliberately entice a young nobleman, nor would she administer any concoction to you. It must be you who has schemed against her." Zhan Yushir vehemently denied. "I did not. How could I possibly do such a thing? Do not slander me." Su Zicheng, fully aware of the principle of striking first, did not hesitate and commanded, "Bring forth, search the young master's carriage at the Ho residence. See if there is anything suspicious." Chapter 79. Surprised Zhan Yu was so frightened that his body trembled. He instinctively attempted to pursue, exclaiming, "You shall not search my carriage. You have no right." However, just as he moved, Su Zining beneath him cried out in agony. This alarmed the Princess Chong and Zhan Yan, who had yet to part ways. Zhan Yan spoke first. "Where's the physician? Quickly summon the physician." The physician arrived in haste, expressing his dilemma. "My skills are limited, and I am uncertain how to proceed in this situation. We must devise a solution swiftly, lest the lineage of the young master of the Ho residence be irretrievably lost." Zhan Yu burst into tears. "Father, save me, please save your son." Zhan Yan reprimanded coldly. "Now you know to cry? Where were you before?" Lin Yuan spoke slowly. "It is futile to plead with your father. You must beseech your mother." "Oh, dear son, your mother has her own methods to separate you from Miss Su." Without further hesitation, she commanded her servants to fetch a doorstop. Zhan Yu, in shock, questioned, "What are you planning to do?" He could not fathom such a notion, convinced that she sought vengeance and was punishing him out of personal grievance. He turned to Zhan Yan, pleading, "Father, it is not like this. You must stop her. Zhan Yan complexly opened his mouth. Listen to your mother. Since there are no better alternatives, we might as well strike a few blows and see if it helps to separate us. Lin Yuan did not hesitate. She seized the doorstop and struck Zhan Yu fiercely on the back. Her eyes glimmered with a cold, piercing light as she softly murmured, Zhan Yu. This first strike is for your insatiable greed and utter shamelessness. Bang! After the blow, Zhan Yu's body lurched forward due to inertia. He glared at Lin Yuan with bloodshot eyes, questioning, Did you do this on purpose? Do you want me to die? Lin Yuan, gripping the stick, feigned innocence. Oh dear. Mother merely wishes for you to escape swiftly. Why don't you trust me? Just feel it. Isn't it much better than before? Zhan Yu stepped back. And to his surprise, they were indeed on the verge of separation. He urged anxiously, Strike again, hit me harder, hurry. A sinister smile flickered at the corners of Lin Yuan's lips as she gathered her breath and delivered several more blows to Zhan Yu's back. Pooh! Unable to withstand the onslaught, Zhan Yu spat a mouthful of blood onto Su Xining's face. Ah! She screamed in terror, her eyes rolling back as she fainted instantly. Zhan Yu collapsed to the ground, his complexion pale as a sheet. He murmured, Separation, we are finally separated. Yet deep down, he understood that his reputation would plummet into the abyss from this moment forth. Seeing his despondent expression, Lin Yuan could not help but smirk mockingly. Oh dear. The surprises are yet to come. The expression of the eldest princess changed dramatically, and she angrily rebuked Zhan Yu. Zhan Yu, was it truly you who did this? Zhan Yu found himself at a loss for words. Could he reveal that these medicines were originally intended for Lin Yuan? Who could have anticipated that they would end up with Su Xining? Everything had spiraled into chaos. He mustered his strength to sit up, quickly bowing his head in denial. I do not know how this bottle of medicine came to be in my carriage. I am surely being framed. I implore the eldest princess to see the truth. Lin Yuan echoed in agreement. Indeed, we must ascertain the facts. My son must not suffer unjustly. A full bottle of this medicinal powder must be of considerable value. Ordinary individuals cannot obtain such remedies. Zhan Yu was drenched in cold sweat, thinking to himself, Lin Yuan, could you please be quiet? While it seems you are supporting me, you are actually pushing me into the abyss. These medicines could not withstand scrutiny. He was merely concocting a pretext. It appeared that Lin Yuan was deliberately opposing him, as she earnestly suggested, My lord, why not have someone take the medicine to the nearest apothecary to inquire who purchased it? At that point, those who conspired against our noble house will surely be exposed. Zhan Yu was terrified. No matter how they searched, it would inevitably lead back to him. What could he do? His mind raced with calculations. He could not allow this matter to become widely known. If he admitted fault now, he might only have to marry Su Xining. But if this escalated into a larger uproar, his chance for redemption would be utterly lost. He hurriedly spoke. Father, please do not investigate any further. Regardless of who has conspired against me, the damage to Miss Su has already been inflicted. To preserve the dignity of the princess and to avoid tarnishing the reputation of the Su family, I am willing to take Miss Su as my wife. And I humbly ask for your consent. He knelt deeply, his demeanor exuding utmost sincerity. Zhan Yan furrowed his brows, fixing him with an inscrutable icy glare. After a moment of silence, he replied in a deep voice, Whether you can marry a daughter of the Su family is not for me to decide. You must seek your elder brother's approval first. Zhan Yu turned and knelt before the grim-faced Su Zicheng, his expression pleading. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yuan could not help but smirk coldly. Zhan Yu was indeed astute, knowing precisely what the Su family valued most. By invoking the princess and Zhan Yan, how could Su Zicheng possibly refuse? He would be eager for Su Xining to ascend to greater heights. However, this aligned perfectly with her desires. Did not Chen Jilan and Su Xining have a good relationship? One was Zhan Yu's concubine, the other his wife. Let them compete for favor amongst themselves, thus sparing the Lin family from further troubles. As the nominal mother of the Marquis's household, she would be all the more justified in orchestrating their rivalry. The thought of the future days ahead filled her with delight. At this juncture, Su Zicheng had also made his decision. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I consent to this marriage, but the Marquis's household must not slight my sister. A dowry of 100 chests must be prepared. Although directed at Zhan Yu, his gaze was firmly fixed on Zhan Yan. He is more aware than anyone else that the true master of the Zhan Yi is the indifferent man before him, whose expression is cold and detached. Having said this, he took Lin Yuan's wrist and swiftly turned to leave. Naturally, the princess would not intervene. particularly since Zhan Yan had already departed. She promptly commanded the maids to escort the noble ladies to the banquet, leaving only Zhan Yi and Su Ziqing, both scowling, to bicker amongst themselves. Chapter 80. Greed. Even though he was already aware that this was part of her scheme, he instinctively turned to her and inquired, "My lady seems quite pleased?" Lin Yuan nodded with an air of certainty. "Indeed, as the mother of the young master, I find great joy in his impending marriage. Our household shall soon welcome new members. Are you not delighted as a father?" Her words were laced with an ephemeral chill that flickered in her eyes. Zhan Yu had initially intended to manipulate someone, and it was undoubtedly Lin Yuan he had in mind. What audacity! Knowing full well that she had become his mother, he still dared to engage in such treachery, putting Lin Yuan in peril. Such a son is better off discarded. He fell silent and swiftly made his way toward the banquet hall. Only the new Princess Yu was left, her face contorted with rage. She had never anticipated that. After her schemes, Lin Yuan would emerge unscathed. Clenching her teeth, a glint of venomous calculation flashed in her eyes. She quickly summoned a nearby maid and whispered a few instructions. Upon hearing her words, the maid's delicate features turned pale as a sheet. She spoke hesitantly, "Your Highness, is this acceptable? Aibao is the cherished pet of the Grand Princess, and I am afraid." The young maid's eyes brimmed with tears, yet she dared not weep aloud. She nodded fervently, narrowly escaping the clutches of Lady Xinya. As she passed by Lin Yuan, she stealthily discarded an object beneath her chair. Moments later, a fluffy little rabbit scampered towards Lin Yuan. Upon spotting the item on the ground, it eagerly gobbled it up, crunching away until nothing remained. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yuan instinctively glanced down and exclaimed, "Oh, what an adorable little bunny. Is this not the Grand Princess's beloved Aibao?" In her previous life, she had heard tales of a cherished pet residing in the Grand Princess's manor. She had encountered it while visiting the tomb of the prince, believing it to be a manifestation of the prince's concern for her solitude, sent to keep her company. Thus, she had lavished affection upon the little rabbit, naming it Aibao, a diminutive of the prince's name. From that moment on, Aibao ascended to the pinnacle of rabbit existence, not only receiving dedicated palace maids for care, but also residing in a lavish palace. Ordinarily, such an event would not permit its presence, to spare it from the fright of a crowd. Yet, why was it now nestled at her feet, appearing so listless? Was it unwell? Before Lin Yuan could ponder further, Aibao suddenly lunged towards her. Just as she caught it, the little creature promptly expelled blood. This situation has escalated dramatically. The Nuya princess immediately rose to confront. "Lin Yuan, you possess an audacious heart. How dare you poison my aunt's beloved pet? What cruelty resides within you?" The expression of the princess, seated in the main position, shifted abruptly. Her previously composed demeanor transformed into one of acute anxiety. She trembled as she inquired, "Where's little Bao? Was it not supposed to remain safe in the Chngshing palace? How could it have ventured to the banquet hall?" The Nuya princess hastily pinched herself, the sudden pain rendering her eyes misty with tears. She lamented, "Aunt, you must come and see. Little Bao is coughing up blood. I know not what poison Lin Yuan has fed it, but it is on the brink of death." The princess rushed towards Lin Yuan, nearly stumbling, and beheld the weak little Bao cradled in her arms. Lin Yuan shook her head in denial. "I do not know. It suddenly approached me, and upon leaping into my embrace, it became like this." The Nuya princess countered vehemently, "You speak falsehoods. I distinctly witnessed you feeding it something. Even if you were unaware that little Bao is my aunt's cherished pet, you ought not to have been so merciless as to poison such an innocent creature. How could you harm such a delightful rabbit?" At this proclamation, the gazes of the onlookers turned guarded towards Lin Yuan. After all, who would wish to associate with one who revels in the cruel slaughter of innocent animals? Zhan Yan, maintaining a stern countenance, swiftly approached, furrowing his brows as he admonished, "Nuya princess, I implore you to choose your words with care. One must rely on evidence. Your slander against my wife will not be tolerated." The noble Lady Xinya argued, "My lord, I have not slandered her. It was indeed Xiaobao that leaped upon her and bled. Did you not see her dress stained with blood?" Before Zhan Yan could respond, Lin Yuan spoke up with composure, "My lord, I did not poison Xiaobao. Do you believe me?" Their gazes locked, each harboring intricate emotions. Zhan Yan, almost without hesitation, declared, "I do believe you. Should anyone dare to slander you, I shall certainly seek justice on your behalf." Lin Yuan's previously taut demeanor relaxed, realizing she had made the right choice. Although older, This man would genuinely assist her in times of need. She swiftly retrieved a silver needle from her purse, stating, "I will induce vomiting in Xiaobao and see if it improves." With that, she moved to pierce the needle into Xiaobao. Unexpectedly, Lady Xinya cried out, "Aunt, will you just stand by and watch her continue to torment Xiaobao? It is already poisoned, and she intends to stab it with a silver needle." Lin Yuan is not a healer. How could she possibly save Xiaobao? The Grand Princess stiffened, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. She no longer regarded Zhan Yan and promptly commanded her attendant, "Hurry, summon the physician, quickly." The attendant, aware of Xiaobao's significance to her, reassured, "I have already sent someone to fetch him. He should arrive shortly. Please, Your Highness, do not fret." The Grand Princess, consumed by fury and anxiety, thought, how could she not be anxious? Xiaobao was her emotional anchor. It was Xiaobao that kept her company through the stillness of the night. How could she bear to witness its demise by poison? Soon, the physician rushed in, barely pausing to wipe the sweat from his brow before attempting to induce vomiting in the young child. However, the child was far too weak to even open his eyes, let alone his mouth. The princess stumbled slightly. Had it not been for the timely support of Matron Cheng, she would have nearly collapsed to the ground. In Chapter 81, the young child, Matron Cheng's tears streamed down her cheeks, for this was one of the rare moments of loss of composure for the princess. The first time had been when the prince consort succumbed to a grave illness. She wept like a helpless child. Trembling, she implored, "Doctor Hu, you must think of a solution. The princess cannot bear to lose the child." Doctor Hu understood this predicament all too well, yet he found himself powerless to act. The princess suddenly widened her eyes. Was it not true that Zhan Yan felt guilt toward Lin Yuan, which compelled him to indulge her? Was he truly willing to do so much for her, even bearing his own wrath? Amidst her tumultuous thoughts, the Princess Xinya spoke up, "Lord Zhan Yi, even if you protect her, there must be a limit. She is the one who poisoned the child. How could she possibly save him? If the child perishes at her hands, can you bear the responsibility?" Without hesitation, Zhan Yan interrupted, "I would willingly trade my life for his. But can you, princess, so brazenly defame my wife and dare wager your life?" Princess Xinya, startled, averted her gaze in a moment of guilt, declaring, "This princess will not stoop to the level of a madman." Zhan Yan cast a piercing gaze upon the assembly, addressing them with fervor, "Esteemed guests, bear witness for my wife. The esteemed Princess Xinya has incessantly accused her of being the true perpetrator behind the poisoning. Should it be revealed that she is innocent, I shall personally ensure that the princess is delivered to the Ministry of Justice's prison." In a flurry, Princess Xinya turned to the Grand Princess, weeping and lamenting, "Aunt, I am merely distressed for Xiaobao. What right does Lord Zhan have to send me to the Ministry of Justice's prison? Under ordinary circumstances, her tears might have elicited some sympathy from the Grand Princess. However, at this moment, she remained entirely unyielding. With a stern demeanor, she admonished, "I believe the Lord is justified in his actions. Your tongue certainly requires restraint. Commoners face punishment for their misdeeds, and as a princess of the realm, you ought to lead by example." Princess Xinya bit her lip with fervent bitterness. The Grand Princess, sensing the urgency, hastily urged Lin Yuan, "Hurry, Wan. Administer the acupuncture to Xiaobao at once." Lin Yuan nodded and promptly inserted the silver needle into the creature's abdomen. Moments passed, yet it remained limp, devoid of any sign of vitality. With a swift and malevolent tone, Princess Xinya exclaimed, "Aunt C, I was right. How could she possibly save Xiaobao? Her only desire is for it to perish. If she inflicts another needle upon it, she is the true villain. You must act against her." The Grand Princess's hands twisted anxiously within her sleeves, her eyes reflecting a profound inner turmoil. She whispered to herself, "Just a moment longer, grant Lin Yuan another chance. Surely, Xiaobao will not abandon her." Yet, Princess Xinya could no longer contain her impatience, harboring resentment towards Zhan Yan for his threat to imprison her. What right did he have? What qualifications does a man, afflicted by a hidden ailment and resembling a eunuch, possess to punish her? Even if he is a favored minister of the reigning emperor, it does not alter the fact of his rootlessness. In a fit of fury, she bellowed, "Bring forth Lin Yuan. She has deliberately poisoned my beloved aunt's pet, and as if that were not enough, she has mercilessly stabbed it to death. Such a venomous and ruthless woman deserves no leniency. Execute 50 strikes with the rod." As her words echoed, the assembly fell into a profound silence. Everyone understood that should the 50 strikes be delivered, Lin Yuan would either perish or be left severely maimed. It was evident that the new princess harbored an intense hatred for her. Just as the guards of the loyal and brave prince's residence advanced with urgency, Lin Yuan, feigning innocence, queried, "Why are you going to strike me? Little Bao is not dead yet." Suddenly, the previously listless little Bao opened its mouth and expelled a considerable amount of dark substance, its pair of red, rabbit-like eyes slowly fluttering open as it whimpered towards the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess, disregarding all else, hastened forward to embrace it. Instinctively, Lin Yuan intervened, exclaiming, "Grand Princess, Little Bao has not fully recovered. It merely vomited the poison food. The deadly toxin within its body remains unresolved." Tears stained the pale visage of the Grand Princess as she trembled and inquired, "What exactly did Little Bao consume that was so toxic?" Lin Yuan retrieved a silver needle to examine the expelled matter and discovered it to be a piece of carrot. The princess suddenly realized. Gritting her teeth, she remarked, "Little Bao is exceedingly astute. It always licks its food with its tongue before consuming it. If it senses anything amiss, it promptly turns away." Clearly, the poisoner is well aware of this habit and has cunningly poisoned the core to deceive it. Upon finishing her statement, she barked sharply, "Where is Mama Chun? In charge of the Chongqing Palace? Bring her forth." Before long, the blushing Mama Chun was dragged before them, trembling, her lips incessantly murmuring, "Such fine wine, indeed. Such exquisite wine. Is there more? Please, grant me some more." Spotting the young maid beside the gracious Miss Xianya, she lunged toward her unsteadily. The maid, startled, nearly fell to the ground, stammering, "I have no wine. Mama, what folly has possessed you?" Mama Chun, her eyes clouded with inebriation, insisted, "It was you. Just moments ago. You presented me with a flask of splendid wine. It was simply divine, and I drank it all." The maid hastily denied the accusation. "I did nothing of the sort. Do not slander me." Miss Xianya's face darkened with rage, a glint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Swiftly, she drew a sharp dagger and lunged it toward Mama Chen's head. If her aim were true, Mama Chen would surely perish on the spot. However, in a flash, Yi kicked towards Miss Xianya's wrist, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground, startling Mama Chen back to sobriety. Fuming with humiliation, Miss Xianya glared at Yi, seething, "You have audacity indeed, to dare to ambush this noble lady." A mere utterance plunged the new Princess Xinya into icy despair. It was over, surely. Zhan Yan had deduced her mischief. At this moment, the Grand Princess also regained her senses, her voice sharp as she commanded, "Seize Duwan. If she harbors no guilt, why would she deliver wine to Granny Chun, leading her to intoxication?" Duwan, the personal maid of Princess Xinya, fell to her knees, pleading, "Your Highness, I am wronged. I merely brought wine to Granny Chun. I did nothing wrong." Meanwhile, Granny Chun was in a state of panic, fully aware that after drinking, Xiao Bao had been lured out and nearly poisoned. She had landed herself in a grave predicament. Chapter 82. An apology. The Grand Princess swiftly ordered a search of Duwan, and indeed, they uncovered a bottle of powdered poison concealed within her sleeve. Zhan Yan coldly remarked, "So it turns out Princess Xinya is the thief who cries 'Stop thief.' You are the true mastermind." A flicker of panic crossed Princess Xinya's eyes. She had not anticipated that this foolish maid would leave behind the vial of poison after committing such treachery. Utterly foolish. Without hesitation, she lunged forward and shoved Duwan to the ground. Gritting her teeth, she furiously demanded, "You wretched maid, whose orders compelled you to commit such a vile act?" In that instant, Duwan grasped her intent. She was being used as a scapegoat. In desperation, she could only reveal the true instigator. Just then, Su Zining, who had been assisted over, nearly stumbled to the ground, overwhelmed by the weight of the blame being thrust upon her. She fell to her knees with a thud, nearly rolling as she pleaded at the feet of the Grand Princess, "Your Highness, I am wronged. I beseech you to see through this." However, the new elegant princess, with tear-filled eyes, spoke up, "Su Zining, I once regarded you as a dear sister, yet you secretly incited my maid to commit such vile acts. Do you wish to ruin your standing in the capital?" Those words struck Su Zining like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, if she did not take the blame for this incident, she would never again be welcomed into the circles of nobility. Her reputation was already in tatters. Adding one more scandal would make little difference. Moreover, Little Bao was unharmed, and the Grand Princess, known for her kindness and generosity, would surely show leniency. Most importantly, She could not afford to offend the new elegant princess. She was of royal blood, and not only did the loyal and brave king dote on her, but even the reigning emperor was exceedingly indulgent. Realizing this, Su Zining swiftly altered her plea. Your Highness, please spare me. I only harbored resentment towards Lin Yuan. And in my folly, I allowed my heart to cloud my judgment. I beg you to consider the fact that I have already tarnished the reputation of Qibai in your esteemed household. Please grant me mercy this once. I swear I shall not repeat my mistakes. Lin Yuan couldn't help but applaud Su Zining's cunning. Indeed, she was clever enough to play the victim to seek the Grand Princess's forgiveness. As expected, a complex struggle flickered across the Grand Princess's face. She scolded fiercely. Do you not realize that for such actions, I would be justified in ending your life? Su Zining hastily bowed her head in apology, exclaiming, Indeed, I have erred. Yet I have also faced my retribution. My reputation within the princess's residence is utterly ruined. The eldest princess interjected without hesitation, Silence. You are henceforth forbidden from stepping foot in the princess's residence. Should you dare to do so, I shall have your legs severed. Su Zining lamented tearfully. I shall remember this, and I am grateful for your mercy, esteemed princess. Just as Princess Xinya believed she could evade punishment. Zhan Yan coldly remarked, I find myself perplexed as to why Miss Su wields such influence over her highness and her maid. Or is it that you two have been conspiring in secret all along? Lin Yuan swiftly added, What my husband says is indeed correct. I too find it rather peculiar. One might assume that Duwan is merely a maidservant to Su Zining. The shock rendered Princess Xinya nearly speechless, her heart seething with resentment towards Lin Yuan for her incessant chatter. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the eldest princess, she hastily clarified, Aunt, I previously instructed Duwan to deliver items to Miss Su a few times, hence their familiarity. She has been ensnared, and I truly had no knowledge. The eldest princess maintained her composure, stating, You must not unjustly accuse Madame Yan. Apologize to her promptly. Reluctantly, Princess Xinya suppressed her fury and inquired, What does the Lord intend to do to resolve this matter? The princess was struck with terror, as she wished to avoid both outcomes. What was Lin Yuan, for her to merit a bow of apology, even if she had become Madame Yan? She was merely a loyal hound of the royal family. Do not even think of compelling her to kneel in apology. She will categorically refuse. Without hesitation, she retorted, Zhan Yi, do not overstep your bounds. My knees are meant to kneel before the heavens, the earth, and the emperor, but never before Lin Yuan. I am a royal princess. Do you wish for me to bow my head in apology to her? Are you not concerned that it may shorten her life? Zhan Yan furrowed his brow and inquired, Does this mean I have reason to believe that the new elegant princess considers herself innocent of defamation? The new elegant princess proudly lifted her chin and declared, Indeed, ignorance absolves one of guilt. Thus, Zhan Yi should exercise a bit of magnanimity and not cling so tightly to trivial matters, lest he tarnish his own reputation, which would be a most regrettable trade-off. Zhan Yan scoffed. Did I not witness the new elegant princess entering the Southern Wind Pavilion yesterday? May I also make that public knowledge? As his words fell, they struck the atmosphere like a boulder crashing into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of shock through the gathering. The noble ladies gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. What? The new elegant princess actually visited the Southern Wind Pavilion? That place is teeming with dashing youths who entertain with their charm. Has she truly become so unrestrained? They recalled how she had previously scorned others mercilessly, yet now she feigned innocence, which seemed rather shameless. A cacophony of harsh whispers assaulted the ears of the new elegant princess, leaving her face pale with rage. She retorted furiously, You shall not slander me. I have never set foot in the Southern Wind Pavilion. Zhan Yan remained composed and replied, Did you not assert that defamation is without consequence? I merely returned the favor in kind. The young princess, Xinya, was seething with rage, wishing fervently to tear Zhan Yan apart. Yet, she only entertained such thoughts internally. For outwardly, she could not act. Her father had once cautioned her that Zhan Yan was a formidable figure, a living embodiment of the king of hell, and it would be unwise to provoke him. Otherwise, he would surely flay her alive. She had initially aimed to deal with Lin Yuan, but to her astonishment, Zhan Yan was fiercely protective of her. This revelation left her utterly astonished. The Grand Princess, expressing her disdain, remarked, Xinya, your knees are not so precious. As a member of the royal family, you should lead by example. Hurry and kneel to apologize to Lady Yan. Even if your father were present, he would make the same decisive judgment. Zhan Yi's face flushed with humiliation as she thought, my father would never do that. He would only break Lin Yuan's neck. How dare she think she deserves an apology? She was the cherished jewel of her father's heart. Only the Grand Princess would show such bias in favor of that wretched woman. Chapter 83. Confrontation with Gritted Teeth. She approached Lin Yuan and performed a perfunctory bow before quickly rising. She glared at Zhan Yan. I have bowed. Are you satisfied now? Zhan Yan raised an eyebrow and replied, I neither saw nor heard that. Such a simple remark nearly drove Xianyu to the brink of despair. She had clearly bowed. Zhan Yan sought to humiliate her further. The audacity. Without hesitation, she swiftly turned to the Grand Princess. Aunt, will you allow Zhan Yan to bully me like this? The princess is far from foolish. She perceives that Su Zining is merely a scapegoat. What audacity does the cuckoo possess to act against Xiaobao? If not for the instigation of Princess Xinya? She calmly remarked, Indeed, I have neither seen nor heard anything. Xinya, when one errs, one ought to apologize. This is the fundamental principle of being human. Princess Xinya felt a wave of darkness before her eyes, realizing that the princess had allied with Zhan Yan against her. Very well, let them wait. Can Zhan Yan guarantee that he will always protect Lin Yuan? The moment she seizes an opportunity, she will torment Lin Yuan to the point of despair. Yet, meeting her venomous gaze, Lin Yuan felt no trepidation. From the instant Princess Xinya began to plot against her, a deadly enmity had already been forged between them. Having been granted a second chance at life, why should she continue to live in fear and constraint? Moreover, she knew that the loyal and valiant king harbored ambitions. In her past life, Zhan Yan frequently took to the battlefield due to his collusion with foreign enemies, which had drawn this fierce tiger out of the capital. Only in this manner could he easily seize control of the court and imprison the reigning emperor. Lin Yuan was unaware of the outcome of his rebellion in that life, as she had already perished. However, in this life, Zhan Yan is her husband, and she cannot allow him to go to war again. She must ensure that the ambitions of the loyal and valiant king are revealed sooner rather than later. She immediately looked at Zhan Yan with reddened eyes and said, Husband, this slight grievance is of little consequence. Fortunately, I was able to timely prove my innocence and inadvertently save Xiaobao. Otherwise, on this day next year, you would be weeping at my grave. Zhan Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. Indeed, his little wife seemed to believe that a mere bow of apology was insufficient, for she desired more. Understandably, had today's accusations been substantiated, the young girl would not only have faced death, but perhaps even worse fate. With a composed expression, he stated, Your Highness, the princess. After much contemplation, I believe that a mere bow of apology cannot truly remedy my wife's emotional trauma. The new elegant princess's eyes widened in disbelief. She was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses. Zhan Yan was truly insufferable. She had already endured the humiliation of kneeling, yet he still sought more. Through gritted teeth, she managed to utter, according to the Marquis's wishes, how can one compensate for your wife's emotional injuries? Zhan Yan, adjusting his sleeves, replied, It is said that the Black Forest Mountain on the outskirts of the capital belongs to the valiant king. Why not, Your Highness? Take it upon yourself to grant this mountain as compensation to me? Before the new elegant princess could respond, a cold and commanding voice emerged from the doorway. Marquis Zhan Yi, what insatiable greed you possess. You wish to swallow my Black Forest Mountain. Are you not afraid of bursting? As the words fell, a formidable man strode in with an imposing presence, his eyes directed at Zhan Yan, radiating a chilling aura of menace. The new elegant princess immediately wailed, Father, you have arrived. I was nearly bullied to death by them. The valiant King Zhongyong swiftly gathered her into his embrace, offering comfort. Fear not, for your father shall take charge. Whoever has wronged my daughter shall face my wrath. His piercing gaze swept across the assembly, causing the crowd to instinctively recoil in trepidation. Yet, Zhan Yan remained unfazed, exuding an air of calm composure. The king was the first to confront the princess. Your Highness, Xianya has graced your banquet with her presence. Yet you have not only failed to attend to her properly, but allowed her to endure indignities. What do you have to say for yourself? The princess, nearly laughing in anger, retorted, Zhongyong King, why do you not inquire about the actions of your beloved daughter? Her maid colluded with outsiders in an attempt to poison Xiaobao, and as if that were not enough, she maliciously slandered Lady Ho. The king nonchalantly replied, The maid can simply be executed. As for Xiaobao, he is but a beast. If you desire, I shall procure 7 or 8 more for you. Regarding the slander of Lady Ho, I find myself curious. When did Zhan Yan take a wife? Are you not one to uphold the tenets of humanity? At this pronouncement, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. It seemed they could sense the palpable tension in the air, laden with a chilling intent to kill. They were filled with dread. In the entire capital, only this audacious King Zhongyong would dare to bring Zhan Yi's hidden afflictions into the light. Zhan Yan exhibited no signs of embarrassment or anger. Instead, he responded with a gentle demeanor, akin to one exchanging casual pleasantries. My marriage is a matter that has arisen only in the past few days. Due to the haste involved, I refrained from making a grand announcement. Given your princely duties, how could you possibly concern yourself with such trivialities? The Duke of Loyalty and Valor felt a twitch beneath his eyelid, and the fist concealed within his sleeve clenched tightly. It was common knowledge that he was a leisurely prince, with little more than the pursuit of bird-keeping to occupy his time. Yet, Zhan Yan's suggestion of his overwhelming responsibilities bore a hint of reproach. They were brothers who had emerged from the same trenches alongside the emperor. Could it be that their camaraderie had unraveled his fate? While his heart raced tumultuously, he maintained an outwardly nonchalant demeanor. He scoffed. I am curious to see which noble lady in the capital possesses such courage to overlook your lack of humanity and choose to marry you. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, he was taken aback. Ah, isn't she your son's fiancée? Have you taken your own daughter-in-law? How could you, Lord Zhan Yi, commit such an egregious act against familial morality? Even if your desire for marriage is fervent, you ought not to jeopardize the granddaughter of Physician Lin. He paused, then continued. I possess several courtesans, perhaps 8 or 10, that I could offer you. They would not only bring liveliness to your household, but also assist you in personal matters, as they are quite adept in those affairs and are certain to please you. It must be said that this remark was exceedingly rude. Even the eldest princess turned pale at his words, for the Duke of Loyalty and Valor had truly overstepped his bounds. Lin Yuan slowly began to speak, since the loyal and brave king has brought it up. Allow me to take this opportunity to clarify that the reason I married another on the day of my grand wedding is that the son of the Marquis had long been in secret dealings with Qin Zhilan. A mocking smile curled at the corners of her lips, and the disdain in her eyes rendered Zhan Yu unable to raise his head. Chapter 84. Uncomfortable after a brief pause, she continued, I hold great respect for the Marquis, who has dedicated himself tirelessly for the nation and its people. He has risked his life, shedding blood and bearing scars to secure the peace of our dynasty. Thus, I willingly chose to remain by his side in service. The loyal and brave king felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. Lin Yuan's sharp tongue was indeed rather venomous. She was elevating Zhan Yan to great heights. In light of his contributions to the nation and its people, the title of loyal and brave king seemed to diminish in comparison. In a fit of anger and humiliation, he retorted, You are sharp-tongued. I do not seek to diminish Zhan Yan's military achievements, so do not conflate the issue. Feigning surprise, Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. If your highness does not seek to undermine my Marquis's military merits, then why bring up his shortcomings in front of so many? Is exposing someone's flaws before others a form of showing respect? For the first time, the loyal and brave king found himself at a loss for words. Lin Yuan spoke firmly. I originally bore no animosity toward the new princess of Xinya, yet she has repeatedly slandered me in public. It is as if she wishes for my demise, as though I had desecrated her family's ancestral grave. If someone were to bully your daughter so brazenly, would you not feel compelled to tear them apart in this very moment? The loyal and brave king, in a fit of anger, swept his sleeve aside, exclaiming, Has she not already apologized to you? What more do you desire? Lin Yuan stood her ground resolutely, responding, As my esteemed lord has stated, compensation is necessary. I have set my sights on Black Forest Mountain, for it lies in close proximity to my dowry's vast medicinal fields, allowing me to expand my herb garden and benefit the people. Such a proclamation, aimed at the welfare of the populace, was a direct slap in the face to the loyal and brave king. It was evident that her request for compensation was not a mere extortion. Rather, it was driven by her intent to cultivate medicine for the benefit of the current subjects. Should he refuse, he would risk incurring the wrath of the entire citizenry. However, Black Forest Mountain was indeed off-limits. It concealed unspeakable secrets. After several moments of internal conflict, he managed to soften his expression and said, Since your intentions are to cultivate herbs for the benefit of the people, I shall offer you an alternative location. I will grant you a manor on the outskirts of the capital as compensation. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan shook her head, declaring, Having stated my desire for Black Forest Mountain, I cannot alter my choice. The rich black soil there is perfectly suited for the cultivation of forsythia, yielding exceptional quality and enhancing its medicinal properties. Why? Loyal and brave king, are you so reluctant? Does it harbor some unmentionable secret? Her words were prompted by a sudden recollection from her past life. The loyal and brave king had once rebelled, leading 1,000 elite soldiers to stealthily seize the imperial palace, capturing the emperor with little effort. How could a leisurely prince command such a formidable force? Now, hearing that the warlord sought Black Forest Mountain, coupled with his evasive demeanor, she could almost deduce that it surely concealed soldiers. It would be wiser to test him, to see if he would reveal his true intentions. Upon hearing her words, the loyal and brave king's expression darkened considerably. He retorted sharply, "Do not speak such nonsense. What could I possibly conceal in the mountains?" Without hesitation, Zhan Yan seized Lin Yuan's wrist and declared, "Since the loyal and brave king refuses to offer compensation, I shall take you to the palace to seek justice from the emperor. Surely, he will provide us with a fair resolution." The loyal and brave king, alarmed, interjected, "No, we cannot approach the emperor. He was known for his diligence and love for the people. In his eyes, any act of goodwill towards the citizens would be rewarded. If he were to bring attention to this matter, not only would he jeopardize the Black Forest Mountain, but he would also risk exposing his long-conceived plans." With urgency, he intervened, "Zhan Yi, do not be hasty. If it is merely about the Black Forest Mountain, I shall grant it to you. However, I require 3 days, after which, I assure you the deed to Black Forest Mountain will be in your possession." Zhan Yi nodded, "Very well, I shall await your promise of 3 days." The loyal and brave king shot a fierce glare at Lin Yuan before hastily departing. Once he entered his carriage, he hurled a fine teacup to the ground in frustration. His advisor, following closely, inquired with concern, "My lord, do you truly intend to give Black Forest Mountain to that Madame Yan?" The loyal and brave king's face twisted with rage. "How could that be? Zhan Yan is courting death." The advisor could not contain himself. "But what of the 3-day promise?" The loyal and brave king clenched his fists tightly. "There shall be no 3-day promise. I will ensure Zhan Yi's residence vanishes from the capital within these 3 days." The advisor's eyes flickered, instantly understanding that the king was intent on taking action against Zhan Yan. She frowned in discomfort, having clearly consumed the antidote. Could there still be lingering effects? Despite downing several cups of cold tea, the feverish heat within her remained unrelenting. Without hesitation, she wrapped herself tightly in the embroidered blanket. He sat on the edge of the bed, unable to suppress his concern upon seeing Lin Yuan ensconced so securely within the fabric. "Madam, what troubles you?" he inquired, startled, instinctively fearing she had fallen ill. He swiftly pulled aside the blanket, revealing her flushed face, so red it seemed almost unnatural, along with her disheveled attire. As a wave of coolness washed over her, she instinctively leaned into Zhan Yan's embrace. "Husband, I feel unwell," she exclaimed, akin to a searing furnace pressing against his heart, causing his pulse to race. He wished to push her away, yet she only clung tighter. Wan, tell me where you feel discomfort, please. I shall send Zir to fetch the medicine," he urged. "No." Her finger pressed against his lips, her enchanting eyes filled with sorrowful allure. The fragrant aroma wafted into Zhan Yan's mind, igniting an uncontrollable desire within him. Could Lin Yuan be suffering from the after-effects of an aphrodisiac? Perhaps. If she could release her pent-up feelings, she would feel better. However, this man before her was utterly incapable of assisting her in that regard. She clung tightly to his waist, saying, "Zhan Yan, do not speak. I can endure this for a moment longer." Her eyes were shut tightly, her delicate lashes trembling like the wings of a butterfly. At last, Zhan Yan comprehended the situation. He harbored a deep resentment for that fool, Zhan Yu. As he pondered how to deal with Zhan Yu, the incessant voice of Lin Yuan reached his ears. "Is it really impossible? May I take a look?" Zhan Yan was taken aback, instinctively pulling her away. She looked utterly aggrieved, her glistening eyes filled with reproach. "Zhan Yan, you are my husband. Why should you deny me this? I would gladly show you." Without hesitation, she audaciously tore open her already disheveled nightgown. Zhan Yan had never encountered such a scene. A rush of blood surged to his head, nearly causing him to faint. Chapter 85. He was cowardly. He quickly averted his gaze, wishing to flee in haste. However, Lin Yuan was not about to grant him that wish. She firmly grasped his arm and nestled herself into his embrace. Like an octopus, she entwined him. "Zhan Yan, this is the consequence of your wayward son's actions. You must endure it. There is no escape." Understanding her distress, his emotions gradually calmed. He gently caressed her back, his voice a hoarse whisper. All right, I won T run away. Tell me, how can I assist you? She stubbornly pouted. You saw me just now. For the sake of fairness, you must let me see you too. Zhan Yan sighed in resignation. I fear I might frighten you. Aside from this condition, I can agree to anything else. Lin Yuan was not inclined to heed his words. Without a second thought, she swiftly removed his nightgown. The grotesque scar unexpectedly met her gaze, causing her eyes to well up with heat. Momentarily taken aback, Zhan Yan swiftly regained his composure. He adjusted his attire and promptly departed. Lin Yuan sat dazed upon the bed, feeling a twinge of regret. Indeed, she had taken the opportunity to act irrationally, seeking to discern the extent of Zhan Yan's injuries. The sight of that grotesque scar suddenly pierced her heart with pain. No wonder her grandfather remarked that merely surviving was a blessing. He must have been gravely wounded at that time. Despite his immense sacrifices for the protection of this nation, he was still subjected to humiliation. What audacity! Anger swelled within her, and she silently vowed that should anyone dare to mock Zhan Yan's humanity again, she would deliver a resounding slap, regardless of their identity. She was willing to become a fool for Zhan Yan. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, Lin Yuan's thoughts swirled with emotion. Surely, she must have felt disappointed just now. She was in such distress, yet he could offer her no solace. He did not deserve to be her husband. It seemed that once the rumors in the capital subsided, it would be best to let go. At that moment, Yi suddenly floated in through the window. Zhan Yan's entire being stiffened, and he suppressed his tumultuous thoughts. Han hastily approached him and whispered, the loyal and valiant king has dispatched someone to release a spy communicating with the Ligua, who vanished in the capital while carrying crucial correspondence. Zhan Yan leisurely tapped his fingers on the table before finally uttering a response. It is likely that this spy's final destination will be our Zhan Yi residence. Han's expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently inquired, what should I do, my lord? Zhan Yan shook his head, instructing, do not act. Continue to watch the loyal and brave king, and observe when he heads to the Black Forest Mountain. After Shadow Soul acknowledged, he swiftly vanished into the shroud of night. After a moment of contemplation, Zhan Yan commanded Shadow One, inform the steward to tighten security over the next few days to prevent any schemes against the Marquis's residence. Shadow instinctively queried, should the Marquis still prepare the betrothal gifts for the Su family? A glint of coldness flickered in Zhan Yan's eyes as he replied in a low tone, convey to him that he must take responsibility for his own actions. Let him prepare the Su family's dowry himself. At dawn, Zhan Yu knelt before the venerable matriarch of the Zhan family. With a pallid complexion, he implored, Grandmother, please save your grandson. I never anticipated that the person beneath me would turn out to be Su Zining after the princess was so humiliated. Now the Su family demands 100 dowries. How can I possibly provide them? The matriarch's face darkened with fury, her triangular eyes filled with venomous hatred. She gritted her teeth and scolded. Lin Yuan is nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. Ever since she entered our household, we have not experienced a single stroke of good luck. Beside her, old Madame Lu chimed in sarcastically, in my view. We have only managed to lose more than we gain, with the whole family being played for fools by her. The matriarch quickly rose, declaring, we cannot remain passive. This matter of 100 dowries is of great significance. We must find a way to gather them for you. The elderly matriarch raised her hands in resignation, stating, if you wish to gather, then gather. I have nothing to offer. I am childless and must preserve some funds for my burial. After all, I cannot rely on the Marquis, and who knows what will become of this Marquisate in the future. Her words provoked the matriarch of the Zhan family, who was determined not to let her plans come to naught. She needed to swiftly secure Lin Yuan under her control. With this thought in mind, she turned to Zhan Yu and said, you must undertake another task for your grandmother. If you succeed, we can negotiate with your father to have him provide the 100 dowry gifts destined for the Su family. Zhan Yu leaned in to listen closely, and after hearing the instructions, he hurriedly departed. By midday, the elderly matriarch sent someone to summon Lin Yuan. With a composed expression, she declared, I have been unwell lately, and as the daughter-in-law of the Marquisate, it is your duty to remain by my side to attend to my ailment. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Surely this old shrew was about to employ some treacherous scheme again. If it was merely attending to an illness, she could oblige. Without hesitation, she promptly spoke, Ling, please fetch me a basin of hot water. I intend to give the old matriarch a thorough cleansing. It is uncertain how long she has been lying here, and she appears to be quite foul. The old matriarch could not help but roll her eyes. How could she possibly be foul? She had bathed just yesterday. Very well. Let her indulge in this for a while. Come evening, there would be ample opportunity for her to lament. Linger quickly returned with the hot water, and Lin Yuan immediately submerged a silk cloth into the basin. After retrieving it, she raised her hand and vigorously rubbed it against the old matriarch's face. Ah! The elderly matriarch let out a piercing scream, forcefully pushing Lin Yuan away, her face twisted with disgust. Madam, did you not request me to attend to your ailments? Is it wrong for me to cleanse your body? Why do you push me away? Lin Yuan questioned pitifully. Lady Zhan's anger surged within her, and she hissed in a furious tone, "You wretched little minx, how well you feign innocence. You use hot water to wash my face. Do you truly wish to scald me to death?" Lin Yuan retorted, "I did not. My hands were also submerged in the water. How could I intentionally burn you? You cannot unjustly accuse me." Ignoring her protest, Lady Zhan called out, "Someone, hurry and summon the Marquis. Inform him that Lin Yuan intends to scald her own mother to death, and we shall see if he cares." Before long, the composed Zhan Yan strode in briskly. Lady Zhan immediately began to feign tears. "My son, after much anticipation, I finally hoped for a daughter-in-law who would display filial piety. Yet, I never imagined she could be so malicious, desiring to scald me alive." Zhan Yan's complex gaze fell upon Lin Yuan's delicate visage, momentarily lost in thought. It was as if he recalled her forceful grip around his waist last night, her cries of discomfort echoing in his mind. Lady Zhan, sensing his distraction, could not help but inwardly curse Lin Yuan as a cunning temptress. She quickly raised her voice. "Yinner, are you even listening to your mother?" Chapter 86. Defiance. Zhan Yan replied promptly, "I heard. How could she intentionally scald you?" Lady Zhan glared in fury. "If you do not believe me, then go test the water temperature yourself and see whether it is scalding or not." Zhan Yan strode forward, reaching in to test the water's temperature. He furrowed his brow and turned to his mother. "Mother, the water is slightly cooler now, which indicates it was just right before my arrival. Since it was your request for Yiwan to attend to your illness, we cannot unjustly accuse her." A flicker of guilt crossed the elder Mrs. Zhan's face. She had not intended for this matter to become entangled with Lin Yuan. Her primary goal was to draw the tiger away from its mountain lair. Before long, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the courtyard, followed by Zhan Yi leading a Taoist priest into the room. Upon seeing Zhan Yan, the priest hastily bowed in respect. "Son greets father, mother." His tone was somewhat sluggish, clearly unaccustomed to addressing Lin Yuan as mother. The moment she laid eyes on the priest, Lin Yuan's heart jolted. She suddenly realized that the pretense of caring for her illness was but a ruse. They were scheming against her, and her courtyard was likely infiltrated with unsavory elements. She needed to uncover the truth swiftly, lest she be ensnared and manipulated. Without further hesitation, she instinctively approached Zhan Yan and gently scratched his palm. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, silently questioning her intentions. Lin Yuan placed her hand on her forehead and said, "My husband, I feel a bit unwell. May I step outside for some fresh air?" Zhan Yan, trusting her, immediately replied, "Very well, you may go outside. I will keep watch here for a while." However, the elder Mrs. Zhan vehemently disagreed. She needed to keep Lin Yuan close, ensuring she had no opportunity to respond. She resolutely intervened, declaring, "No. She has come to attend to my ailment and must remain by my side." The old matriarch's face turned ashen with fury. There was no scent of anything in her room. She was undoubtedly a master of pretense. Yet, to her astonishment, Zhan Yan actually supported her, personally assisting her out. He hastily inquired, "What should we do if we discover something suspicious?" Lin Yuan's mind raced. Was this an attempt to frame her? Then she would entangle Chun Zhilan in it as well. She whispered her instructions. Place it in Chun Zhilan's chamber and give them a surprise. After receiving the task, Ing Yi turned and swiftly departed. The elderly matron stationed outside harbored no suspicions. After all, who could foresee Lin Yuan's cleverness? Meanwhile, within the room, Zhan Yi began to introduce the identity of the Taoist priest. "Father, this is the priest I invited from Rui Temple. Grandmother's health has been quite poor, and our household has been plagued by disturbances, so we thought to have him take a look." The Rui priest promptly bowed. This humble Taoist pays his respects to the Duke. Zhan Yan, maintaining a stern demeanor, replied, "Thank you for your efforts, Taoist. You have traveled a long way. Please have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea." His gaze was so piercing that it rendered the Rui priest somewhat pale. Zhan Yan did not press further, allowing him to examine the old matriarch. Moments later, The Rui priest closed his eyes and began to chant softly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Zhan Yi quickly stepped forward to inquire, Taoist, what do you see? Is there something ominous within this household that is hindering my grandmother? The Taoist master Rui stroked his beard and remarked, You are indeed correct, young master. It is true that a malevolent entity has tainted the matriarch's body, leading her to languish in illness and despair. Moreover, this vile presence is exceedingly harmful, adversely affecting the fortunes of the Zhao family. If it remains, calamity shall surely befall us all. Lady Zhao immediately lamented, Yenner, did you hear? Someone is employing dark forces to harm your mother and damage our family's fortunes. Zhao Yan, maintaining his composure, inquired, Taoist master, can you discern the direction from which this malevolence originates? Master Rui shook his head. I cannot ascertain the specific direction, but it is likely that this individual has only recently arrived at the estate, as the influence of the dark force is still relatively feeble. Given time, it could escalate beyond the matriarch's mere affliction. Standing at the doorway, Lin Yuan could not help but roll her eyes at the old man's roundabout manner. Why not just mention my name directly? Newcomer indeed. Zhao Yu then knelt before Lin Yuan, pleading, Mother, it is I who have wronged the Zhao family. Direct your ire at me and spare grandmother. She has raised my father with great difficulty, and she is, after all, your own mother-in-law. Are you not afraid that should anything happen to her, you and father would bear the shame of unfilial conduct? Lin Yuan was nearly amused by Zhao Yu's desperate attempt to implicate her, as it clearly indicated his resentment towards her entering the estate. She leisurely approached him and, upon seeing his hands braced on the ground, unhesitatingly stepped down upon them with force. Zhan Yu could hardly believe that she dared to tread upon her fingers in front of so many onlookers. The pain was excruciating. Upon hearing the cry of anguish, Lin Yuan swiftly retreated a step, exclaiming, Oh dear, I am so sorry. I did not intend to step on you. I was merely incensed by the unjust treatment I received. How could I possibly conspire against the old lady with such vile means? Your prior entanglement with Qin Jilan before marriage, and your public display of affection with Su Zining in the princess's guest hall, have nothing to do with me. She paused, her expression filled with grievance. After all, I even saved you. Had I not intervened with my stick to separate you from Su Zining, you two would still be entangled together. Zhan Yu felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. The old lady Zhan was equally incensed. Her teeth clenched in fury as she sharply rebuked, Silence. Have you truly harmed me? Let the servants search your quarters. The truth will be revealed. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan retorted, On what grounds? I am not the only newcomer to the Marquis's residence. Your grandson's concubine, Qin Jilan, has also just arrived. Why not search her room? Chapter 87, Retribution. With a single retort, old Lady Zhan was rendered speechless. Indeed, how could she have forgotten about Qin Jilan? She quickly attempted to defend her stance. Jilan is from my maternal family. How could she possibly wish me harm? She has always been filial and well-behaved, and would never commit such heinous acts. Lin Yuan smiled slyly. Dear lady, one cannot discern a person's true heart merely by their outward demeanor. Perhaps her filial piety is merely a fade, especially now that the young master is to wed, making her position as a concubine all the more precarious. Zhan Yan promptly interjected, Wanwan is absolutely correct. Let us first search Qin Jilan's courtyard. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly led his men away. Zhan Laofu's expression immediately stiffened. It was ostensibly directed at Lin Wang. So how did it suddenly extend to Qin Jilan? Zhan Yu stood up and gently supported her, stating, Grandmother, there is no need for concern. If they find nothing at Lanner's place, they will inevitably turn their attention to Lin Wang's courtyard. Ultimately, she cannot evade her fate. Zhan Laofu clenched his wrist tightly, gritting her teeth in anger. That vile woman is utterly detestable. Were it not for the necessity of controlling her and compelling her to surrender her valuable possessions, I would have desired nothing more than to eliminate her directly. Zhan Yu lowered his head in a soothing manner. To eliminate her would merely be a last resort. Let us first secure control over her. As long as we hold leverage, she shall find it impossible to thrive. Zhan Laofu clasped her hands in prayer. Heavenly Lord, I beseech you, let there be no oversight this time. That wretched woman deserves to suffer. Before long, the crowd arrived at Qin Jilan's courtyard, startling her considerably. Though her condition had not yet become evident, she emerged from within, hands resting on her waist, moving with deliberate slowness. With trepidation, she inquired, My lord, my lady, What brings you all to my humble abode? Lin Wang was the first to respond. Do not be alarmed. It is merely that the old lady has been unwell and summoned a Taoist priest for divination, who claimed that a malevolent force is conspiring against her, thereby affecting the fortunes of the Marquis's household, which has consequently brought calamity upon the young master. Qin Jilan, in a state of panic, vehemently denied, "No. How could I ever employ malevolent forces against the old lady? I would not dare," though she harbored resentment towards Zhan Yi for marrying. She understood that it was not his desire. Moreover, she and Su Zining had always been good friends. After Zhan Yi took her as his legitimate wife, she would certainly not make things difficult for her. On the contrary, the two could unite to confront Lin Yuan. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous development for her. Rather than a misfortune, Zhan Yu instinctively stepped forward to assist her. "Lanner, do not fear. Both my grandmother and I believe in you. Let the servants search the premises first. If nothing is found, we shall proceed to my mother's courtyard." Qin Jilan immediately grasped the situation. Her actions were merely a fade for Lin Yuan. She nodded. "Very well, let the search commence." With Zhan Yan's command, the agile servants rushed into the courtyard. They searched meticulously, leaving no stone unturned, even inspecting beneath the flower pots. Qin Jilan glared at Lin Yuan, who stood calmly beside Zhan Yan, her eyes burning with indignation. It was all this wretched woman's fault for depriving her of the chance to become Zhan Yu's rightful wife. Why had she, who had previously been so meek and easily manipulated, suddenly transformed on the day of her grand wedding, now that she had become the lady of the Marquis? As long as Lin Yuan remained, Qin Jilan's days would be far from pleasant. She could only hope that Zhan Yu's scheme would succeed. That way, she could leverage the child in her womb to carve out a place for herself in this household. Clenching her fists tightly, her eyes were filled with loathing for Lin Yuan. Just as her thoughts swirled chaotically, a sudden exclamation echoed from the courtyard. "Heavens! Everyone, come quickly and see what this is." Qin Jilan's face betrayed her confusion. What could it possibly be? She harbored numerous grievances against the old matriarch. Yet these sentiments remained concealed within her heart, never to be revealed. The notion of employing foul means against her was utterly unfathomable. At that moment, the crowd had gathered in the courtyard, where they beheld a maid cradling a small black box. It appeared to be smeared with blood, exuding a repugnant stench. Zhan Yu's pupils constricted violently, causing her steps to falter. How could this be? This was undoubtedly a box that should have been placed in Lin Yuan's courtyard. Why was it discovered in Lano's quarters? At this juncture, Zhan Yan issued a stern command. "Yi, open it immediately." Yi retrieved a stick and pried open the small box. With a thud, a cloth doll shaped like a person, wrapped in an 8-character pattern, tumbled out, its silver needles glinting ominously. Lin Yuan swiftly pointed out, "Look, it's inscribed with the 8 characters." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhan Yu rushed forward, disregarding the box stained with dark, foul blood, and snatched the doll into her embrace. Shaking her head vigorously, she asserted, Lanner would never conspire against her grandmother. Someone is clearly trying to frame her. Zhan Yan's cold gaze fell upon her. Hand over the 8 characters. In a state of panic, Zhan Yu protested, "Father, Lanner would never harbor such intentions. Please see reason." Ignoring her pleas, Zhan Yan turned to Yi. "Proceed." Yi lunged towards Zhan Yu, striking her elbow with force. Bang! Zhan Yu fell to the ground, her face meeting the earth. Qin Jilan collapsed before him, crying out, "Young master, are you all right?" Zhan Yu struggled to rise, his face a portrait of disarray. Zhan Laofurin was equally bewildered. How could it be Qin Jilan? This human-shaped puppet ought to have been discovered in Lin Yuan's courtyard. Where had the misstep occurred? Observing Qin Jilan trembling in fear, she hastily reassured, "Yinner, Jilan would never possess such audacity. Someone must be deliberately slandering her." Zhan Yan spoke coldly. "Since the emperor ascended to the throne, he has issued a strict decree against the use of witchcraft for personal gain. I do not wish to wrong her. I shall summon an old master skilled in handwriting analysis to ascertain the origin of this birth date." Zhan Yu was suddenly seized by fear, for it was indeed his handwriting. If his father were to uncover it, he would not only be expelled from the Marquis, but could also find himself imprisoned for practicing witchcraft. No, he could not allow a comparison of the handwriting. Without hesitation, he sharply admonished Qin Jilan, "Jilan, will you not confess? Do you wish for father to escalate this matter and have you sent to the authorities?" Qin Jilan froze, realizing she was being made the scapegoat once again. How unfortunate she was, having been repeatedly thrust into the role of the fall guy since her arrival at the Marquise. Before she could gather her thoughts, Zhan Yi had already knelt at Zhan Yan's feet, pleading, "Father, it was Zhilan who erred. I beseech you. Considering she carries the bloodline of our Marquise, do not punish her." Chapter 88. Severe punishment. Madame Zhan reacted swiftly, her voice trembling as she said, "Since it was Lanner who did it, I shall not pursue the matter further. Ultimately, she has misunderstood me, which led her to commit such a heinous act." Zhan Yan coldly interjected, "Regardless, practicing witchcraft is a grave and unforgivable crime. She is with child and cannot bear a severe punishment. As her husband, Zhan, you must kneel outside the ancestral hall for 3 days and nights to seek forgiveness from our ancestors." Madame Zhan's face turned pale with fear, and she hastily tried to intervene. "Yinner, Yuer is already frail. You cannot impose such a harsh punishment on him." Without hesitation, Zhan Yan retorted, "He is being punished for Qinjilan. That kind of witchcraft dared to curse my mother. It is a mercy that I have not taken his life." Madame Zhan was left speechless, her complexion turning a deep shade of anger. Zhan Yan's words rendered her unable to argue further. Could she still plead for Zhan Yu? No, she could not. With a forced smile, she exclaimed, "The punishment is just, it is splendid. Zhan Yu deserves it." As soon as she spoke, her body lurched backward, and she fainted. Each time she recalled Madame Zhan's ashen and contorted face, a sense of satisfaction washed over her. She feared she would regret her actions, having inadvertently harmed her own grandson. Yet, she dared not plead for him again, feeling utterly stifled. However, Yi was indeed remarkable, managing to locate the voodoo doll in record time and bury it in Chun Jilan's courtyard. How on earth did he accomplish that? She possessed a remarkable ability to win the hearts of others, and promptly instructed Linger to prepare an exquisite pouch containing a packet of ointment for external wounds. When Yi was summoned, he was taken aback, inquiring with confusion, "Madam, what do you require of me?" Lin Yuan leisurely responded, "A reward, of course. I am quite pleased with your efforts this time. You have prevented the old Taoist from causing any harm to me. Had that voodoo doll been discovered in my courtyard, I fear my position within the wood have become exceedingly precarious." Yi, feeling bashful, scratched his head and replied, "It is my duty to alleviate my master's burdens. I seek no reward." Lin Yuan handed him the pouch, saying, "This is no ordinary reward. The ointment within is highly effective for stopping external bleeding and is remarkably convenient. Simply apply it." Yi was touched, fully aware that his mistress possessed many valuable items, being the most cherished granddaughter of the esteemed Dr. Lin. However, he never anticipated such consideration for him. As a dark guard, sustaining minor injuries during missions was inevitable. Yet she had prepared such a practical ointment for him. Such thoughtfulness in a master was indeed rare. He accepted the pouch without hesitation and bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you, madam." Curiosity piqued, Lin Yuan inquired, "How did you manage to stealthily place it in Chun Jilan's courtyard without her noticing?" Suddenly, a pebble flew through the window, striking him squarely on the forehead. He instinctively rubbed the spot, feeling somewhat guilty as he stammered, "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, he swiftly made his exit. Lin Yuan gazed out the window at Zier standing outside, a smile gracing her lips as she spoke. "So, Zier, you are also lending a hand. Come in quickly, there is a reward for you too." Zier had initially intended to decline, yet was swiftly pulled inside by Linger. She praised, "I never expected you had the talent to mimic a cat's meow." At that moment, Zier felt an overwhelming urge to unleash her wrath upon Yi. What a fool. It was one thing for him to claim a reward for himself, but why must he divulge her embarrassing attempt at imitating a cat? She longed to give him a good thrashing. Yi, aware that he had provoked Zier's ire, understood all too well the ferocity of her sharp claws, having come from the same Shadow Guard camp. To avoid being left in tatters, he hastened to seek out the Marquis for a new assignment. Without a moment's hesitation, he entered the study and presented the reward given to him by Lin Yuan directly before Zhan Yan. "What is this?" Zhan Yan examined the exquisite purse, a fleeting look of confusion crossing his face. With a scoff, he remarked, "Speak. What kind of trouble have you stirred up now? Why would you give such a fine item to me instead of keeping it for yourself? I suspect your intentions are far from innocent." He feared Zier's wrath. After all, that little girl was relentless when provoked, and no matter how grievous the injury, she would pursue her target to the bitter end. Zhan Yan did not hesitate further, snatching the purse and tucking it into his sleeve. "Very well, You may exchange this with Ing Han. Ing Yi contemplated warning him, "My lord, that is a reward bestowed upon your subordinate by the lady." Yet, he thought better of it. Observing Zhan Yan's possessive demeanor, he feared that uttering a word might lead him directly into Zir's line of fire. It was best to retreat for now. Without a moment's delay, he vanished from sight. Zhan Yan lowered his gaze, caressing the purse beneath the flickering candlelight, a hint of tenderness playing at the corners of his lips. When the shadowy figure entered, he was taken aback by the expression he encountered. In his eyes, the master was a person of decisive action, cold-hearted and ruthless. He had never before witnessed such a gentle demeanor. It was uncharacteristic of him. Could it be due to his newly wedded wife? No wonder Shadow One had warned upon his arrival that while one might disregard the master's words, the ladies must be adhered to. It appears that a man who marries indeed undergoes a transformation. Zhan Yan's smile gradually faded, and he spoke with an air of nonchalance, inquiring about any developments from the loyal Courage King. Had he personally ventured to Black Forest Mountain? The 3-day deadline was swiftly approaching. He harbored doubts that the loyal Courage King could remain composed. Should he indeed remain inactive, it would only imply that he had already devised a strategy to deal with Zhan Yan. Zhan Yan narrowed his eyes. Indeed. It seems that the Duke's residents will witness some excitement tonight. He raised his gaze towards the outside, murmuring softly, "On this moonless, windy night, it is the perfect opportunity for a trap." As night fell, Lin Yuan nestled into bed early. Zhan Yan had already instructed his men to inform her that he would be spending the night in the study, so she need not wait long. After perusing a painting book for some time, her eyelids grew heavy. Linger entered from outside and gently took the painting book from her grasp, saying, "Madam, it is time for sleep. Even if the old lady has not mandated that you greet her in the morning, we should not give her any grounds for criticism." Lin Yuan yawned languidly, and 2 tears unexpectedly welled up in the corners of her eyes. Frowning, she remarked, "Linger, I had quite a substantial dinner. Why do I now feel so empty in my stomach?" Chapter 89. The turn of events. Lingo gazed at her in astonishment. "Madam, are you hungry again?" Lin Yuan's cheeks flushed instantaneously as she interjected without hesitation, "Your tone suggests I am some sort of glutton." Linger earnestly began to enumerate on her fingers. "But you did indeed consume quite a bit. For dinner, you had 3 soup dumplings, a bowl of osmanthus porridge, and 2 sweet cakes. Not to mention," Lin Yuan swiftly covered her mouth, "enough. Is it not true that I prepared a considerable number of medicinal pills before sleeping? Surely, I have digested them?" Linger's eyes twinkled mischievously. "Madam, shall I venture to the small kitchen to prepare a bowl of shredded chicken noodles for you?" Lin Yuan immediately rose. "Let us go together, and while we are at it, we can check on whether the Marquis has fallen asleep yet. We ought to bring him a bowl as well. He deals with domestic affairs during the day and governmental duties at night, which must be rather exhausting." Concerned that she might catch a chill, Linger enveloped her in a thick cloak. Lin Yuan chuckled. "You little imp, are you intent on wrapping your mistress up like a zongzi? While others adorn themselves in the thinnest of fabrics to meet their husbands, you go against the grain." Without lifting her head, Linger countered, "That is merely to seek affection. Our Marquis does not require my invitation, for he is already wholly captivated by you." Lin Yuan instantly understood. The little maid was quite satisfied with Zhan Yan. Indeed, aside from the one aspect of their relationship that remained unattainable, he treated her exceptionally well, indulging her in everything. Even when he discerned her schemes against Zhan Yu, he chose to turn a blind eye. He was truly worthy of a lifelong commitment. As Lin Yuan made her way outside, passing by the rear garden, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a dark shadow. Linger was startled and instinctively opened her mouth to call for help. Lin Yuan reacted swiftly, covering her mouth with a firm hand and shaking her head vigorously. The 2 of them stealthily followed the figure clad in black, witnessing him heaving a burlap sack into the woodshed before he turned and vanished from sight. Once they ascertained that no danger lurked nearby, Linger, in astonishment, exclaimed, "Madam, what could be inside that sack? Sneaking around at this hour surely bodes ill. We must hasten to report this to the Marquis." Linger readily complied with her decision, promptly pushing open the door to the woodshed. Under the moonlight, the contents of the sack wriggled ominously. Linger turned pale with fright. Yet she resolutely positioned herself in front of Lin Yuan, fearful of her safety. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan produced a silver needle and skillfully pierced the vital point along the spine of the sack's occupant. Moments later, the sack fell still. Linger trembled as she inquired, "Madam, you haven't killed him, have you?" Lin Yuan shook her head. "No, I am quite measured in my approach. Go ahead and untie the sack." Let's discover who he truly is. Though fear gripped her, Lingo obediently advanced and, with trembling hands, began to untie the burlap. Lin Yuan could not suppress a laugh. You must trust in my needlework. He is utterly incapacitated. Linger nodded eagerly. I believe it, my lady. Yet, her hands continued to shake uncontrollably. Lin Yuan could no longer bear it and forcefully tore open the burlap sack. In a flash, Lingo instinctively closed her eyes and shielded Lin Yuan, exclaiming, Who dares to harm my lady? They must first contend with me. The atmosphere instantly thickened, and Linger quickly opened her left eye, only to meet Zier's disdainful gaze. Fool. Upon seeing Zier, she could not help but sigh in relief. She grumbled in dissatisfaction. Where have you been? You vanished at such a critical moment, almost giving me and my lady a fright. Lin Yuan tugged at her arm, saying, It is you who is afraid, not me. Zier shot a reproachful glance at the embarrassed Linger before speaking. This individual should be a spy sent by the loyal and brave king to frame the marquis. I shall find a place to hide him at once. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened at the mention of a spy. From the Li Kingdom? She reached out and rummaged through the man's belongings, and indeed, she uncovered a secret letter. She hurriedly opened it and read a bold line. To the Marquis. The map of the capital's defense you sent has been received by the monarch, who is exceedingly pleased and will dispatch assassins to eliminate the current emperor. Lin Yuan's heart raced at the sight of the letter. With it, regardless of its authenticity, the emperor could annihilate the entire Zhan family. Even if Zhan Yan had achieved great military merits or had saved the emperor's life, collaborating with the enemy is a grave crime that endangers the nation and its people. Without further hesitation, Lin Yuan swiftly took out a fire stick and incinerated the secret letter completely. She spoke coldly. Zier, quickly carry this person into my courtyard. Since the loyal and brave king has sent a spy here, he certainly won't grant us the time to deal with him. If I am not mistaken, he has already stationed men at the gate of the Marquis's residence. Zier nodded and swiftly hoisted the man, racing towards the main courtyard. Almost as soon as they set him down, the front courtyard erupted into chaos. At that moment, outside the Marquis's residence, the loyal and brave king sat ominously upon a magnificent steed, his countenance frigid as he intoned, Marquis Zhan Yi. The emperor has received a confidential letter alleging that you have colluded with spies from the Li nation. I implore you to open the gates of your residence and allow the imperial guards to conduct a search. Zhan Yan's sharp gaze flickered momentarily before a sardonic smile graced his lips. He retorted, Loyal and brave king, do you presume to search my abode without any evidence? Do you think I am made of clay, easily molded to your whims? The loyal and brave king raised his chin with arrogance. I anticipated you would respond in such a manner, which is why I have come specifically with the emperor's edict. He then commanded. Let the Grand General Li Yud read the decree. A valiant man clad in armor approached Zhan Yan with purpose. My lord, the emperor has indeed issued a decree. Please kneel to receive it. Zhan Yan inclined his head. Proceed. Li had cleared his throat and proclaimed. I have received reports that Marquis Zhan Yi is harboring spies and colluding with the Li nation. To quell speculation and provide an account to the court and the royal family, I have been ordered to search your residence. Should the slander be confirmed, the loyal and brave king shall face a 6-month salary deduction and the withdrawal of the royal guards, placing them under the command of Marquis Zhan Yi. Upon hearing this, Prince Zhongyong nearly fell from his horse in astonishment. He furiously questioned, Li Yud, the emperor did not speak in such a manner while in the palace. The prince's pupils narrowed sharply in anger. He realized he could not enter the palace at this critical moment. By the time he emerged again, the cunning Zhan Yan would likely have already sensed the impending danger and taken measures to cover his tracks. It was essential to first search the residence and solidify the evidence against Zhan Yan, rendering everything else trivial. Without hesitation, he urged, What are we waiting for? Since Lord Zhan Yi has acknowledged the imperial decree, let us promptly open the gates to welcome the imperial guard for the search. Chapter 90. The search of the residence. Zhan Yan immediately performed a grand salute, declaring, I, Zhan Yan, obey the command. He took the imperial edict from Li Yud and, lowering his gaze, commanded, Open the gates. Such a significant spectacle naturally stirred the curiosity of onlookers. Almost as soon as the gates swung open, lanterns in the adjacent courtyard were lit. Many climbed the walls to witness the commotion, and upon seeing the imperial guards storming into the Marquis's estate, they were left utterly astounded. They began to murmur among themselves, Goodness, is Lord Zhan Yi's residence about to fall? A late-night search of a residence can only signal trouble. Nearby, someone chimed in, This matter is undoubtedly serious. The last midnight search was at the estate of the Duke of Cheng. It was rumored that he was reported for embezzling military funds. When dawn broke, not only were dozens of boxes of gold seized, but there were also corpses strewn throughout the Duke's estate. Various snippets of gossip reached Zhan Yan's ears. Instead of feeling alarmed, he even managed to smile at those perched atop the walls. Heavenly Father, what time is it? We must not have any ties with the Zhan family. Otherwise, they will be the next to face a raid. The Su family has also received the news, leaving Su Zixing utterly terrified. She hurriedly rushed to Su Zixing's courtyard, pounding on the door and calling out, "Elder brother, please open the door." Su Zixing had just finished a private moment with his wife. Lost in thoughts about the benefits Su Zixing would bring to the Su family once she becomes a lady of the Marquis' estate. His reverie was abruptly disrupted. An annoyance washed over him. Had it not been for her impending marriage to the Marquis' family, he would have slapped her in irritation. With a harsh tone, he questioned, "Why are you making such a racket in the middle of the night? The Marquis' family is sending gifts tomorrow. Do you intend to meet their young master with dark circles under your eyes?" Feeling wronged, Su Zixing replied, "You're still thinking about the gifts? Why don't you go out and inquire about what is happening at the Marquis' estate?" Su Zixing was momentarily taken aback. "I haven't heard anything about trouble at the Marquis' estate. Besides, Zhan Yi, the Marquis, is a favored minister of the Emperor. No matter how grave the situation, the Emperor can resolve it. Why are you worrying unnecessarily?" Su Zixing shook her head vigorously. "This time is different. It is said that someone reported Zhan Yi for colluding with the enemy, and the Emperor has personally dispatched King Zhongyong to lead the Imperial Guards to search the Marquis' estate for spies." Su Zixing was shaken to his core. As a current official in the Ministry of War, he understood better than anyone the grave implications of treason. Not only would it lead to confiscation of property and extermination of the family, but even married daughters would not be spared. He anxiously pressed, "Are you certain the news is accurate? Zhan Yan is utterly loyal to the Emperor. How could he possibly be guilty of treason?" With reddened eyes, Su Zixing said, "I have yet to ascertain the specific reasons, but the news has spread widely outside. The imperial edict has already reached the hands of Duke Zhan Yi. If the charges are substantiated, the Zhan family may very well vanish from the capital." Su Zixing's face darkened with anger. He had only just begun to associate with the Zhan family. He had not yet tasted the fruits of this alliance, yet he found himself mired in trouble. What was he to do? He contemplated hastily severing the engagement with the Duke's household, yet he feared it might all be a false alarm. If that were the case, it would be difficult for Su Zixing to marry into the Duke's family later. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I will personally go to the Duke's residence to gather information. As soon as I confirm the Zhan family's treason, I will annul the engagement on the spot. After all, you have been schemed against by that scoundrel Zhan Yi. The Emperor should not hold us, the Su family, accountable." Su Zixing urged him, "Then you must hurry. Additionally, take this opportunity to demand some compensation from the Zhan family. We must claim our share of the valuable items in Lin Yuan's possession. I cannot allow my reputation to be tarnished by the Zhan family without recourse." Su Zixing nodded solemnly. "I understand this well. When the mighty tree falls, the Su family must certainly benefit from the spoils." Without further delay, he swiftly made his way to the residence of Duke Zhan Yi to seek information. At that moment, Wang Zhongyong had already ordered a thorough search of the entire Duke's estate, yet no trace of the spy could be found. He felt a growing sense of urgency. The previously informed Dark Guard had clearly indicated that the traitor was hidden in the woodshed. He had nearly excavated the building, yet there was not a single clue to be found. Could it be that Zhan Yan had concealed them in advance? According to the timeline, he simply could not have delivered the message to the. He was undoubtedly still among the members of the. Without further hesitation, he swiftly commanded, "Zhan Yi, summon all your servants from the Zhan family, listed in order from the eldest to the youngest, to come forth." The loyal and brave king mused to himself that a spy was not a woman. If they were not on the roster, then so be it. He impatiently interrupted, "It matters not. Have them all stand before us, and let the Imperial Guards inspect each one in turn." Before long, all the servants and maids gathered in the garden. Lin Yuan arrived accompanied by 3 young maidens, with Linger and Zier standing at her sides, while another girl, her head bowed, obscured her features. A flicker of doubt crossed Qin Zhilan's eyes, yet she chose not to expose it. At this moment, the loyal and brave king had grown exceedingly impatient. He barked his orders, "Search them thoroughly. Regardless of whether they are male or female, each must be compared with the likenesses." Clearly, he had begun to suspect that Zhan Yan might be masquerading as a woman. The king's piercing gaze fixed upon Zhan Yan, filled with a chilling intent. He scoffed. Zhan Yan, you cannot evade this. Upon hearing these words, the loyal and brave king's expression darkened with fury. How dare Zhan Yan maintain such arrogance? Soon, he would be begging for mercy. Without a moment's delay, he proceeded to search for the spy himself. It was impossible. Zhan Yan had undoubtedly concealed the individual. The king retorted, seething with indignation. Zhan Yan, with an air of innocence, raised his hands in exasperation. Your Highness, the Zhan Yi marker residence is so modest in size that your men are nearly digging 3 feet into the ground. Even the ancestral hall has been searched. Where else could I possibly conceal someone? The loyal and brave king turned to the commander of the Imperial Guards. Have you searched the lotus pond in the backyard? What if they are hidden beneath the water? A sudden chill gripped his heart. How could that be? He distinctly recalled having thrown the individual into the woodshed. His gaze swept over the female relatives of the Marquis, and with gritted teeth, he commanded, conduct another thorough examination of the women in the residence to see if there are any unfamiliar faces. Chapter 91. The token the commander of the Imperial Guards displayed a troubled expression. I am not acquainted with the residents of the Marquis household, so I cannot discern who is familiar and who is not. The loyal and brave king casually pointed to Chen Zhilan, stepped forward. As a member of the Marquis household, you must be well aware. Chen Zhilan's eyes sparkled with realization. At last, the heavens had granted her an opportunity for revenge against Lin Yuan. She had just suspected the unfamiliar young maid by Lin's side. Surely she was an infiltrator. How audacious of her to dare harbor a spy within the Marquis residence. She must report her immediately. At that moment, she was consumed by visions of vengeance against Lin Yuan, oblivious to the fact that their fates were intertwined. One's ruin would mean the other's downfall. The loyal and brave king's actions were not directed at Lin Yuan, but rather at Zhan Yan. She hastily stepped forward, declaring, I believe the young maid by the madam's side appears somewhat unfamiliar. She certainly was not present during the day. A cold frost suddenly glimmered in Zhan Yan's eyes as he gravely cautioned. Chen Zhilan, think carefully before you speak. Chen Zhilan feigned anxiety as she spoke. My lord, I speak the truth. I have indeed never encountered this little maid. I only wish to protect the Marquis and prevent it from suffering any misfortune. Lin Yuan could hardly contain her laughter, finding this dim-witted fool utterly ridiculous. Did she truly believe that the Marquis could remain unscathed? Impossible. If any spies were discovered within the Marquis, it would lead to a complete downfall of the entire household. Chen Zhilan continued to play the victim, her tears flowing as if her intentions were genuinely for the Marquis's benefit. In disbelief, she exclaimed, My lord, what if she truly is a spy? We cannot allow the lady of the house to be kept in the dark. Zhan Yan coldly interrupted. Presumptuous. When has it ever been the place of a lowly, morally bankrupt concubine to speak in the Marquis? His words, laced with contempt, made Chen Zhilan tremble. She had thought that her connection to the Zhan family would earn her his respect, but instead, she found him to be so disdainful. Suddenly, the loyal and valiant king squinted and smiled. Madam Yin, bring forth your little maid so I may have a look. Lin Yuan remained completely unperturbed. She nodded and replied, Your Highness, my little maid has suffered an injury in the past and is somewhat simple-minded. If she has offended you, I kindly ask you to overlook it, considering her foolishness. The loyal and valiant king raised an eyebrow in derision. Rest assured, I merely wish to ascertain whether she is indeed a spy. Lin Yuan presented the little maid before the loyal and valiant king, who then coldly inquired, What is your identity? The young maid lifted her penetrating black eyes in a daze, seemingly perplexed by his inquiry. Observing her bewildered expression, the loyal and valiant king could not help but impatiently reiterate, Who on earth are you? Suddenly, the maid erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her hair standing on end. She seized the king's hairpin with one hand and, raising her fist, struck him fiercely on the head, shouting in a high-pitched voice, I am your father. I am your father. The atmosphere instantly erupted with laughter. Even the king's most trusted aides could not suppress their amusement. Caught off guard, the loyal and valiant king endured several blows, leaving his eyes swollen and bruised. He hoarsely shouted, What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and drag this madwoman away. Yet, the madwoman persisted, yelling, I've told you who I am. Now you tell me, who do you think I am? Dazed from the beating, the king thought to himself, Why should I care who you are? Let go of me, you wretched creature. In an instant, he found himself pinned to the ground, enduring a brutal assault. Help! Someone help me. The The loyal and valiant king cried out in a horrifying wail. Zhan Yan spoke in a deep voice. Zir, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and step in. Zir indeed rushed forward, but she was there to escalate the chaos. Anyone who dared to intervene on the king's behalf faced her sudden strikes. Before long, the guards attempting to protect the king were swiftly taken down. After several more punches, the king felt a throbbing pain in his eyes, as if they might burst. Then the man asked him, "Who do you think I am? Speak, who am I?" The loyal and brave king nearly blurted out, "You are my father, are you not?" The man was momentarily taken aback, and then furrowed his brows, uttering 3 words, "Unfilial son." After saying this, he swiftly walked towards Lin Yuan. It was only then that the loyal and brave king was assisted to his feet by the guards, and he angrily demanded, "Zhan Yan, what is your explanation?" The loyal and brave king felt utterly humiliated, wishing fervently to smash Zhan Yan's face to pieces. He had suffered an unprovoked assault by a madman, enduring such tremendous humiliation that he felt as though he could overturn the entire marquisate in his rage. He furiously commanded, "Continue the search. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground of the marquisate, we shall find the traitor." Zhan Yan's expression suddenly grew grave. "Your Highness, are you deliberately intending to wreak havoc upon our marquisate?" I was about to seek justice from the emperor. In that instant, the loyal and brave king hesitated. Should Zhan Yan escalate this matter, he would inevitably face censure from the loyal ministers and generals in court. The previous search had been justified, but another assault would surely be seen as an expression of personal grievance. He clenched his fists in anger, his face marred with bruises, filled with overwhelming hatred. The loyal and brave king longed to proclaim that it was not slander, it was not at all. Yet the traitor seemed to have vanished into thin air. Indeed, no evidence could be found within the marquisate. He began to panic. Not only was he not prepared to relinquish Black Forest Mountain, but he must also compensate Zhan Yan for all the soldiers under his command. That dog of an emperor dared to deceive him. It was simply courting death. He clenched his teeth and said forcefully, "We have not yet discovered any spies, but they may very well appear tomorrow. I believe the House of War and Righteousness is not innocent." Zhan Yan raised an eyebrow and replied, "Your Highness, that is merely your opinion. You do not speak for His Majesty. I am being wronged. Since you intend to defy the imperial decree and refuse to relinquish command of the loyal soldiers of the Wangfu, I shall accompany you to the palace to seek an explanation from the emperor." The loyal and brave king felt a moment of trepidation. The dog emperor had a close relationship with Zhan Yan and would undoubtedly side with him. After their meeting, they would only conspire against him even further. He must not enter the palace. Was it not merely the command of the soldiers that was at stake? He could hand it over, after all. These were soldiers he had painstakingly trained, and they would never betray him. Without further hesitation, he swiftly produced a command token from his sleeve and declared, "This is the command of the soldiers, Zhan Yan. You had best conceal your tale well, lest I catch you with incriminating evidence. Otherwise, you shall meet a fate worse than death." Chapter 92. Uneased Zhan Yan took the command token and spoke leisurely, "Your Highness, the deadline for the deed to Black Forest Mountain has also arrived in 3 days. Are you suggesting that your words hold no weight?" The loyal and brave king felt a sharp pain in his molars. Indeed, dawn had come, marking exactly 3 days. He had initially believed he could secure Black Forest Mountain without a doubt, yet unexpectedly, after the spy infiltrated the Marquis's residence, it was as if they vanished into thin air. He could not fathom where Zhan Yan had hidden them, even if they were buried. There should be some signs of disturbed earth, should there not? A sudden wave of pain coursed through his face, prompting him to instinctively glare fiercely at the young maidservant standing beside Lin Yuan. She was under scrutiny, and in an instant, she raised her fist, shouting in a frenzy, "Unfilial son, do you still seek a beating?" The loyal and brave king was taken aback, a shiver coursing through him. Without further hesitation, he swiftly declared, "I did not come bearing the land deed. At noon, you shall come to the loyal and brave king's residence." With that, he stumbled away hastily. Once the imperial guards had all retreated, the elderly matriarch of the Zhan family clutched her chest and exclaimed, "I was terrified. How could the loyal and brave king suddenly turn against our marquisate?" Zhan Yi, with a complex expression, reported, "Grandmother." It was mother who angered the loyal and brave king at the banquet, leading to today's south calamity in our estate. The matriarch promptly rolled up her sleeves and scolded, "Lin Yuan, you calamity bringer, do you not intend to rest until our marquisate is utterly destroyed?" Zhan Yan interjected sternly, "Enough. Has my mother lost her senses? The one who truly wishes for our Marquisate's downfall is Chun Jilan, who dared to accuse Wanwan's maidservant in front of the loyal and brave king. If she is substantiated as a spy, then our entire Zhan family will not escape unscathed. A flicker of guilt crossed the matriarch's face. She had not anticipated Chun Jilan's foolishness. She furrowed her brows and said, "L'honneur is merely ignorant. She did not act with intent." Zhan Yan replied coldly, "Then do not blame Wanwan. Not only has she not brought misfortune upon our Marquisate, but she has also bestowed upon us immense benefits. Do you think the command of the household troops raised by the loyal and brave king is easily acquired?" The matriarch was rendered speechless by his retort, left with no choice but to close her mouth in reluctant silence. At this moment, Chun Jilan was utterly terrified, realizing she had once again landed herself in trouble. She swiftly moved behind Zhan Yu, pleading with utmost caution, "Yulang, please save me." Zhan Yu cast her a complicated glance and took a deep breath, assuring her, "Do not worry. Until your child is born, your father will not harm you." However, Zhan Yan interjected, declaring, "From this day forth, Chun Jilan shall be relegated to the status of a lowly concubine in the Marquis's household, and will no longer reside in the young master's quarters, but rather be moved to the servants' quarters." Chun Jilan felt darkness cloud her vision. Lowly concubine? That was the lowest rank of maidservant in the household. How could the Marquis punish her in such a manner? After all, she was carrying Zhan Yu's child. Did he truly disregard the sole bloodline of the Zhan family? She wept and pleaded, "Marquis, I was wrong. I shall never dare to speak out of turn again. Please, do not condemn me to the status of a lowly concubine." Zhan Yan scoffed disdainfully, turning away as he grasped Lin Yuan's wrist and left hastily. Watching the two depart hand in hand, Zhan Yu was filled with resentment. As she was moved to the servants' quarters, Chun Jilan's eyes were swollen from crying. She clung to Zhan Yu, unwilling to let go. "Yulang, what shall I do? I cannot possibly live in this wretched place. It is moldy and foul-smelling. It makes me feel utterly nauseous. Our child will not thrive here." He sighed in resignation. "L'honneur, you must endure this injustice. Lin Yuan is currently out of control, and this situation is beyond our manipulation." Chun Jilan clenched her teeth in determination. It is all her fault. Her little maidservant is highly suspicious. It could very well be that she is a spy. Zhan Yu could not help but glare at her. "Why are you still oblivious to your mistake? The loyal and brave king has already declared that the spy is a man, while the maid by her side is clearly a woman. At best, she could be deemed a lunatic. How can one possibly label her a spy?" Chun Jilan, perceiving the dissatisfaction in his eyes, quickly complied. "Very well, Yulang, whatever you say is true. However, I cannot continue residing in this servant's quarters. Could you devise a solution for me?" Zhan Yu, with impatience, rose and declared, "Let us speak of this once Su Zining enters the manor." Watching his resolute figure depart, Chun Jilan felt a pang in her heart, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. She had once been the one cherished by Zhan Yu, while Lin Yuan was unworthy to even be in her presence. How had the tables turned so drastically? Lin Yuan had ascended to the status of an untouchable, distinguished lady of a Marquis household, while she had been relegated to the status of a lowly concubine, confined to the servants' quarters. Suddenly, the pungent stench of horse manure wafted through the air, and she opened her mouth to retch violently. She exclaimed, "Oh dear, madam, I was truly terrified just now." Zir, standing at the door with her sword, scoffed, "Weren't you just reveling in the fight? You nearly brought the loyal and brave king to tears, calling him an unfilial son. Did you not elevate yourself to the status of the emperor?" Linger, her expression shifting, hastily covered her mouth. "Do not speak so recklessly. If word reaches the emperor, I would face a fate worse than death." Zir raised an eyebrow. Who cares to argue with a madwoman? Zhan Yan, standing nearby, inquired with astonishment, "Wanwan, how did you manage to transform Linger into another woman, while disguising that spy as her?" Lin Yuan gestured towards the array of bottles and jars on the table, declaring, "This is the miraculous transformation powder. Once applied, it metamorphoses the user into the likeness of another individual. As for the true spy, disguising as Linger during a midnight search of the manor, the slight misalignment of vision was what concealed their true identity." Zhan Yan found himself harboring a newfound respect for Lin Yuan. He perceived that the young lady possessed an abundance of remarkable tools. Moreover, her cleverness was striking, as she devised unexpected ideas. He spoke with complexity. "Madam, could you possibly instructing Han on the use of this transformation powder? It would greatly facilitate his missions in the future." Lin Yuan was taken aback. Who is Zhan? Zhan Yan raised his hand, and a figure descended gracefully at the window. Zhan rushed forward, her eyes narrowing with fierce intensity as she glared at him. Where is Zhan Yi? A sudden chill flickered in Zhan's gaze as she scoffed. He better remain hidden for eternity. How dare he report to the madam about my embarrassing moments? He must be tired of living. It would be merciful of me not to incapacitate him. Chapter 93. Encountering danger. Zhan huffed disdainfully, ignoring Zhan completely. He hastened to Lin Yuan, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to the madam. Lin Yuan waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. This transformation powder is exceedingly convenient. Simply apply it to your face to obscure your true appearance. However, it cannot be washed away with plain water. A specially concocted solution is required. Zhan accepted the powder with gratitude in his eyes. He bowed deeply. Thank you, madam. Zhan Yan lingered no longer and promptly took the spy away. He needed to report to the palace as soon as possible. After all, the loyal and valiant king would never willingly surrender the land deed of Highland Mountain or the command tokens of the royal guards. She was not surprised, for the old matriarch Zhan had held sway over the marquisate for many years and surely possessed some valuable items. 100 carts of betrothal gifts were nothing of consequence to her. She summoned Linger to assist her with her hair and personal grooming while contemplating a visit to her vast medicinal herb fields in the outskirts of the capital. In her previous life, she had never had the opportunity to see them, as they had been seized by Zhan Yi. In this life, she must firmly grasp her own safeguard in her hands. She ordered a carriage and, after a simple meal, departed from the marquisate. Upon receiving the news, Chen Jilan quickly dispatched someone to follow closely behind. Due to the throngs of pedestrians in the streets, the carriage did not travel swiftly. Linger, being one who relished the spectacle, continually lifted the curtain to gaze outside. Zhan, seated beside her with a sword in hand, regarded her as if she were an unsophisticated child. Suddenly, the previously calm horses grew agitated. Before Lin Yuan could utter a word, the jolting intensified. Zhan, her expression grave, exclaimed, Linger, protect the lady. I shall go and investigate. With that, she charged out. At this moment, chaos erupted in the streets, filled with the terrified cries of women and children. A glint of coldness flashed in Zhan's eyes. Should the carriage of the Zhan Yi marquisate injure someone in the street, it would undoubtedly tarnish the lady's reputation. She had no time to ponder. Raising her hand, she plunged the long sword fiercely into the horse. Thud! The horse collapsed with a resounding crash. Yet, in its moment of struggle, it suddenly veered towards a crossroad. At that very instant, a carriage was hurtling towards them. Realizing the imminent collision, Zhan summoned all her strength, disregarding the pain in her palm, which was already bloodied from the reins, and forcefully halted the injured horse. Even so, the carriage still crashed loudly against the wall. A startled voice emerged from within. Madam, are you all right? Zhan's heart sank. This was disastrous. She had indeed injured someone. The opposing carriage was violently pushed aside, and soon a small girl with bloodied hands peeked out, crying for help. Someone, please save my lady. Just then, a familiar figure dashed through the crowd, none other than Princess Zhan Yi. She anxiously inquired, is the lady inside the carriage from the Protectorate Duke's household? The girl nodded vigorously, yes. Your Highness, my lady suddenly went into labor and is bleeding profusely. I beseech you to summon a physician immediately. Princess Zhan Yi's expression changed dramatically. She glared at Zhan with fury. Why aren't you hastening to bring your lady out? She has injured the madam of the Protectorate Duke's household. Do you wish to cause a double tragedy? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhan quickly dove into the carriage, saying, Madam, perhaps you should leave first. I will handle the aftermath. The esteemed status of the Protectorate Duke's residence has been revered since the era of the late Duke, who was a favored minister of the Emperor. Particularly significant is the fact that the Duke fell valiantly in battle a mere 3 months prior. Moreover, the child that Lady Yi carries within her womb is the sole remaining bloodline of his in this world, and it must not endure any misfortune. The thought of a stillbirth or the tragic fate of both mother and child is an unbearable consequence for Lin Yuan to contemplate. She swiftly uttered, What must come cannot be avoided. Let us proceed. Zhan's face betrayed her anxiety. But, Lady Yi, Lin Yuan grasped her wrist in a gesture of reassurance. Nothing will happen, trust me. Upon gazing into her eyes, Zhan felt an immediate calm wash over her. Indeed, no matter the circumstances, the master would protect the lady. She hastened to follow Lin Yuan outside, only to hear the indignant accusations of Princess Zhan Yi. whose face was twisted with disdain. "Everyone must bear witness for Lady Yi." This Madame Yan of the Marquis's residence recklessly rode her horse in the street, colliding violently with the carriage of the Protectorate Duke and causing Lady Yi to suffer distress. Her words incited the fury of the crowd. Some voiced their discontent. "Do you not realize that Lady Yi carries the sole heir of the Protectorate Duke? Should anything happen to her or the child, the Yi family would face extinction." Linger, unable to bear seeing Lin Yuan wronged, instinctively retorted. Our Lady did not act with malice. Who could foresee that the horse would suddenly become startled? The crowd's displeasure only intensified at her defiance, and emboldened individuals even hurled their filthy shoes at her in contempt. As she smashed and cursed, she exclaimed, "It is unacceptable, even if unintentional. The Yi family comprises loyal ministers and valiant generals. To sever their lineage is to harm the devoted and virtuous, an act unforgivable." The foul shoe, seemingly hurled at Linger, was actually aimed at Lin Yuan. The assailant swiftly removed the shoe from his mouth, spitting a few times in disgust. "You scoundrel! This wretched maid dares to be so audacious. Everyone, let us unite and vanquish these venomous harpies." As the crowd, incited by his words, prepared to advance, Lin Yuan spoke sharply. "Are you truly concerned for Madame Ye's well-being, or do you harbor a desire for her demise, deliberately hindering my efforts to aid her?" Her incisive words halted them in their tracks. Yet, Princess Xinya refused to relent, taunting, "Lin Yuan, spare us your boasts. What medical expertise do you possess? True, your maternal grandfather holds the esteemed position of the chief physician, but that does not guarantee your competence." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Maintaining her composure, "Not only do I possess medical knowledge, but I am also well-versed in the 4 diagnostic methods. Princess, dare I unveil the reason behind your excessive use of fragrant powders?" Princess Xinya had been relishing the moment, reveling in Lin Yuan's public humiliation, but was taken aback as the spotlight turned upon her. Instantly, her expression shifted, and she retorted in anger, "Lin Yuan, cease your baseless accusations. Where on earth have I applied such heavy perfume?" Chapter 94. Exposing shortcomings. Calm and composed, Lin Yuan spoke. "Those who are near you can undoubtedly perceive it, Your Highness. You must consider your choice wisely, whether you wish for me to expose your shortcomings before everyone or simply step aside, lest you gain infamy." The anxious Princess Xinya tightly clenched her palms, her eyes filled with intense turmoil. It was inconceivable. How could Lin Yuan be aware of her hidden affliction of body odor? Her confidants had maintained utmost secrecy, with only her personal physician privy to the truth, unless this was a ruse. Yet, she dared not take the gamble. Should Lin Yuan truly reveal this in public, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and declared, "I do not believe you can truly save Lady Yi. If anything were to happen to her, both the Emperor and Empress would not spare you." With that, she stepped aside. Life hung in the balance. Lin Yuan paid her no further heed and hastened towards the carriage. Upon witnessing the scene within, she could not suppress a gasp of shock. A frail, beautiful woman lay upon the clean, soft quilt, her exquisite gown soaked in blood. Lin Yuan swiftly administered acupuncture to staunch the bleeding and furrowed her brow as she inquired of the young girl beside her, "How long has Lady Yi been in this state?" The girl's gaze faltered, and she instinctively replied, "Just since the collision." Lin Yuan interrupted sharply, "Speak the truth." The girl, nearly in tears, trembled as she glanced between the pale-faced Lady Yi and Lin Yuan, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Madame Yi still retained some awareness, and she was not oblivious to the intentions of the maid by her side, who sought to pin her hopes on Lin Yuan. After all, the fetus within her was under the scrutiny of countless eyes, and any misstep was unacceptable. Should anything go awry, it was feared that those around her would meet a dire fate. Thus, the maid was inclined to exploit Lin Yuan. The young girl immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, Madame Yi, with a sense of helplessness, remarked, "Madame Yin is the granddaughter of physician Lin. She must possess some medical knowledge. Do not attempt to deceive her." The young girl nodded earnestly and hurriedly prostrated before Lin Yuan, pleading, "Madame Yin, the servant did not intend to falsely accuse you. My lady's condition is perilous. I implore you to find a way to save her." Lin Yuan gasped, realizing that 2 hours of bleeding was far too long. The child could only have a chance of survival if delivered. Without further hesitation, she swiftly urged Zir, "Hurry, drive the carriage to the palace. I will first attend to Madame Ye's bleeding, and, upon meeting my grandfather, we shall discuss a prudent course of action." "Yes," Zir promptly acknowledged. Disregarding the carriage of the Ho family, she seized the whip from the hands of the Yi family's coachman and sped away. Princess Xinya could not afford to let Lin Yuan escape. She quickly urged the maid beside her, "We must follow closely. If Madame Yi perishes at her hands, Lin Yuan shall not survive." Her hatred for that wretched woman consumed her, for it had brought her, a dignified princess, to disgrace in public. Furthermore, it threatened to cost her father the Black Forest. Lin Yuan must die. Even upon entering the palace, Physician Lin would not be able to save her. Madame Yi is indeed the queen's own sister. How could she bear to witness her sister's tragic fate? Presently, inside the carriage, Madame Yi was in a dire state. Despite having staunched the bleeding, her complexion was alarmingly pale. She gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead. Seizing this moment, Lin Yuan inquired about her condition. "Madam, when is your expected due date?" At the mention of her due date, Madame Yi's eyes reddened. Ever since her husband perished in battle, her pregnancy had been fraught with instability. Were it not for the fact that the child represented the last hope of the Yi lineage, she might have willingly followed her husband into the afterlife. Each day felt like an eternity, and heaven knows the torment she had endured over the past 2 months. A chill ran through Lin Yuan at the thought. There is a saying among the folk that premature infants often face dire fates. Sensing the gravity of the situation reflected in Madame Yi's expression, her own countenance grew increasingly somber. Madame Yi grasped Lin Yuan's wrist with urgency and implored, "Madame Yan, I know you are the granddaughter of the esteemed physician Lin. Can you convey to him that if the choice must be made, it is imperative to prioritize the child over all else, whatever the outcome? That within me is of utmost importance." Lin Yuan soothed her, "Do not fear. My grandfather is a master of medicine. He will surely devise a prudent solution." With that, she urged Zir to hasten their pace. The Yi family possessed the privilege of entering the palace. Upon seeing the insignia on the carriage, the guards allowed them to pass without hesitation. Zir navigated smoothly to the exterior of the Chengqian Palace, where they coincidentally encountered a number of officials just emerging from court, all of whom turned their curious gazes toward them. At this moment, the disheveled and breathless Princess Xinya arrived, her voice hoarse as she exclaimed, "Your Majesty, quickly summon the Empress. Something has happened to Lady Yi. She has been struck by Lin Yuan's carriage, and both her life and that of her unborn child hang in the balance." The Emperor, startled and preparing to depart, was taken aback. Due to the distance, he had not clearly discerned what Princess Xinya had shouted. Instead, he urgently commanded a nearby young eunuch, "Who let this madwoman in? Hurry and remove her. Who dares to cause a scene in the palace? Is her head not worth keeping?" Feeling somewhat wronged by the rebuke, Princess Xinya brushed aside her disheveled hair, revealing a face marked by slight swelling and an outbreak of blemishes. "Your imperial uncle, I am not a madwoman. I am Xinya." The emperor's expression shifted dramatically, for he genuinely did not recognize the princess. He inquired in astonishment, "How did you come to be in such a state within the palace? Did your father not perish in the Black Forest? Have you been deprived of your necessities? Can you not even afford powder?" Under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, Princess Xinya wished fervently to vanish into the ground. Her disarray stemmed from her frantic chase of the Yi family's carriage into the palace. No amount of makeup could withstand the onslaught of her sweat. Taking a deep breath, she implored, "Your imperial uncle, I beseech you to take action for Lady Yi. Both her life and that of her child are at peril." At that moment, the Empress and Physician Lin, having received the news, had already arrived, along with the esteemed concubine sent by the Zhan family. The Empress, typically dignified and authoritative, now revealed a look of acute anxiety upon hearing of Lady Yi's misfortune. She eagerly spoke, "Huir, how are you?" As her words fell, she was about to rush into the carriage. An elderly maid blocked her, saying, "Your Majesty, do not let the stench of blood inside affect you. Allow me to enter and check first." Chapter 95, Twins. The Empress pushed her aside, exclaiming, "What do you wish to see?" "That is my beloved sister. The last remaining bloodline of the Yi family resides within her womb. She must not come to harm." The elderly maid nearly stumbled to the ground from the force of the push, yet she steadfastly continued to obstruct. Without hesitation, the Empress raised her foot and kicked the maid to the ground, swiftly leaping into the carriage. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Was the Empress truly so formidable? Upon seeing Madame Yi's pale face, the Empress's eyes welled with tears as she cried out, "Your Majesty, please save Huir." The Emperor was immediately at a loss. How could he allow Physician Lin to attend to a woman's labor? At that moment, Lin Yuan stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I can consult with my grandfather to provide care for Madame Yi." The emperor was momentarily stunned. This was his first encounter with the young lady who had just entered the household. He had only heard that she was the treasured granddaughter of physician Lin, but she had been so well protected that she had never appeared in public. Now, seeing her, he was utterly captivated. The young lady wore a vibrant dress, her delicate face adorned with a hint of innocence, yet she possessed a mature composure that made her all the more endearing. Perhaps his gaze was too aggressive, prompting Zhan Yan, who stood nearby, to quietly approach and grasp her hand. "Your Majesty, my wife is conversing with you." Only then did Emperor Shengyan realize, casting a resentful glare at Zhan Yan. Was he truly so captivated by the young lady's beauty that he felt the need to protect her so fervently? He soon softened his tone and spoke. "I grant permission. The wife of the protector of the nation is the widow of a valiant general. The child she carries is the sole heir of the Yi family. Regardless, you must ensure the safety of both mother and child." Lin Yuan did not speak with excessive assurance, aware that there were countless uncertainties in the endeavor of saving lives. She could only bow respectfully. "I shall do my utmost." At that moment, Princess Xinya's anxiety surged. Lin Yuan, in her perceived foolishness, harbored deep intentions. She intended to gain renown in the capital through the hands of Dr. Lin. How could she possess any medical expertise? She was merely adept at feasting. She quickly interjected, "Your imperial uncle, how can you entrust the life of Madame Yi to a mere girl? It is well known that she is but a simpleton raised in the secluded confines of the Lin household. How could she possess the skills to save anyone?" Seeing that Emperor Shengyan remained silent, she turned to the Empress. "Your imperial aunt, Madame Yi, is your own sister. You cannot treat her life and death so lightly." Princess Xinya's expression shifted drastically, instinctively causing her to seal her lips. The Empress, gritting her teeth, admonished, "I do not care what grudges you hold against each other outside. You must not use my sister as a pawn. You have no say here. Step aside." Princess Xinya, unwilling yet subdued, bit her lip and refrained from further protest. Lin Yuan gazed at the pale and ghastly visage of Madame Yi, her heart tightening with unease. The woman's condition was indeed grave. Although the silver needles had staunched the bleeding, her pulse was erratic, ominously indicative of a difficult labor. She swiftly spoke, "The pulse is chaotic, and her breathing is labored." After a brief silence, Physician Lin urged with urgency, "Wang Quan, we cannot afford to delay any longer. Immediately rouse her from unconsciousness and stimulate the lumbar acupoints with silver needles to induce labor." Beside them, the Empress was trembling so much that she could barely stand, tightly clutching her handkerchief as beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead. The Emperor, instinctively stepping closer to her, sought to offer comfort. "Rest assured, Madame Yi is a person of great fortune. She shall not come to harm." At this, the tears of the Empress cascaded forth like a torrent. "Your Majesty, she is my only remaining kin." The Emperor, fully aware of her distress, grappled with the weight of duty while fearing the loss of a loved one. He spoke earnestly, "Empress, trust in Physician Lin. With him present, you shall not face hardship. Should any misfortune arise, I shall cherish you." The Empress suddenly grasped his arm with fervor, her eyes brimming with shock and exhilaration. She understood better than anyone the enormity of the Emperor's declaration. The Yi family had lost countless lives on the battlefield, and now her sister bore within her womb the hopes of all loyal ministers and valiant generals. Yet he spoke of cherishing her. With a determined bite of her teeth, she could only hope that Physician Lin possessed the extraordinary ability to alter fate, safeguarding not only her sister, but also ensuring the survival of her child. Meanwhile, anguished cries echoed from within the carriage, a harrowing sound that struck terror into their hearts. Lin Yuan's steady and powerful voice resonated continually. "Madame Yi, grasp my hand, exert a bit of strength, breathe, and breathe again, with force." This utterance seemed to possess an enchanting power, almost commanding the attention of all present. As Zhan Yan stood calmly outside the carriage, he observed Emperor Shengyan approach him, nudging him with his arm. "You little madam, do you truly possess medical skills?" Zhan Yan raised an eyebrow. Maintaining his composure, "Did you not see Dr. Lin directing the process?" Emperor Shengyan could not suppress a chuckle. "Oh, do continue your charade. If she were not capable, would you be so unruffled?" "Zhan Yan, you cunning old fox, do not think you can deceive me." Zhan Yan earnestly elucidated, "Your Majesty, do you recall the adage, those who associate closely with vermilion will turn red, and those who associate with ink will turn black? Wanwan was raised in a family of physicians. Even if she lacks formal training, she would have absorbed the knowledge from the medicinal vapors. Emperor Shengyan mumbled, "That is true. I was considering bestowing upon her an official title as a physician if her skills were commendable." Zhan Yan, however, did not wish for her to become a target of scrutiny. One Lin family physician was already sufficient. He promptly declined. "Your Majesty, I respectfully decline your offer." Before Emperor Shengyan could respond further, Lin Yuan's urgent voice echoed from within. "Grandfather, the birth canal has opened 5 fingers, but the baby is too large, and it is stuck at the shoulder." As Dr. Lin contemplated a solution, her anxious cry pierced the air. Immediately, she inquired sharply of the nearby maidservant assisting with the delivery, "Madam Ye's condition, what is the status? Have you received any instructions from the physician?" Lin Yuan quickly spoke, "Grandfather, the situation has changed. Madam Yi is carrying twins, and given her current condition, she is simply unable to deliver them safely." Twins? The queen nearly collapsed to the ground in shock upon hearing this revelation. How could this be? Her sister had never mentioned that she was expecting twins since her pregnancy began. It would be far better to have the imperial physician oversee this matter than to rely on those half-baked military doctors. Chapter 96. Difficult labor. With tears welling in her eyes, she looked at Emperor Shengyan and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, what are we to do? If one birth is so perilous, what will happen with twins? My poor sister." Emperor Shengyan firmly grasped her wrist in a soothing manner. "Let Physician Lin make the determination. He will choose the most advantageous course of action for Madame Yi." At that moment, Consort Zhan had already sent someone to approach Zhan Yan, whispering, "My lord, our esteemed consort requests your presence for a discussion." Zhan Yan glanced at the graceful woman before him and slowly walked over. Consort Zhan furrowed her brows, fixing her gaze upon him. "Brother, you must find a reason to summon Lin Yuan from the carriage. She should not concern herself with the Yi family's affairs any longer." Zhan Yan, puzzled, replied, "What do you mean?" Consort Zhan bit her lip. "Don't you understand, brother? If anything were to happen to Madame Yi, Lin Yuan would be the first to bear the brunt of it. She would drag our Zhan family into calamity." Zhan Yan remained silent, and she continued, "You have already offended the loyal and courageous king by seizing command of his troops. Now that his daughter is present, she may very well take the opportunity to turn the tide against us, accusing our Zhan family of causing Madame Yi to suffer a tragic fate." Zhan Yan spoke with a frigid demeanor. "Do you presume that His Majesty is blind? Or perhaps deaf? Is he incapable of discerning right from wrong?" The imperial concubine, Zhan, with eyes reddened by anxiety, replied, "Brother, I act for the sake of the Zhan family. You could have chosen to preserve your own safety, yet you insist on embroiling yourself in this turmoil. Even if the emperor believes in Lin Yuan, he cannot silence the whispers of the crowd." Zhan Yan swiftly interjected, "Wanwan is my wife, and I shall protect her. As for the rumors outside, they have yet to materialize, have they not? Why must your highness torment herself with baseless worries?" Having spoken, he strode away, paying no heed to the already contorted features of the beautiful concubine. The maid, Xia, remarked, "Your highness, why does the lord persist in his obstinacy? He shows no concern for your standing within the palace. The Yi family is the empress's support. Should Lady Yi be saved, what benefit would it bring you?" The imperial concubine tightly clutched her silk handkerchief, muttering through gritted teeth, "It is all that vile woman's fault. She insists on meddling. Whether Lady Yi lives or dies is of no consequence to her. Why must she involve herself?" Xia gently urged, "Your highness, please temper your anger. Given the perilous nature of carrying twins, remember that the formerly favored Liang concubine met with a tragic fate, bearing 3 lives in one body. She was beyond saving, so you need not worry excessively." The imperial concubine scoffed, "I know she will not survive. My concern lies in the potential damage to the reputation of the Marquisate, inciting hatred from loyal ministers and generals. How can I secure their support when I bear children in the future?" Xia cast a complex glance at her flat abdomen, silently thinking, "Your highness, perhaps it is best to await your child before deliberating these matters." For 3 years in the palace, she remained without issue. Due to the friendship between Emperor Yan and the general, she enjoyed considerable favor, yet silence persisted. She was on the verge of becoming the laughingstock of the harem. The piercing gaze of imperial concubine Zhan fell upon the emperor and empress standing side by side, silently vowing to usurp that position one day. At that moment, Physician Lin had made a decisive resolution. 1-1. Since natural birth is not an option, we shall resort to a caesarean section. Do you remember the illustrated manual I previously showed you? Follow the methods outlined within. The Empress could no longer maintain her composure and quickly interjected. I shall enter to accompany her. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will be able to make decisions. Lin Yuan produced a sharp dagger, meticulously disinfected it, and stated, Madam Yi, your current condition is perilous. In order to ensure the safe delivery of the children, we must proceed with a cesarean section. Do you consent? Before Madam Yi could respond, a young maid spoke up first. Isn't a cesarean section simply cutting the flesh? Will it leave scars on Our Lady? The Empress swiftly interrupted. What of scars? In comparison to life, what does mere appearance matter? If my sister wishes to remarry in the future, any man must be willing to accept all her imperfections to be worthy of her trust for a lifetime. Lin Yuan glanced at the Empress in astonishment, recognizing the grace of this dignified woman, who was truly open-minded. She did not bind Madam Yi with the constraints of the Yi family, nor did she care for her own reputation. Her sole desire was to liberate her sister, allowing her to find happiness. In a previous life, such a remarkable individual met an untimely demise at the hands of the scheming concubine Wan. It is said that their lifeless body lay undiscovered in the cold palace for over a month, and by the time it was finally removed, it had begun to emit a foul stench. She swiftly gathered her thoughts and, without a hint of hesitation, plunged the sharp dagger into Madame Yi's abdomen. Blood gushed forth from the wound, prompting the young maid to cry out in alarm. So much blood. Outside, the newly appointed Princess Xinya, upon hearing the commotion, turned pale and implored, Your Majesty, will you merely stand by and watch as Madame Yi perishes at the hands of Lin Yuan? If there is even the slightest impropriety on her part, do you not fear the discontent of loyal ministers and valiant generals? Originally, they had been positioned along the official road leading away from the palace, and ever since the carriage had stormed in, all officials had chosen to remain. They, too, were eager for news, attentively monitoring the situation within the carriage concerning Madame Yi. The continuous sounds of anguished cries that emanated from within truly instilled fear in their hearts. Among them, an elderly former official, well acquainted with the Duke of Hugua, hastily stepped forward and declared, Your Majesty, how can you recklessly allow a nameless young girl to attend to the last remaining heir of the Duke of Hugua? Should anything happen to Madame Yi, her life is of little concern, but it would tarnish your reputation among the soldiers. At this, Zhan Yan's expression darkened. How dare he imply that his wife's life was insignificant? This old man, how audacious to publicly criticize his beloved. Without further hesitation, he kicked a small stone, which struck the old official's knee. Bang! He fell face first to the ground, breaking several of his teeth. When he spoke again, his words were punctuated by a hissing sound. Your Highness, Lord Zhan Yi is being excessively cruel. He has dared to plot against this old minister in public. Emperor Shengyan mused to himself that the minister had previously suggested sacrificing his wife. What was there to complain about when he himself was brought down? It was indeed his own fault for provoking such a ruthless spirit. He quickly commanded, Someone, hasten to attend to the old minister's injuries. The old minister stubbornly shook his head, struggling to rise, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Lord Huang, my death is of little consequence. But Lin Yuan is on the verge of harming Madame Yi. You must act swiftly to resolve this and save the bloodline of the protector of the nation. Zhan Yan raised an eyebrow in mockery. Save? Who will come to the rescue? Should His Majesty personally intervene, or do you, old minister, possess the means to effect a rescue? The old minister's complexion turned a ghastly shade, and he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lord Zhan, do not be so arrogant. I am no physician. How could I possibly render aid? Zhan Yan spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. There it is, then. Since you are incapable of doing anything, why burden us with your incessant chatter? We are all well aware of the exceptional skills of physician Lin. He is not only Lin Yuan's maternal grandfather, but also the emperor's personal physician. Do you truly suspect that His Majesty would deliberately wish harm upon the Yi family's lineage? With that single statement, the old minister trembled in fear, collapsing to his knees and fervently denying, Your Highness, I assure you, I harbor no such thoughts. Lord Zhan is merely slandering me. Emperor Shengyan, growing impatient, spoke curtly, Old censor, since your words are so clumsy, it would be best if you refrained from attending court in the future. I understand your intentions. Should anything happen to the Yi family's bloodline, I shall not remain idle. On the contrary, if Lin Yuan can truly safeguard Lady Yi and her children, her rewards shall be plentiful. With a wave of his hand, He ordered the old censer to be removed, casting a knowing glance at Zhan Yan. The unspoken message seemed to convey, "Express your gratitude, for I am openly arranging rewards for your wife." Zhan Yan, however, merely rolled his eyes in a dismissive manner and turned his back, refusing to acknowledge him any further. At this moment, Physician Lin was also in a state of anxious turmoil. He had never anticipated that Lin Yuan's first venture into surgical procedures would involve such a perilous twin cesarean section. Any misstep could spell disaster for her and the Lin family. Yet, with lives at stake, he had no alternative. The cesarean section was the sole method to ensure the safety of the twins, accepting that the mother would endure some injuries in the process. But such consequences were far preferable to loss of life. Suppressing his inner trepidation, he inquired, "Wan, what is the current condition of Lady Yi?" No sooner had he spoken than the clear, piercing cries of a newborn echoed through the air. The resounding sound jolted everyone present, especially Zhang Guifei, whose eyes widened in astonishment. She had not expected Lin Yuan to successfully protect even one of Lady Yi's children. Reflecting on her own childlessness, a thought flickered through her mind. Could she perhaps seek to become a mother through this means? Without hesitation, she hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I wish to assist my sister, the Empress. She should not be left to manage everything alone. I can also help care for the infant." The Emperor instinctively opened his mouth to refuse, yet upon seeing her eyes cast down in a display of grievance, she added, "I also wish to bask in Lady Yi's fortune. Is it not said that holding a child can invite the blessings of the goddess of fertility, making conception easier?" The beauty's sorrowful sobs stirred a pang of sympathy in the Emperor's heart. He nodded, "Very well, you may go, but be sure to heed the Empress's arrangements, and do not act on your own accord." Little did she expect that as concubine Zhan approached the carriage, a cold voice from within pierced the air. "No one else is to enter, lest the cosmetics and jewels hinder Lady Yi's wounds from healing." Concubine Zhan's steps halted abruptly. How could that fool not recognize her identity? She was the Emperor's own sister. Why could the Empress enter while she could not? If there were to be any favoritism, it should be towards her, not that outsider. Without a hint of courtesy, Lin Yuan's voice rang out again. "I do not care whether you are concubine Zhan or another, lives are at stake. I have decreed that no one shall enter unless you harbor ulterior motives." Concubine Zhan was nearly driven to rage. Could this fool not discern friend from foe? She was the true kin. Should she not take precedence in all matters? Even if she had ulterior motives, she ought to cooperate fully. Gritting her teeth, she disregarded all decorum and instinctively lifted her skirts, rushing towards the carriage. The Queen's handmaidens, vigilant and resolute, swiftly spread their arms to block her. "Your Highness, both Lady Yin and the noble consort have spoken. Why must you seek unnecessary humiliation?" Lady Zhan, feeling wronged, was on the verge of tears. "I merely wish to alleviate the burdens of my sister, the Queen." The Queen's impatient voice soon echoed, "There is no need for your intervention. Simply standing quietly by my side is sufficient to ease my troubles." Lady Zhan's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, her indignation compelling her to stride swiftly before the Emperor to lodge her complaint. "I have been scorned by my sister, the Queen. I genuinely only wish to check on Lady Yi." The Emperor cast a mournful glance at Lady Zhan Yan beside him and patiently remarked, "Your lack of medical knowledge would only complicate matters. Standing here alongside me while we await news is, indeed, quite sufficient." Lady Zhan's sobs abruptly ceased. How could the Emperor fail to defend her? Her elder brother was right there. How could he disregard even his own brother's dignity? With anger, she glared at the carriage, her eyes filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, the Queen's heart was tumultuous. Witnessing the beads of sweat on Lin Yuan's forehead as she busily worked, she took a silk handkerchief and offered to wipe her brow. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "Lady Yin, you must have heard Lady Zhan's outcry just now, correct?" The Queen's eyes widened in confusion. "Do you dare to openly offend her? Are you not afraid she might report you to your husband?" Lin Yuan chuckled lightly, unfazed. "If I do not offend her, shall I allow her to create unnecessary risks for Lady Yi?" The Queen's heart skipped a beat as she realized the young lady was quite astute and would not yield an inch. She spoke in a low voice. "She is the only kin I possess in this world. I shall never allow any harm to come to her." Lin Yuan nodded reassuringly. "Fear not, she will be safe. However, her body must endure some distress." The Empress's eyes immediately reddened as she trembled. "Madam Yin, I am indebted to you. If my sister and her child remain unharmed, I shall owe you an immense favor." Lin Yuan had no intention of feigning modesty, for she needed to ensure the Empress felt beholden to her. A strategic move for the future in times of peril. In a mere moment, she skillfully extracted the second infant. Small and delicate, it was a little girl. The Empress cradled her gently, afraid to apply any pressure, as if fearing she might inflict harm. Overcome with joy, she almost wept. Oh my, it's a pair of twins. Lin Yuan smiled brightly. Indeed, Madame Yi is truly fortunate, blessed with both a son and a daughter. Although Madame Yi was enduring tremendous pain, she felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the news of the twins. She strained to catch a glimpse, but suddenly, a young maid cried out in panic, "Your Majesty, why is the young lady not crying? She isn't breathing at all." Madame Yi felt as though a taut string inside her mind had snapped, and she let out a cry of agony as blood gushed forth. Lin Yuan's expression changed sharply. "This is terrible. Madame Yi is losing a great deal of blood." At that moment, the little maid joined in the cries. "Madame Yan, what should we do? The young lady has no breath left." The carriage was soon engulfed in chaos. Even the usually composed Dr. Lin began to pace anxiously. The spirited Princess Xinya was utterly thrilled, clenching her fists tightly as she proclaimed, "Let them all perish. As long as Lady Yi meets her end at Lin Yuan's hands, even with Zhan Yan's protection, she will never survive." Unfazed by the tumultuous thoughts swirling outside, Lin Yuan swiftly retrieved several silver needles to staunch Lady Ye's bleeding, then immediately turned her attention to the lifeless infant. She tirelessly rubbed the delicate skin of the child, ignoring the profound ache in her wrists, refusing to relent for even a moment. Though the Empress felt a pang of regret, her concern for Lin Yuan was far greater. Such a perilous situation was truly too much for a young girl to bear. Unable to suppress her emotions, she choked out, "Madame Yan, you have already done your utmost to ensure the Yi family has a son. If the girl cannot be saved, it is simply her fate. Perhaps you should." Despite her steady demeanor, she could not bring herself to utter the words of surrender. After all, it was still a precious life. This child had just arrived in the world, yet had not even glimpsed its splendor. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan interrupted, "Your Majesty, I shall not give up until the very last moment." At that moment, Dr. Lin's trembling voice came from outside. "Wan, first clear the debris from her nostrils, then blow air into her mouth," repeating the process and observing the results. Lin Yuan complied, her movements methodical and composed. The Empress watched in astonishment. Never before had she imagined such a method of saving a life existed in this world. In the midst of her profound anguish, she finally perceived a faint rise and fall in the little infant's chest. Overwhelmed with joy, she exclaimed, "She is breathing, Madame Yan. The little one's heart is beating." Lin Yuan, whose anxiousness had caused beads of sweat to form on her brow, slightly raised her head and replied, "This is still insufficient. She must be able to breathe on her own, or else she will inevitably succumb to death." She continued to assist the infant in drawing breath, not daring to pause for even a moment. At that juncture, Madame Yi began to regain some awareness, her voice trembling as she called out, "My daughter. Where is my daughter?" The Empress swiftly approached and grasped her hand, reassuringly saying, "Sister, do not worry. With Madame Yin here, your daughter will undoubtedly be safe. We must all have faith in her." Tears streamed down Madame Ye's face as she wept and murmured, "Sister, I implore you to take good care of these two children. Do not let them suffer even the slightest injustice. This is my only wish." The Empress understood all too well that she was entrusting her children to her. She embraced Madame Yi tightly, soothing her by rubbing her cheek with her chin as she consoled her. "Sister, you are blessed with great fortune. The heavens will protect you. You must safeguard the precious bloodlines left to you by the Duke." A shiver coursed through Madame Yi, and her previously vacant gaze began to sharpen with focus. Indeed, she must strive to live. These were the last remnants of the Duke's lineage, and how could she face the ancestors of the Yi family without witnessing their safe growth? Perhaps buoyed by the newfound resolve to survive, her complexion improved significantly. In that moment, Lin Yuan's efforts to revive the infant girl began to show promising results. As the child's breathing became increasingly vigorous, with a decisive slap to the baby's bottom, a resounding wail erupted from the little one. The atmosphere outside erupted in jubilation, especially for Emperor Shang'an, whose face radiated joy. She cried, "Oh, another one has cried." Observing his ecstatic demeanor, Consort Zhan felt a pang of jealousy. She had never witnessed him display such elation when the palace's concubines gave birth. To find him so delighted over someone else's child, it was as if his grin extended from ear to ear. Zhan Yan also exhaled a sigh of relief. in such perilous circumstances. He feared for the well-being of their little girl. He resolved to provide her with nourishing treats upon their return. At that moment, the Empress staggered forward, cradling both infants in her arms, tears glistening in her eyes as she proclaimed, "Your Majesty, the Yi family has an heir, a perfect pair. There is nothing more joyous than welcoming new life, especially following the recent death of Duke Yi." The news of Lady Yi bearing both a son and a daughter undoubtedly instilled hope among the loyal ministers and generals, who were overwhelmed with tears. The Duke has an heir. He can finally rest in peace. Seeing them kneeling and repeatedly bowing, Emperor Zhan Yi quickly interjected, "The Duke's wife has shown unwavering loyalty and bravery. She shall be bestowed the title of first-rank lady, honored as should, and granted vast tracts of fertile land." However, amidst the fervent atmosphere, an unsettling voice intruded, none other than Zhan Yi, the Duke of Zhan. Emperor Zhan Yi cast a glance at him before speaking. "Lady Lin Yuan, renowned for her wisdom and virtue, is to be conferred the esteemed title of first-class lady and granted a salary from the court, along with an additional 50 bolts of silk and 1,000 taels of gold from Jiangnan." Instantly, Princess Zhan Yan was consumed by jealousy. Disregarding decorum, she anxiously interjected, "Your Majesty, how can a murderer be honored? If it were not for her, Madame Yi would not be in such peril. She is at best a balance of merit and demerit." Zhan Yan's expression darkened abruptly. Daring to disrupt the elevation of his cherished lady was a grave offense. He swiftly retorted, "Princess Zhan Yan, on what grounds do you declare my lady a murderer?" A shiver ran down Princess Zhan Yan's spine. Despite Zhan Yan's formidable presence, she felt compelled to prevent Lin Yuan's elevation. How could a mere servant girl be worthy of such a title? She was utterly unfit. A flicker of complexity crossed Zhan Yan's eyes. How could a well-behaved carriage suddenly be startled, unless it was done intentionally? The crowd, bewildered, inquired, "What is Sangzi powder?" Lin Yuan emerged from the carriage, clarifying, "It is a substance that induces rapid estrus in horses." The crowd soon grasped the implications. Someone had deliberately sought to implicate the Zhan family. A hint of unease passed over Princess Zhan Yan's face as she gritted her teeth and proclaimed, "Regardless of the substance, the fact remains that you have harmed Madame Yi, causing her premature labor. You not only deserve no honor, but must also face punishment." Chapter 99. Gifts. Zhan Yan suddenly burst into laughter. Addressing Princess Zhan Yan, "I merely sought a hill from your loyal and brave prince's mansion. Why must you pursue us like a rabid dog? What are you truly apprehensive about?" Princess Zhan Yan feigned ignorance. "Lord Zhan, what are you talking about? I cannot comprehend your words." Without hesitation, Zhan Yan retorted, "You may choose not to understand now, but soon your mind shall be clearer." He wasted no time and commanded Ing Han, "Search Princess Zhan Yan's carriage and uncover what treasures may be hidden within." Princess Zhan Yan, exasperated, protested, "How dare you, Lord Zhan? On what grounds do you demand to search my carriage? What gives you the right?" Zhan Yan responded resolutely, "Simply by virtue of being Lord Zhan, and by the authority of this head upon my shoulders. If no suspicious items are discovered within the princess's carriage, not only will I allow you to handle the matter as you see fit, but I shall also relinquish any claim to your Black Forest Mountain deed. Does that satisfy you, Your Highness?" Of course, Princess Zhan Yan was delighted. This was precisely the assurance she awaited. She felt elated at the prospect of aiding her father in overcoming this crisis. If Zhan Yan sought his demise, she would not hold back. After all, her carriage was devoid of any incriminating evidence, for the true perpetrator lay elsewhere. There was no way for them to implicate her. She quickly added, "Uncle and aunt, you must certainly testify for me, lest Lord Zhan retract his words should nothing be found." Emperor Zhan Yan cast a glance at Zhan Yan before slowly nodding his head. "Very well, in the interest of fairness, I shall dispatch the Imperial Guard to search your carriage." Before the new elegant princess could respond, a formidable figure, the king of loyal valor, approached with an imposing demeanor. He spoke in a deep voice, "Having heard that my daughter has been wronged, I have come to offer my assistance. I harbor no trust in the Emperor's Imperial Guard, thus I shall send my own attendants to conduct the search." The Emperor, barely containing his laughter and fury, narrowed his eyes and retorted, "Loyal Valor King, how audacious of you to doubt my men." The king, maintaining his composure, replied, "It is well known that your majesty trusts Zhan Yan as if he were a blood brother. Yet, as your own kin, I find myself untrusted. Therefore, to spare my daughter further grievance, I must prove our innocence myself." Emperor Shengyan's countenance darkened with anger as he exclaimed, "Very well, proceed with your search. I am eager to see how you will prove her innocence." The king of loyal valor stepped briskly to the carriage, rummaging through its contents, yet discovered nothing related to Sangzi powder. He shrugged his shoulders and declared, "My daughter's carriage is impeccably clean. Now, Zhan Yi, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise and surrender the head you carry on your shoulders?" Zhan Yan replied calmly, "The head should indeed be surrendered, but it is not mine to give. You have only searched the interior of the carriage. Yet it would be prudent to check your own palace's lanterns to see what they might conceal." The king of loyal valor scoffed. What could possibly be there? Surely just a glass lamp. As his words fell, he unexpectedly spotted a small vial. The loyal and valiant king was taken aback. Could his daughter truly be so foolish? Even if she were the culprit, she ought to have destroyed the evidence, rather than conceal it within the glass lantern. Princess Xinyao was immediately driven to madness, her voice rising in fury. "This is a frame-up. It must be a frame-up. How could I possibly possess such a thing as mulberry powder?" Zhan Yan spoke calmly. "Your Highness, the princess speaks truthfully. It is inconceivable that she would be so naive as to leave mulberry powder in the carriage for others to discover after committing a misdeed." Princess Xinya's eyes widened in confusion. How could it be that Zhan Yan was defending her? The loyal and valiant king quickly chimed in. "For once, you have spoken wisely." However, Zhan Yan's tone shifted. "If Princess Xinya has indeed been wronged, we should investigate the local apothecaries to see if mulberry powder has been sold recently, particularly around the vicinity of the Zhan Yi Marquis's residence. The results should be forthcoming." Princess Xinya's complexion turned as pale as snow. She had not hidden the evidence within the carriage, yet it was she who had instructed someone to procure the mulberry powder and deliver it to Qinjilan. Zhan Yan possessed a deep cunning, skillfully maneuvering the situation to ensnare her. She could have shifted the blame onto the Zhan Yi Marquis's residence, yet now she found herself entangled in the matter once more. Desperately, she cast a pleading glance toward the loyal and valiant king, nearly inciting his fury. How could he have raised such a foolish child? She was bringing harm upon herself without even cleaning up her own mess, leaving behind so many incriminating traces. It was truly a first-class disaster. He took a deep breath and remarked, "Is it truly necessary to complicate matters so? The Imperial Guards are making a commotion by searching the apothecary. Will this not cause widespread unease and provoke baseless speculation?" Emperor Shengyan nodded slightly. Then, "According to the wishes of the loyal and brave king, how do you propose to resolve this issue?" The loyal and brave king chuckled. "It is only fitting to bestow rewards. Lady Yin possesses exceptional medical skills and has safeguarded the two bloodlines of the Yi family. This is indeed a monumental contribution, and the emperor should grant her due honors." Emperor Shengyan pondered for a moment. "I have an inkling that these rewards may be insufficient." Hearing the loyal and brave king's words, "I believe we can add another 1,000 taels of gold to express our gratitude." The loyal and brave king eagerly nodded. "Yes, certainly. It should be increased." Emperor Shengyan then burst into hearty laughter. "Look, General Zhan, not only have I rewarded your wife, but even the loyal and brave king is prepared to contribute an additional 1,000 taels of gold." The loyal and brave king was immediately taken aback. When did he ever express such intent? He instinctively protested, "Your Majesty, you." Emperor Shengyan interrupted him. "Loyal and brave king, do not dishearten the loyal ministers and valiant generals." General Zhan promptly stepped forward to bow. "This lord expresses gratitude on behalf of my wife for the princely gift." The loyal and brave king's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. That treacherous emperor and Zhan Yan were conspiring against him. Yet, he felt guilty and dared not overtly refuse. It was truly vexing. He clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead pulsating with anger. The loyal and brave king cursed inwardly. "Damn it, Zhan Yan, can you not possess a shred of dignity? Are you not aware of your own deviousness? Why pretend to be so innocent and naive?" After a fleeting yet intense exchange of glances, the valiant king Zhou Yong chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "How could that be? A mere 1,000 taels of gold is of no consequence to me. Consider it a wedding gift for the Marquis." To his surprise, Zhan Yan furrowed his brow and interjected, "That is a matter of principle. A wedding gift cannot possibly be equated to the merit of saving Lady Ye's life. Since you have made such a generous offer, you must add another 1,000 taels of gold." Chapter 100. The Perils of Impertinence. King Zhou Yong turned away and struck himself sharply on the cheek, his mind racing with the thought, "How foolish of me to speak so recklessly." At that moment, Zhan Yan approached Emperor Shengyan and said, "Your Majesty, since the valorous king has bestowed upon me a wedding gift, you too cannot fall short. It is only fitting to honor the camaraderie we share as favored subjects." Emperor Shengyan could hardly contain his amusement, for among the entire dynasty, only Zhan Yan dared to demand a wedding gift from him, the sovereign. And a favored subject indeed. His self-assessment was quite accurate. Historically, favored subjects had always been the targets of courtly disdain, yet he had willingly shouldered much of it on his own. "Oh, what does it matter? It is but 1,000 taels of gold. Let him have it," he declared swiftly. "Additionally, grant Marquis Zhan Yi another 1,000 taels of gold as a wedding gift." Zhan Yan readily accepted, then turned to the kneeling courtiers surrounding them and proclaimed, "Gentlemen, since you all share in my joyous fortune, you must also present a wedding gift." The assembly fell into stunned silence. When had Marquis Zhan Yi become so audacious? Boldly soliciting wedding gifts within the imperial palace, he was indeed one of a kind. Zhan Yan leisurely explained, "This is all thanks to the reminder from the loyal and valiant king. Otherwise, how could I have thought to let you share in this joyous occasion?" Upon encountering the myriad disgruntled gazes from all directions, the loyal and valiant king wished to escape. Zhan Yan, he truly is a scoundrel, accepting wedding gifts while causing him to endure the blame. How treacherous! Zhan Yan remained oblivious to the harsh words the loyal and valiant king muttered in his heart. He was quite pleased with the gifts he had received. Many court officials attended the morning assembly without bringing much silver. He instructed his aides to issue promissory notes instead. When Lin Yuan emerged from the carriage, she found her husband beaming with satisfaction, exuding an air of triumph. Curiously, she inquired, "My lord, what delightful news do you wish to share with me?" Zhan Yan, upon seeing her, hastily tucked a stack of promissory notes into his sleeve and asked with genuine concern, "My lady, are you exhausted?" He promptly ushered her into the carriage, even bypassing the customary greetings. Emperor Shengyan was left dumbfounded. Perhaps the city walls could not match Zhan Yan's audacity. He had previously been a rather ordinary individual, yet how had he transformed after marrying? The crowd was filled with a singular thought. Zhan Yan had become infatuated with wealth. When it was announced that Lin Yuan had been bestowed the title of a first-rank noble consort, the elder lady of the Zhan family was left in shock, unable to close her mouth for an extended period. How could this be? Many from the noble family, who had rendered great service, had not received such a title. Why was it that she, having only recently married, had attained the rank of a first-rank noble consort? Furthermore, the gifts presented to her were dazzling, almost blinding her aged eyes. A myriad of exquisite porcelain wares and numerous delicate ornaments, coupled with luxurious fabrics that are unattainable in the market, were sights she had never before encountered in her lifetime. Almost immediately after receiving the imperial decree, she swiftly spoke, "Esteemed gentlemen, your efforts are commendable. Please hasten to the tea hall for refreshments." However, the officials dared not partake in the tea provided by Zhan Yan, fearing it might be a prelude to wedding gifts. With a forced smile, one of them replied, "There is no need for the esteemed matron to attend to us. We have pressing matters to attend to at the palace. Simply leave the rewards, and we shall take our leave." The matriarch of the Zhan family nodded eagerly. "Very well. Then please place everything in the public storeroom." She refrained from shamelessly suggesting that it be deposited directly into her own storeroom, having already resolved to discreetly relocate the items little by little, without anyone being the wiser. Unexpectedly, her son Zhan Yan interjected, "The rewards bestowed upon Wanwan are to be managed by her alone. How can they be placed in the public storeroom?" The countenance of the old matriarch shifted dramatically as she swiftly tugged at Zhan Yan's sleeve. With a pale face, she retorted, "Yenner, what do you mean by that? How can these rewards be deemed hers alone? She is now a member of the Zhan family. Such distinctions should not be so rigorously observed." Zhan Yan, unperturbed, countered, "Mother, is your dowry also housed in the public storeroom?" The old matriarch froze at his question, her expression faltering as she stammered, "These are not part of my dowry. If it were not for your standing, how could the emperor bestow upon her such generous rewards? Ultimately, she is merely benefiting from our noble family's prestige." Zhan Yan shook his head. "You are mistaken. The rewards she received are not at all a result of the Ho residence' influence. It was Wanwan and Dr. Lin who ensured the safe delivery of the twins when the Duchess of the State was in labor. The emperor was overjoyed, and that is why she was honored." The expression of the old lady Zhan shifted dramatically. "That little wretch Lin Yuan possesses such abilities?" assisting in the delivery of twins? It is utterly impossible. It must have been Dr. Lin's doing, and she merely took the credit for it. With disdain, she remarked, "Yinner, how can the merits of her maternal grandfather be attributed to her? The emperor's lavish gifts are merely a reflection of his regard for our Ho residents." Zhan Yan interrupted without hesitation. How could Dr. Lin approach Madame Yi during childbirth? He remained outside the carriage while the Empress and Wan were inside. The old lady Zhan's eyes were filled with rage, realizing that the credit indeed belonged to that wretched girl. Why had I not heard of her capabilities before? It would have been so much better had she married Zhan Yu. Then all these fine rewards would have gone to my dear grandson. Zhan Yan was obstinate. For years, had it not been for the pressure of filial piety, he would have never allowed himself to be manipulated. Moreover, he spent 8 out of 10 days in the military, his heart far removed from the household, allowing her to stir chaos at will. Yet ever since that wretched girl married him, he had grown increasingly indifferent towards her. No, she had to devise a plan to reverse this situation. Angrily, she turned to leave, witnessing those prized possessions all being taken to Lin Yuan's quarters. Madame Lu hurriedly pursued her. Is the Marquis bewitched by that vixen Lin Yuan? How could he possibly turn against us? So many treasures. And she hoards them all for herself? Isn't she afraid of bursting with greed? Madame Zhan cast a fierce glare at her. If you have the ability, go and snatch it. With the painful lesson of Zhan Yu in mind, Madame Lu dared not take the lead. Lowering her voice, she suggested, in my opinion, we ought to draw that little hussy into Yu's embrace. That would allow us to better manipulate her. Madame Zhan sighed in resignation. Do you think I don't wish for that? Yet, for some reason, Yu does not find her appealing. After several punishments, that hussy hasn't even sent a single tonic. Madame Lu lamented. You could have shown a bit of patience and brought Qin Zhilan into the household. Chapter 101. Provocation. It was truly a loss that the golden opportunity slipped away on the same day. Madame Zhan tightly closed her eyes, hesitating for a long moment before gritting her teeth and declaring, "It won't escape. I shall seek you and discuss this further." She swiftly made her way to Zhan Yu's courtyard, only to find Qin Zhilan administering medicine to him. He looked up in surprise. "Grandmother, what brings you here?" Once, Madame Zhan regarded Qin Zhilan with favor, but now she felt nothing but disdain and animosity. If it weren't for her, Lin Yuan would have long been her granddaughter-in-law, rather than an uncontrollable daughter-in-law. She quickly interjected, "Why do you have a lowly concubine attending to you? Is there not a maidservant at your side?" Qin Zhilan was instantly engulfed in humiliation, her eyes reddening almost immediately. She trembled as she whispered, "Grandmother, how can you say such things about Lan? Witnessing her tearful demeanor, the matriarch of the Zhan family felt increasingly that she was unworthy of respect. Look at Lin Yuan, who possesses medical skills and has even secured the prestigious title of a first-class noble consort. And what of her? She could only employ beguiling tricks to ensnare men, yearning for them to be ensnared by her charms. Zhan Yu swiftly intervened. "Grandmother, please calm your anger. Lan ultimately carries the bloodline of our Zhan family. You cannot vent your ire upon her. Pray tell, what has transpired? Speak to your grandson about it." After speaking, he cast a meaningful glance at Qin Zhilan. With a pained expression, she bit her lip, set down the medicine bowl with a clatter, and hastily exited. The matriarch's fury surged, and she ground her teeth in scorn. Such a useless creature, daring to slam down the bowl. What audacity! Zhan Yu urged gently, "Grandmother, do not stoop to her level. After all, she is your kin, your own family." The matriarch bit down hard on her back teeth. Were she possessed of even a modicum of capability, I would not harbor such disdain for her. It is all her fault for entering the family on the same day as Lin Yuan. Now, look at all the fine offerings that have been squandered on that eunuch. Zhan Yu's gaze flickered as he furrowed his brow, cautioning, "Grandmother, do not speak so. He is my father." The matriarch glared. "With no one around, what do you fear? How can that eunuch be considered your father? Your true father resides over in Wudong Alley." Zhan Yu's thoughts drifted to the second branch, and he felt a headache coming on. A flicker of coldness flashed in Zhan Yu's eyes. He never anticipated that Lin Yuan would genuinely harbor no feelings for him. Was her temper truly so fierce? In a bid for revenge, she had indeed begun to live with Zhan Yan, assuming the role of his marquise. With a complex expression, Zhan Yu spoke. "I have exhausted all means. I initially believed that my plan at the princess's residence would be foolproof. Yet, unexpectedly, it was Su Zining who ended up beneath me. I still cannot comprehend how I found myself in such a predicament." Old Madame Zhan squinted her eyes and declared, "A chaotic strike can sometimes yield unexpected results. Since we cannot employ subtlety, let us be forthright. Zhan Yi looked at her in astonishment. Grandmother, what do you intend to do? The old madam leaned in close to whisper a few words, and he gradually nodded. Very well, I shall follow grandmother's lead. The next day, Zhan Yan entered the palace to attend court, while Lin Yuan was still languidly enjoying her slumber. The door to the courtyard was pounded upon with a resounding urgency. Open the door quickly. The old madam requests the lady to come to the back courtyard to admire the lotus flowers. The guests have arrived. Linger dashed towards the door, stating from the other side, there is a banquet in the residence. Why was there no prior notification to Our Lady? To invite us only after the guests have arrived is to show utter disregard for Our Lady's presence. If that is the case, we shall forego the lotus viewing. A servant outside retorted angrily. Impudent maid, do you dare to complain? The entire marquisate is governed by our old madam. She decides when to admire the lotuses, and you must promptly summon your mistress. Otherwise, if you provoke the noble, it would be no injustice if you were to be dealt with severely. Lin Yuan could not allow Linger to endure such humiliation. She promptly spoke up. Linger, her mouth is filthy. Bring her in to wash it out before she speaks. Linger readily agreed. All right. Without hesitation, she swung open the courtyard door and dragged the woman inside, hauling her towards the large water vat in the yard. Though she possessed considerable strength, her methods of punishment were not yet refined, resulting in the arrogant woman being shoved into the water. As she struggled and screamed, she flailed about, splashing water everywhere. Zir, unable to bear the sight, frowned and uttered a single word. Foolish. Linger instinctively glared. You're criticizing me? Why don't you do it then? Zir quickly stepped forward, firmly grasping the woman by the nape of her neck, plunging her into the vat. After several mouthfuls of water, she finally pulled her out. Gasping for breath, the woman's eyes, mouth, and nose sprayed water, her aged face turning a shade of blue and purple, a pitiful sight indeed. Linger tapped her head. Is your mouth clean now? Can you speak properly? The woman sputtered out a few mouthfuls of water before angrily retorting, I am a capable servant by the old madam's side, you audacious girl. Linger could not help but roll her eyes, gesturing to Zir with a tilt of her chin. Continue. At her command, Zir submerged the woman once more. This time, the duration was longer, until the woman's feet left the ground entirely, before she was finally dragged up again, coughing violently. The woman's complexion was as pale as paper. Linger squatted before her, inquiring, May we speak properly now? The old woman nodded vigorously, yes. It is the matriarch who invites you to the back courtyard to admire the lotus blossoms. Many noble ladies have arrived in the capital. Linger scoffed. Had you been more perceptive earlier, there would have been no need for such a foul mouth. The old woman trembled in fear, realizing that all the maidservants around the lady were quite mad. Lingo hastily entered the room to report, Madam, you are requested to the back courtyard to appreciate the lotuses. A glimmer of mockery flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. The matriarch's insatiable scheming was evident. One could only wonder what insidious plans she harbored within. Chapter 102. Admiring the lotuses today, she had no desire to move, so she stated directly, Go inform the old woman that I am fatigued from my time in the palace yesterday and wish to rest. Linger did not hesitate and swiftly communicated Lin Yuan's command. The old woman appeared before everyone, disheveled and nearly causing the matriarch to faint from shock. She exclaimed in astonishment, What on earth happened to you? The old woman felt distressed but dared not complain. After all, upon her arrival, Linger had threatened her, warning that should she dare to inform the matriarch, her punishment would not merely involve being submerged in water, but rather in a cesspit. Trembling, she replied, I accidentally fell into the lotus pond. There is no need for the matriarch to worry. The matriarch, irritated, interrupted, Who is worried about you? Where is Lin Yuan? Why hasn't she come with you? The old woman, caught in a dilemma, explained, Madam is unwell. She was quite exhausted from her time in the palace yesterday. Lady Zhan never anticipated that Lin Yuan would dare to refuse the challenge, and in front of everyone, she brazenly slapped her in the face. Immediately, a distinguished lady chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Old madam, those in the know are aware that you have married a daughter-in-law. Those unaware might think you have taken in an ancestor. The esteemed matriarch invites her to appreciate the lotus and entertain guests, yet she has the audacity to refuse openly? Lady Zhan, grinding her teeth in resentment, thought to herself, I shall see whether she is genuinely exhausted or merely feigning fatigue. She swiftly beckoned to the crowd, declaring, Let us all accompany this old woman to invite my daughter-in-law. Naturally, the onlookers, drawn by the spectacle, eagerly followed suit. Fury blazed in Lady Zhan's eyes as she approached the tightly shut courtyard gate, her irritation reaching a fever pitch. Without hesitation, she commanded, "Someone, forcefully ram the door." A dozen servants advanced in unison, collectively crashing against the gate. Bang! The courtyard door swung open violently, sending the unsuspecting maidservants tumbling to the ground in a comical heap. Lin Yuan stood gracefully beneath the eaves, her expression one of feigned surprise as she inquired, "Old madam, what is the meaning of this commotion?" Lady Zhan's face darkened with rage, yet recalling Zhan Yi's scheming, she managed to force a smile. "I understand you were fatigued from yesterday's duties in the palace. But the Lotus Appreciation Banquet had long been arranged. If you, the lady of the Marquis's household, do not attend, we shall be criticized for our lack of decorum." A nearby noblewoman promptly spoke up, asserting that the elderly matriarch, given her advanced age, ought to be enjoying a life of leisure. Since Lin Yuan had become the lady of the Marquis's residence, she should bear the corresponding responsibilities. Lin Yuan couldn't help but furrow her brows, wondering if her amiable temperament had emboldened all sorts of scoundrels to tread upon her dignity. She recognized this woman as the wife of the Minister of Works, a close acquaintance of the second branch's lady. It seemed this visit was intended to seek retribution for the past grievances of being ousted and enduring hardship. She discreetly inquired, "Are you a member of our Marquis's household?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow in derision. "Since you are not, what gives you the audacity to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? This Lotus Appreciation Banquet is not my undertaking, so why should I be obliged to engage?" The minister's wife turned pale with indignation, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Yuan and scolding her, "You shameless woman! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Kneel and apologize at once." Lin Yuan suddenly recalled that she had been conferred the title of a first-rank noble lady by the emperor just yesterday. Narrowing her eyes, she commanded, "Linger, strike her insolent mouth. How dare she point a finger at a noble lady of our current dynasty? Punish her until she admits her faults." "Yes." Linger responded promptly, swiftly advancing towards the vociferous minister's wife, delivering resounding slaps to her face. A few maidens nearby attempted to intervene, but were halted by the coldly resolute Zir, who warned, "Anyone who dares approach shall face dire consequences." As the lady minister was being mercilessly struck, her face swollen and blood seeping from the corners of her mouth, the elderly matron of the Zhan family exclaimed in horror, "Cease this at once. You wretched girl, stop immediately." Linger raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the insult, and continued her assault regardless. The matron, her countenance darkened, interrogated Lin Yuan. "What are you doing? The lady minister is our guest. Your actions will only incite enmity against our household." Lin Yuan glanced at her and retorted, "You are aware she is a guest, yet you fail to restrain her behavior. Do you wish for her to provoke me deliberately, only to suffer the consequences?" With that, she staggered away briskly. The matron was left pale with fright. Lin Yuan was incorrigibly cunning, having so easily instigated animosity from the lady minister. In a flurry, she pursued, attempting to clarify, "Lady minister, please do not be angry. It was never my intention for you to be harmed." Fuming and distressed, the matron lamented. For her plans with Zhan Yi had yet to be set in motion, and now the witness had fled. What could be done? Just as she was at a loss, Lin Yuan interjected, "Didn't you wish to reward the lotus? It is just as well to appreciate it amongst our own." The matroness' eyes lit up, indeed. Even without an external witness, there were still plenty of servants within the estate. She nodded vigorously, "Excellent. I shall instruct someone to prepare a small boat for you at once." After Lin Yuan settled on the small boat, Linger began to feel a sense of unease. With urgency in her voice, she exclaimed, "Madam, I cannot swim. What shall we do if the boat capsizes?" Lin Yuan turned to her, attempting to offer reassurance. "Do not worry. Zir will come to your aid at the first opportunity." Linger's eyes widened in alarm. "And what about you?" "No. Zir must rescue you. I can manage a little immersion in water." As her words fell, the small boat, which had been gliding smoothly, suddenly came to a halt. Linger hastily leaned over to inspect, only to be startled by a ghastly face lurking beneath the surface. "Ah!" she screamed, instinctively raising her fist to strike the sinister visage. With a resounding thud, she connected, but in doing so, she plunged into the water. "Help!" she cried out in desperation. Almost instantaneously, as she hit the water, Zir darted toward her. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan also found herself submerged. There was no time for her to react as a figure reached out to grasp her tightly. Chapter 103. The Assassin with a Mocking Smile. She brandished her sharp dagger and drove it forcefully into the assailant's waist, simultaneously shouting, "Someone come quickly! There is an assassin!" The blade found its mark, and a pool of crimson erupted upon the once clear water's surface. The assailant nearly lost consciousness from the pain, but dared not linger, for he spotted the approaching threat of Zhan Yan. Without hesitation, he plunged deep into the lotus pond. As the blood began to dissipate, a flicker of ruthlessness crossed Lin Yuan's delicate features. "Ah, so you wish to tarnish my reputation under the broad daylight, do you? I shall ensure that you will never be a man again." Zhan Yan swiftly plunged into the water, instinctively seeking refuge in his embrace, exclaiming, "Husband, I spotted an assassin lurking in the water and wounded him. You must apprehend him at once." A chill surged in Zhan Yan's gaze as he promptly commanded Ing Han, "Go forth and capture him. Ensure he is alive." Without hesitation, Ing Han dove into the depths, vanishing in an instant. Zhan Yan drew Lin Yuan to the shore. She nestled in his arms, her delicate face pale, exuding a fragility that tugged at the heart. Upon hearing her cry of an assassin, the old matriarch felt an ominous premonition. Witnessing Zhan Yan rescue her, her legs weakened with fright. She approached hurriedly, her voice trembling as she inquired, "How could there possibly be an assassin? Surely, you must have been mistaken?" In an instant, Lin Yuan began to weep. "Old matriarch, I insisted I did not wish to admire the lotus, yet you insisted on dragging me here, incurring the ire of that esteemed official's wife. And now, look where we are. I nearly met my end in the water. Are you satisfied now?" Confronted by Zhan Yan's piercing gaze, the old matriarch's complexion paled. She hastily denied, "Do not wrongfully accuse me. You are my daughter-in-law. How could I harbor ill intentions towards you? I had no inkling that an assassin lurked in the lotus pond. Perhaps it was merely your imagination?" Without hesitation, Lin Yuan retorted, "I am not imagining things. I struck him fiercely with a blade. I have practiced, and though I cannot ascertain where I hit him, I certainly managed to carve a piece of his flesh." Hearing this, the old matriarch felt a wave of dread. Her precious grandson had been injured? Could it be that we will be caught? What should we do? Just as she was growing increasingly anxious, the shadowy spirit suddenly emerged from the water. In his hand, he clutched a waterlogged, pallid mass of flesh, likely freshly severed, still stained with traces of blood. He spoke, "My lord, I was unable to trace the assassin, but I discovered this from the depths." Zhan Yan instinctively inquired, "What is this?" Lin Yuan, shyly leaning against his chest, remarked, "It appears to be a man, as perhaps when he attempted to assassinate me from behind, I managed to sever it." Zhan Yan immediately grasped the implication, his expression becoming notably complex and obscure. Conversely, the old matriarch, overwhelmed with anxiety, failed to comprehend the situation. Coupled with her failing eyesight, she could not discern the details. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she pressed, "What exactly is that?" "What?" It was as if a thunderbolt had struck her, causing the old matriarch to stagger. She hastened her pace, leaving the maidservants trailing far behind. Just as she intended to speak, Zhan Yan commanded, "Prepare hot water for the lady, so she can soak and avoid catching a chill." Ling nodded vigorously, "It's being prepared," and we added ginger to ward off the cold. Zhan Yan carried her into the bathing room and gently placed her in the tub. The warmth and pungency enveloped them, prompting Lin Yuan to pleasantly squint her eyes. However, the voice from above was somewhat disconcerting. "Lin Yuan, do you know who the assassin is?" She innocently blinked her eyes and asked, "I do not understand, my lord. Why do you inquire in such a manner?" Zhan Yan instinctively furrowed his brow. Although the young girl had merely been married into the household for a few days, he felt he had come to understand her. She would not comply with the old matriarch's demands to board that small boat after refusing the reward of lotus flowers. Unless, of course, she had seen through the scheme and was acting deliberately. As for the owner of that half-object, he could deduce that as well. He forcefully closed his eyes, a fierce struggle flashing in his gaze. Once he managed to calm the tumult of his thoughts, he suddenly realized that the little girl, curled up in the bathtub, had fallen silent. Startled, he anxiously called out, "Wan Wan." Grasping her shoulders, he lifted her entirely from the tub. She abruptly opened her glistening eyes, and upon locking gazes with him, instinctively screamed, "Ah!" Zhan Yan's foot slipped, and he fell backward. With a thud, they both landed on the ground in a position that was exceedingly suggestive. The back of Zhan Yan's head throbbed painfully, yet he dared not open his eyes, for the girl atop him was irresistibly soft and fragrant, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, nearly leaping from his throat. He murmured hoarsely, "Wan Wan, you must get up quickly and find some clothes to wear." She replied, a hint of grievance in her voice. "My lord, I wish to rise, but I do not know where I struck my head and I feel utterly powerless." Zhan Yan, taken aback, abruptly opened his eyes. A delicate and enchanting visage suddenly appeared before him as she playfully inquired, "My lord, do you find this version of me appealing?" The porcelain-like whiteness of her skin ignited a fire within Zhan Yan's throat, and the warmth at the nape of his neck intensified, causing the wound in his lower abdomen to feel as if it were ablaze. With a sudden grasp, her soft hands clutched his wrist, and she joyfully exclaimed, "It's returning, the pulse is growing stronger. Grandfather was right. Temptation as a remedy truly works." Zhan Yan froze, taken aback by her intimate gesture, questioning whether her intentions were solely for his healing. Like a bucket of cold water poured over him, he regained his composure in an instant, and the pulse that had surged with vitality reverted to its previous tranquility. Not allowing her to question further, he swiftly draped a silken blanket over her, saying, "Do not catch a chill. I must investigate the assassin concealed within the estate." With that, he rose, placing her upon the soft couch, heedless of his drenched attire as he hurriedly exited the room. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow in astonishment, pondering what has provoked his anger. Observing his demeanor, one might think she had wronged him, despite her having done nothing at all. After Zhan Yan departed, he hastily entered a chamber to change into fresh garments. His eyes glimmered with icy resolve. If the assassin turned out to be Zhan Yu, he would show no mercy. Meanwhile, the old matriarch of the Zhan family had already rushed to Zhan Yu's quarters, horrified to find him covered in blood and in a state of disarray, utterly petrified. Trembling, she inquired, "Yuer, have you truly been harmed by that vile woman?" She struggled to swallow, unable to articulate the two damning words. Zhan Yu gritted her teeth in anger, exclaiming, "Indeed, she is ruthless. Grandmother, you must find a way to help me leave the residence. If father discovers me, it will spell my doom." The old matriarch, unable to dwell on her sorrow, hastily nodded in agreement. "You are right. The priority now is to leave the estate as swiftly as possible. While there is still green in the mountains, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Restoring your health is of utmost importance." She quickly summoned her trusted maid, instructing, "Fetch a carriage at once and tell them that the young master's concubine is unwell and requires a visit to the physician." Before long, Chen Jilan was brought in to assist. Once she settled into the carriage, Zhan Yu concealed herself beneath the hem of her skirts. Chen Jilan, alarmed, inquired anxiously, "Young master, is this truly wise? You still aspire to a career in public service. Should word get out that you are hiding beneath a woman's skirts, it would be a tremendous scandal." Zhan Yu, her complexion pale, retorted, "What does it matter at this point? If father discovers me, I will lose every chance of serving in the government." The old matriarch then pinched Chen Jilan sharply. "What are you hesitating for? Quickly hide him. If anything happens to you, you shall not fare well either." With no further hesitation, Chen Jilan scrambled into the carriage. Zhan Yu, feeling the humiliation of hiding beneath her skirts, harbored a fierce resentment. She muttered through clenched teeth, "Lin Yuan, it is you who has forced me to endure this disgrace. Just wait. I shall make you kneel before me, begging for mercy." As the carriage clattered toward the exit, it was abruptly halted by the guards conducting a search. Madame Zhan reprimanded sharply, "What do you mean by stopping? Is it not permissible for me to take Aunt Chen, who is with child, to see the doctor?" Without hesitation, Madame Zhan interjected, "Aunt Chen carries the bloodline of our Zhan family. Should anything happen to her, can you bear the consequences?" Ing Huan's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained steadfast, refusing to yield. It was then that Chen Jilan, delicate and gentle, spoke up, "Madam, please do not make things difficult for the guards. They are merely following the orders of the Marquis. Allow them to search the carriage briefly." Madame Zhan shot her an annoyed glare and retorted, "You are quite talkative. There are only two people in the carriage. How blind can he be not to see clearly?" Chen Jilan, feeling aggrieved, stammered, "I merely wished for the guards to provide a satisfactory report to the Marquis." Ing Hun bowed slightly. "Once I have searched the carriage, Madame will be free to leave the estate." Reluctantly, Madame Zhan permitted him entry, her eyes glimmering with venomous displeasure. Ing Hun glanced around and found no suspicious signs. Yet, his keen senses detected the unmistakable scent of blood. He instinctively inquired, "Why is there a smell of blood coming from this carriage?" Chen Jilan stiffened in fear, her once radiant face turning pale and ghastly. Quick to respond, Madame Zhan gritted her teeth and declared, "It must be that Jilan has seen red. Why are you hesitating? This pregnancy has already been fraught with difficulty. Should anything go awry, I will not spare you. Inghan dared not delay further and swiftly exited the carriage. As he watched the carriage disappear into the distance, he hastened to the shadows and remarked, "My lord, you are not mistaken. It is indeed the young master. And he must be hiding beneath the skirts of concubination." A chilling disdain flickered across Zhan Yan's face as he scoffed. He has truly become more ambitious. To endure such humiliation just to flee. Inghan was momentarily taken aback, questioning the lord's sentiment. Did he no longer acknowledge the young master as his son? The old lady Zhan hurriedly sent Zhan Yi into the alley of Wudong, instructing her servants to summon the physician without delay. The second lady and Zhan Duo rushed forward with inquiries. "Grandmother, what has happened to the young master?" The old lady Zhan waved her hand impatiently. "Do not ask so many questions. Quickly prepare a clean room and assist Yuer inside." The second lady's face contorted with distress. "Grandmother, you know well that Wudong Alley lacks clean accommodations. Yuer is delicate. He may find it uncomfortable." Zhan Duo, with tears streaming down her cheeks, implored, "Grandmother, please arrange for us to move to another courtyard. Look at my tender skin. It is being ravaged by mosquitoes and insects." In times past, the old lady Zhan might have felt sympathy upon hearing their lamentations. However, with her beloved eldest grandson gravely injured, she had no time to concern herself with their grievances. She snapped in anger. "Yuer is hurt. Cannot you see? How dare you prattle on without regard? Have you all lost your senses?" The second lady trembled in fear and quickly interjected, "I am at fault, mother. Please do not be angry. Let us take Yuer to the left wing." Upon settling in the war-torn realm, the second madam was utterly shocked by the blood staining his waist. In disbelief, she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Heavens! Has Yuer suffered an injury to his progeny?" Hearing these words, the old matriarch felt a wave of darkness cloud her vision. Yet, she understood that she could not succumb. Otherwise, her eldest grandson would be beyond rescue. That foolish second madam was utterly unreliable. Without further hesitation, she commanded, "Enough of this nonsense. Quickly prepare some hot water to cleanse Yuer of the filth upon him." The second madam stumbled out, supported by Zhan Duo, her face awash with tears as she lamented, "It's over. Yuer is now a eunuch, and he shall never inherit the title of the Marquis." Zhan Duo, biting her lip in disappointment, replied, "Mother, is it still possible for you and father to have another child?" The second madam shot her a resentful glare. "Your father has been utterly drained by wine and lust. He has entrusted his remaining essence to the courtesans of the flower houses. Upon seeing me, he is utterly incapable. How could he father another child?" Instantly, Zhan Duo felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, frowning as she retorted, "Why speak of such things with your daughter?" The second madam sighed in resignation, refraining from further comment as she hurried to prepare hot water. Meanwhile, Chen Jilan approached the eaves with a face full of excitement. No wonder the old matriarch had been so anxious to send Zhan Yu out of the estate. It turned out he had injured his lineage. If he were never to engage in procreation again, then the child growing within her would be the sole heir of the Zhan family. She was carrying an immensely precious golden nugget. The saying a mother is esteemed through her child was indeed about her. Upon this thought, she could not help but smile broadly. Chapter 105. Entering the palace. She clasped her hands together and said, "Heavenly Lord, you have treated me generously. Once I become the principal wife of Brother Yu, I shall prepare more offerings for you." After reciting her prayer, she promptly entered the room, awaiting with obedient anticipation. The physician soon arrived, and upon examining the injury on Zhan Yu, he was utterly astonished. He inquired with disbelief, "How could a gentleman sustain such an injury? It appears to have been inflicted by another." At the mere mention of this, Zhan Yu's expression darkened with rage. It was all Lin Yuan's fault. Her actions had been far too ruthless. His original intent had been to ruin her virtue, to drag her into the depths of the lotus pond and force a marital union. However, to his surprise, the moment he made contact with her, she had struck with lethal force. Disregarding the severed part of himself, he could only flee in a state of utter disarray. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "Physician, will this injury affect my progeny?" The physician, with a resigned tone, replied, "With such a significant loss, I can only endeavor to ensure your continued humanity. As for offspring, do not harbor such hopes." The second lady immediately protested, "No, you must restore my son to the vigor of a normal man. Otherwise, his future is doomed." The elder matriarch, exasperated, retorted sharply, "Bring someone to silence her and remove her from here." Once the second lady was escorted away, The room fell into a profound silence. The elder matriarch spoke with a mix of complexity and resolve. "Old physician, do what you can for Yor. Whatever he can be restored to, so be it." With that, she removed the jade bracelet from her wrist. The physician understood that this was a hush money, and he extended his hand to accept it, saying, "Rest assured, my lady. I shall keep this matter strictly confidential." Madame Zhan nodded, and then turned to leave. The second madam, filled with concern, spoke up. "What shall we do about the Su family? Are they not soon to be wed?" Madame Zhan snorted coldly. "It is not necessary for Yor to personally go to fetch the bride. Did he not remain absent when Lin Yuan was brought into the Marquis's residence? We can easily concoct some pretext for a substitute marriage." Zhan Yi cautiously remarked, "Grandmother, if I leave the Marquis's residence with brother Yu, how will you explain it to the Marquis? Might he not grow suspicious?" This was precisely Madame Zhan's concern. Zhan Yan was not easily deceived. She needed to devise a comprehensive justification. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "I shall say that he accompanied you back to our ancestral home in Qingzhou for your confinement. Given his current political responsibilities, he is unlikely to truly investigate Yor's whereabouts." Zhan Yi, with reddened eyes, pleaded, "Grandmother, you must seek vengeance for the young master. It is all Lin Yuan's fault. She has wounded him grievously, and she intends to ensure that he is left without descendants." She instructed someone to inform Zhan Yan of Zhan Yu's whereabouts, and then withdrew into her quarters. Before long, the palace sent Lin Yuan an invitation, requesting her presence at a banquet hosted by the noble consort Zhan. Zhan Yan did not wish for her to attend, as his sister was not one to be trifled with. Lin Yuan urged him, "You can evade the first day, but not the 15th. Besides, I wish to visit Madame Yi and her children in the palace." Finally, Zhan Yan relented, advising Zi to remain closely by her side for protection. Upon hearing that Lin Yuan was to enter the palace, the venerable Lady Zhan commanded her servants to deliver a chest of exquisite garments, purportedly intended for the esteemed concubine Zhan. Lin Yuan did not decline, as the task of delivery would fall to Zhan Duoer instead. Upon her arrival at the palace, after undergoing scrutiny by the guards, she was escorted to the Cherry Blossom Hall of concubine Zhan. The Cherry Blossom Hall was adorned with an abundance of cherry blossom trees. When a gentle breeze stirred, the air was suffused with their fragrance, and pink petals cascaded gracefully, creating a truly enchanting scene. Lin Yuan maintained her composure, for even the most beautiful flowers must eventually wither. Moreover, within the palace, numerous consorts vied for the affection of a single man. How exhausting it must be! What significance did concubine Zhan's current favor hold? Next year's selection would surely bring forth fresh beauties, vibrant and alluring, destined to eclipse her. A fleeting favor is not equivalent to true affection. Only enduring devotion possesses true merit. Zhan Duoer, however, was utterly captivated, gazing about with wide-eyed admiration. She could not help but muse on the wonders of residing in such a splendid palace, attended by throngs of servants, spending her days playing music, admiring flowers, and sipping tea. What exquisite bliss that would be! Clenching her palm tightly, her yearning to enter the palace intensified. Upon entering the inner chamber, she beheld concubine Zhan, resplendent in a lavish pink and white gown, reclining languidly upon a soft couch, gently stroking a black-eyed raccoon. A nearby maid loudly reprimanded, "Impudent Lin Yuan. Upon meeting Her Excellency the concubine, why do you not promptly kneel and pay your respects?" Lin Yuan instinctively furrowed her brow. On the day she received her title, she should have requested a golden plaque exempting her from kneeling before the emperor. She certainly did not wish to prostrate herself before consort Zhan, who might seek revenge and prevent her from rising again. In her previous life, consort Zhan, in her quest for imperial favor and in the name of her grandfather's safety, had coerced her into procuring numerous aphrodisiacs. When the incident came to light, all blame was shifted onto her, resulting in a severe punishment from the Ministry of Internal Affairs that left her deeply wounded. She would never kneel before her enemy. Just as she hesitated, Zhan Duoer had already obediently knelt and performed a grand salute. This humble daughter, Zhan Duoer, pays her respects to the esteemed consort. Consort Zhan squinted and smiled. "My dear child, there is no need for such formality. You are truly a credit to your mother, so well-mannered." Lin Yuan could not help but roll her eyes inwardly. She could have simply stated that she lacked decorum without resorting to such veiled insults. Since consort Zhan had already deemed her impolite, why then should she be compelled to kneel? Without hesitation, she stood aside as Zhan Duoer rose. Consort Zhan's face darkened with fury, and she swiftly signaled to her maidservants. The maidservant immediately reproached, "Madam Ho, has no one taught you the etiquette of the palace? Upon encountering Her Highness, one must perform a kneeling salute. If you do not comprehend this, I shall have someone teach you how to kneel." As her words fell, several burly matrons positioned themselves behind Lin Yuan. She frowned and surveyed them. How audacious! As a noblewoman of the first rank, do you dare lay hands on me? The maid angrily accused. It is you who first disrespected Her Highness the concubine. I merely instructed others to teach you the proper etiquette and palace rules. Lin Yuan retorted, since my appointment, His Majesty has granted me the privilege of walking without kneeling in the palace. If I am not required to kneel before the emperor, how could your esteemed concubine dare to surpass him? Chapter 106. The challenge. Concubine Zhan suddenly clenched the silk handkerchief in her hand. How could this be? She had no recollection of the emperor granting her the privilege of exemption from kneeling. Surely, she must have misinterpreted his decree. This was a grave offense. She quickly rebuked. Lin Yuan, how dare you? Do you realize that falsely conveying the emperor's intent is punishable by 100 strokes? At that moment, Lin Yuan was gambling on the assurance that Zhan Yan would not allow her to suffer any injustice, relying on the strong bond between the emperor and himself. Thus, she felt emboldened. With a calm demeanor, she replied, "If Her Highness doubts my words, she may send someone to inquire directly with the emperor to ascertain whether I have indeed misrepresented his decree." A fierce struggle flickered in the depths of concubine Zhan's eyes. What if she spoke the truth? Would she not then incur the emperor's disdain for no reason? Lin Yuan lowered her gaze, exuding an unparalleled composure. At that moment, Zhan Duoer, puzzled, inquired, "Madam, when the emperor sent someone to the marquis's residence to issue the decree, I did not hear anything about the exemption from kneeling. Could it be that you are mistaken?" Concubine Zhan's eyes suddenly gleamed with a chilling intensity as she coldly remarked, "Ah, Lin Yuan, you truly possess audacity beyond measure. Today, I shall take you before the emperor to clarify this matter. Should it be proven that you have lied, 100 strokes shall be your fate, and there will be no escape." She believed that her harsh words would undoubtedly fluster Lin Yuan. However, to her surprise, Lin remained composed and even responded with an air of arrogance, saying, "Very well, I shall accompany you." Just as they were about to exit the hall, they spotted the chief eunuch Li Delu hastily approaching the emperor's side. As the chief eunuch, he was accustomed to a life of luxury and ease, typically navigating even the gravest matters with a steady demeanor. Yet, on this occasion, he seemed to be nearly tripping over his own feet in haste. Perspiration glistened on his chubby face, and he paid no mind to wipe it away, revealing just how urgent his situation was. Zhang Guifei assumed that the emperor had sent him to deliver something to her, and she quickly approached him with a beaming smile, inquiring, "Li Gonggong, what brings you here? Has the emperor tasked you with delivering something to me?" Li Delu gasped for breath as he replied, Zhang Guifei, oblivious to his distress, peered behind him, asking, "What is it? What delightful item has arrived? Has the fresh longan from the southern region been delivered so swiftly after I mentioned it to the emperor just the other day?" She blinked her eyes and pondered. Why would the emperor bestow upon me a gold medal? Although she was unaware of the reason, she regarded it as a fortunate occurrence. With a smile, she performed a curtsy, saying, "This humble servant thanks the emperor." As she spoke, she reached for the tray in Li Delu's hands. Li Delu quickly sidestepped her gesture, offering a polite yet slightly awkward smile as he replied, "The gold medal is not for your highness, but rather for Madame Yin of the marquis's residence." Lin Yuan pointed to her own nose. "Astonished me?" Li Delu nodded eagerly, proclaiming, "Indeed, please invite Madame Yin to step forward and accept the imperial gold medal." Lin Yuan swiftly approached, lifting her skirts and kneeling on the ground, exclaiming, "Your humble servant is present." Li Delu declared loudly, "Madame Yin of the Ho residence is kind and gentle, possessing both beauty and intelligence. She has rendered immense service to preserve the lineage of the Duke's household, for which I am profoundly grateful. Thus, I bestow upon her a gold medal, granting her the privilege to roam freely within the palace and the right to walk without kneeling." The Empress Zhan was nearly struck dumb with astonishment. How could the emperor possibly bestow such an absurd honor? Since the establishment of the dynasty, no woman had ever received such an accolade. Lin Yuan, what merit had she to deserve this? The empress was nearly beside herself with fury, feeling utterly humiliated by the emperor's actions. Li Delu, smiling brightly, urged, "Madame Yan, quickly accept the gold medal. I must return to report to the emperor." Lin Yuan promptly responded, "Your humble servant thanks the emperor for his generous reward." Rising, she took the gold medal and turned to the visibly displeased Empress Zhan, saying, "Your Highness, shall I inquire of the emperor regarding any punishment for me?" Li Delu instinctively asked, "What transgression? What wrong has Madame Yin committed?" He nodded affirmatively. "The servants take their leave." Zhan Duoer spoke first, "Aunt, grandmother misses you dearly and has specially ordered beautiful garments to be made for you at Ishian Pavilion, crafted from the finest materials." The Empress Zhan gestured to the nearby maidservant. "Open it, and let us see." The maidservant opened the box, and instantly, a dazzling brilliance radiated forth. The noble consort Zhan could not help but exclaim, "The embroidery skills of the seamstresses at Ishian Pavilion are truly remarkable. They have crafted this brocade skirt with golden threads, making it exceptionally splendid." Zhan Duoer gazed enviously, yearning for a brocade skirt of her own. Surely, adorning herself in such finery would capture the emperor's attention, perhaps even earning her his favor. In that case, she could remain in the palace as a consort, living a life of luxury and opulence. She had endured several humiliations, being pushed down repeatedly, leaving her in a foul state that required days of scrubbing to cleanse. Taking a deep breath, a wave of jealousy flickered in her eyes. At that moment, a young palace maid hurriedly approached with a tea bowl, intending to serve Lin Yuan. Just as she was about to present it, she stumbled, and the tea bowl came crashing down towards her. In an instant, Zhan Duoer felt someone grasp her, but alas, the bowl's contents splattered all over her brocade skirt. Ready to unleash her ire, she heard consort Zhan swiftly interject, "You foolish wretch! How dare you soil Lady Yan's gown? Since her figure resembles mine, let her don this golden threaded skirt gifted by my mother instead." A surge of delight filled Zhan Duoer's heart. "Ah, I get to wear the golden threaded skirt. How splendid!" This was indeed to her liking. She quickly replied, "Aunt, Lady Yan's attire is perfectly fine. It is my skirt that has been drenched." Meeting the gaze of her eyes, filled with joy, consort Zhan nearly toppled from her chair in exasperation. What on earth was happening? Shouldn't Lin Yuan's attire be stained? In that fleeting moment, what exactly transpired? She glared fiercely at the young palace maid, who, frightened, immediately bowed and pleaded for forgiveness. This servant slipped and inadvertently soiled Miss Zhan's dress. "Please spare me, esteemed concubine." Concubine Zhan seethed with indignation, her teeth grinding in fury as she commanded sharply, "Someone, take this clumsy wench away." Chapter 107. Flower appreciation. The young palace maid cried out in desperation, "Your Highness, please have mercy. Grant me another chance, and I assure you, I will not make a mistake again." Concubine Zhan, feeling a pang of guilt, vehemently denied, "You misheard. She is merely babbling out of fear." With a wave of her hand, the young maid's mouth was swiftly silenced. Zhan Duoer spoke with a pitiful tone, "Aunt, my dress is soiled, and I came in such haste that I did not bring a spare." Concubine Zhan, filled with exasperation, retorted, "Someone, take Miss Zhan away to change into new attire." Without hesitation, Lin Yuan interjected, "No, there is already a suitable dress available. I believe the size would fit Zhan Duoer, as she shares a similar stature with your Highness. This golden threaded gown could be worn by her." Zhan Duoer looked up at concubine Zhan with hope in her eyes. "Aunt, may I wear it?" A flicker of panic crossed concubine Zhan's gaze as she firmly scolded, "Absolutely not. This garment was crafted for me by your grandmother. How could it be given to you?" Zhan Duoer bit her lip in frustration, her charming face etched with disappointment. Lin Yuan furrowed her brows and said, "Your Highness, the Empress, I have just clearly heard that I am permitted to wear it, yet Dor cannot. You must not show favoritism. If this were to spread, it would appear as though you are mistreating your own niece." Zhan Dor instinctively denied, "No, my aunt does not mistreat Dor. She merely did not allow me to wear the golden silk gown." Zhan Guifei's face turned pale with anger. It was not that she did not wish for the girl to wear the gown, but rather that she did not want to risk the child's life. Yet now, she found herself caught in a dilemma, subjected to Lin Yuan's scrutiny. As she pondered her predicament, Lin Yuan spoke softly. "Could it be that there is something amiss with this golden silk gown, which makes you, your Highness, so hesitant in your decision?" Zhan Dor's expression changed abruptly, and she quickly interjected, "There is nothing wrong with this gown. It was crafted at great expense by grandmother. I can try it on for you." She swiftly retrieved the gown from the box and dashed into the inner hall to change. Moments later, she emerged, her face beaming with joy, exclaiming, "Look, how it shines in golden brilliance. It is so beautiful." Lin Yuan narrowed her eyes. Indeed, it was stunning. Zhang Guifei, seated in a position of authority, felt her eyelids twitch violently as she gazed at the golden silk gown, her fists clenching tightly. Lin Yuan praised at such a vibrant age. Door looks as if the gown was tailored specifically for her. Your aunt's reluctance to let you wear it seems to stem from her fear that you may outshine her. Zhan Duoer cast a somewhat guilty glance at imperial concubine Zhan and cautiously remarked, Aunt, I cannot possibly outshine you. Your beauty is unparalleled, and at my tender age, how could I ever compare? Imperial concubine Zhan nearly choked on her breath. This impudent girl truly lacked tact. Was she subtly mocking her age? It infuriated her. The fool had been manipulated by Lin Yuan, yet remained blissfully unaware. How could her mother have raised such a dim-witted creature? At that moment, Lin Yuan suggested, As this humble servant has just arrived at the Cherry Blossom Pavilion, I find the scenery outside to be exquisite. Since it is still too early for lunch, might it not be delightful for your highness to lead us for a stroll in the garden? We could also admire the cherry blossoms that His Majesty personally planted to elicit a smile from the esteemed concubine. Imperial concubine Zhan furrowed her brow. She had no desire to take Zhan Duoer outside, particularly since her gown was not suited for exposure to the sun. Zhan Duoer felt a pang of disappointment. If she was not permitted to go out, whom would she showcase her beautiful dress to? She had heard that the chances of encountering His Majesty at the Cherry Blossom Pavilion were quite high. Her aunt was truly selfish. Her heart brimmed with resentment. Yet she felt utterly powerless. Lin Yuan did not come to her defense this time, but instead hurried out alongside imperial concubine Zhan. Suddenly, a low voice echoed in her ear. No wonder the esteemed concubine does not allow Miss Zhan to enjoy the flowers in the garden. It seems His Majesty has arrived. His Majesty? Zhan Duoer's heart raced wildly. She glanced down at the golden silk gown she wore. How splendid it was. If she stood in the sunlight, she would undoubtedly be as radiant as a celestial being. This is her sole opportunity to remain within the palace. She cannot afford to miss it. Resolute in her decision, she hesitated no longer, lifting her skirt and hastening towards the exit. Zhan Yan, stationed at the door, was taken aback and swiftly interposed. Miss Zhan, without the permission of the esteemed consort, you cannot leave the inner chamber. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Zhan Duoer's eyes. Anything that obstructed her path to becoming a consort was unwelcome. With a forceful push, she sent Zhan Yan tumbling to the ground. Zhan Yan cried out in alarm. Miss, do not be willful. The consort only wishes what is best for you. How can you disregard her? Zhan Duoer remained unyielding. If her aunt truly cared for her, she would present her before the emperor rather than sequester her within the inner palace. Humph. She aspired to be the most radiant woman in the Sakura Hall. She yearned to capture the emperor's heart. She longed to ascend to the status of a consort, soaring to new heights like a phoenix. Breathless, she dashed into the Sakura garden and, indeed, spotted a tall figure clad in brilliant yellow. He exuded an air of nobility, particularly with the warmth that radiated from his brow, devoid of the aloofness typically associated with an emperor, rendering him approachable. She was drawn to such a man and wished to present herself in her most enchanting form before him. Quickly, she regulated her breath, maximizing the brightness of her lovely visage. Lifting her skirt, she sprinted towards the crowd, calling out sweetly as she ran. Aunt Duoer is here. The moment Zhang Guifei laid eyes on her, the smile on her face vanished, replaced by a look of terror and unease. Boom! Just as Zhan Duoer was sprinting, her dress suddenly ignited, enveloping her in flames. Ah, help! Her piercing cries echoed throughout the cherry blossom garden. Zhan Yan reacted swiftly. Although he held no fondness for this niece, he could not bear to watch her perish in such a horrific manner. Amidst the gasps of onlookers, he delivered a powerful kick that propelled Zhan Duoer into the lotus pond. Lin Yuan felt a shiver of fear. Thankfully, she had not donned the golden-threaded dress, or she would have been the one burned at this moment. The spontaneous combustion, perceived by the discerning, would undoubtedly be seen as a sign of malevolence. What grave sins must one commit to incur such divine retribution? It must be acknowledged that the scheme devised by old Madame Zhan and concubine Zhan was truly ruthless, aiming to cast her into an abyss of despair. Fortunately, she had sensed something amiss with the shimmering golden threads of the dress. It turned out they had been sprinkled with phosphorus powder. Emperor Shengyan's expression grew grave, and he spoke in a low voice. Quickly summon Physician Lin. Chapter 108. Shock, yet the box remained, and the remnants of the phosphorus powder should not be difficult to trace. What should be done? Frame Lin Yuan? That would not do. The dress was originally intended for her. Should Zhan Yan discover the truth, his fury would be uncontainable. She resided in the harem and relied on his influence in the court. Thus, she could not openly tarnish Lin Yuan's reputation. Moreover, as she was now a member of the Zhan family, she could covertly inflict damage, but publicly, she must maintain the honor of the marquisate. Thus, the queen must bear the blame. She swiftly signaled to a nearby maid, who nodded in understanding before hastily departing. Unbeknownst to the unsuspecting queen, while she sat comfortably in the palace, calamity was descending from above. How unfair it was for her. Consort Zhan was already in tears, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Your Majesty, my precious duo has only just entered the palace, a vibrant young girl like a blossoming bud. And now she has been reduced to this state. How shall I explain this to my elder brother and our mother at home? I implore you to seek justice for her. Emperor Shengyan felt a twinge of guilt. After all, she was a girl from the Zhan family. It was not just the consort he had to consider, but also Zhan Yan, was it not? He had already forsaken his own humanity, and now, allowing a young girl from his household to suffer such unwarranted harm was an untenable situation. If this matter went unresolved, it would be difficult to justify. He then composed himself and declared sternly, "Where is Commander Li Yud of the Imperial Guards?" Emperor Shengyan ordered with authority, "Investigate who schemed against Zhan Duo, and ensure the true culprit is apprehended, so that the Zhan family may receive an explanation." Li Yud promptly acknowledged and proceeded without hesitation towards Zhan Duo. Physician Lin, with complexity in his voice, remarked, "It was the phosphorus powder that caused her burns. Commander, you must be aware that such substances can spontaneously ignite under sunlight." Li Yud was taken aback. What enmity could have led to this? At that moment, Consort Zhan approached swiftly, stating, "I recall now, when Madame Yan entered the palace. She gifted me a gown woven with golden threads. Duo accidentally stained it, and had to change into it in haste." Lin Yuan smirked derisively, plotting to drag her into this mess as well. The noble Consort Zhan, with her eyes filled with sorrow, lamented softly, "Sister-in-law, must we delineate our boundaries so distinctly?" Lin Yuan, maintaining her composure, replied, "I dare not presume, yet I fear it may lead His Majesty to misunderstand, believing I have intentionally conspired against Zhan Duo." Consort Zhan retorted, "But mother would never do such a thing. She cherishes Duo above all. How could she wish her harm? Moreover, this attire was originally intended for me." As her words lingered in the air, she abruptly covered her mouth. With tears welling in her eyes, she turned to Emperor Shengyan. "Your Majesty, could it be that someone seeks to harm me, and thus has sprinkled phosphorus powder upon the golden silk gown?" Emperor Shengyan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed, that is a plausible scenario. He then commanded Li Yud, "Swiftly investigate the scrutiny this chest underwent upon entering the palace." Li Yud hastened to the inspection pavilion, only to find the supervising eunuch deep in slumber. Irritated, he exclaimed, "What hour is it that Master Wang can still afford to sleep?" Yet, there was no response. Li Yud's expression shifted dramatically as he approached to check the eunuch's breath. Dead. A flicker of shock crossed his eyes. Upon discovering the confession letter, a chill swept across Emperor Shengyan's face. He barked, "Open it. Read it aloud for me." Li Yud unfurled the rice paper and hastily read, "This servant acknowledges his crimes. Knowing they are beyond pardon, I can only resort to poison for my demise. All my actions were under the command of Her Majesty the Empress. I had no choice." At this declaration, Emperor Shengyan instinctively countered, "Impossible. The Empress possesses a gentle nature. How could she commit such a vile act?" The noble consort Zhan bitter-lipped forcefully, asserting, "I too believe it was not the Empress." Yet Master Wang penned a confession himself. A profound struggle flickered in the depths of Emperor Shengyan's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke with difficulty, "Summon the Empress." The Empress hurriedly arrived, her countenance grave and unsettling. Clearly having heard of Master Wang's accusation implicating her in the attempted murder of Consort Zhan, her piercing gaze swept over Consort Zhan before she promptly approached Emperor Shengyan and bowed. "This humble servant greets your Majesty." Emperor Shengyan inquired, "Empress, did you ever instruct Master Wang to sprinkle phosphorus powder into the chest of garments sent from the Marquis's residence to Consort Zhan?" The Empress shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "This humble servant did not." The four succinct and forceful words conveyed her stance. Consort Zhan, choking back tears, replied, "I too believe the Empress would not be so vicious. However, since Master Wang has left behind a confession to prove the Empress's innocence, it is imperative to search her palace to silence the scandalous gossip." Without hesitation, the Empress interjected, Why should we search the palace when I have committed no wrongdoing? Merely based on a confession whose authenticity is in question? Consort Zhan, momentarily forgetting her tears, furiously questioned, Empress, what do you mean by that? The Empress disregarded her and turned to the Emperor, stating, Your Majesty, I believe someone is framing me. Master Wang did not commit suicide by poison, but instead was murdered by someone who then fabricated a confession. Emperor Zhan Yan nodded in approval, acknowledging, the Empress makes a valid point. As the sovereign of the inner palace, the search of your domain is indeed a matter of great significance. Therefore, let us first ascertain the true cause of the inner supervisor Wang's demise before proceeding further. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan could not help but feel a pang of resentment. Did this not reflect the Emperor's profound trust and support for the Empress? Why then, in her previous life, had he turned a blind eye to the Empress's tragic fate, remaining indifferent? The Emperor's favoritism was glaringly evident as the noble consort Zhan's face paled with indignation. Even with irrefutable evidence against her, he still chose to consider the Empress's dignity. How biased he is, she thought. Emperor Zhan Yan interrupted her thoughts. Consort, have you not always maintained a harmonious relationship with the Empress? Surely, you would not wish to see her unjustly accused, would you? Consort Zhan ground her teeth, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her features. Lin Yuan, observing the unfolding drama, found herself astonished. Indeed, the courtiers were astute and cunning. Just a few words had rendered Consort Zhan awkward. With a pale face, she murmured, Yes, I too hope we can swiftly uncover the true culprit. Chapter 109. The true culprit. Emperor Zhan Yan swiftly asserted, First, we must verify the handwriting of inner supervisor Wang. If we can prove that the confession was not penned by him, the Empress's innocence will be established. The Empress bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. I have brought his regular handwriting samples. He had visited the Ministry of Internal Affairs in the capital to collect necessary items, leaving behind his signature. She instructed someone to present the samples to Emperor Zhan Yan, while also providing a copy for Consort Zhan. After reviewing the document, Zhan Yan instinctively spoke up, Your Majesty. The confession is indeed not penned by Supervisor Wang himself. Lin Yuan also leaned in to observe, clearly noting the disparity in handwriting. With wide eyes, she inquired, My lord, does this not suggest that the confession was deliberately forged to mislead the investigation in pursuit of the true culprit? Zhan Yi nodded affirmatively. You are quite right. Lin Yuan continued, Then shall we hypothesize in the opposite direction and search within the palace for matching handwriting corresponding to the confession? Before Zhan Yan could respond, Emperor Zhan Yan excitedly interjected, Madam Ho, that is an excellent suggestion. We should begin our investigation with the signatures from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The answer must lie among them. At this, concubine Gui felt a tightening in her throat. If such an inquiry were to proceed, her scheme would be laid bare. What a predicament. It was all Lin Yuan's fault. How dare she speak up? The notion of hypothesizing in reverse only served to highlight her capabilities. With a fierce tug, she ripped at her silk handkerchief, her eyes brimming with malice. The Empress glanced at her. Sister Gui, why does your countenance appear so pallid? Are you unwell? Would you like to have Physician Lin take a look at you? Concubine Gui quickly waved her hand. No need, sister. I am merely worried about Duer, who has suffered on my behalf. It weighs heavily on my heart. Internally, concubine Gui rolled her eyes dramatically. Thank you very much. Yet, she was compelled to don a facade of cheerfulness. Indeed, what elder sister Empress says is correct. The Empress cast her a sidelong glance and fell silent thereafter. At this moment, Li Yud was meticulously examining the records of the Imperial Household Department, nearly wearing his fingers down to the bone. Yet he could not find any similar handwriting. In the vast imperial palace, the number of officials responsible for various palaces was not in the thousands, but certainly numbered in the hundreds. After comparing each palace, his eyes grew weary from the strain. As he approached the last palace, the Cherry Blossom Hall, he resolutely declared, There is no match. This ledger does not contain any similar handwriting. A wave of disappointment washed over the crowd. Even the Emperor Zhan Yan furrowed his brow and inquired, Have you thoroughly checked everything? Is there truly nothing? Consort Zhan let out a soft sigh of relief, dabbing her tear-stained eyes with a silk handkerchief. Your Majesty, since the true culprit has not been found, does that not leave my sister the Queen under suspicion? Before the Queen could respond, Lin Yuan feigned ignorance, saying, I observed clearly just now. Commander Li has not completed the comparisons. There are still a few sheets left. Zhan Yan nodded in agreement. Indeed, I also noted that. Feeling the Emperor's scrutinizing gaze upon him, Li had hurriedly explained, No, Your Majesty, The remaining sheets belong to the Cherry Blossom Hall. Would the consort deliberately conspire against herself? Consort Zhan instinctively objected. I would never. Emperor Shengyan waved his hand. For the sake of fairness, continue with the investigation. Consort Zhan became anxious. Your Majesty, do you not trust me? Emperor Shengyan gently reassured her. This is not a matter of trust. I seek to ensure equity. Every palace must be examined. How can we overlook the Cherry Blossom Hall? What do you fear? The queen followed closely with a remark. Indeed, dear concubine, what is it that you fear? No one would believe that you would harm yourself, would they? Concubine Zhan anxiously twisted her fingers, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Moments later, they heard Li Yud shout, I found it, my lord. Come quickly and see the handwriting of Green Lotus, the steward of the Cherry Blossom Palace. Zhan Yan strode over and observed handwriting identical to that of a confession. He bellowed in fury, where's Green Lotus? Standing beside concubine Zhan, Green Lotus dropped to her knees with a thud, her face pale as she said, I am here, your servant. Zhan Yan coldly interrogated, why did you forge the confession? Did you poison the royal supervisor? A fierce struggle flickered in Green Lotus's eyes. She knew she could not escape. As her words fell, she abruptly tore open her garments. Before the gazes of many, horrifying bruises from lashes marred her skin. Even on her chest, dark bite marks oozed with pus. Concubine Zhan's eyes widened in terror as she trembled. Heavens, Green Lotus, you have suffered such inhumane abuse. Why did you not tell me? How could you take such a risk? Zhan Yan pressed, then why did you conspire against the concubine? Green Lotus hurriedly denied, I never intended to harm the beloved concubine. I merely wished for her to thoroughly investigate this matter and bring the royal supervisor to justice. Unexpectedly, it was the unsuspecting Miss Duo who donned the garments. And she was burned alive. In my fright, I sought to frame the queen. The noble consort Zhan gritted her teeth in anger, exclaiming, Green Lotus, how could you commit such a foolish act? You have brought immense suffering upon me. Green Lotus, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowed her head. Tears streaming down her face as she implored, Your Highness, I am deeply sorry. I shall atone with my life. And I hope you can assist me in offering an apology to Miss Duor. Without hesitation, she seized a golden hairpin and plunged it fiercely into her own chest. Blood gushed forth, and she collapsed helplessly onto the ground. Consort Zhan rushed forward, desperately applying pressure to her wound while calling out, Someone, quickly, save her. Please, save her. Blood seeped through her fingers, rapidly staining her white silk gown. In a moment of despair, Consort Zhan fell into the emperor's embrace, sobbing, Your Majesty, it is my fault. If only I had discovered sooner that she was being mistreated, she would not have resorted to such a drastic act. Emperor Shengyan gently patted her back, reassuring her. It is in the past. Take care of yourself. He cast a knowing glance at Li Yud, signaling him to promptly remove the body. Lin Yuan had not anticipated that Consort Zhan would have prepared an escape route, and although it felt somewhat forced, it was still somewhat plausible. However, the wounds on Green Lotus did not appear to be fabricated. It remained uncertain whether they were inflicted by the royal supervisor or someone else. Ultimately, with the involved parties deceased, the truth would remain known only to the instigator. At that moment, Physician Lin had finished tending to Zhan Duor's injuries and, furrowing his brow, remarked, Fortunately, the Marquis extinguished the flames in time, preventing Miss Zhan from suffering burns all over her body. Alas, half of her face has been disfigured. Chapter 110. The Queen. Upon witnessing the gruesome visage of Zhan Duor, Lin Yuan felt no pity whatsoever. She was acutely aware that had she not evaded swiftly, that dress would have adorned her, and the burns would have marred her own flesh. Zhan Yan spoke with an air of indifference. I would trouble Physician Lin to escort her to the Sakura Palace. I shall take her out of the palace myself. In the end, Zhang Guifei fainted from her tears, prompting Shengyan Emperor to summon Zhan Yin to accompany him to the Sakura Palace. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan followed the queen to Weiyang Palace, which, in stark contrast to the opulence of the Sakura Palace, appeared rather unadorned for the sovereign of the harem. The queen's gaze, laden with complexity, lingered upon Lin Yuan, refusing to waver. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, What troubles you? Why does your majesty regard this humble servant so? The queen chuckled softly. I did not anticipate that the noble lady would be so astute. Surely, you are aware that the true culprit behind the incendiary powder box is not Lu He. Lin Yuan casually picked up a teacup from the table. Her demeanor languid as she replied, What does my knowledge matter? It is the emperor's perception that ultimately dictates the outcome. The queen swiftly grasped her hand, stating, I am aware that you and Zhang Guifei are not of the same ilk. Your sharp words towards her in the carriage made that abundantly clear. But why? She is of the Zhan family, and as the wife of Zhan Yan, should you not lend her your support? Lin Yuan lifted her gaze to meet that of the woman before her, the harrowing memories of her past life still vivid in her mind. She was meant to be the matriarch of the harem, yet was victimized by Zhan Guifei. She was indeed the embodiment of her former self. Kindred spirits often find solace in one another. Upon meeting her intricate gaze, the queen could not help but feel a twinge of confusion. Why did Lin Yuan regard her with a hint of compassion and empathy? What secrets did she possess? Lin Yuan slowly began to speak. Your Majesty, during our encounter in the carriage, I was indeed concerned for Lady Ye's health. As for today, I merely sought retribution. The queen understood then that this scheme was aimed directly at Lin Yuan. However, her keen intellect had unraveled the plot, leading to her being unjustly slandered by the vicious concubine Zhan. She had nearly become an unfortunate victim of circumstance. Her eyes flickered momentarily before she smiled and instructed, Emor, please prepare a cup of freshly dried lotus leaf tea for Lady Yan, to alleviate her heat and soothe her spirit. The attending palace maid, Emor, immediately bowed in acquiescence. Yes, this servant shall attend to it at once. She respectfully presented, Lady Yan, please enjoy this tea. Thank you. Lin Yuan instinctively accepted the cup, only to realize that the fragrant steam did not carry the expected aroma of lotus leaves. Upon closer inspection, the greenish leaves did bear a resemblance to lotus leaves at first glance. Yet, being well versed in various herbs, she recognized that this was not lotus leaf at all. Could it be that Emor made an error? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she quickly dismissed it. Emor was the head maidservant in the queen's court, her attire signifying her remarkable status within the Weiyang Palace. As she passed by, even the younger maids referred to her as Aunt Emor. Such a composed and meticulous individual could not possibly serve the wrong brew. Unless it is intentional, it is under the queen's command to test her. Thus, she must be straightforward. After all, she no longer wishes to conceal her knowledge of pharmacology and her medical skills. She aims to secure the greatest advantage for herself in this life. Only by doing so can she protect her family and become even more formidable. Seemingly sensing Lin Yuan's hesitation, the queen inquired with feigned calmness, Madam Yan, what troubles you? You have been gazing at the tea for quite some time. Is there something amiss? Lin Yuan chuckled softly. The tea itself poses no issue. However, it is not lotus leaves, but rather another type of leaf that bears a striking resemblance, known as pao bamboo leaves, also referred to as senna leaves. The queen feigned astonishment, widening her eyes. How can this be? They appear identical to me. What distinctions lie between these two leaves? Lin Yuan, undeterred by whether the queen was genuinely ignorant or merely pretending, proceeded to elucidate. There is indeed a difference. Lotus leaves are neutral in nature and possess the ability to reduce excessive heat, while pao bamboo leaves lean towards the cold side. My constitution is already somewhat weak in the spleen and stomach. If I were to consume this bowl, I would surely find myself confined to the lavatory of your Weiyang Palace for an extended period. Quickly, Lin Yuan interjected, Your Majesty. There is no need to punish Miss Mo. The two leaves are remarkably similar and easily confused. It is entirely understandable. So please do not hold her accountable on my behalf. She understood better than anyone that the queen had no intention of punishing Mo. It was merely a ruse to solicit her intercession. She decided to comply with the queen's intentions and observe what scheme she was devising. The queen indeed descended gracefully, her expression composed as she addressed, Mo, it is imperative that you remember to be more vigilant in the future. Should another noblewoman within the palace consume such tea, they might presume that I intend to harm her, deliberately administering a laxative. After her departure, she closed the palace doors behind her. The vast palace now contained only the queen and Lin Yuan, and the atmosphere became somewhat stifling. Lin Yuan was the first to shatter the silence. Your Majesty, do you have something you wish to convey to me? The queen, with a countenance reflecting a myriad of emotions, replied, You, my dear girl, though still youthful, possess a remarkable composure that truly impresses me. Zhan Yan has indeed married a treasure of a wife. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with laughter as she cradled her cheeks, exclaiming, Your Majesty, please do not flatter me so. It may lead to my pride. The queen playfully tapped her forehead. Now that is more like you, little clever one. I recall when your grandfather brought you into the palace, you were so small and thin. I wondered how he, with a decent salary, could not care for his child properly. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and remarked, Is that why your majesty occasionally sends exquisite pastries from the palace to the Lin family? The queen, her eyes widening in delight, responded, You remember that? Lin Yuan nodded eagerly. I cherish all kindness bestowed upon me. I am not foolish. However, I must inquire why you cease sending them later on. The queen sighed in resignation. I fear you may not believe me. But when I went to the palace gates to receive Lady Yi, it was the first time in years that I stepped outside Weiyang Palace. Lin Yuan's smile gradually faded. She was unaware of the queen's circumstances that had become so dire as to confine her to the palace. The queen refrained from elaborating further and instead rose to retrieve a ceramic jar from the inner chamber. Lin Yuan, taken aback, inquired, What is this? Chapter 111. The residue of medicine. The queen opened the jar with a gesture. Madam Yan, since you possess knowledge of pharmacology, please examine the remnants within this jar. Is there anything amiss? Lin Yuan furrowed her brow. Truthfully, the residue had likely been there for quite some time, emitting an unpleasant odor. Yet, she understood that the queen's solemnity in presenting the jar signified its immense importance. After a meticulous examination, she finally spoke. This is a remedy for dispelling wind and reducing fever. There appears to be no issue at all. The hope on the queen's face abruptly vanished, and she trembled as she asked, Do you truly believe there are no problems? Observing her precarious state, Lin Yuan quickly supported her, saying, These are merely the most common fever-reducing herbs. In terms of quality, they are exceptionally fine, and the efficacy should be remarkably effective. The queen could not suppress a bitter smile. Is there any medicine from the imperial pharmacy that is subpar? After a pause, she continued with a heavy heart. This was the last prescription the crown prince consumed before his passing. He accidentally fell into the pond of the imperial garden that day and developed a high fever that night. Coincidentally, your grandfather had been dispatched by the emperor to procure medicine, so I instructed the other imperial physicians to prepare a fever-reducing remedy. Who would have thought that after consuming it, he would never awaken again? Lin Yuan was profoundly astonished. How could there be no recollection of this matter in her mind? Noticing her expression, the empress hastily clarified, The emperor has imposed a gag order regarding this issue, and very few are aware of it. The court physician who dispensed the medicine insisted he had not erred, yet the emperor harbored an abiding hatred for him and ordered his execution. Lin Yuan nodded in understanding. It was no wonder the empress had secluded herself within the palace. Anyone faced with such a monumental upheaval would undoubtedly feel distressed. After all, it is the most heartrending sorrow to lose a child, especially one so dearly beloved. Moreover, he was the empress's only legitimate son. Upon learning the origins of the medicinal residue, Lin Yuan could not restrain her curiosity. Did you not consult my grandfather? She quickly pressed on. What symptoms did he exhibit before his demise? Shaking her head, Lin Yuan reassured her, Your Majesty, do not blame yourself. If you were to succumb to despair, the crown prince in the netherworld would never find peace. The empress clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth as she declared, I must indeed live on. Until the cause of his death is thoroughly investigated, how can I find solace? Lin Yuan gently assisted her to a chair before meticulously examining the remnants of the medicine once more. The herb Zhan possesses the ability to reduce fever and cool the blood, while the use of Lian Xiao was aptly applied. These antipyretic herbs could not possibly result in gastrointestinal ulceration, unless, perhaps, it was not the medicine at fault, but rather the ingestion of something incompatible. Seemingly perceiving Lin Yuan's skepticism, the empress swiftly interjected, Ever since the crown prince fell into the water, he has been listless. I specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare his favorite venison porridge, yet whatever he consumed, he expelled in equal measure. Lin Yuan lowered her gaze in contemplation. Could it be that when your majesty was not present, someone administered an unknown substance to him? The empress vehemently shook her head in denial. Impossible. The attendants around the crown prince were meticulously selected by both his majesty and myself. Furthermore, his majesty devoted sleepless nights to investigating the matter for several days, finding nothing amiss. In that instant, Lin Yuan comprehended the empress's fixation on retaining the remnants of the medicine. It was evident that she harbored suspicions regarding the concoction. Indeed, it seemed that the dregs within this earthen jar were her sole source of vitality. Such is the heart of a parent, filled with concern. She refocused her attention on the remnants and quickly said, Your Majesty, could you permit Moer to escort me to the imperial pharmacy? I need to procure another batch of the same herbs. The empress nodded eagerly. Certainly. Take my token. No one shall trouble you. Lin Yuan accepted the token and hastily followed Moer out. Upon arriving at the imperial pharmacy, a court physician ushered Lin Yuan inside. Although she possessed the Empress's token, a physician still stood guard nearby. She murmured incantations, 3 ounces of forsythia, 2 ounces of eupatorium. Emoer stood agape, pondering how this Lady Yin could recall the details so vividly without even having brought the dregs along. Indeed, as the esteemed granddaughter of Physician Lin, she possesses a remarkable talent for medicine. Truly, she is a fortunate soul blessed by the heavens. Lin Yuan was unaware of the depth of Emoer's envy. She was solely focused on meticulously selecting the herbs. It was not until she sought the final ingredient, the summer withering grass, that a sudden epiphany struck her. This resembled the deadly poison. If that were the case, then the remnants of the medicine would indeed be harmless. However, the potion that the Crown Prince consumed was a lethal toxin capable of causing severe gastric ulcers. Emoer, not daring to delay, hurriedly led her towards the Weiyang Palace. Upon their departure, a furtive little eunuch stealthily emerged from the shadows, casting a glance towards the Weiyang Palace before swiftly making his way towards the cold palace situated in the southwest corner of the imperial grounds. Upon encountering the Empress, Lin Yuan directly stated, "Your Majesty, I have realized that while the remnants of the medicine pose no issue, it does not guarantee that the cauldron is devoid of problems. Do you have knowledge of its whereabouts?" The Empress furrowed her brow in contemplation. "I had instructed for the cauldron to be sealed away. It should be located in the hidden chamber of the Crown Prince's East Palace. Allow me to escort you there." As they arrived at the East Palace, they were greeted by a dismal sight. Emoer quietly explained, "Ever since the Crown Prince's passing, the Empress has commanded the sealing of the East Palace. And with the Emperor having no intentions of designating an heir, she has permitted this state of affairs." Just as her words lingered in the air, a sneaky little eunuch suddenly dashed out from within the hall, clutching something bulging in his arms. Upon witnessing the scene, Emoer immediately exclaimed, "Who dares to intrude here with such audacity?" Chapter 112. Evidence. The young inner eunuch, stricken with fear, turned pale and fell to his knees in supplication. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I am but a humble monkey left to guard the Eastern Palace. The days have been unbearable, and I foolishly turned my gaze towards the treasures within the hall. I deserve punishment." In a sudden burst of fury, Emoer tore open his garments, and with a clatter, a multitude of gold and silver utensils tumbled forth. The Queen's countenance darkened with rage. These were items once cherished by her son. How could a mere dog servant pilfer them all? She raised her hand and struck the young eunuch with great force, gripping his collar tightly as she shouted, "Who permitted you to act thus? Speak, who was it?" After shaking him repeatedly, blood began to seep from his nose and ears. Lin Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as she anxiously intervened. "Your Majesty, you must release him. He has ingested poison." "Poison?" The Queen instinctively loosened her grip, her face turning an ashen hue. She clutched her ears in terror and let out a harrowing scream. Emoer was instantly alarmed, her eyes reddening with concern. "Madam Yan, you must attend to the Queen. She appears to be in distress, perhaps recalling the moment of the Crown Prince's demise." Lin Yuan, sensing the urgency, understood that such an intense shock could drive the Queen to madness. It seemed their actions had drawn the attention of malevolent eyes, for otherwise, a mere monkey would not have been placed in the Eastern Palace to await them. She swiftly pierced the Queen with a silver needle, rendering her unconscious, and forced a pill into her mouth. As for the little eunuch, she also plunged the silver needle into his vital point and shouted loudly to Emoer, "Hurry. This little eunuch still has a chance for salvation. Quickly drag him into the palace, while I tend to Her Majesty." Emoer was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, the little eunuch was already deceased, so why did Madame Yan claim he could still be saved? However, being the chief palace maid trained by the Queen herself, she kept her doubts to herself and did not voice them. She hastily dragged the little monkey into the inner chamber and stationed guards around to maintain a vigilant watch. After a brief moment, the Queen gradually regained consciousness, her emotions settling back to composure. She inquired hoarsely, "What has become of that little eunuch? Is he still alive?" The Queen suddenly sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "You must take me to see him at once." The two hurried toward the inner chamber, completely unaware of the figure lurking in the shadows, who stomped his foot in frustration. He dared not hesitate and swiftly vanished from sight. Inside the palace, the Queen gazed upon the little eunuch, whose face was ashen and darkened, her eyes filled with a chilling resolve. She furrowed her brow and asked, "Did you not say he was still alive?" "Shoo." Lin Yuan placed her finger to her lips. The Queen's eyes flickered momentarily before she lowered her voice and said, "You have spread false information to draw out his master?" Lin Yuang nodded. All's fair in war. The queen did not hesitate further and swiftly made her way toward the study in the inner chamber. Lin Yuang was not surprised. Those with ulterior motives had already stolen the items ahead of them. Now, all that remained was to bait the hook. The queen comprehended her scheme and turned to Moer beside her, instructing, "You shall inform His Majesty that thieves have invaded the Crown Prince's palace, and the culprits have been apprehended. Urge him to come swiftly to address the matter." Moer nodded and hurriedly departed. As she exited the Crown Prince's palace, she encountered an elderly maid carrying a food box, who, astonished, inquired, "Oh, is this not the esteemed Moer from the Queen's palace? What brings you to the Crown Prince's residence so suddenly?" The old maid's eyes widened in disbelief. Merely a trifling thief, yet the Queen, as the sovereign of the harem, cannot handle the situation at her discretion? Without hesitation, Moer replied, "You misunderstand. This thief is of no ordinary consequence. He may have stolen vital evidence intended to harm His Highness the Crown Prince." Suddenly, she clamped her hand over her mouth, her face betraying her regret for the slip of the tongue. The old maid instinctively raised her finger, assuring, "I swear, I shall not speak carelessly." "Fear not, Moer." Moer nodded, cautioning, "Do not linger around the Crown Prince's palace. The masters are in a foul mood and might misdirect their anger." The old maid promptly agreed. "I am grateful for your warning, Moer. I shall take my leave." As she watched the maid's retreating figure, a complex emotion flickered in Moer's eyes. Before long, a young maid from the Weiyang Palace rushed into the Crown Prince's residence, exclaiming urgently, "Your Majesty, the two young masters from the Marquis's estate have suddenly fallen ill, crying uncontrollably. Neither of the wet nurses can soothe them. Lady Yi requests your immediate presence to assess the situation." A flicker of intense struggle passed through the queen's eyes as she tightened her grip on the fingers concealed within her sleeve. "Wanjun, can you manage to stay here alone?" Lin Yuang quickly replied, "I can. Your Majesty will arrive shortly, and my husband should be by his side." Almost as soon as she departed, an inconspicuous little eunuch entered the inner hall, flustered and calling out, "Madam Yan, are you inside? The Lord is about to leave the palace. He sent me to inform you." Lin Yuang feigned astonishment, blinking in surprise. "So soon? Please tell him that I have unfinished business and to meet me at the Crown Prince's palace." The little eunuch hesitated, saying, "I noticed the Lord seemed quite anxious. Perhaps, Madam Yan, you should speak to him directly?" "I truly cannot." Lin Yuang could not help but frown. "Look at your lack of courage. My lord is not the king of hell. Why are you so frightened of him? What misdeeds have you committed?" The little eunuch's heart sank at her words. Indeed, Madam Yan had a sharp tongue. He instinctively retorted, "Madam Yan, please do not wrong me. I am merely a small weed within the Crown Prince's palace, incapable of any wrongdoing." Lin Yuang waved her hand impatiently. "Enough of your nonsense. I must tend to the injured. You shall run this errand for me." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuang promptly rose. "Very well. Ensure that the person is well cared for. There must be no mistakes. Otherwise, you will be held accountable." The little eunuch grinned. "Rest assured, Madam Yan, I will take good care." She rose and walked out, with the young eunuch following closely behind, bowing as he escorted her to the door. It was not until her silhouette completely vanished that he firmly shut the palace door. In that fleeting moment of turning back, his eyes were filled with a chilling intensity, a stark contrast to his earlier countenance, which had been adorned with a smile. Chapter 113. The calamity of the pot. He strode purposefully towards the bed, raising his hand to forcefully pull down the curtain. Suddenly, a face mottled with bruises appeared before him, startling him. This was disastrous. He had fallen into a trap. Cursed be that venomous woman for her cunning scheme. Instinctively, he turned to flee, only to see the palace door violently kicked open. It was none other than Zhan Yan and the timely arrival of Emperor Shungen. Without hesitation, he brandished his sharp dagger, aiming a fierce thrust at Zhan Yan's throat. Bang! Zhan Yan retaliated with a kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Ignoring the pain in his chest and abdomen, he sprang back up, redirecting his assault towards Emperor Shungen. Zhan Yan intervened just in time, but his arm was inadvertently grazed, causing blood to spatter. Enraged, Emperor Shungen bellowed, "Someone, quickly seize this assassin." A few guards suddenly appeared, pinning the young eunuch to the ground, rendering him immobile. Emperor Shungen swiftly approached Zhan Yan, inquiring, "How severe is your injury? Should I summon Physician Lin to tend to you?" Without thinking, he replied, "It's merely a trivial wound." Upon catching sight of Lin Yuan standing nearby, he continued, "There is no need to trouble Physician Lin. My wife is capable of handling it. Emperor Shungin let out a cold snort. Indeed, hasten to have your lady attend to the bandaging. Otherwise, if we linger too long, the bleeding may cease entirely. He disregarded Zhan Yin and strode purposefully towards the young inner eunuch. Zhan Yin approached Lin Yuan with an unyielding composure. I beg your assistance. Madam, Lin Yuan longed to retort, I possess no suitable tools. How am I to tend to your wounds? Yet, upon meeting his gaze, brimming with expectation, she could only retrieve a clean silk handkerchief and sprinkle the external medicine upon it. Furrowing her brow, she instructed, come closer. He obediently lowered himself. But his sudden movement caused him to inadvertently bump into her. Losing her footing, she fell backward. In that fleeting moment, Zhan Yan, disregarding his injured arm, reached out to catch her. With a thud, she collided into his embrace, sending a jolt through his heart. Lin Yuan, too, felt a pang in her nose from the impact, muttering in a muffled tone, Zhan Yan, why is it so hard here? The Emperor Shungin, who had been on the verge of stepping out to investigate the commotion, was instantly petrified. Are the youth of today truly so reckless? What audacious words they dare utter. Zhan Yan's expression darkened. He believed Yuan was casting aspersions upon him, regardless of the peculiar looks from others. Lin Yuan rubbed her sore nose and proceeded to wrap the handkerchief around his wound, saying, do not apply excessive force, lest you waste this fine healing ointment. Turning around, she was met with the strange expression of Emperor Shungin standing at the doorway. Your Majesty? She exclaimed involuntarily. Lin Yuan raised her eyebrow and remarked, what is there to disturb? It's merely a matter of bandaging a wound. Once she had entered the inner hall, Emperor Shungin nudged Zhan Yan's arm and said, your little wife possesses quite the audacity, does she not? If she is knowledgeable in medicine, should you not allow her to examine you as well? Suddenly, Zhan Yan recalled her words. Grandfather said, the method of seduction is indeed effective. His expression darkened as he furrowed his brows and replied, Your Majesty, I assure you my health does not require your concern. You should prioritize your own well-being. With no consorts having born sons thus far, the officials will surely raise a clamor during tomorrow's court session. Emperor Shungin could not help but silently grumble. Am I not merely teasing you? Yet you strike at my heart with such words. Can I be blamed for this? I have exerted considerable effort, but none of them have shown any signs. What can I do? Zhan Yan, undeterred, continued on his path. At that moment, the assassin's face was bruised and blood was seeping from his mouth. Lin Yuan discerned that this was done to prevent him from hiding poison in his teeth, as his teeth had been systematically broken. He curled up on the ground. Utterly disheveled, Zhan Yan coldly demanded, Speak, who sent you to assassinate the crown prince? The assassin defiantly glanced at him and replied, It was consort Zhan. Emperor Shungin reacted swiftly, delivering a fierce kick to the assassin's shoulder, exclaiming, Nonsense. To dare slander the consort. You are courting death. The assassin argued in a hushed tone. I speak the truth. It was the noble consort who sent me. She is aware that both the Empress and Madame Yin of the Ho residence are searching for the medicinal cauldron that once served the crown prince. Thus, she instructed a young eunuch to stealthily take it away, intending to poison and silence him. However, it seems the news of his survival has leaked, prompting the noble consort to send me to take action. Zhan Yin replied firmly, The Emperor and I have been at the Cherry Blossom Palace. The noble consort has been preoccupied with the aftermath of her niece's disfigurement. How could she possibly send someone to watch the Empress? Furthermore, when the crown prince passed, the noble consort had not yet entered the palace. The assassin's expression shifted, a flash of anger igniting in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, Whether it is she or not can be determined by searching her Cherry Blossom Palace to see if the cauldron is there. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shungin's countenance darkened. He realized that the true culprit had undoubtedly concealed the cauldron within the Cherry Blossom Palace. Indeed, a cacophony erupted outside, and soon the weeping Zhang Guofei rushed in, clutching a medicinal cauldron wrapped in brocade cloth. She sobbed, Your Majesty, such a heavy black pot has fallen upon me. If the circumstances had allowed, Lin Yuan would have nearly burst into laughter. It was truly poetic justice. Previously, Zhang Guofei had attempted to shift the blame onto the Empress, and now fate had delivered her a cauldron that could very well be lethal. Emperor Shungin's expression grew grim. Despite having anticipated that the cauldron would end up in Zhang Guofei's possession, witnessing it now filled his gaze with a chilling resolve. He coldly inquired, Your Grace, where did you acquire this? Emperor Shungin tightly shut his eyes and replied, This is indeed the medicinal cauldron used by the crown prince just before his untimely demise. What? The concubine Zhan, startled, hastily cast the cauldron to the ground. She knelt at Emperor Zhan Yan's feet, weeping, "Your Majesty, please see clearly. I have only been by your side for a few years. I know nothing of past events." In an instant, the room was enveloped in silence. A sudden glint of coldness flashed in Zhan Yan's eyes as he derisively remarked, "Your Majesty, this cauldron may appear to have been discarded in the Sakura Palace, but its true purpose was to frame me." Chapter 114. The Switch concubine Zhan could not help but caution, "Sister-in-law, you must investigate thoroughly. This concerns my elder brother's reputation and the honor of the Zhan family." Lin Yuan disregarded her and instead poured warm water into the cauldron. As the aroma wafted through the air, she instantly furrowed her brows. After a moment, she slowly spoke, "If I am not mistaken, the remnants left by the Empress have indeed been switched. The concoction brewed in this cauldron contains the lethal heartbreak grass that can inflict grave harm upon a person." Years of suspicion were finally validated, and despite Emperor Zhan Yan's usual composure, he trembled violently in anger. That was his only son, the crown prince born of the Empress, destined to inherit the throne. He forcefully closed his eyes, suppressing the turmoil hidden deep within his heart. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Zhan Yan, I entrust this matter to you. You shall investigate personally to uncover who plotted against the crown prince, attempting to frame you." "Yes." Zhan Yan bowed in acknowledgement. Lin Yuan instinctively furrowed her brow. Now that this matter had fallen into Zhan Yan's hands, she could not remain uninvolved. As his wife, even if they were not one in body, it was widely known that she was the Lady Yan. She had to assist him. Otherwise, should ill-intentioned individuals spread this matter, the court would undoubtedly transform into a battleground against Zhan Yan. At that point, even if the emperor wished to protect Zhan Yan, he would likely be powerless to do so. Observing her grave expression, Zhan Yan could not help but inquire with concern, "Wan, what troubles you?" The favored consort Gufei retorted sharply, "What else could it be? She is surely frightened, feeling burdened by her elder brother's predicament. Who is to blame for this? It is all your meddling that has led to this." She continued, "In my opinion, the greatest enemy of the Marquis's house is you. Your desire for revenge on the day of your grand wedding has gradually ensnared my elder brother into an abyss." Zhan Yan could not contain his ire, exclaiming, "Silence." The favored consort's expression shifted abruptly, and she could not help but pitifully turn to the emperor, complaining, "Your Majesty, the Marquis is cruel to this concubine." In times past, seeing her in such a state would have prompted the emperor to soothe her gently and reprimand Zhan Yan. However, this time, he unexpectedly spoke up. "If I were in your position, I would be stern as well. Lady Yan is seeking the truth from me and the Empress. What fault lies therein? As for your slander against her?" The favored concubine Zhan, trembling with fear, immediately offered her apologies. "Your Majesty, I was in the wrong. I merely spoke out of turn due to my unjust treatment." Emperor Zhan Yan furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why do you apologize to me? It is your sister-in-law you have offended." A flicker of disdain crossed concubine Zhan's eyes. The thought of apologizing to that wretched woman was more unbearable than death itself. Yet, under the weight of Emperor Zhan Yan's piercing gaze, she suppressed her indignation and feigned remorse, saying, "Sister-in-law, you possess a generous heart and would surely not hold this against me. Would you?" Lin Yuan interrupted without hesitation. "I cannot bear the title of sister-in-law to a concubine. Since I have married Lord Ho and taken on the role of his wife, my life is with him. As for outsiders, I remain indifferent to their opinions. No matter how much disdain she harbors towards me, I am still the lady of the Ho residence, destined to be the future matriarch." "You." Concubine Zhan's face drained of color and anger. How could she not perceive the menace in those words? Having resided in the palace for so long, she understood all too well that one's status within the imperial court was intricately linked to the previous dynasty. Had she not been the sister of Zhan Yan, would the emperor have lavished her with such affection? Without her family's support, she was nothing. Lin Yuan paid no heed to the shifting expressions on concubine Zhan's face. Instead, she was suddenly reminded of a past incident when concubine Zhan had pressured her regarding her infertility. During that time, an unusual event unfolded in the palace. An inconspicuous concubine, unexpectedly favored by the emperor, had suddenly become pregnant, bringing him immense joy. In a court where numerous concubines faced infertility, she was the sole exception and was naturally cherished like a treasure. During a hunting expedition in the outskirts of the capital, a certain concubine accidentally fell from her horse, prompting the valiant prince to leap to her rescue. The emperor, upon witnessing this, harbored suspicions regarding their relationship. After conducting a covert inquiry, he confirmed that the child she carried was indeed the result of their illicit affair. Enraged, he ordered her execution by beating, and it is said that this tragic act resulted in the loss of the fetus as well. Upon contemplating this grim reality, she bravely spoke up, "Your Majesty, may I dare to inquire about your well-being?" Not only was the emperor taken aback, but even Zhan Yan appeared somewhat bewildered. Why would this young lady suddenly wish to check the emperor's pulse? Had she discerned something? However, it must be noted that he was, after all, the emperor. His royal person was not to be casually examined. Furthermore, he wished to shield her from any potential trouble. It was particularly significant that her maternal grandfather was the chief of the Imperial Medical Bureau. Her initiative to take the emperor's pulse could be perceived as undermining her grandfather's position. Just as he contemplated interjecting a warning, the emperor spoke first. "Madam Yan, are you aware that your grandfather checks my well-being daily?" Lin Yuan readily understood the underlying implication of his words, which suggested that she was encroaching upon her grandfather's livelihood. She replied with poise, "Your Majesty, I am indeed aware, but I wish to validate a hypothesis. After I check your pulse, I shall share my findings with you, and you may determine whether my diagnosis is correct or incorrect." The emperor turned to Zhan Yan. "This little lady is quite audacious." Zhan Yan couldn't help but frown. Why refer to her as little? Is he not akin to an old bull indulging in tender grass? What right does he have to cast stones? Within this harem, there are even young maidens of merely 16 years. If he can partake, what gives him the authority to judge? Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Very well. Let all the idle people withdraw." Yet, concubine Zhan was reluctant to depart, eager to discern the true capabilities of Lin Yuan. However, unable to withstand the piercing gaze of Emperor Shengyan, she could only acquiesce, saying, "I shall await in the outer hall." Observing Zhan Yan standing by without moving, he could not help but urge, "Did I not instruct you to investigate the true culprit behind the stolen medicine pot? Why do you linger?" Zhan Yan remained steadfast, declaring, "I must stay by Yuan's side. I shall accompany her." Emperor Shengyan was almost amused to the point of laughter, unable to resist jesting. "Do you think I am a ferocious beast that I would devour her?" Chapter 115. Grim tidings. Zhan Yan spoke softly. "You cannot lay a finger on her. She is so young." Emperor Shengyan was momentarily taken aback, his face paling at the implication of her words. He let out a cold snort, extending his wrist, quickly. "Diagnose my pulse." Lin Yuan positioned her pulse-taking mat beneath his wrist, delicately pressing her fingers against his pulse. As seconds turned into minutes, her expression remained unchanged. Emperor Shengyan began to feel a tinge of impatience, for the duration of this examination was excessively prolonged, to the point where he nearly dozed off. Unable to restrain himself, he prompted, "Madam Ho, have you not yet discerned the results?" Emperor Shengyan was left astonished. Was this truly all? After such a lengthy wait, he was met with the conclusion that his health was robust. It seems that the young lady's medical skills are rather mediocre. However, I shall not stoop to her level, lest I provoke Zhan Yan, who might sulk, feeling that he has bullied his little lady. He spoke calmly, "Since it poses no issue, I shall attend to my official duties. Bid farewell to the empress and depart the palace." Just as he was about to leave, Lin Yuan suddenly interjected, "Your Majesty, is it not true that your dragon essence, even when treated with medicine prescribed by my grandfather, remains exceedingly diluted and pale in color?" The emperor stumbled, nearly collapsing in shock from her words. Instinctively, he called out, "Zhan Yan, assist me." To his surprise, Zhan Yan remained unresponsive, merely gazing at Lin Yuan with a complex expression, clearly taken aback by her statement. It was not until the emperor coughed heavily that he exclaimed, "Zhan Yan, you." The emperor instinctively considered kicking him for his audacity, as Zhan Yan was indeed irreverent. Swiftly, Zhan Yan sidestepped and stood silently to the side. The emperor quickly composed himself, compelled to regard Lin Yuan with newfound respect. He trusted that Lin Yuanzheng would not divulge such a sensitive matter, as he had always demonstrated unwavering loyalty, personally handling the medication without entrusting it to others. Thus, the state of his health was known only to the two of them and the chief eunuch, Li Delu. Therefore, Lin Yuan's astute observation indicated that she possessed genuine skills. She nodded, "Your Majesty, the medicine prescribed by my grandfather poses no issues. However, your condition remains unchanged. Thus, there can only be one explanation. Something detrimental to progeny has been consumed by you for an extended period." Emperor Shengyan instinctively interjected, "Impossible. Everything that enters my mouth is first tasted by Li Delu. Only after confirming it poses no harm do I partake. How could I possibly be deceived? Lin Yuan felt a twinge of pity for Emperor Shengyan. Despite being the sovereign of the realm, he could not even enjoy a warm meal. How tragic. She patiently elucidated. Your Majesty, substances that threaten fertility are not necessarily poisons. Furthermore, Li Delu is a eunuch. He has no need for descendants. How can you be so certain that he is unaffected? If you doubt it, consider that if he were capable of certain acts, his condition would mirror yours. Zhan Yan, unable to endure any longer, swiftly approached her and said, Wan, cease this discussion. Lin Yuan tilted her head, gazing at him. Lord, why must I remain silent? As a physician, it is imperative to clarify these matters for the patient. The usually composed and cold Zhan Yan was now drenched in sweat, pondering how to convey to her that she was still a young girl. Although she was married, the couple had yet to consummate their union. She ought to exercise caution. Emperor Shengyan, watching the unfolding drama, wrapped his arm around her shoulder, momentarily regretting the exposure of his health issues. The assassin, observing Zhan Yan's anxious demeanor, couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. He could not help but interject, Zhan Yan, I believe your wife is correct. A physician should not discriminate between genders. There is no need for you to be overly anxious. If she truly manages to restore my health, I shall reward her handsomely. Zhan Yan silently scoffed to himself. Did he truly lack rewards? His concern was solely for the young lady's well-being. He did not wish for her to step into this mire, for she could be in peril. Seemingly sensing his unease, Emperor Shengyan firmly grasped his shoulder and declared, Zhan Yan, I consider you a brother. A chill ran down Zhan Yan's spine. The emperor was reminding him that they were intertwined in fate. If one thrived, so too would the other. This old fox, not satisfied with claiming his loyalty, was now coveting his wife's as well. How insatiable. Though Lin Yuan did not fully grasp the unspoken tension between the two men, she confidently asserted, Your Majesty, your ailment is not difficult to treat. As long as we identify the root of the infertility, I assure you, within 3 months, you shall be a father. After a pause, she added, I suspect that the one who plotted against your progeny is indeed the true murderer of the late crown prince. Emperor Shengyan's breathing quickened. He had long felt the presence of a shadowy hand constricting his lifeblood within the palace. Despite his stringent precautions, he remained restless at night. Upon the crown prince's untimely demise, he had dispatched individuals to investigate the matter thoroughly, yet nothing had surfaced. The perpetrator had executed their plans with such meticulousness that no hint of guilt had emerged, leading him to entertain the possibility that it might have been mere misfortune. It was only when Lin Yuan uncovered the issue with the medicinal cauldron that he began to realize the depths of the intentions lurking in the shadows. If it truly is the same individual, then the long-standing anxieties that have plagued him over the years may finally be alleviated. He swiftly declared, Very well. Proceed to my study immediately and conduct a thorough investigation. It is the place where I have spent the most time. Lin Yuan did not hesitate and quickly followed the emperor as he departed. At this moment, the empress had also concluded her matters and made her way to the study. She felt a twinge of confusion. Was the inquiry not about the crown prince's demise? Why had it suddenly shifted to the emperor's study? Given the implications for her own reputation, the emperor offered her no explanation, merely providing a few words of comfort before allowing Lin Yuan to rummage through the study at her leisure. Zhan Duoer began to speak with a sarcastic tone, Elder brother, how can you permit your sister-in-law to cause such a ruckus in the palace? She is merely flaunting her prowess. What if nothing is discovered? Would that not lead to public discontent? Cannot you rein her in? Zhan Yan furrowed his brow and shot her a glare. Silence. The emperor has not uttered a word. Who are you to speak? He continued, You ought to reflect on yourself. Why is it that amidst so many consorts in the palace, it is only you who has failed to acquire the medicinal pot and instead tossed it into your own garden? Zhang Guifei felt a lump in her throat, her expression a mix of pallor and anger. She clutched the silk handkerchief tightly in her grasp, a flash of guilt crossing her eyes. This elder brother was not to be trifled with. Suppressing her chaotic thoughts, she lifted her gaze towards the direction of the study. After all this commotion, there had yet to be any findings. She was eager to see how that wretched Lin Yuan would ultimately fare. Chapter 116, The End of Lineage. One can only hope that she uncovers nothing. At that point, the emperor's ire would surely fall upon her. Watching her misfortune unfold would bring her immense delight. Beside her, Li Delu's legs were already weary from the prolonged wait, and he could not help but remind, Madame Ho, twilight approaches swiftly, and it is nearly time for the palace gates to close. You and Lord Home must depart the imperial grounds. Lin Yuan waved her hand dismissively. I am aware. Do not rush me. No sooner had she spoken than her stomach emitted a rather embarrassing gurgle. With a sheepish smile, she reached for a delicacy on the table and inquired of Li Delu, may I partake in this? Li Delu eagerly nodded yes. It is the freshly made rose cake from the royal kitchen this morning. It is quite delectable. Lin Yuan took a bite, only to instinctively furrow her brow. Something is amiss. Li Delu was nearly taken aback by her proclamation, hastily explaining, what troubles you, Madam Ho? I have sampled several pieces of the rose cake, and it possesses no poison. Lin Yuan retorted swiftly, who told you that a plot against the emperor must involve poison? Such schemes accumulate over the years, posing a threat to his heirs. Li Delu felt his heart race at her words. If the sovereign lacked an heir, would not the throne fall into the hands of another? In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan approached Emperor Zhan Yan, declaring, quickly, summon the guards to surround the royal kitchen. I suspect foul play with the emperor's cooking oil. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Emperor Zhan Yan promptly instructed Zhan Yi to accompany Li Yuan and seal off the royal kitchen with utmost vigilance. Lin Yuan hurried into the kitchen, where Lin Yuanzhong had also been summoned. He felt a vague sense of guilt. No wonder the frail Emperor Zhan Yan's condition had not improved. There had been someone scheming against him all along. With concern, he inquired, Wanjun, what led you to suspect cooking oil? Lin Yizhuan offered him a pastry, saying, Grandfather, please have a taste. Lin Tai placed it in his mouth and slowly chewed, remarking, the aroma of rose is quite pronounced, complemented by the fragrance of sesame, making this delicacy exceptionally delightful. Lin Yizhuan furrowed her brows. Indeed, her grandfather only discerned the sesame scent while overlooking another concealed flavor. She lowered her voice and disclosed, this pastry is laced with cottonseed oil. Lin Yuanjing's expression changed dramatically. Cottonseed was a forbidden substance. No wonder Wanjun insisted on searching the imperial kitchen. With prolonged consumption, it would be remarkable if the emperor could father a child. He hurried to the table to investigate and found an array of cooking oils, with sesame oil among them. The steward overseeing the imperial kitchen was so frightened that his face turned pale. He stammered, all the cooking oils are here. I beg you, Lin Yuanzhong, to inspect them. After a meticulous examination, Lin Yizhuan found no trace of cottonseed oil. At that moment, the steward suddenly confronted her, Madam. You have repeatedly asserted that there is an issue with our cooking oils, yet you have found nothing. How will you account for this to the imperial kitchen? Lin Yuanzhong quickly positioned himself in front of her, stating, the madam's concerns are solely for the emperor's safety. She does not intend to target the imperial kitchen. Let any consequences be directed towards me. The head of the imperial kitchen let out a cold laugh, remarking, who knows if she is merely seeking to make a name for herself at our expense. Lin Yuanzhang, we cannot allow your granddaughter to unjustly tarnish our reputation. Without further hesitation, he quickly knelt before Emperor Zhan Yan, pleading, Your Majesty, I beseech you to grant us justice. We cannot bear this baseless accusation. Zhan Yan spoke with a chilling tone. As of now, there is no definitive conclusion. Is it not premature for you to demand justice, Chief Bai? Chief Bai retorted through gritted teeth, My lord, do you not understand that her mere words nearly cost us our heads? The entire imperial kitchen has been turned upside down in a thorough search. What more conclusive evidence do you require? A fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered in Emperor Zhan Yan's eyes. He had hoped that Lin Yuang might uncover something substantial, but it seemed that the situation was merely a tempest without a storm. Nevertheless, he could not allow the young girl to suffer indignity. As he pondered how to proceed, Lin Yuang suddenly burst forth, lifting her skirts as she exclaimed, My lord, come quickly. I have discovered a hidden compartment, but I could not find the key to open it. Please, break it open for me. Without a moment's delay, Zhan Yan rushed into the kitchen, seized a fire poker, and struck the wall with great force. A resounding crash echoed as the wall crumbled, and several oil jars tumbled forth. Lin Yuang swiftly grabbed one, opened it, and quickly took a whiff, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I have found the culprit. It is this cottonseed oil that has caused the trouble. Before she could elaborate further, Zhan Yan swiftly covered her mouth. Her eyes fluttered as they met his intricate gaze. He shook his head vigorously, and in an instant, she comprehended. Cautiously, she nodded, her obedient demeanor causing a rapid thrum in Zhan Yan's heart. The young girl was truly adorable, especially those large, expressive eyes, as if they could speak. Surely, if she were to be teased, they would glisten with unshed tears. Would they not? Zhan Yan was suddenly startled by the thought that flickered through his mind. He had, at that moment, lost his focus. It was indeed somewhat inappropriate. He commanded sternly, "Summon the guards. Bind everyone in the imperial kitchen. I shall conduct the interrogation myself. Your Majesty, spare us. Your Majesty, please." The courtyard was immediately filled with a cacophony of cries and pleas for mercy. Zhan Yan understood that he could not leave the palace today. So he swiftly approached Lin Yuan and said, "I will have Han escort you out of the palace. Who knows how long my interrogation will take." Having fulfilled her mission, Lin Yuan was eager to depart. She was utterly exhausted. She nodded in agreement. "All right, take care of yourself." This simple statement filled Zhan Yan's heart with a warm glow. The young girl was concerned for him. It seemed that he, Zhan Yan, would henceforth have a wife to cherish him. Emperor Shungan, worried for Lin Yuan's safety on the road, had even dispatched Li Yud to escort her personally. This left her somewhat astonished. Without hesitation, Emperor Shungan declared, "You are more than capable. Had it not been for your meticulousness, I would remain unaware that the imperial kitchen had become a sieve." Li Yud, standing with a hunched back, was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though the emperor was mocking him. Yet he dared not retort. The emperor's meal had been tampered with. And if it were indeed the lethal poison, he, as the commander of the imperial guard, would find himself facing dire consequences. It was his negligence. Chapter 117. Retribution. Lin Yuan ordered someone to fetch Zhan Duo from the Cherry Blossom Palace, her eyes brimming with resentment. It was evident that consort Zhan had revealed the truth to her. She was filled with regret. It should have been Lin Yuan who suffered disfigurement. Clenching her fists tightly, she concealed her hatred beneath a calm exterior. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, the old matriarch of the Zhan family had long awaited in the backyard. This day had been a torment for her. Consort Zhan had not sent any word, leaving her in the dark about the success of the plan. Just then, as Zhan Yi approached first, she instinctively rushed forward to inquire, "How was it? What transpired during your time in the palace?" Zhan Yi was known for her succinctness, and her demeanor towards others was often marked by indifference. The old matriarch initially stiffened, but soon a glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes. Nonetheless, she maintained an expression of sorrow and shock, covering her eyes with a handkerchief as she lamented, "Oh, my poor daughter-in-law, you have just married into our family, and already you have suffered burns. Why must you endure such misfortune?" Linger lagged a step behind, instinctively widening her eyes in bewilderment. Madame Zhan forcefully grasped her wrist and declared, "Let me tell you, madam, she must take good care of her injuries. Regardless of the nature of her wounds, our family will not abandon her. I shall manage all matters for her, ensuring she need not worry." Linger scratched her head and replied, Madam, you've misunderstood." Madame Zhan was momentarily taken aback. "What?" Lin Yuan calmly lifted the curtain of the carriage and said, "Madam, I am perfectly well. It is your granddaughter who may not be." Zhan Duo then stumbled out in a panic, crying out, "Grandmother, my face has been ruined by fire." Madame Zhan nearly fainted, her complexion turning pale as she inquired, "Why is it you? My poor Duo, why must it be you?" Lin Yuan feigned ignorance and asked, "Madam, if it is not her, then who else could it be? Do you perhaps know?" Madame Zhan immediately appeared flustered, hastily averting her gaze. "How could I know? My perfectly fine granddaughter was entrusted to you. How could you allow her to be burned?" Lin Yuan quickly interjected, "Madam, do not wrongfully accuse me. It was the esteemed concubine Zhan who invited me to the palace banquet, and it was your own decision to have her carry gifts. It was precisely that garment that was exploited by malicious individuals, leading to her disfigurement. Ultimately, it is you, her grandmother, who bears the responsibility." Madame Zhan furiously retorted, "How could I harm Duor? She is my granddaughter." Without hesitation, Lin Yuan replied, "You did not actively harm her, but the dress you gifted was laced with incendiary powder. When she soiled it and insisted on changing, who else can be blamed?" The elderly matriarch of the Zhan family bore a pallid complexion. Utterly unprepared for the repercussions of her and the imperial consort Zhan's nefarious scheme to harm Lin Yuan, which had now befallen her own granddaughter, Duor. The poor child had been disfigured. How could she ever hope to marry again? Witnessing her hasty departure, a murderous intent flickered in the matriarch's eyes. A wave of guilt washed over Duo as she bit her lip, stammering, "I truly do not know. It felt as though someone had suddenly shoved me. And then the tea spilled all over me." In a fit of rage, the matriarch smashed a teacup, exclaiming, "It must be Lin Yuan. She is utterly despicable. And yet she has escaped unscathed once more." Duo, in sorrow, implored, "Grandmother, The physician Lin has said that half of my face is beyond repair. You must devise a way to assist me. The matriarch sighed in resignation. What can I possibly do? I am not a divine healer. Disappointment flickered in Duoer's eyes as she seethed. It is all Lin Yuan's fault. She ought to be the one suffering. Grandmother, I seek vengeance. I shall ruin her. Her words sparked an idea in the matriarch. Narrowing her eyes, she spoke without hesitation. Very well, I shall assist you in avenging this grievance. Duo eagerly inquired, Grandmother, what do you intend to do? In a hushed tone, the matriarch leaned in and whispered a few sinister words, her eyes growing increasingly malevolent. She hissed through clenched teeth. No, Grandmother, it cannot merely be her reputation that is destroyed. She must truly be subjected to humiliation. Only then will the Marquis loathe her. And we shall wield this secret to completely dominate her. Lady Zhan did not anticipate that Zhan Duoer would be even more ruthless than herself. However, given the tremendous upheaval she had endured, her reaction was entirely understandable. Resolute in her decision, Lady Zhan swiftly dispatched someone to make arrangements, allowing the child to vent her frustrations and find some solace in her heart. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, paid no heed to the commotion emanating from the old lady's courtyard, as she was diligently crafting a medicinal bath pouch for Zhan Yan. After completing several, she lifted her gaze to Linger and inquired, Do you know where one might procure illustrations of secretive amorous pursuits? Without hesitation, Lin Yuan declared. The illustrations of secretive amorous pursuits are also known as Spring Palace pictures. Just as Linger took a sip of tea, she promptly spewed it out, narrowly avoiding a complete drenching thanks to Lin Yuan's swift reflexes in dodging. What was the cause of this girl's exuberance? Realizing her breach of decorum, Linger hurriedly grabbed a silken handkerchief to clean up the mess, her voice trembling as she asked, Madam, surely you and the Marquis do not require such things? Lin Yuan playfully tugged at the little bun atop her head, replying, What are you thinking? Who said I intend to use such things with the Marquis? Linger's face paled instantly. She cast a wary glance around before hastily shutting the door, turning back to insist, It is imperative not to let the Marquis find out. If discovered, you would be scorned, madam. Would it not be wiser to endure for now and discuss it after the divorce? Lin Yuan found herself amused by the girl's earnestness. The notion of discussing it post-divorce was quite astute for such a young mind. It seemed she must clarify the situation, lest the little girl lose sleep over it that night. She whispered, This fighting diagram is meant to treat the Lord, allowing him to soak in medicinal baths while stimulating the nerves in his brain. Perhaps his hidden ailment can be cured. Linger finally breathed a sigh of relief, saying, Madam, you should have said so earlier. You frightened me half to death. I thought you could no longer bear the solitude. Chapter 118. Visiting the Buddha. Lin Yuan interrupted decisively. Nonsense. I vow to be devoted to the Lord for eternity. Even if he cannot be cured, I shall not leave him. Linger nodded earnestly. I believe in you, madam. However, I genuinely have no idea where to procure such a fighting diagram. Perhaps we could send Zir to inquire with Lord Inghan? Zir, eavesdropping outside, frowned at the suggestion. Why should she be the one to inquire? Especially with Inghan. Absolutely not. She wondered where that scoundrel Ing Yi had disappeared to. Such matters were his responsibility. Hearing footsteps approaching from within, she quickly embraced her sword and concealed herself at the end of the corridor. She had been genuinely worried. She too thought the madam was about to stray from the path. At that moment, Linger approached her, saying, Oh, Zir, it's so cold standing under the eaves. Here are the hand warmers I just stitched for you. Zir cast a disdainful glance at the crooked stitches and, as always, replied succinctly, Get to the point. Without hesitation, Linger continued, Could you avoid asking Inghan where to find the fighting diagram? Though she had already gathered the meaning from her earlier eavesdropping, Zir feigned ignorance, responding, Blushing deeply, Linger extended her finger and exclaimed, Indeed, those two little figures fighting on the bed. Zir furrowed her brow and retorted, Just say it plainly. The Spring Palace picture is finished. Linger let out a sigh, casting an accusatory glance at her. You know it all too well. Why must you force me to say it? Zir replied directly, I do not know, and besides, I harbor a grudge against Shadow Soul. He refuses to tell me what has happened to Shadow One, so I will not seek him out. What shall we do then? The madam is still waiting for news. Lingo's face twisted in distress. Zir's eyes darted around, and she noticed the hand warmer in Lingo's grasp. She softly suggested, You could personally go ask Shadow Soul and present him this hand warmer as a reward. Lingo shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum. That won't do. It's a powdery pink, the favorite color of young maidens. A grown man would surely disdain it. Suddenly, compassion welled up in Linger. Is he really that pitiful? Zhan continuously encouraged her. That is precisely why you should deliver it. With his gratitude towards you, he will undoubtedly bring you the picture of the little figures fighting without requiring the madam to venture out. Linger found this idea quite appealing. After all, it would be inappropriate for the madam to publicly seek such items. Nodding in agreement, she hastened towards the door. He was dozing against a tree when he heard the distant sound of soft footsteps approaching. Instinctively, he opened his eyes and beheld a young girl peeking curiously in the moonlight. She called softly, "Lord Shadow Soul, Lord Shadow Soul, are you there?" Shadow Soul immediately descended, asking, "What is it?" Despite Linger having mentally prepared herself, the sudden sight of him clad in dark attire sent shivers down her spine. She awkwardly managed a smile. "How did you appear so silently?" Linger then brightened up, quickly presenting her hand warmers to him. "These are for you." Shadow Soul's pupils constricted sharply. His previously calm heart suddenly stirred by tumultuous waves. She actually gifted him something? Perhaps he had remained silent for too long. For Lingo began to feel a bit embarrassed. Sweat beaded on her nervous nose as she stammered. "Do you not like this color? But the fabric is incredibly soft. And it truly keeps you warm." Seeing that she had misunderstood, Shadow Soul hurriedly clarified. "No, the color is delightful, but as a dark guard. Wearing superfluous items would hinder my speed in drawing my sword." Disappointment flickered in Linger's eyes as she murmured softly, "But you don't need to draw your sword often, right? Like now, while guarding the estate, you could wear them." Seeing her on the verge of tears, Shadow Soul reluctantly accepted. "Thank you, Miss Linger, for your gift. How may I assist you?" He thought to himself that she was indeed a young girl, with every emotion vividly displayed on her delicate face. However, upon hearing her next words, he nearly fell to his knees in shock. What could she possibly want with the Spring Palace diagram at such a late hour? Lingo observed his cold demeanor and promptly clarified, "Madam intends to use it for the Marquis's treatment. Do not overthink it." She mentioned that it would serve as an auxiliary aid. This was the first time Shadow Soul had heard of such an object being utilized for healing. Yet he could not deny that Madame possessed remarkable medical skills. After all, it was she who had uncovered the plot against the Emperor while in the palace today. Perhaps she truly could cure the Marquis. "Thank you, Lord Shadow Soul." Linger bowed respectfully. As she watched his figure recede, she suddenly called out, "Lord Shadow Soul, the fabric of the hand warmers is quite durable. You need not fear wear when wielding your sword." But as soon as her words fell, he had vanished from sight. When dawn broke, Linger indeed found a black brocade box on the windowsill. She hurriedly brought it inside to present it to Lin Yuan. Just as Lin Yuan was about to open it, she noticed the elderly matron beside old Madame Zhan entering the courtyard. With a respectful tone, she addressed, "Madam, due to the recent unrest in the residence, the old madam has specifically instructed you to take Miss Duoer to Lingyan Temple in the outskirts of the capital to pray for peace." A subtle, mocking smile graced her lips. It was evident that Zhan Duoer was not one to remain placid, quickly scheming for revenge. This trip to Lingyan Temple was likely a trap. Seemingly concerned that she might refuse, the elderly matron continued, "Old Madame Lu will accompany you, as it is for the sake of the Marquis's peace, as the matriarch. Your presence is indispensable." Lin Yuan jested. "The title of the mistress of the Marquisate has been thrust upon me. If I were to refuse again, would I not fall prey to gossip? Very well, it is merely a visit to pray for peace and safety. One trip shall suffice." After her figure had departed, Lin Yuan instructed Zhan, "Please inquire with the hidden guards at the gatehouse if anyone left the old lady's courtyard last night." Chapter 119. Acting unruly just as Zhan had left, Ming Shuang, a maidservant attending to Zhan Duoer, approached cautiously. She inquired, "Madame Marquis, our young lady has sent me to ascertain what color attire you will don shortly, as she wishes to avoid any unfortunate coincidences with your esteemed self." Lin Yuan's heart quivered. Zhan Duoer was rather presumptuous. Though she feigned respect, she harbored ulterior motives. Ming Shuang nodded. "I shall convey your response to our young lady." In kind, Lin Yuan donned an outfit identical to that of Zhan Duoer before stepping out. Zhan Duoer and old Madame Lu had been waiting at the entrance, growing impatient. She exclaimed in exasperation, "Does she truly consider herself the mistress of the Marquisate? How dare she keep us waiting? Her audacity is astounding." Old Madame Lu rolled her eyes. "Is she not the mistress? Duoer, we must recognize the reality of the situation." Zhan Duoer clenched her fists tightly. "No, she shall soon cease to be." However, old Madame Lu held a different view. She found Lin Yuan to be rather uncanny. Ever since her arrival at the Marquise, it seemed as if she possessed foresight, effortlessly evading every scheme directed against her. Had it not been for the relentless urging of Lady Zhan, she would have had no desire to visit Lingyan Temple. The charming young man by her side had devised novel ways to keep her utterly captivated by his presence. Noticing her waning interest, Zhan Duo couldn't help but remind her, "Aunt, we are in this together." The elderly matriarch of the Liu family nodded dismissively. "I understand. You have grown up by my side. How could I not care for you?" With that, Zhan Duo reined in her anger, though her impatience swelled. Time was of the essence. She swiftly commanded, "Someone, go check why the Countess has yet to arrive. We must not delay the auspicious time for prayers." Before the little maid could respond, they heard Linger exclaim loudly, "Here she comes. Where is our Countess's carriage?" Zhan Duo turned her gaze and nearly lost her balance at the sight. She was astonished to see that Lin Yuan was clad in the same color as herself. Sensing something amiss, the elderly matriarch approached with curiosity. "What is it? You look as if you've seen a ghost." Lin Yuan smiled sweetly and replied, "Good morning, Aunt." She gently explained, "Perhaps it was due to my anxiety yesterday, as I woke up this morning with a few blemishes on my face that I found unsightly. So I decided to don a veil. As for this attire, I had not intended to wear this particular piece. An unexpected incident occurred while I was leaving, and I randomly chose a color, only to find it coincidentally matching with Duo." Zhan Duo felt a surge of anger rising within her. If it weren't for her grandmother's meticulous planning, she might have suspected that Lin Yuan was being intentionally provocative. However, it is now impossible for her to change her attire once more. She could only speak with irritation, then stop dawdling and quickly board the carriage. "If you are unwilling to pray for the Marquis' residence, you need not go. No one is begging you." Lin Yuan was indeed not accustomed to her foul temper, and wondered how she dared to act so willfully, as if she hadn't suffered enough already. Without further hesitation, she languidly replied, "Since Duer has said so, I truly have no desire to go. After all, I toiled all day in the palace yesterday, and my legs have yet to recover. I shall inform the old matriarch, and perhaps visit the temple to pray for blessings another day." With that, she turned to leave. Zhan Duer's eyes reddened with urgency, and she anxiously called out, "You, please stop." Zhan Duer hastily stumbled down from the carriage, her face a mask of unease as she hurried after Lin Yuan. "Aunt, I was wrong. I beg you, do not hold this against me." Lin Yuan looked at her in surprise. "So you were calling for me, Duer? I thought you were addressing one of the maidservants with all your used just now." Zhan Duer's expression was complex and obscure, even with the veil obscuring her features. Her unease was evident. She desperately suppressed the resentment within her and said, "Aunt, it was my lack of decorum just now. I implore you, do not be harsh with me." Old matriarch Liu joined in to mediate. "Yuan, as the head matriarch, you ought to possess the magnanimity to accommodate others. Duer is still young. We shall teach her gradually." Lin Yuan earnestly countered, "You are mistaken. She is not so young, being half a year my senior." Old matriarch Liu froze, nearly forgetting that Zhan Yan had married a young bride. Originally, she was destined to marry Zhan Yi. Alas, what a predicament this is. With an awkward smile, she said, "Regardless of the circumstances, Duo has already apologized to you. What more do you desire? If we delay any further, we shall truly miss the auspicious time for our prayers." Zhan Duo, filled with resentment, bit her lip and raised her hand to deliver a sharp slap to her own cheek. "Aunt, are you satisfied with my self-punishment?" Lin Yuan frowned. "Your words suggest that I am the one imposing upon you. I never intended for you to punish yourself." Without hesitation, Zhan Duo nodded. "Indeed, Aunt did not compel me. This was my own choice." Lin Yuan feigned exasperation. "Since you have articulated it so, it would be rather impolite of me not to accompany you to pray. Let us hasten." Her voice was loud enough for the onlookers to hear. They could not help but murmur among themselves. "This young lady of the Zhan family is quite intriguing. Why is she insisting that Madame Yin go to pray when it is evident that she does not wish to?" Another chimed in. "In high society, there are always hidden motives. Who knows what schemes await Madame Yin on the way to the temple?" Hearing these comments, Lin Yuan smiled slyly as she settled into the carriage. At that moment, it seemed Zhan Duo was fuming, her anger palpable. She reproached Duo. "With every set of tea utensils you ruin, you diminish our stock. Do you think the current Marquise is still as it was in the past? Your grandmother's treasures can only sustain your antics for so long." Zhan Duo, feeling aggrieved, choked with emotion, exclaimed, "Aunt, do I no longer even possess the right to break a tea set? I am the granddaughter of grandmother, the only girl of the Zhan family. The old lady Lu curled her lip, unable to suppress her inner disdain. Even in these times, she still dared to act like a spoiled young lady. However, she feigned exasperation and replied, "Duoer, circumstances have changed. Although your grandmother has not entirely relinquished the authority of managing the household, the Marquis's salary cannot solely fall into her hands. We all must tighten our belts and live frugally." Zhan Duoer ground her teeth in rage. In the days before Lin Yuan entered the residence, Zhan Yan, though not openly affectionate, never deprived her of food or clothing. Yet now, she had been expelled from the Marquis's manor and even suffered burns on half her face. Why must she endure such indignities? Clenching her fists tightly, a growing fury ignited in her eyes. Through gritted teeth, she declared, "This time, Lin Yuan will not escape her fate. I shall ruin her reputation and tarnish her virtue." The old lady Lu's expression shifted dramatically, and she anxiously urged, "Duoer, do not act recklessly. I recall your grandmother saying to merely intimidate her and keep her under control. She did not mention tarnishing her virtue." Zhan Duoer scoffed, "Grandmother is too merciful. She must face harsher consequences for the Marquis to grow weary of her. As long as she remains in the Marquis's manor, she will be utterly isolated and defenseless." The old lady Lu's eyes darted about before she finally, with a look of admiration, remarked, "Indeed, the student surpasses the teacher. Our duoer has matured and thinks far more strategically." The two conversed incessantly, and before long, they arrived at the official road on the outskirts of Beijing. Zhan Duoer's spirits lifted as she quietly remarked, "Aunt, this is the place. Soon, someone will surely obstruct us from proceeding to the temple under the pretext of the road being blocked. You must suggest we take the nearby path." Old Lady Lu nodded vigorously. "Yes, I will remember." No sooner had she spoken than several officials appeared, halting their carriage. The leader spoke first, "Do not proceed any further. Last night, rocks fell unexpectedly and blocked the road ahead, and there are people clearing it now." Linger instinctively interjected, "Officer, we are on our way to Lingyan Temple to pay our respects. We are about to miss our auspicious time." The official, growing impatient, interrupted, "The road is blocked. No matter the reason, you cannot pass unless you assist in moving the stones." Zhan Duoer quickly nudged old lady Lu's arm, and she leaned out, saying, "Yuang, we can take the smaller path. It may be a bit difficult, but it is indeed much closer than the official road." Lin Yuang smirked, recognizing the unfolding scheme. Though it was delayed, it was inevitable. Indeed, the two could no longer contain themselves. She feigned reluctance. Old lady Lu mentioned the smaller path. "It must be fraught with danger, for the surroundings are all mountains and forests, which is quite frightening." Zhan Duo instinctively replied, "Aunt, we still have the young servants and maidens with us, right? With so many people from the Marquis's residence, what is there to fear?" Zhan Duo became anxious, thinking to herself, why is there still hesitation when the Marquis is present? Such an exquisite opportunity must not be squandered. She urged in a low voice, "Grandmother has painstakingly arranged the day for worship. The master at the temple is already expecting us. How can Aunt refuse to go? This will lead others to believe that our whole residence lacks integrity." Old Lady Lu nodded hastily. "Indeed, the reputation of our whole residence has been hard won, and as the head of the household, you must cherish it even more." With just a few words, they had placed Lin Yuan under immense pressure. Zhan Duo, with a complex expression, spoke up, "I believe Aunt will certainly honor her commitment to Lingyan Temple. You wouldn't want to tarnish the Ho Lord's reputation, would you?" Lin Yuan chuckled softly, "Of course not. The Ho Lord's reputation is intertwined with my own. No matter how treacherous the path may be, I shall forge ahead." Without further hesitation, she urged the coachman to steer the carriage onto the narrow path. At this moment, Zir was on high alert, gripping her sword tightly, her cold gaze scanning the dense forest around them. Lin Yuan leaned closer and whispered, "If bandits appear, I will be the first to shout, 'Protect the lady.'" You must dart towards Zhan Duo's carriage. Just as Zir was about to nod in agreement, Linger could not help but frown and inquire, "But why, my lady? Zir is a guard assigned by the Ho Lord. Why should she protect the eldest young lady?" Lin Yuan gently patted her head. This strategy is called diverting the disaster. They initially aimed for me. If I declare Zhan Duo as the lady first, wouldn't that place her in the hands of the thieves?" Linger's eyes brightened. "I understand now. This is a counterattack." Lin Yuan smiled with narrowed eyes, exclaiming, "Indeed, our Linger has finally come to her senses." Linger proudly raised her chin towards Zir, who averted her gaze nonchalantly. She thought to herself, how could such a simpleton find her way to serve the lady? Apart from her considerable strength, she truly seemed of little other use. Her intellect appeared rather limited. Yet she consumed an astonishing amount of snacks, her small pouch resembling a treasure trove filled with delicacies. The lady certainly indulged her. Just as these thoughts flitted through her mind, the carriage suddenly jolted violently. Both Lin Yuan and Linger instinctively cried out, gripping the sides of the carriage tightly, narrowly avoiding a collision that could have resulted in grievous injury. The coachman's voice trembled from outside. Someone has blocked our path. In a state of panic, Linger exclaimed, "Oh no, we've encountered bandits." "Hush." Lin Yuan gestured discreetly to her. She quickly instructed, "Zir, go protect the lady and our young mistress." Her deliberately vague wording misled the bandits outside, who misinterpreted it as a command to hasten to the protection of the Marquise. Just as Zia darted towards the carriage, several bandits ensnared her. The leader, brandishing a large knife, advanced menacingly towards the carriage occupied by Zhan Duoer, his face twisted with malice as he barked, "Bring that young one inside out to me." The carriage curtain was abruptly torn aside, startling Zhan Duoer into a frantic scream. She anxiously protested, "It's not me. I am not the one." The bandit, impatient and unyielding, interrupted, "Not you? Is it still that old one? Enough chatter, come out immediately." His strength was immense, and he forcefully dragged Zhan Duoer down from the carriage. The old lady Lu was paralyzed with fear, huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Her mind was a whirl of questions. What was happening? Wasn't it said that Lin Yuan was to be dealt with, her reputation ruined? How had it turned into a situation concerning Duo? Chapter 121. A tragic fate. She had always asserted that all schemes against Lin Yuan would ultimately fail. Yet these fools remained obstinately defiant, like moths drawn to a flame. Now, it seemed she too would face the consequences. Heaven above, she thought in despair. I am truly terrified. Who will come to my rescue? Zhan Duo screamed hoarsely, calling out repeatedly, "Madam, please save me, please save me." The bandit leader, somewhat bewildered by the pitiful cries of the young woman, began to doubt whether he had indeed captured the right person. He recalled receiving a message stating that the lady of the Ho residence was adorned in a scarlet gown. Just as he pondered this, another veiled young woman emerged from a nearby carriage, urgently declaring, "Release her at once. Do not lay a finger on her. Our Ho Yi will never let you off." The bandit leader instinctively furrowed his brow. The two women were dressed similarly. Which one was the true target? However, upon hearing the title Ho Yi, clarity dawned upon him. The one worthy of his concern must undoubtedly be the newlywed wife. There was no doubt left. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and tore at Zhan Duoer's clothing. With a sudden crash, fragments scattered across the ground, revealing her delicate, pale skin. Overwhelmed with fear and disbelief, tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, "No, don't touch me. You have the wrong person." The ruthless bandit leader scoffed at her words, raising an eyebrow in derision. "Even the main character claims it's a mistake. If you keep whining, I'll simply cut out your tongue." He seized Zhan Duoer by the throat, callously tearing open her dress. Lin Yuan rushed out from the carriage, desperately attempting to intervene. "No, don't touch her. Let her go." However, numerous bandits obstructed her path, refusing to yield despite her frantic attempts to push through. Zhan Duoer's anguished screams echoed throughout the valley, resonating for half an hour before the bandit leader finally stood up, satisfied, adjusting his trousers. He reached out to pat Zhan Duoer's face, mockingly stating, "You still claim I've made a mistake? Clearly, you are still untouched. Only a man like Zhan Yi, devoid of roots, would lack the ability to cherish a wife." Zhan Duoer's face was stained with blood and tears, her body growing numb from pain. She blinked vacantly, filled with regret and resentment. Had she known it would come to this, she would never have secretly altered her grandmother's command. Tarnishing her reputation would have been far better. Now, it was her purity that lay in ruins. Heaven, how cruel you are. With that thought, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. The bandits arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. After satisfying his desires, the leader strode away without a backward glance. Lin Yuan hurried to Zhan Duoer's side, calling out urgently, "Duoer, are you all right?" The elderly lady stumbled down from the carriage, her face awash with tears as she accused Lin Yuan as the matriarch of this. "Why did you not save Duoer? You watched as she was violated. You are utterly inhuman." Slap. Lin Yuan raised her hand and struck her face with force, leaving her momentarily stunned. She blinked in bewilderment and asked, "On what grounds do you strike me?" Lin Yuan pointed to the surroundings and retorted, when Duo was being humiliated. We all attempted to rush over, but we were firmly blocked by those ruffians. And you? You hid within the carriage, completely alone, and had every opportunity to rescue her. Why did you not act? Ignoring her further protests, Lin Yuan commanded, Zhan, go report to the authorities and inform them of our encounter with the bandits at the temple. We must ensure they send someone to apprehend the leader. Zhan, too, bore injuries, her clothes stained with blood. Linger, feeling concerned, hurried to her side and whispered, Are you gravely injured? Do you need me to tend to your wounds? Zhan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes slightly misty. This foolish girl. The blood was not even hers. How anxious she was. She quickly replied, I am unharmed. The blood is not mine at all. Relieved, Linger sighed and promptly sealed her lips, no longer daring to speak. Madame Lu opened her mouth and said, My dear, this matter is of great significance. You must heed Duo's advice, for it is essential to protect her reputation. Should this be reported to the authorities, her misfortune would be known to all, and I fear her very bones would be shattered under the weight of public scrutiny. Once seated in the carriage, her expression shifted to one of cold severity. She scoffed. I wonder what our esteemed matriarch will look like upon seeing Zhan Duo so thoroughly debased. Linger, filled with indignation, felt her heart rise and fall in agitation. She deserves it. Thankfully, madam, you have changed your attire. Otherwise, you would have fallen into the clutches of that brigand. How could they be so cruel as to ruin you? What benefit do they derive from this? Zhan interjected, the benefits are substantial. In such a case, madam would be at their mercy, unable to raise her head within the entire Marquis's residence. Linger bit her lip forcefully, her frustration boiling over as she exclaimed, They are inhumane. Otherwise, how could they have led her to such a tragic end? Yet in this life, she shall be the one in control. Anyone who dares to scheme against her will not escape unscathed. At that moment, Zhan Duo was suffering immensely. Upon learning that it was Zhan Duo who had been humiliated, the old matriarch of the Zhan family was so astonished that she tumbled from her soft couch. Ignoring her pain, she urgently inquired, How is Duo? Has she been harmed? The old matriarch stumbled into the chamber, only to behold Zhan Duo, her body marred with bruises and in disarray. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented, Grandmother, this time I am utterly finished. The elderly matriarch of the Zhan family wept with heartache. How could that wretched bandit treat my precious Duo in such a manner? Who gave him the audacity? She was also taken aback by the sudden change in Lin Yuan's attire. Could it be that she possessed the gift of foresight? A chill coursed through the matriarch's body as she steeled herself to confront the situation. Zhan Yan strode in with Lin Yuan, the coldness in his gaze becoming increasingly menacing. Chapter 122. Framing the innocent, his icy eyes suddenly fixated on the matriarch, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Instinctively, she queried, Yenner, why do you look at your mother in such a manner? Zhan Yan inquired gravely, Why did you suddenly send them to the temple to pray? The matriarch anticipated his suspicion and had already prepared her defense. Without hesitation, Zhan Yan interrupted, Mother, why involve innocent individuals? The first misfortune you mentioned is your coercion of Zhan Duo to enter the palace to deliver garments to the consort, resulting in her being burned and disfigured. The matriarch was rendered speechless, her protests turning to tears as she argued, Yenner, do you blame your mother? I acted for the sake of the Marquis, for you. Zhan Yan raised an eyebrow. For what purpose exactly? The matriarch promptly stifled her sobs, her complexion a mix of pale and ashen. Gritting her teeth, she replied, I sought to ensure the safety of our Marquis. Is that so wrong? Who could have predicted that we would encounter bandits along the way? Why was it that all were unharmed except for Duo? Zhan Yan spoke calmly. I have already dispatched someone to investigate. There are only a handful of those ruffians in the outskirts of the capital. I have long intended to take action against them. Now, with a valid reason, I shall apprehend them all. The old lady of the Zhan family was so taken aback that she nearly collapsed. He actually sent someone to capture them? What should she do now? If it were revealed that she had financed those bandits, it would spell disaster. Feeling anxious, she said, Yenner, you cannot let the incident of the being attacked become common knowledge. How will your wife and Duo conduct themselves in the future? Zhan Yan replied nonchalantly. It is already known by many without any need for proclamation. I have informed the emperor and will bring them all directly to the for judgment. The old lady's legs felt weak, and she was gripped by fear. At this moment, she could only pray that those dispatched by Zhan Yan were utterly incompetent and could not capture the bandit leaders. Only in that case could she escape unscathed. However, Contrary to her wishes, about half an hour later, the shadow guards arrived, escorting a mule cart into the cart was filled with bandits, each one battered and bruised, making it impossible to recognize their original appearances. Zhan Yin instructed them to identify their leader, who, trembling, stammered, "My lord, I did not intend to insult your wife. Someone paid me and provided her portrait, instructing me to ruin her." Zhan Yin raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Then show me the portrait." The bandit quickly produced an image from his bosom, revealing a woman dressed in a scarlet brocade gown, her figure graceful. It was none other than Lin Yuan. A glimmer of murderous intent suddenly flashed in his eyes as he raised his foot and sent the bandit leader sprawling to the ground. Blood poured from the man's mouth, yet he paid no heed to wiping it away. Instead, he repeatedly bowed his head, pleading, "My lord, I was wrong. I should not have been blinded by wealth. Nor should I have dared to touch your lady. I beg you, spare my wretched life." Zhan Yan grasped his chin, commanding, "Look closely. This is my true wife. The one you previously insulted was not her at all. She is a daughter of the Zhan family." Lin Yuan stood before the bandit leader, causing him to tremble violently. What in the world was happening? Had he even insulted the wrong person? Without further hesitation, he quickly implored, "My lord, since she is not your wife, will you not show me leniency? I swear I shall never dare again." Zhan Yin unhesitatingly interrupted, "If you desire mercy, that may be possible. But you must reveal the names of those who conspired with you. I wish to uncover who plotted against my wife." The old matriarch of the Zhan family felt a cold sweat break out on her back and swiftly interjected, "Yin, why do you still keep such a beast alive? He has insulted Duo and deserves to be pierced through with a sword." As her words fell, she drew a golden hairpin from her hair and aimed it fiercely at the bandit leader's throat. In a flash, Zhan Yin seized her wrist, frowning as he asked, "Mother, what are you doing? Your eagerness to see him dead may lead others to suspect you of wanting to silence him." Madame Zhan swiftly averted her gaze, exclaiming, "Yin, what nonsensical utterances are you spouting? How could mother silence anyone? She is merely concerned for Duo, who is still so young, a vibrant young lady. What will become of her in the future?" Zhan Yin pushed her aside, stating, "I shall certainly provide her with an explanation. But we are currently in the midst of an interrogation, and you must refrain from interfering." Reluctantly, Madame Zhan retreated, her eyes brimming with terror and unease. Zhan Yin then turned his attention to the ruffian leader, warning, "If you do not disclose the mastermind behind this, I shall shatter your legs." The ruffian leader trembled in fear, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard Zhan Yin whisper in his ear, "Claim that the one who instructed you is the scion of the Zhan family, named Zhan Yu." The ruffian instinctively muttered in protest, "No, it was not him. It was an old matron." Zhan Yan's piercing gaze fixated on his throat, leaving him feeling a sudden chill, and without hesitation, he blurted out, "I remember now." He said his name was Zhan Yu. He harbored resentment because the madam of the Marquis residence remarried on the day of her wedding, which caused him humiliation. This led him to seek revenge by tarnishing her purity, ensuring she would never become whole again. Madame Zhan, despite her meticulous calculations, had never anticipated that he would dare to implicate her precious grandson, who was recuperating. How could he? In a frenzy, she interjected, "Nonsense. My Yuer is the epitome of kindness. He would never commit such a heinous act. You shall not slander him." The ruffian leader, sensing newfound confidence, realized that the Marquis estate was under the dominion of Zhan Yi. He swiftly retorted, "It was indeed him. He provided me with 100 taels of cash as a deposit and promised to settle the remaining 100 taels upon completion." The venerable matriarch shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "No, it cannot be him. Yuer would never commit such a heinous act." The bandit leader sneered, "Do you dare summon him to confront me?" Instantly, the matriarch fell silent, her eyes betraying a palpable sense of panic and unease. It was then that Zhan Yin spoke slowly, "Mother, to prove Zhan Yu's innocence, let us bring him forth from the estate. This matter must be thoroughly investigated." The matriarch bit her lip with intensity, filled with regret. Had she foreseen this, she would have preferred Zhan Duo to have swallowed her grievances. Now, Zhan Yin was entangled in this predicament, and Zhan Yu was unjustly implicated. He was not even present at the estate, but recuperating on Wudong Alley. With tears welling in her eyes, she implored, "Yin, how can you believe this man's fabrications? You is your own flesh and blood, raised by your hand. How could he possibly engage in such a vile conspiracy against the matriarch of the Ho family? This scoundrel is merely sowing discord. You ought to eliminate him without hesitation." Chapter 123. The resolution, without further hesitation, She promptly dispatched a trusted maid to summon him. Meanwhile, Zhan Yan felt a twinge of reproach towards the matriarch and Zhan Duo for their ineptitude, as they had failed to tidy their own affairs, allowing the bandit to implicate him, despite his complete lack of involvement. Even though his injuries had not yet fully healed, he feigned a demeanor of perfect health. He strode forward to stand before Zhan Yin and Lin Yuan, respectfully bowing his head. Son pays his respects to his father and mother. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes as her gaze deliberately fell upon Zhan Yu's waist, causing him to instinctively tighten his legs. The pain from his wound surged, prompting beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Zhan Yin slowly retracted the cold glint from his eyes and spoke in a languid tone. I have heard that you have been diligently studying at the manor recently. Zhan Yu nodded, gesturing towards the bandit leader. This man claims that you hired him as an assassin, attempting to humiliate your mother. What do you have to say in your defense? Zhan Yu hurriedly protested. I am wronged. I have been immersed in my studies at the manor, never stepping outside the main gate or the side gate, and I have scarcely met with Jilan. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with her. Chen Jilan immediately chimed in. Yes, I can testify on behalf of the young master. Zhan Yin raised an eyebrow in surprise. If you have indeed remained within the confines of the manor, then why has the steward from the manor never laid eyes upon you? As the words fell, Ying Hun brought forth an elderly man. Zhan Laofuren focused intently, recognizing him as the old steward from the manor. When had he been brought here? Zhan Yu's face turned increasingly pale with shock, and he anxiously glanced at Zhan Laofuren, hoping for her assistance. Zhan Laofuren, feeling the pressure, finally spoke. Yinner, do not blame Yor. It was I who instructed him to conceal his whereabouts. He had actually gone to Wudong Alley, but I feared you would overthink matters. So I said he had gone to the manor. Zhan Yin suddenly realized that he had gone to find his biological parents. It seemed that deep within his heart, he harbored resentment towards the second branch of the Ho family for driving them out of the residence. Zhan Yu hastily explained, No, my son would not dare. In my heart, there is only my father. Zhan Yin raised an eyebrow in astonishment. If there is only this lord in your heart, then why did you retreat to Wudong Alley? Is there a secret you wish to conceal from me? The old matriarch's expression turned anxious. If Zhan Yin were to dispatch someone to investigate Wudong Alley, it would spell disaster. She quickly interjected, Yinner, now that it has been confirmed that Yor is not the true culprit, you must swiftly deal with this bandit leader and prevent him from sowing discord and inciting fear among the people. Zhan Yu suddenly lifted his head. I swear, I have not colluded with the bandit leader to plot against the matriarch of the Ho family. Please, father, see clearly. Zhan Yin replied coolly, I wish to believe you. But this bandit leader insists that you are the mastermind behind it all. It seems you must provide proof that you remained in Wudong Alley without a moment's departure. Zhan Yu felt a wave of difficulty. To prove he had not left Wudong Alley would mean admitting he was recuperating. But from what injury? The incident at the Lotus Pond had already resurfaced. He felt as though he were being subjected to the flames of scrutiny. Zhan Yan remained unperturbed, leisurely awaiting a plausible explanation from him. The old matriarch was equally tormented, tightly closing her eyes, her face reflecting a fierce internal struggle. She could only save one of her grandchildren. It appeared she would have to push Duoer into the fray, regardless of the circumstances. She had already been tarnished by the bandit leader, rendering her indifferent to another heinous act falling upon her. Resolute in her decision, she hastily entered the room and pulled Zhan Duoer to her feet. Grandmother, how are things? Did uncle support me? Has he eliminated that wretched bandit leader? She inquired with a pale face, her voice trembling. Zhan Laofuren lowered her voice and said, Duoer, listen carefully. The bandit leader has been killed because he was hired by your elder brother, thus you must assist him. Zhan Duoer was momentarily taken aback. How can I possibly help him? She stammered. She quickly shook her head. I refuse to suffer in silence, nor will I confess. Grandmother, do not force me. I wish to do nothing. Zhan Laofuren, her ears buzzing with urgency, exclaimed in frustration, You insolent girl. If it weren't for your desire for revenge, would I have gone to such lengths to hire those bandits? Do you wish to ruin your brother's future with your own hands? Tears streamed down Zhan Duoer's face as she bit her lip, remaining stubbornly silent. Taking a deep breath, Zhan Laofuren continued, Good Duoer, by rescuing your elder brother this time, I promise to cherish you moving forward. Don't you wish to wear fine garments? I shall personally take you to select them, and even prepare several sets of jewelry. A fierce struggle flickered in Zhan Duoer's eyes. She understood she had no choice at this moment. Choking back her emotions, she said, Grandmother, you must prepare a dowry for me. I want to marry with great fanfare. Jean Leofurin's gaze softened with affection as she reached out to tousle her hair. You are my precious granddaughter, and the finest dowry shall be reserved for you. I assure you, at least 200 items. Jean Duour, with a visage of unease, followed her outside the courtyard. She timidly knelt before Zhan Yan, exclaiming, Uncle, the bandit leader has deliberately slandered my elder brother. It was I who attracted his ire. Upon my departure from the residence, I inadvertently offended him, and thus he harbors resentment, seeking revenge upon me. Zhan Yan's scrutinizing gaze fell upon her. Jean Duour, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? With determination, she clenched her teeth. Of course I understand. The fate I have met is deserved. It is indeed my fault. I beseech you, uncle, do not investigate further. I am willing to bear the consequences. Chapter 124. Injury examination. Before Zhan Yan could utter a word, the old matriarch of the Zhan family raised her hand and struck Jean Duour sharply across the face, her voice laced with fury. You foolish girl. Why did you venture out to provoke trouble? You nearly tarnished the reputation of our marquisate. Jean Duour, in tears, pleaded, Grandmother, I acknowledge my mistakes. I have already reaped the bitter fruits of my actions. Do you truly wish to drive me to despair? The old matriarch, her expression dark as thunder, turned to Zhan Yan. Since Duour has admitted her fault, for the sake of our marquisate's reputation, this matter must not be widely disseminated. You must swiftly deal with this bandit leader to avert further scandal. Zhan Yu promptly added, Grandmother speaks wisely. Father must prioritize the honor of our marquisate. Zhan Yan's lips curled in a sardonic smile, his piercing gaze causing the bandit leader to pale in fear. Trembling, the man begged, Do not kill me. I implore you. Spare my life. Zhan Yan signaled with his eyes. However, our young master demands that you be dealt with immediately. A flicker of hatred suddenly crossed the bandit leader's face. Without further hesitation, he lunged towards Zhan Yu. Caught off guard, Zhan Yu found himself pinned beneath him. In a fit of rage, he struggled and cried out, Someone, quickly, pull this bandit away. Yet, in an instant, the bandit had rained down several furious blows upon his face, even tearing his garments asunder. With a sudden rip, Zhan Yu's trousers were torn open, revealing a stark, crimson stain at his waist. The bandit, seemingly startled, sprang to his feet and exclaimed, I haven't turned him into a eunuch. I merely landed a few punches. Lady Zhan, aghast, nearly stumbled backward in shock. She urgently shouted, What are you all standing there for? Hurry, help the young master down. Just as a servant approached to assist Zhan Yu, Zhan Yan's cold voice cut through the air, commanding, Wait. Lady Zhan shivered, instinctively responding, Yan Yu has been beaten to such a state by the bandit. We must tend to his injuries at once. The bandit quickly denied any wrongdoing, insisting, I did strike him a couple of times, but I never touched his waist. Who knows what misdeed he may have committed to earn such a wound? Zhan Yu's face turned as pale as parchment, whether from fear or pain, it was unclear. Zhan Yan spoke solemnly, Whether you are responsible for this can be determined by the physician. Fearful of being exposed, Zhan Yu hastily fell to his knees before him, pleading, Father, a few days ago while riding, I accidentally injured myself in this area, which is why I have been recuperating in the Wudong Alley. Zhan Yan surveyed him from a position of authority. Zhan Yu, I shall inquire once more, is your injury truly the result of a horseback riding accident? Cold sweat uncontrollably streamed down Zhan Yu's forehead. He was genuinely terrified. Yet, he found himself devoid of options. To speak the truth would lead him to certain doom. If he continued to fabricate lies, perhaps, with his grandmother's assistance, he might navigate this perilous situation. Resolutely, he insisted, I dare not lie. I was indeed injured while riding. Zhan's matriarch swiftly interjected, Yan, do not pressurize you in such a manner. He is your own son, raised under your care. You must be well aware of his temperament. He would never deceive. Zhan Yan retorted in a grave tone, Has he not told countless lies? Furthermore, while it is true that Zhan Yu is my nominal son, it was you who first brought him before me and insisted he be entered into our family lineage. I have spent 8 of the last 10 years on the battlefield. How can he be considered raised by me? The matriarch felt a twinge of guilt. She pinched herself sharply, and as pain surged through her, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Through her sobs, she lamented, I acknowledged him as my son for whose sake? You bear a hidden ailment, and I must ensure someone inherits the title of the Marquis. Without hesitation, Zhan Yan interrupted, Then it must be someone of good character. His repeated deceit has left me profoundly disappointed. Zhan Yu knelt before him, pleading, Father, I truly did not lie this time. I was injured from falling off a horse. Zhan Yan regarded him with a complex expression, stating, very well. I shall grant you another opportunity to have the physician examine your wounds. Should it be confirmed that your injuries were indeed sustained from a fall while riding, I will not only restore your title as heir, but will also send you to Maple Leaf Academy for your studies. Zhan Yu felt his entire being freeze. Did he truly doubt him so? Zhan Yan paid no heed to his dismal countenance and continued unabated. However, if it is revealed that your injuries stem from other circumstances, I shall summon the elders of the Zhan family to expel you from this branch of the clan. The matriarch instinctively intervened. No, Zhan Yan. You lack the authority to do so. She clenched her teeth, contesting, Yu is not a liar. He is a dutiful child. Yin'er, do not be swayed by others' instigations. Yu is profoundly filial toward you. Irritated by her incessant protests, Zhan Yin decisively commanded, Ing Hun, summon the physician and gather the elders of the Zhan family. Yes. Ing Hun swiftly turned and departed. Lin Yuan had not anticipated that Zhan Yin would escalate matters to such a degree. He was openly intent on expelling Zhan Yu. It appeared he had meticulously orchestrated this from the outset, biding his time rather than having found no evidence against Zhan Yu. A single decisive blow, leaving no room for the other to recover. Was this an act of vengeance on his part? Sensing Lin Yuan's gaze upon him, Zhan Yin instinctively glanced in her direction. She quickly averted her eyes, evading his stare. How awkward and strange. Moments later, the estate physician hurriedly arrived, accompanied by several elders from the Zhan family, who resided in another mansion on Koi Street. They seldom interacted, gathering only during significant matters to deliberate together. Despite his high status, Zhan Yan held deep respect for the elders. He was the first to bow respectfully, addressing them, Uncle, esteemed elders. The elders quickly gestured for him to rise, inquiring, What urgent matter has prompted our presence? Zhan Yan replied directly, I intend to deal with Zhan Yu. His persistent deceit has left me utterly disillusioned. He has sustained a severe injury, yet claims it resulted from horseback riding. The elders exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. They promptly responded, Very well, we have brought the family register. We shall witness this matter for the Duke. Zhan Yan instructed the physician to bring Zhan Yu into the inner chamber, where he would personally observe the examination of his injuries. The elderly matriarch of the Zhan family attempted to enter, but was halted by Ing Han, who coldly stated, The Duke has instructed that only he and the physician need to know the outcome. Chapter 125. The disowned son. The matriarch felt a pang of frustration in her chest, powerless to change the course of events. She had never anticipated that her intention to discipline Lin Yuan would not only fail to hurt her, but would also entangle both Duo and Zhan Yu in this predicament. Had she known, she would have refrained from such reckless actions. Regret consumed her. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Zhan Yu felt a growing sense of unease. Although he had been nursing his wound for several days, the initial sharpness of the cut was no longer visible. Yet there remained a possibility that the family physician might discern it. He anxiously observed the physician, hoping for a lapse in his vision. Zhan Yu immediately refuted, No, you are mistaken. It was not a dagger that inflicted this injury, but rather a bruise from horseback riding. Zhan Yan called out to the shadowy figure outside, who promptly entered and placed a small glass vial before the family physician. Examine this. Is it not the missing fragment? Zhan Yu was struck with shock. He never anticipated that Zhan Yan had discovered the very piece that had been severed from him. This implied that he had long been aware that it was he who intended to assault Lin Yuan by the lotus pond that day. His request for the physician to examine him was merely a ploy to substantiate his guilt and subsequently expunge him from the family lineage, casting him out from the Marquis residence. What a devious scheme he had concocted. Regaining his composure, Zhan Yu fell to his knees before Zhan Yan, pleading, Father, I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistakes. It was all my doing. That day by the lotus pond, I merely intended to prepare some lotus leaf tea for you, but alas, my mother mistook me for an assassin. A cold fury surged within Zhan Yan's gaze, yet his exterior remained impassive. He questioned in a deep, stern voice, Do you now confess that the assassin hiding by the lotus pond that day was indeed you? Zhan Yu nodded hesitantly. Although I was hiding by the lotus pond, I am not an assassin. I had no intention of harming my mother. Without further hesitation, Zhan Yan swiftly exited, declaring, I implore the esteemed elders of the clan to open the Zhan family genealogy and remove Zhan Yu's name from my lineage. The elderly matriarch of the Zhan family swayed violently, yet she understood that she could not falter. Otherwise, there would be no one to protect her beloved grandson. She swiftly intervened. Zhan Yan, you cannot be so heartless. You have not been in the residence for so many years, and it is he who has dutifully cared for you as your son. How can you simply dismiss him? Zhan Yan raised an eyebrow and regarded her. You have raised him to this age. Is it not expected that he shows you filial piety? The treasures in his room did not fall from the sky, did they? They were all provided by you. Is that not sufficient? The elderly lady felt a twinge of guilt. Her favoritism towards Zhan Yi had indeed gone too far, but that was simply because he was her own flesh and blood. She earnestly pleaded, Yinner, he has already acknowledged his mistakes. Can you not grant him another chance? Are you not afraid of being branded as ruthless and merciless? Zhan Yan abruptly halted. Do you comprehend where he has inflicted harm? I already bear a hidden affliction. How can I possibly endure another son who cannot carry on the family line? He has committed numerous transgressions, and I have already extended him ample opportunities. Seeing that Zhan Yan remained unmoved, the elderly matriarch anxiously turned to the silent Lin Yuan. You must speak up. This situation arose because of you. You cannot simply stand by and watch our noble household crumble because of your actions. Lin Yuan quickly assumed a pitiful expression, reaching out to tug at Zhan Yan's sleeve. My lord, did you not hear the matriarch's harsh words towards me? Is she not indirectly labeling me as a disruptor of the family? Please, have mercy on Zhan Yu. Otherwise, the matriarch will ensure that my life in the residence becomes unbearable. The expression on the old lady Zhan's face changed dramatically. How could you, Lin Yuan? I asked you to intercede, not to incite trouble. Indeed, Zhan Yan spoke without hesitation, since mother is so reluctant to part with Zhan Yu. Then let him move out of the Marquis's residence with her. The old lady Zhan could hardly believe her ears. Zhan Yan, are you also going to drive me away? Do you wish to become the most unfilial son of the current dynasty? Zhan Yan solemnly clarified, I am not driving you away. It is you who cannot bear to part with Zhan Yu. I simply do not wish to see you separated from your grandson. The old lady Zhan threw a tantrum, declaring, I will not leave, and neither will you. He is my grandson, and that cannot be changed. Should you dare to remove him from the family register, I will end my life at the threshold of the ancestral hall. You may do as you please. As her words fell, several elders of the Zhan family appeared somewhat troubled. They urged, Lord Marquis, perhaps we should discuss this further? After all, the reputation of the Marquis's residence must take precedence. Zhan Yan furrowed his brow. Ing'un, transfer Zhan Yu to the authorities on charges of colluding with bandits to harm the daughters of the Zhan family, and let them sentence him to severe punishment. Understood. Ing'un responded loudly, seizing Zhan Yu's arm and dragging him out. The old lady Zhan was infuriated. Zhan Yan was truly ruthless. Not only did he intend to ruin Zhan Yu, but he also aimed to disgrace Zhan Duo, making their suffering widely known. He sought to completely destroy the bond between the siblings. Her mind was in turmoil, and the desperate cries of Zhan Yu echoed in her ears. Grandmother, save me. I do not want to go to the authorities. I do not want to go to prison. The old lady Zhan took a deep breath. Indeed, the charges against Zhan Yu were serious. The prison time was minor. But the prospect of exile was grave. If she were to be exiled to a desolate land, she would never again see her only beloved grandson. Zhan Yan is utterly inhumane. He is deliberately forcing her into a dilemma, leaving her no choice but to yield. The matriarch of the Zhan family, as if all her vitality had been drained, despondently uttered, Zhan Yan, is it not your intention to compel me to agree to remove Zhan Yu from the family registry? I can acquiesce, can I not? Zhan Yan coldly replied, Mother need not feel pressured. You are free to decline. The matriarch, in utter despair, cried out, I agree. I shall promptly remove Zhan Yu from your name, and from this moment forth, he shall no longer be your son. Zhan Yan interjected, nor shall he be your grandson, unless you depart the Marquis residence alongside him. The matriarch's eyes rolled back, and she instantly fainted. Zhan Yu was unceremoniously expelled from the Marquis residence, not even granted the opportunity to collect his belongings. He stumbled onto the street, feeling the scornful and derisive gazes surrounding him. Whispers floated through the air. Isn't this the esteemed heir of the Marquis residence? How glorious he once was. Now he has fallen to a state worse than that of a beggar. Another voice chimed in. I heard he was cast out today. The family elders of the Zhan clan have just departed. Zhan Yu's eyes instantly turned crimson with fury as he bellowed. I have not been expelled from the Marquis residence. I remain my grandmother's grandson, a child of the Zhan family. Chapter 126. Plea he could not leave in such a panic, for if he did, he would never again hold his head high in the capital. He hurriedly ran to the courtyard of the venerable Lady Zhan, only to be pulled inside by Lady Lu. who sighed helplessly, lamenting, "Poor Ewer, how did you come to such a fate?" Zhan Yi urgently inquired, "Auntie, where is my grandmother? How is she now?" Lady Lu led him into the room, where he beheld the elderly Lady Zhan, pale and leaning against the bed, her eyes filled with unrestrained fury and hatred. He fell to his knees with a thud, pleading, "Grandmother, I beseech you, save your grandson." Lady Zhan's tears began to flow as she gritted her teeth and responded, "Save you? How can your grandmother possibly save you? When that living hellion becomes enraged, no one can contain him." Zhan Yu's eyes flickered as he spoke with a complex expression, "Grandmother, you are mistaken. There is someone who can restrain him. Everything he does is for that vile woman." "Lin Yuan?" Lady Zhan squeezed out those 3 words through clenched teeth. Zhan Yi nodded vigorously, saying, "It is she, grandmother. All of this stems from her." Lady Zhan retorted angrily, "Even if she could restrain Zhan Yan, so what? You have pleaded with her, yet she refuses to help you, deliberately provoking Zhan Yan's wrath. She wishes for your demise." Zhan Yu spoke hesitantly, "Grandmother, I wish to try again. Perhaps it was because my father was present. I longed to meet her alone. I cannot believe that someone who once admired me so deeply could suddenly turn so cruel." Lady Zhan furrowed her brows in contemplation. "Are you suggesting that she still holds resentment towards you?" Zhan Yu nodded. "It is because Zhi Lan is with child, is it not? I shall personally accompany her to express our apologies and earnestly seek her forgiveness." Zhan old madam did not hesitate any longer. She swiftly commanded, "Someone, go inquire about the whereabouts of the Marquis and ascertain whether he is at home." Impatiently urging, Zhan old madam continued, "Ewer, take this opportunity to hasten and bring Chun Zhi Lan to apologize to Lin Yuan, seeking her pardon. For only then will you have a chance to remain in the Marquis's residence." Zhan Yu changed into fresh attire, presenting himself as a refined young gentleman. Clad in a moon-white long robe, he indeed appeared quite dashing. When Chun Zhi Lan learned they were to kneel and beg for Lin Yuan's forgiveness, she hesitated. Yet, she understood that she had no alternative. Should Zhan Yu truly be cast out from the Marquis's estate, the life of the child she carried would lose all significance. Upon their arrival outside Lin Yuan's courtyard, they were confronted by Linger, whose expression was as frosty as it was displeasing. She spoke in a low, stern tone. "Did you not already receive your dismissal from the residence? What brings you here to seek Our Lady?" A flicker of disdain flashed in Zhan Yu's eyes. In the past, he would never have regarded such a lowly maid. Yet now, he found himself compelled to wear a facade of civility. He awkwardly clarified, "Miss Ling, I have come to bid farewell to my mother. I kindly ask you to relay this message." Linger resolutely refused. "No need for a message. You are no longer a young master of the Marquis's residence, and Our Lady is no longer your mother. You may leave." Zhan Yu's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot, and he instinctively lashed out with a furious curse. "How dare you, insolent maid, be so audacious before me?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he raised his hand to strike Linger across the face. Linger, taken aback by the sudden aggression, froze momentarily, completely forgetting to evade. Just then, Zir appeared, swiftly pulling her aside. With a decisive motion, she brought the hilt of her sword down harshly upon Zhan Yu's shoulder, causing him to howl in pain. Fuming, he demanded, "Insolent maid, who gave you the audacity to lay hands on me?" Zir raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "What manner of gentleman do you believe yourself to be? Our Lord has decreed that anyone who trespasses into the lady's quarters shall face death without mercy." The chilling statement made Zhan Yu tremble violently. He understood that Zir was indeed capable of such actions. She was a shadow guard personally trained by Zhan Yan, ruthless and sparing of words, striking with deadly precision. Daring not to retort further, he instead yanked Chun Zhi Lan to kneel at the door, his voice low and firm as he called out, "Mother, if you do not come out to meet us, both I and Lanner shall remain kneeling here." She wept bitterly, appearing utterly fragile. Lin Yuan emerged from within the room, her exquisite features adorned with an unmistakable smirk. The moment Zhan Yu laid eyes on her, a flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. He realized with regret that he had been blind to her allure, allowing himself to be entangled with Chun Zhi Lan. Lin Yuan, too, possessed remarkable beauty. She was dignified and radiant, her eyes shining like the brightest stars in the firmament. Regardless of the circumstances, he should first subdue her completely before broaching the subject of taking a concubine. Only then would she harbor less animosity towards him. He took a deep breath, swallowing his resentment with great difficulty. Trembling, he spoke. "Mother, I have come to apologize. My previous actions have led to a misunderstanding, and I have learned my lesson. I hope to earn your forgiveness." Lin Yuan replied coolly. The Marquis has removed you from the family registry. There is no need for you to address me as mother. I have no son who would seek to endanger my life. Zhan Yi, anxious to defend himself, exclaimed, You misunderstand. I never intended to harm you. That day by the lotus pond, my actions were merely a reflection of my feelings for you. Lin Yuan scoffed derisively. Feelings? The kind that threatens my life? This duplicitous scoundrel was still attempting to deceive her with sweet words. If he truly cherished her, how could he marry both wife and concubine on the same day? If his affections were genuine, how could he allow Qin Zhilan to become pregnant first? The lessons learned from her past life made her acutely aware that this man merely sought to exploit her to maintain his comfortable existence in the Marquis. She would not grant him his desires. She approached Zhan Yi, towering over him, and fixed him with a piercing gaze. Zhan Yi, on what grounds should I forgive you? Even if I were to toss a bone to a dog, it would wag its tail in delight and beg for more. What can you offer me? Zhan Yi's complexion turned a ghastly shade, taken aback that Lin Yuan would liken him to a dog. This vile woman. Her words were indeed venomous. However, at this moment, she had no choice but to swallow her indignation as she sought her assistance. Once her objective was achieved and she successfully remained within it, she would devise a plan to scheme against her, ensuring that she would be scorned by her father. At that point, she could dominate her and act with impunity. Having come to this realization, reluctantly spoke, I can also curry favor with my mother like a faithful hound. If you wish for me to bark, I shall bark. Woof, woof, woof. Chapter 127. Madness. As he barked, he wagged his posterior like a dog. Was taken aback, her face paling as she instinctively retreated behind. Her eyes wide with horror. Was truly losing his sanity? Yet remained unfazed, for she understood that would stop at nothing to attain his desires. This was the essence of his character. At this moment, was in tears, her face streaked with sorrow as she choked out, Madam, has gone to such lengths for you. Will you not forgive us? Curled her lips into a cold smile, replying, He is not truly a dog. He is merely putting on an act. Would he dare consume leftover food? A sudden flash of fury crossed his eyes, and his clenched fists creaked ominously within his sleeves. He fixed a fierce glare at, How dare you humiliate me thus? After all, we share a history. You were once my fiancée. Without hesitation, interrupted. I am now the esteemed matriarch of the madam. With that singular declaration, the arrogance that had flared within was abruptly extinguished. Indeed, she is the lady of the father. And if he wishes to remain in the Marquis, he must seek her forgiveness and persuade her to intercede with his father. He gritted his teeth and said, Isn't it merely leftover scraps? I can manage that. Lin Yuan swiftly interjected, Linger, please fetch the basin of slop we prepared in the backyard. The Zhan Yi Marquis has designated personnel to handle the slop basins, and in truth, the spoiled food is merely yesterday's remnants. However, despite the short duration, the odor from being left outside is undeniably foul. Before long, Linger returned, pinching her nose, and tossed a basin of refuse before Zhan Yi. Ugh, Qin Zhilan, already with child, could not bear the stench of the food and immediately covered her mouth, gagging. Zhan Yi felt a discomfort in his throat, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. He furrowed his brow and demanded, You truly intend for me to consume this spoiled food? Lin Yuan's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity. She recalled vividly that in her past life, having angered Qin Zhilan, she was confined to the woodshed by Zhan Yi. For several days, she was starved until one day when he presented her with a basin of such fare. At that time, she was so dizzy that she could not discern its foulness and hastily stuffed it into her mouth. After finishing it, she retched violently, nearly facing the king of hell himself. This time, having the opportunity for Zhan Yi to experience such a taste, she would certainly not let it slip away. With a narrowed gaze and a smile, she remarked, No one is forcing you to eat it. If you cannot manage it, then leave my courtyard at once. A fierce struggle flickered across Zhan Yuming's face. He had already learned to bark like a dog and wag his tail. Yet was he to succumb to this ordeal of eating? No, he must eat. Gritting his teeth, he lowered his head and plunged his hands into the bowl. The rancid odor intensified, and he could scarcely endure it, turning away to gag violently. Qin Zhilan crawled to Lin Yuan's feet, pleading, Madam, please do not torment brother Yu. He does not deserve this. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan replied, I had almost forgotten. Then you should eat with him. It will be quicker that way. Qin Zhilan's face suddenly darkened with guilt. Lin Yuan laughed mockingly. Aren't you two deeply bonded? If you care so much for him and cannot bear to see him humiliated, you ought to share in his burden. Each word pierced Qin Zhilan's pretentious facade, rendering her pale and unattractive. At that moment, Zhan Yi simply wished to finish quickly. Without further hesitation, he grasped Qin Jilan's wrist and declared, "Lanner, she is right. Let us eat together. It will expedite the process." Qin Jilan's face was filled with resistance. She had no desire to eat at all. Such foul food should not be consumed by any human. Yet, regardless of her aversion, Zhan Yi forcibly pushed her head into the bowl. Gagging, Qin Jilan struggled desperately, her face contorted as she managed to pull her mouth free from the bowl. She collapsed onto the ground, retching uncontrollably. Linger and Zier, sensing a profound physiological discomfort, turned away. Lin Yuan remained motionless. For these were experiences she had endured in her past life. With a hint of impatience, she spoke, "Since neither of you possesses the sincerity to apologize, be gone swiftly and do not waste this lady's time." Zhan Yu instinctively interjected, "I am here to sincerely apologize. Whatever you ask of me, I am willing to comply. Is it merely consuming this food? I can do that." Without further hesitation, his expression darkened as he urged Qin Jilan, "We shall share this equally. If you cannot manage it, do not expect to remain by my side any longer. Brother Yu, I truly cannot stomach it." Qin Jilan protested, her face full of grievance. Zhan Yu scoffed coldly, "You must eat it, regardless." He seized her by the neck and forcefully poured the contents into her mouth. Qin Jilan was compelled to swallow a significant amount, and to prevent her from gagging, Zhan Yu tightly covered her mouth. At that moment, Qin Jilan, nearly choking, rolled her eyes back in distress, her face a painful blend of tears and spoiled food. Once she had settled, he pinched her nose and quickly consumed the remaining portion. Ensuring the bowl was empty, he turned to Lin Yuan with eager anticipation. "I have done as you instructed. Now you shall forgive me, yes?" Without hesitation, she nodded, "Indeed. I forgive you. You may take your vile concubine and leave." Zhan Yu's expression shifted dramatically as he furiously questioned, "Lin Yuan, do you dare to toy with me?" She feigned innocence, raising her hands in surrender. "I am not toying with you. I promise that as long as you consumed the remnants of this spoiled food to appease me, I would forgive you. Is this not me honoring my word?" Zhan Yu trembled violently. She had indeed honored her promise, yet the outcome he desired was far from this. He wished for her to plead his case before the Marquis, to secure his place within the Marquis's residence. Gritting his teeth, he implored, "You must beseech Father to allow me to remain in the Marquis's household. I shall henceforth act with prudence and dedicate myself to honoring both you and him." Lin Yuan glanced skyward and retorted, "Zhan Yu, the day has yet to darken, and you already indulge in fanciful dreams? Do you believe that merely having savored a bowl of spoiled leftovers entitles you to continue luxuriating in the Marquis's abundance?" Her words struck a nerve, and Zhan Yu's eyes flushed with rage. This wretched woman dared to toy with him, courting her own demise. Almost instinctively, he surged toward Lin Yuan, seizing her neck with a fierce grip. He growled menacingly, "Lin Yuan, do you believe I won't send you to meet the king of hell this very moment?" In a sudden outburst, Lin Yuan cried, "Husband, save me." Zhan Yu froze, only to be met with excruciating pain in his shoulder. With a pained scream, he instinctively released Lin Yuan, who stumbled into Zhan Yan's embrace. Her fair face awash with terror, tears streaming down her cheeks, she implored, "Marquis, did you witness that?" Zhan Yu was so audacious. He wanted to strangle me to death. Chapter 128. Broken legs. Zhan Yu desperately defended himself. "Father, I did not. She is feigning it. Just moments ago, she coerced me into consuming spoiled leftovers with Lana, causing us both to retch." Zhan Yan commanded sternly, "Ing Hun, restrain Zhan Yu and break both of his legs." Zhan Yu's eyes brimmed with disbelief as he bitterly questioned, "Father, on what grounds?" Zhan Yan interrupted him sharply, "Silence. Who do you think your father is? You have been removed from the family tree. How dare you trespass into the back courtyard of the Marquis's residence? Breaking your legs this time is merely a warning. Next time, it shall cost you your life." Before Zhan Yu could utter another word, Ing Hun resolutely shattered his legs with a surge of internal energy. A piercing scream escaped Zhan Yu, resonating throughout the entire Marquisate. By the time the elderly matriarch Zhan arrived upon hearing the news, Zhan Yu had already succumbed to unconsciousness. She cried out in anguish, "What a tragedy! Oh heavens! Why must you treat my Yua with such cruelty?" Lin Yiwan's delicate visage bore a hint of derision. "This was merely the beginning for you, Matriarch Zhan. Your better days lie ahead." After disposing of Zhan Yu, Zhan Yan instructed his men to tidy up the courtyard. He changed his attire and sat before Lin Yiwan, stating, "The palace has conducted an investigation and discovered that the cooking oil consumed by the emperor was substituted by a high-ranking maid locked away in the cold palace. She raised an eyebrow in surprise. The cold palace? Zhan Yi nodded. An individual of no relevance. The emperor does not believe she is responsible. However, she has since committed suicide by ingesting gold, severing the trail of clues. Lin Yiwan furrowed her brow in contemplation. Things cannot be this simple. Besides that high-ranking maid, are there others in the cold palace? Zhan Yan replied without hesitation. Consort He, the mother of the loyal and brave prince. During the late emperor's reign, she was confined there for her transgressions, and even after the current emperor ascended, she is yet to be released. Lin Yuan suddenly realized the truth. Indeed, the one who least wished for the emperor to have offspring was none other than this individual. However, without evidence, the emperor could never act against her, as it would surely incite dissatisfaction within the royal family, suggesting that he could not even spare a useless consort. Zhan Yan, noticing her distraction, could not help but gently pinch her small ear, inquiring, "What are you thinking about?" Lin Yuan gasped sharply, feeling a tingling sensation coursing from head to toe due to his gentle yet firm touch. Almost instinctively, she jumped up and exclaimed, "No, don't touch me." Zhan Yan's hands froze mid-air, his handsome visage momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he delicately adjusted his fingers and spoke in a somewhat subdued tone. "I apologize for my abruptness, madam. Please do not take offense." Seeing the shadow of disappointment in his eyes, Lin Yuan guessed he must have misunderstood her reaction. Blushing, she clarified, "It's not that. My ears are quite sensitive, and even the slightest touch can make my scalp tingle." Zhan Yan's eyes darkened suddenly, and he replied in a hushed voice, "So, it turns out that the lady's ears are a particularly sensitive area?" Lin Yuan nodded vigorously, "Yes, indeed." Without hesitation, Zhan Yan leaned closer, lifting her hair and blowing softly into her ear. I'm going to die," Lin Yuan erupted, quickly covering her ears and turning to flee in alarm. A smile graced Zhan Yan's lips as he found his wife utterly adorable. After a short while, Lin Yuan had a large bathing tub brought in, cradling a well-packaged small box in her arms. Zhan Yan was taken aback. "What is this?" Lin Yuan replied without hesitation. "Of course, it is for bathing." Zhan Yan immediately froze, his gaze darting around in confusion as he instinctively asked, "Are we to bathe together?" Bang! Lingo, who had just entered with a bucket of hot water, was nearly knocked off her feet by this statement. She bumped her head against the side of the bucket but paid no heed to the possibility of a bump forming. She hurriedly turned and dashed outside. Once she reached the courtyard, she resolutely shut the door behind her. Zhi curiously observed her. "Being chased by a ghost?" Linger frowned and shot her a glare. "You are the one being chased by a ghost. I was frightened by the Marquis. He actually wants to bathe with Our Lady." Zhi shrugged. "What is the big deal? Aren't they husband and wife? They can do anything intimate." Linger whispered a reminder, but the Marquis is unable to. Linger, burdened with thoughts, took the medicinal ointment, her eyes seemingly trying to peer through the door to glimpse the scene within. At that moment, Lin Yuan was explaining to Zhan Yan, "This is a medicinal bath package I personally prepared for you. It will benefit your injuries. You should soak for half an hour." Zhan Yan understood her good intentions and did not refuse. He promptly removed his outer garments and stepped into the bath. Lin Yuan quickly fetched a stand and placed it in front of him. He was vaguely surprised and touched as he remarked, "You are indeed thoughtful, my lady. While I soak in the medicinal bath, I can still attend to state affairs. Please having Han bring over some military reports from my study." Lin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What military report? Do you have some misunderstanding about this apparatus?" Zhan Yan queried, perplexed. "What do you intend to do with it?" She flashed a mysterious smile and promptly opened the small box. Extracting the album within, she turned to the first page and unhesitatingly placed it on the stand. A springtime scene unexpectedly emerged before Zhan Yan, nearly causing him to tumble out of the bath. "Wife, what are you attempting to do?" Despite his usual composure, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, leaving him unsure if it was due to heat or fear. Lin Yuan matter-of-factly replied, "Of course. I am here to treat your hidden ailment. A medicinal bath combined with psychological therapy may yield unexpected results." Zhan Yan was bewildered. This psychological therapy seemed excessively stimulating. The sight of the medicinal bath felt like a tremendous torment. Indeed, he sensed a warmth in his nostrils. When he wiped his face, he was shocked to find bright red blood streaming forth. With a splash, he could no longer endure it and attempted to escape the tub. How embarrassing it would be to bleed over an erotic illustration. If this were to spread, it would surely become a source of ridicule. He was the formidable god of war, a king of the battlefield. Even sustaining a deep wound would not elicit a frown, yet here he was, his will utterly shattered by a mere image. Truly, he could not afford such humiliation. As he made his escape, Lin Yuan firmly pressed him back into the water. With a serious expression, she declared, "Zhan Yan, do you still wish to restore your health?" The delicate fragrance of the young maiden infiltrated his senses, further clouding his mind. Chapter 129, Healing. Images from moments ago incessantly replayed in his mind, compelling him to match the two individuals in his thoughts. Suddenly, blood trickled anew from his nose. With a pallid expression, he stammered, "Madam, I am bleeding." She nodded. "This is a normal reaction. It signifies that you are still a genuine man." As she spoke, she gently pressed on the wings of his nose. Instantly, his tension ebbed away, and the overwhelming heat that had consumed him faded into oblivion. Observing that his bleeding had ceased, Lin Yuan instinctively moved to the side, allowing him to continue perusing the illustrated tome. However, Zhan Yan seized her wrist, declaring, "Your gaze is far more captivating than that illustration." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow in astonishment, pondering how she could possibly compare to the allure of the secret illustrations. Little did she know that Zhan Yan had unconsciously transformed the two of them into figures within the pages of his mind. Had she been aware of the fierce battle unfolding between these two figures, she would never have permitted Zhan Yan to pursue such a mental therapy. Thus, Zhan Yan endured his torment for a full hour. When he finally rose, he indeed noticed a remarkable change at his waist. Could it be that he had genuinely made some progress? With time, might he truly become a real man? Just as he contemplated how to conceal this newfound development, Lin Yuan interjected, "Husband, let me see the results." With a sudden splash, Zhan Yan submerged himself entirely in the water, his voice hoarse as he exclaimed, "No, you cannot look." Lin Yuan's delicate face registered a moment of surprise. "Why not? As your healer, I must assess your condition in order to provide the appropriate treatment." Zhan Yan tightly shut his eyes, feeling that the majority of his life's embarrassment had been experienced in her presence. In an instant, she realized the reason and couldn't help but chuckle. "My dear husband, are you shy?" He quickly interjected, "Not at all. I merely believe that there should be a degree of modesty between men and women." She swiftly covered his mouth with her hand, insisting, "We are married, after all. It is perfectly natural for us to see each other." Her sweet, melodious voice was like a celestial melody, sending an undeniable sensation coursing through his back, particularly around his waist, where he felt a significant improvement. Surprised and elated, he pondered whether she had inadvertently cured him. Just as he was lost in thought, she suddenly yanked him upright. Their eyes locked, and Zhan Yan wished fervently for a place to hide. Lin Yuan squinted and remarked, "You're recovering quite well." "Indeed. The psychological therapy is effective. We shall continue tomorrow." She clapped her hands and swiftly turned to leave. Zhan Yan watched her retreating figure, his gaze filled with complex emotions. This young woman had cast a monumental stone into the lake of his heart and then dashed away. Did she truly perceive him as just an ordinary patient? The thought extinguished the flames of excitement within him, leaving him dejected as he changed into a clean outfit. After leaving the courtyard, he sought out the old physician for a pulse diagnosis. The old physician gazed at him in astonishment, exclaiming, "What miraculous elixir have you consumed to exhibit such signs of recovery?" With great difficulty, Zhan Yan managed to utter 3 words, "Spring Palace diagram." The old physician initially wore a peculiar expression, only to burst into hearty laughter soon after. "I had no idea that such an object possessed such remarkable efficacy. Indeed, with proper time for recuperation, you shall undoubtedly bequeath your lineage." Zhan Yan promptly regained his composure. It appeared that his decision to expel Zhan Yi from the Marquis residence was indeed wise. He could envision a future where he and Wan would bear children of their own. This was undeniably splendid news. Yet, the process of treatment was undeniably awkward. He felt as if his face might ignite with embarrassment. Had it not been for Lin Yuan's unwavering presence by his side, he would have surely fled in disgrace. At that moment, the old physician remained oblivious to his inner turmoil and continued to speak. "I did not expect your lady wife to possess such hidden depths. Though she does not employ conventional medical practices, her methods yield extraordinary results." The image of her mysteriously presenting the Spring Palace diagram made him chuckle involuntarily. Indeed, she was unconventional in her approach. Who in the world would dare to utilize the Spring Palace diagram for healing? She was undoubtedly the foremost practitioner of her time. Of course, in the future, she could only treat herself with such means. Others were off the table. The old physician continued to ramble on with his admonishments. My lord, you have only just begun to recover. Be cautious not to act too impulsively, lest your efforts be in vain. Noticing the perplexed gaze of Zhan Yan, he could not help but lean closer and whisper in his ear, exercise some restraint with your wife. Should things not unfold as hoped, it may lead to a devastating blow to your spirit. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until you have fully recovered before engaging in such intimate acts. Zhan Yan, however, interrupted without hesitation. Do I need your reminder? As he observed the retreating figure of the old man, the apothecary mumbled to himself. Am I not simply concerned for your well-being? It's been ages since you've had a proper meal, and now that there is a glimmer of hope, how can you not be somewhat excited? Zhan Yan walked on, letting out a cold snort. What does that old fool take me for? I have endured for many years. What is this moment in comparison? A sudden gust of cold wind sent a shiver down his spine. He instinctively clasped his hands within his sleeves and, upon lifting his gaze, noticed a strand of purplish red wrapped around the wrist of Han, who was walking beside him. Frowning, he inquired, "What is that wrapped around your wrist?" Han awkwardly explained, "It was a mere accident, my lord. If you fancy it, you could always purchase a pair from the market." Zhan Yan gritted his teeth, expecting Han to offer it as a gift if he liked it, only to be met with the suggestion to buy it himself. The audacity! Was he to be mocked for lacking someone to present gifts? Infuriating. Han scratched his head, utterly bewildered as to where he had offended his master. Deciding it best to comply, he hurried off to complete his errand, hoping to avoid any additional punishment for tardiness. After sending Han away, Zhan Yan still felt a lingering discontent. Lin Yuan had already fallen asleep, perhaps too weary, as she was even softly snoring. Zhan Yan gazed at her for a long while, his eyes reflecting a tenderness and affection that even he was unaware of. He reached out to drape a silk quilt over her, then turned to extinguish the candlelight. Meanwhile, in the southeastern corner of the Marquis's residence, two figures were entangled within the confines of a chamber. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open, and the elderly matriarch of the Zhan family, leaning on her cane, pulled aside the curtain with a fierce determination. The matriarch of the Liu family gasped in shock, instinctively covering herself with the quilt. With a hint of guilt in her voice, she inquired, "Why are you here at such a late hour?" The Zhan matriarch glared at her with a malevolent intensity. "What time do you think it is? You dare to cavort with a paramour? Aren't you afraid of your scandal being revealed, and Zhan Yan casting you out?" The Liu matriarch lazily tossed her hair, not even bothering to don her attire, and boldly approached the Zhan matriarch, declaring, "He hasn't visited my courtyard in ages. Even if I were to raise a paramour, he would never find out." With a huff, the Zhan matriarch settled onto the bed, while the charming young paramour, with a genteel demeanor, approached to massage her shoulders. Gritting her teeth, she lamented, "My Yuer has been driven away, and no matter what, I cannot keep him here. Zhan Yan is too cruel." The Liu matriarch frowned. "It's all that meddlesome Lin Yuan's doing. Although Zhan Yan was never particularly attentive to you, he wouldn't have provoked your ire so. If we could just rid the Marquis's residence of her presence, everything would return to normal." At the mention of this, the Zhan matriarch's anger flared even more. She gritted her teeth and said, "In our attempts to drive her away, haven't all our schemes ultimately backfired upon ourselves? What other recourse do we have?" The old lady Lu's eyes darted thoughtfully, and she swiftly replied, "Why not employ the strategy of using another's blade?" Lady Zhan furrowed her brow, scrutinizing her. "Whose blade shall we borrow?" Leaning closer, Lady Lu whispered a few words into her ear, prompting a change in her demeanor as she relaxed and said, "You are indeed clever. I shall send word to Yuer at once, urging him to seek refuge with the Duke of Loyalty and Valor." Shortly thereafter, an elderly maid stealthily departed from the back entrance of the Marquis's residence under the cover of night. Meanwhile, Zhan Yi, situated in the Wudong alley, was venting his frustrations at Chen Zhilan. He gritted his teeth and scolded, "If it weren't for you, why would I be reduced to a stray dog?" Chen Zhilan, feeling utterly wronged, dared not argue fervently. Instead, she cradled her belly and wept, "Brother Yu, I carry your child. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not fear the lack of firewood. As long as the old lady remains in the Marquis's residence, we shall have the opportunity to rise again." The thought of his beloved grandmother softened Zhan Yu's expression. Indeed, she was his only hope. At that moment, the maidservant beside the old lady had entered the courtyard and whispered, "Young Master Yu, the old lady has sent a message for you to pledge your loyalty to the Duke of Loyalty and Valor. She mentioned that the only person in the capital who despises Lin Yuan as much as she does is Princess Xinya, who wishes her dead. Zhan Yu's eyes brightened at the mention of Princess Zhan Yi. How could he have forgotten? Last time, at the banquet hosted by the Grand Princess. She had suffered punishment because of Lin Yuan. Surely she must be well by now. He resolutely decided that the following day he would have Chuan Zhilan deliver a request for an audience to Princess Zhan Yi, and they arranged to meet at a tea house. The princess arrived with an air of superiority, casting aside her hood and coldly asserting, "Speak plainly, do not mince words." Although Zhan Yu felt a surge of resentment at her rudeness, he understood that beneath her lofty demeanor, he had to yield. He was no longer the esteemed heir of the marquisate whom everyone sought to curry favor with. He was not even the son of Zhan Yan anymore. Lowering his voice, he said, "Your Highness, I am aware that the prince harbors a deep-seated hatred for my father, akin to a bandit who has seized the deeds to Black Forest Mountain." Princess Zhan Yi regarded him with disdain. "As far as I know, you have been removed from the Zhan family lineage. You are now utterly disconnected from him." Zhan Yu, undeterred, clarified, "Yet my grandmother remains. She cherishes me greatly, as you are aware. Moreover, I understand how significant Black Forest Mountain is to your father. So if you could assist me in dealing with Lin Yuan, I will find a way to secure the deeds to Black Forest Mountain for you." A flicker of internal conflict passed through Princess Zhan Yi's eyes. It must be said that this proposition was indeed tempting. She yearned to alleviate her father's burdens, as the days had been arduous for the loyal and brave king, ever since he lost his military power and relinquished the deeds to Black Forest Mountain. He had not once smiled. Even her attempts to visit him had been met with rejection. Once, she had been the apple of her father's eye. Noticing the pained expression on the face of the new princess, Zhan Yu could not help but speak up. "Your Highness, that wretched woman has subjected you to too much humiliation, allowing you to be beaten in public and scolded by the current emperor. Are you truly willing to endure this?" The new princess slammed her palm heavily on the table, exclaiming, "Of course I am unwilling. I long to tear her skin and dismantle her bones." Zhan Yu smirked cunningly. "Indeed, once she is dead, we shall find our relief." Nodding in agreement, Zhan Yu promptly bid her farewell. As the new princess settled into her carriage, she commanded her maid, "Make a trip to the royal temple and inform Master Mingji that it will rain next month, so he should move the scripture drying day forward." The maid did not dare to delay and hurried off to relay the message. Before long, the noble ladies and gentlemen from various prominent families in the capital received invitations for the scripture drying day. Lin Yuan was no exception. She held the invitation personally delivered by old Madame Lu, her eyes glimmering with amusement. Old Madame Lu remarked from beside her, "You are the matriarch of our marquisate, and since the old madam is unwell, it falls upon you to represent us this year. Remember, aside from assisting with the scripture drying, you must also donate 3,000 taels of silver for the temple's incense." A hint of derision flickered across Lin Yuan's face. How amusing this old madam was, declaring her as the head of the marquisate while withholding the authority of stewardship, clearly intending for her to be the fool. 3,000 taels from her own pocket? She thought it absurd. Without further hesitation, she swiftly commanded, "Zier, Linger, let us go find the old madam to procure the funds." The old matriarch of the Lu family suddenly grew anxious, hurriedly interjecting, "Lin Yuan, why do you still disturb the old madam? Haven't I told you that she is unwell and unwilling to receive guests?" Lin Yuan abruptly halted her steps. She need not see anyone. "All I require is for her to hand over the 3,000 taels of silver to me." Without hesitation, the old matriarch interrupted, as the mistress of the marquis's residence. "Surely you possess this meager amount of silver?" Lin Yuan lowered her gaze and chuckled softly. "Oh, how you jest. Of course, I have such funds. But why would I be inclined to part with them? No newlywed would deplete her dowry for the family's expenses. If the old madam were to pass away, that would be another matter, but she is still alive, and I cannot bypass her." The old matriarch nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. Lin Yuan's tongue was indeed a formidable weapon, sparing no one. Unfazed by the matriarch's displeasure, Lin Yuan continued her stride towards the old madam's courtyard. Chapter 131. Reciting the scriptures, Lin Yuan was not at all perturbed. She declared loudly, "Since the old madam is unwell, I shall stay in the residence to attend to her illness. It would be prudent to forego the scripture recitation day, and no one can reproach me for it." The elderly maid was taken aback and hastily replied, "Madam, you cannot miss the scripture recitation day. It would invite ridicule from the nobility in the capital." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "With the old madam bedridden, what purpose does my attendance serve? Should word of this spread, I would be branded as unfilial. What is your true intent in encouraging me to disregard my ailing matron?" The old matron's complexion changed abruptly, and she knelt down with a thud, fervently bowing her head. "Madam, please forgive me. I would never dare to let you bear such a stain on your reputation." Lin Yuan, however, paid her no heed, resolutely declaring, "I shall decline the invitation to the scripture recitation day on the grounds of the old lady's severe illness." Hidden within the room, the elderly matron of the Zhan family nearly spat blood in fury, realizing that Lin Yuan was deliberately trying to provoke her. Gritting her teeth, she spat out 2 words, "Come in." Lin Yuan entered, surveying the old lady with a critical eye, remarking, "Your complexion is ghastly pale, and the dark circles beneath your eyes are pronounced. Indeed, these are signs of serious illness. Dear old lady, do refrain from getting overly agitated, or it may lead to dire consequences." The elderly matron's heart surged with rage, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. She thought to herself, "The sight of you is enough to send me to my grave. Begone, so that I may live a few more days." Though she longed to rend her foe asunder, she was compelled to maintain a facade of kindness and affection, for she needed every trick in the book to coax Lin Yuan to the royal temple. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Wang Jiao, you simply must attend the scripture recitation day. Were it not for my ailing health, I would certainly go myself." Lin Yuan replied earnestly, "Old lady, if you are unwell, do seek my assistance. As long as you are not fainting, I assure you that a few needles will restore your health. Not only will you be able to attend the scripture recitation, but you could also participate in the equestrian competition, full of vigor." The old lady gasped in disbelief. This audacious girl seemed intent on tearing away her facade and trampling it into the ground. "Just look at how caustic her words are." She nearly exclaimed that she was merely putting on a facade. Suppressing her wrath, she asserted, "There is no need for you to administer acupuncture. My old limbs simply cannot endure the jolts of the mountain path." Lin Yuan blinked innocently and replied, "Dear matriarch, are you afraid of encountering bandits again, just as you did last time? Rest assured, we have brought along additional guards this time. Moreover, our esteemed lord is quite adept at apprehending thieves. Who would dare to rob the women of the Marquis's household, aside from those who are hired?" The old matriarch felt that Lin Yuan was subtly alluding to her own past misfortunes, and she could hardly contain her desire to dismiss her at once lest she succumb to anger. Without further hesitation, she swiftly retrieved 3 silver notes from the brocade box beside her and declared, "Here, 3,000 taels of silver. Now, be on your way." The elderly matriarch at the door was taken aback upon seeing the silver notes. Hadn't they agreed not to offer any? Why was she suddenly so generous? Before she could ponder further,